Chapter 1 Heaven's Defect, Earth's Incompleteness. In the far corner of eastern wilderness on the continent of Shenyuan, stood a Wernothut. Inside the humble abode, young Ming, who had traversed time for 2.5 months, stood before the bedside of his dying master, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. The new shed come as a bolt from Theblu. Just yesterday, his master had been marveling Gathas thick and vigorous spiritual root, praising him as a prodigy destined for immortality. Disciple. His master trembled as he reached out, clutching the token innocent. Young Ming rushed forward to grasp it, inquiring, Master, is there anything Jelzio wish to entrust home? Endurance. With great difficulty, articulate those it words. Yang Ming pressed for more, for how long must I endure, will Friar suffice? Sadly, before Heckle elaborate, his master passed away. For a moment, Yang Ming fell silent, gazing at the token, which shimmered like jade, fully aware that he symbolized the position of the Sect eater. But Master. Yang Ming led bitterly, Yun Le found dead the Sect yesterday, and a mitzel disciple. A few days prior, his exiled master had taken him as a disciple in the mortal world and, on a whim, decided to establish their own sect. What hot was just the beginning had unexpected like a matoanint. Ding. A voice each Oeden hin hears, causing Yang Ming to stiffen in surprise before murmuring skeptically, System, activate. Schwa. Instantly, a translucent screen appeared before him. Yang Ming. Cultivation points 0. Personal gain 2 heavenly days. Sect gain 0 heavenly days. Breakthrough required 10 points. Current realm mortal realm, second stage. Learn techniques Azure Thunder breathing method. Lottery wheel, first tier inactive. Effect 1 Heaven's defect, Earth's incompleteness. Effect 2. Note expanding the Sect Twilio Lset gains. Wow. It's really here. Yang Ming's mouth twisty Dashi's motion surged, due to after glancing back and forth between his master's body and the system interface, he ultimately revealed a look of Lankaliansarao. The deceased hold the utmost importance. Thetaming of T-system's arrival ways inappropriate, fortunately they have undergone a rigorous professional training. Since he had scaleth destined Sect leader system, should I recruit more disciples to harness the Sect's power for my own growth, Yang Ming scrutinized the system interface and shifted his focus to the system ethics. Heaven's defect, Earth's incompleteness the porothe qualifications and themaretragic fix parent soft hair crew to disciples, they greater thebelsings they will receive upon becoming your apprentices. Note you can currently recruit up to 2 disciples. Staring at the system's effects, Yang Ming was stumped for a long time. Thizasad. Normally shouldn't an recruit standing prodigy Astophagian invincible sect? This requirement for recruiting disciples is trolibazariant. Hon. However, before he could delve further, a loud commotion outside caused the ground to tremble. Yang Ming rushed out to Zidizek's defensive formation casual established by his master, automatically activate, forming a circular purple shield covering hundreds of meters around Twanter-Septhun individuasts. Damn it, they've even Z to pay formation here. Outside the defensive formation stood 3 individuals, with a leader, broad-backed and muscular, wielding Gastiel Bladi and shouting, Listenia pinside, surrender the formation or face your forced entry. Open it no. The other 2 waved their weapons at the defensive formation, causing ripless dominate. All 3 possessed impressive cultivation and looked menacing, making them quite troublesome. Thami in business. Taken advantage to formation's endurance, Yang Ming quickly pondered a strategy. Surveying the surroundings, his gaze eventually settled in a small girl of 7 or 8 years old, dressed in a green robe, crouching under a hawthorn near the hut, poking gather mud with astic. Mo Xingyu. The daughter of his master's friend, she had suffered severe retromotor brain at birth, resulting in low intelligence and per qualifications. After her father's unfortunate demise, his master took Mo Xingyi under his wing. In this brutal world where a martial prowess is revered, stupidity is a sin. Without Samiana to protect her future fatuous predictable. The systeme die clear that force a condition oft her crew to disciple, themerarwards and would receive making her a perfect candidate for testing. The current situation was urgent, leaving Yang Ming no to me to continue studying the system. He quickly approached Mo Xingyu, smiling kindly and jetting straight to the point. Xingyu, I plan to take you as a direct disciple, how do you feel about that? I want to Tangulu. Mo Xingyu turned head, with aging from her face, looking particularly foolish and not understanding the meaning behind Yang Ming's swords. Seeing this, Yang Ming felt no disgust but rather found her increasingly endearing. Look other. With such qualifications and circumstances, it's not surprising to receive immense blessings. Yang Ming decided to Kanja his approach, I fiobek a mema disciple, you can have as much tanghul you as you want. What's tanghilu, Mo Xingyi was, puzzled. Yang Ming fell silent. Damn it. How shall Dick know that? Kaka. Meanwhile, cracks appeared in the defensive formation, emitting sounds of fragmentation, indicating the tight wouldn't hold much longer. I agree, it'll give us a nothing delicious, Yang Ming stated concisely. Upon hearing there was food, Mo Xingyi immediately agreed, okay? Ding. System notification congratulations and successfully recruiting a Mo Xingyi Waisi your disciple. Ding. System notification detecting extremely poor qualifications and low intelligence in Mo Xingyu. Shall we activate the ability Heaven's defect, Earth's incompleteness, note upon activation, this discipline will undergo remarkable transformation. It worked. With the expectations, Yang Ming selected yes. Hong. In an instant, Erich milky radiance erupted from Mozingya's body. A killing coldness roared out. In Yang Ming's vision, Mozingya was engulfed by white light, on dan indescribably oppressive spread everywhere, even causing the heaven sand earth to change, with an otherworldly vision office landscapes and salate mountains appearing above a Theski. Fortunately, this vision couldn't pinpoint its location and wouldn't cause trouble. I said how powerful? Yang Ming couldn't imagine how exaggerated the benefits he had received would be. At the same time, many sects in Shinayuan continent were shaken, and countless powerful beings cast their gazes toward Theski. A world-class divine body has been born. What kind of terrifying prodigy must have emerged to create such a widespread vision? For a moment, many powerful beings deduced the secrets of it to uncover her whereabouts. Analyzing the vision, it showed beefmal. Within the Tanyu Holy Mountain, a prestigious sect in the continent, a handsome man with wings in his back slowly lifted his gaze, ephemeral possessing a world-class divine body. According to historical records, all divine bodies possess corresponding personalities and appearances. I fits a male, he's exceptionally handsome and talented. I fits a female. She's breathtakingly beautiful with a face that could captivate a city. The Munchiart was filled with longing and images filled his mind. Ephaesius beautiful as SLS Jermaine, a breathtaking figure, long snow-white legs. Schwa. His wings fluttered, propelling Hymentos Kashega Z at the vision and murmured, "This girl must be incredibly intelligent. I wonder if I can make friends with her in the future." After a long while, the otherworldly vision disappeared. Yang Ming looked at Mozingya after her transformation. Her hair was messy, dressed in a green robe, and due to long-term malnutrition, she was hortan had a dirty face, with nothing remarkable about her. Isn't she the same as before? Yang Ming was stunned. With some doubts, he opened the system and found that they could no view his Disposition interface. Chapter 2 of the Extraordinary Effect Mo Xingyu Qualification Celestial Divine Body Level 8th Layer of Mortal Realm Contribution to the Sect 100 Points of Heaven. A mortal body of inferior quality undergoes a remarkable transformation into a divine body, with its realm skyrocketing to the 8th layer of mortal realm. When one reaches the utmost low, they become the strongest, delicious. A glimmer of hope flickered in Mo Xingyu's eyes as she extended her hand to beg for more. All right, Yang Ming promised, retrieving a candied hawthorn from his storage pouch and handing it to her. He gently ruffled her hair and said softly, "From now on, I shall be your master." Mo Xingyu did not comprehend his words but relished the treat, exclaiming, "Brother is so nice." Suddenly, the protective formation of the sect was utterly shattered, and Chen Lai, along with 2 companions, charged in with murderous intent. The previous spectacle, though dazzling and shocking, had left them completely unaware of its origin. "You refused to open the formation when I asked, and now I have broken through. Let us see where you can hide." The leader pointed his large knife at Yang Ming, advancing aggressively. Tension hung thick in the air. "I bear no grudge against you. Why do you seek trouble?" Yang Ming intended to ascertain the situation first. "This is the territory of my flame fire sect. Do you still dare to question why?" Chen Lai barked, his blade aimed at Yang Ming. "A mere second layer of mortal realm, you surely do not have the audacity to establish a sect. Where is your master?" "Flame fire sect?" Yang Ming instantly understood. Given his master's prowess, he had never regarded the relatively weak flame fire sect with any seriousness. It was merely a whim to establish a sect on a mountain with decent spiritual energy. If they dared to come knocking, he would use his strength to intimidate them. Who would have thought that they would arrive first? "My master is resting. Then I shall first take your life and scatter your ungrateful master's bones." Chen Lai, sensing his overwhelming advantage, wasted no time in attacking. "Your disciple is at the second layer of mortal realm, so I imagine your master is not much stronger. Instead of trying to dissuade you, it would be better to kill you directly and seize some resources." "Brother Chen, let us split the spoils." The other 2 cultivators followed suit. "You brought this upon yourselves." Yang Ming's expression grew cold. "Xingyu, strike him." With Mo Xingyu's current strength, defeating Chen Lai should be a walk in the park. The quality of her divine body allowed her to vanquish foes of higher tiers with ease, let alone those of lower realms. With a sudden shift, Mo Xingyu raised her gaze, her aura transforming dramatically. "Are there more experts?" A tremor coursed through the crowd. Chen Lai halted, sensing an inexplicable threat. He held his breath, facing an imminent danger. In the tense atmosphere, Mo Xingyu lifted the candied hawthorn in her hand, sniffled, and asked, "What is this?" "It's so delicious." The crowd, damn it, what a ruse. Chen Lai's face darkened as he charged at the oblivious Mo Xingyu. "You think a simpleton can take me on? Do you think I am a soft persimmon?" It seemed the system could only alter her qualifications and potential but could not change her inherent flaws. Yang Ming pondered thoughtfully and quickly rephrased, "Hurry, hit him, he wants to snatch the candied hawthorn." In an instant, frost spread across the ground, and an arctic storm surged forth. The temperature around them plummeted. As if struck by a thunderbolt, Mo Xingyu glared at Chen Lai, fuming, "It was given by my brother, no way, no way." Saying this, she raised her tiny fist and struck at Chen Lai's chest, who hurriedly raised his blade in defense. Boom, the blade clashed with her fist, releasing a burst of frigid air. In the next moment, the blade shattered, and Chen Lai was sent flying dozens of meters, crashing into the mountain with his body embedded within it, trembling and collapsing to the ground, uncertain of his fate. With a single punch, the tide of battle shifted dramatically, and Shenlai crumpled like a burst soft persimmon. They want to snatch it too. Yang Ming pointed at the other two, asserting confidently. The two were frozen in horror. We didn't team. Boom, boom, two more punches followed. In the end, the three from the Flame Fire sect fell one after another. It was given by my brother, it belongs to my brother. Mo Xingyu continued to protect her treat. Alright, now that no one is trying to snatch it, let's calm down. Yang Ming soothed the impulsive Mo Xingyu until she settled down, squatting under a tree to enjoy her snack. He reopened the system to check the details. Yang Ming cultivation points, 100 personal gains, 2 points of heaven sect gains, 100 points of heaven points required for breakthrough, 10 current level, second layer of mortal realm techniques learned. Songlei breathing method lottery will tier 1 not activated effect 1 heavenly remnant, earthly deficiency effect 2, note, strengthening the sect can yield sect gains. By accepting Mo Xingyu as a disciple, he could obtain 100 points of sect gains daily in the future. This would undoubtedly lead to a rapid increase in his cultivation. Ding, system notification, do you wish to consume a total of 100 cultivation points for a breakthrough? Yes. Yang Ming's heart surged with excitement as he decisively agreed. Immediately, the sparse spiritual energy within his dantian began to stir, drawing upon the unclaimed spiritual energy from the outside world. In a matter of seconds, Yang Ming successfully broke through. Ding, system notification, congratulations on successfully breaking through to the third layer of mortal realm. Ding, system notification, congratulations on successfully breaking through to the fourth layer of mortal realm. Ding, system notification, congratulations on successfully breaking through to the fifth layer of mortal realm. In just a few breaths, he reached the sixth layer of mortal realm, so, it seems that as long as I accept 2 disciples, I can accumulate a vast amount of cultivation points while lounging about? After the rapid breakthroughs, Yang Ming could not help but smirk. It should be noted that Mo Xingyu possesses a divine body, the pinnacle of physical constitutions recorded in ancient texts. Legend has it that those with this physique cultivate at a speed akin to eating and drinking. In any sect, they are treated as prime candidates for nurturing, even if they are born with deficiencies leading to lower intelligence. A little learning of cultivation methods would still yield formidable results. Moreover, I can still accept another disciple. Yang Ming envisioned a future where he and his disciples would sweep across the land even if they might have various issues. So what? Disability does not hinder ambition. Thereafter, Yang Ming chose a suitable location to lay his master to rest and disposed of the 3 corpses, taking their spoils before departing the sect with Mo Xingyu. Xingyu, let us be on our way. Where are we going? Out to find you a junior brother or sister. As they left the sect, Yang Ming meticulously examined the system. Ding, system notification, due to insufficient sect gains, the lottery will cannot be activated. Ding, system notification, due to not having accepted 2 disciples yet, the second talent cannot be activated. The lottery will did not specify how many sect gains were required, so Yang Ming chose to temporarily overlook it, but activating the second talent seemed quite feasible. At present, his goal was to accept disciples. In other words, as long as he took in a second disciple besides Mo Xingyu, the talent would be unlocked. The effect of heavenly remnant, earthly deficiency is so outrageous. The second talent is sure to be impressive as well. Yang Ming secretly anticipated. Chapter 3, the second disciple. After a journey of approximately 2.5 days, Yang Ming finally arrived at his destination. Xisha Town. Given that Yang Ming had traversed to the Xinyuan continent not long ago and had limited understanding of the surrounding geography, this was one of the few places he was somewhat familiar with. As he surveyed the town, he noted the charmingly arranged buildings and the bustling throngs of people, their movements a constant flow. Handsome, do you need a guide? Upon entering the town, he was approached by a voluptuous woman who shot him a flirtatious glance. For just 50 low-grade spirit stones, I can show you around. No, thank you. Yang Ming replied decisively. The so-called spirit stones, infused with pure spiritual energy, were essential for cultivation and served as the universal currency in the cultivation world, their value immeasurable compared to mundane treasures. Typically, a legitimate guiding service would charge no more than 3 spirit stones. This woman's insinuations were clearly a ploy to exploit cultivators. In the past, his master had expressed similar frustrations, remarking that it was akin to charging a high price for a mere vegetarian dish. Boom, however, before he could set foot on the street, a towering mountain outside Xisha Town suddenly trembled slightly, producing a grandiose sound. Brother, an earthquake. Mo Xingyu tightened her grip on Yang Ming's hand. Fear not. Yang Ming reassured her, raising his gaze toward the distant mountain. They are likely holding the Ascension Conference there. We must be cautious. The Ascension Conference was a gateway for mortals to connect with cultivation sects. The higher one's aptitude, the greater the chance of entering the world of cultivation. However, he did not intend to attend this time, as he preferred to select disciples of lesser background and talent. Upon hearing this, Mo Xingyu blinked, contemplating for a moment before declaring, I'm hungry. Alright, let's eat. Yang Ming chuckled softly, shaking his head as he led her to enjoy a hearty meal. Afterward, he arranged for her to rest at an inn while he wandered aimlessly, searching for potential disciples. In truth, the difficulty of finding disciples was minimal. This world was predominantly inhabited by individuals living in dire straits. There was never a shortage of the downtrodden. Bang! At one moment, not far from Yang Ming, a portly middle-aged man was knocked over by a ragged child, who quickly apologized, sorry, I was in a hurry, before fleeing. In a dark corner, a corpulent man reached out demanding, hand it over. The child hurriedly presented the meager spoils he had just acquired. Taking the offered purse, the man extracted more than 10 silver notes, his face beaming with delight. This haul is quite satisfactory. Sir, the amount I gathered is enough for my ransom, the child exclaimed, his face filled with hope. The man halted his actions. What do you wish to say? Can I bang? Before he could finish, Lucifu delivered a heavy kick, sending the man sprawling to the ground, clutching his stomach and rolling in agony. Say that again? Lucifu's tone was menacing. The child fell silent, paralyzed by fear. Suddenly, footsteps echoed ominously. Lucifu turned to see a figure, appearing around 16 or 17, with an icy demeanor and a tall stature. Yang Ming approached, extending his hand, handed over. I advise you to mind your own business. Lucifu retorted, but was met with a resounding slap across the face from Yang Ming. Sometimes, a well-placed slap sufficed to convey a message, eliminating the need for excessive dialogue. Do you dare strike me? Lucifu blustered, I am a disciple of the Gathering Wealth Sect. Another slap followed swiftly, silencing him. With 2 blows delivered, Lucifu quickly grew compliant, surrendering all his possessions. Yang Ming took the purse, extracting several silver notes with a satisfied smile. This haul is indeed commendable. Brother, I've given you the money. Lucifu implored, his face hopeful. Yang Ming paused, what do you wish to say? Can I bang? Before he could finish, Yang Ming delivered a decisive kick, sending him crashing to the ground. Writhing in pain having dealt with that adversary, Yang Ming turned to the child, helping him to his feet and cutting straight to the point. How many others like you are there? The man had claimed to be from the Gathering Wealth Sect, indicating a gang operation. There must be more victims. There are many. The child's face paled as he spoke urgently. Big brother, you must leave at once. The Gathering Wealth Sect has many members, and I am under their control with poison. I cannot escape. Yang Ming furrowed his brow, slowly raising his hand. Upon seeing this, the child instinctively shut his eyes in fear, but instead of a heavy hand, he felt a gentle touch on his head. Take me there. Yang Ming's tone was resolute. But the child wanted to say more, but Yang Ming interrupted. It's all right, just lead me. Okay. The child immediately took the lead. Yang Ming did not follow immediately. Instead, he turned back to the feigning Lucifu, retrieving a sharp sword from his belongings and plunging it into his heart. Finishing him off was crucial. When venturing outside, one must not abandon traditional skills. You. Lucifu's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with hatred. You've gathered enough money for your ransom. Yang Ming stated emotionlessly, confirming his demise before departing. Guided by the child, Yang Ming left Zisha town and arrived at a nearby cave, where guards were patrolling. Is the criminal gang located here? Yang Ming inquired. Yes. The child nodded vigorously, fear etched on his face. Seeing this, Yang Ming cast aside all hesitation and charged toward the enemy's lair. The guards barked, who goes there? Dog catcher. Swish, swish, as Yang Ming responded, he effortlessly eliminated the 2 guards outside, denying them the chance to alert their comrades. It is known that the mortal realm is also a level attainable by cultivators, making it exceedingly simple to deal with true commoners. Upon entering the dim and damp cave, Yang Ming beheld a girl bound by ropes, her limbs tethered to the wall, her complexion pale and lips cracked, her feet barely touching the ground, on the verge of death. Sensing someone's presence, she hazily opened her eyes, only to be met with a flash of sword-like dye. In the next moment, her restraints were severed, and the child was cradled in Yang Ming's arms. He produced water from his storage bag and brought it to her lips, scanning her condition and realizing her limbs were completely immobile, rendered utterly helpless. The surge of fury welled within him. What a vile Gathering Wealth Sect. Her name is Jiang Xiaolan. She is the smartest among us. She previously obtained the antidote and successfully escaped, the child explained, but it seems she was recaptured. They didn't catch me. Jiang Xiaolan, after sipping the water, regained some strength, her eyes filled with resentment. I knew the Ascension Conference was approaching, so I fled to the mountain to seek help from the Immortals. I wanted to rescue everyone, but I never expected that the immortal who came to help was in league with them. Yang Ming was rendered speechless. The incident he had unwittingly stumbled upon was entangled with cultivators. Hero, may I have a word? Jiang Xiaolan, now completely paralyzed and battered, gazed at him with pleading eyes. She wished to save everyone. Yang Ming was taken aback. Speak freely. This child, despite being entirely incapacitated, seemed to possess some strategy. Their leader has reached the 5th stage of the mortal realm and has become a cultivator. Can you defeat him? Jiang Xiaolan inquired cautiously. Yang Ming nodded. I can. In fact, after 2 days of travel, he had accumulated 200 points of Sect revenue, and his actual achievable limit had surpassed the 6th stage of the mortal realm. Dealing with the minor Gathering Wealth Sect would be more than sufficient. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaolan felt a weight lift from her shoulders and continued, those scoundrels act without restraint. If you charge in recklessly, they might threaten the lives of the children. Oh? Yang Ming asked curiously, what do you suggest? While we have yet to raise the alarm, could you disguise yourself as a patrolling soldier and rescue everyone first? Jiang Xiaolan proposed tentatively. Hearing her plan, Yang Ming cast a deep glance at the girl, who appeared no older than it was quite rare to find such intellect at such a tender age. There's no need for that. Yang Ming assured her, lifting her gently and entering the cave. To dare intrude upon the Gathering Wealth Sect is to seek death. A lowly henchman obstructed their path. Silence. The brilliance of the sword was mesmerizing, and death was swift. Stepping over the bodies, Yang Ming led Jiang Xiaolan deeper into the enemy's lair, drawing the attention of the entire gathering wealth sect. Ultimately, more than 10 burly men gathered, weapons in hand, their gazes predatory, led by a gaunt man in a green robe, his eyes glinting with malice. Around them, numerous emaciated children were shackled and imprisoned in cages. Sixth stage of the mortal realm. Upon sensing Yang Ming's strength, the green-robed man sneered coldly. I never imagined we would actually rouse a cultivator. Fortunately, it is still within our capacity to handle. As he spoke, he trembled, releasing his spiritual energy in all directions with considerable might. Your leader has already broken through. 2 guards at the 3rd stage of the mortal realm beside him quickly congratulated him. With the leader at the 6th stage of the mortal realm, combined with our assistance, we can surely vanquish the intruder. He has also reached the 6th stage of the mortal realm? Jiang Xiaolan exclaimed in panic, shouldn't you go find reinforcements? The immortal here is on par with the enemy. But they outnumber us. Yang Ming shook his head, if I go for reinforcements, what will become of you? With my current state, is there any meaning in surviving? Jiang Xiaolan's eyes reflected despair and confusion. Rendered entirely helpless, she had become a burden. The only reason she had endured until now was her unwillingness to succumb. There is. Carefully leaning the girl against the nearby wall, Yang Ming assured her, gripping his sword tightly and facing the thugs, your life journey is far from over. As Jiang Xiaolan gazed at her savior's retreating figure, her expression turned vacant. Is there truly still a long road ahead for me? Kill them. The green-robed man barked orders, and numerous disciples charged forward. Crackle, purple lightning danced along the blade, pulsating violently, appearing and disappearing. Thunderous breathing technique. This was the only supreme skill his master had imparted to him during his lifetime, its rank unknown but its power formidable. Clang, system notification, would you like to expend a total of 200 cultivation points to break through? Yes. Yang Ming confirmed, raising the sword, his cold visage reflected upon the blade, I know you harbor resentment, so I won't allow you to close your eyes. In the next moment, as he charged forward, the sound of thunder echoed ominously. Chapter 4 A Deception and Pretense. The sound of the wind howled as the system's power coursed through Yang Ming's entire being, elevating his realm with each passing moment. With a crackling flash, Yang Ming drew and sheathed his sword in a blur, and the disciples of the gathering wealth sect fell one by one, their lives extinguished. 2 cultivators at the 3rd level of the mortal realm met the same fate, their heads severed from their bodies, blood splattering the ground. The advantage of the Tsong Lei breathing technique lay in its swiftness. From initiation to explosion, no more than 3 seconds, the man in the green robe was struck with horror as he witnessed Yang Ming rapidly closing the distance. He thrust his spear forward, only to have Yang Ming easily evade the attack. Clang, the tip of Yang Ming's sword collided with the man's chest, a green light enveloping him, and he coughed up blood, flying backward. Does he possess a life-preserving artifact? Yang Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. He felt no surprise at the enemy's utter weakness. His master had once praised his robust spiritual roots, and it was not mere flattery. Behind him, Jiang Xiaolan stood in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before her. In the blink of an eye, the once dreaded disciples of the gathering wealth sect had been entirely vanquished. Go, big brother, we are finally saved, the children trapped within their cage shouted incessantly, yearning for freedom. Die. Without hesitation, Yang Ming pressed his advantage, charging toward the man in green, his sword aimed at the center of his forehead. The children had been poisoned, any delay could allow the enemy the chance to destroy the antidote, so the best course of action was to strike decisively, leaving no room for escape. How dare you? Just as everything seemed to proceed according to plan, a voice filled with fury resounded. Boom, in an instant, a blinding light erupted, the once damp and dark cave was completely obliterated, rocks flew chaotically, dust swirling in the air. An unprecedented pressure, akin to a mountain collapsing, bore down upon Yang Ming, rendering him immobile. Under the sunlight, Yang Ming looked up to see a rotund man in a yellow robe hovering in midair, his murderous intent palpable. It is him, it is him. Jiang Xiaolan, who had been observing the battlefield, was struck by lightning, her emotions spiraling out of control as she screamed, he is the cultivator allied with the leader of the gathering wealth sect. Previously, she had managed to escape, but she never anticipated that the savior she had summoned, a revered immortal held in high esteem by the masses, was actually colluding with the despicable Ma Shi. In the end, she had been rendered a cripple, her meridians severed, bound at the cave's entrance as a warning to others. How could she not harbor hatred? Ah, the escaped Ma Shi laughed uproariously. What a pity! Under normal circumstances, I would undoubtedly meet my demise, but alas, it is the time of the Ascension Conference, and my brother is nearby. Oh? Yang Ming remained unperturbed, countering, so you're saying that only your brother has come from the Ascension Conference? The man's accomplices, present at the conference, could hardly ignore his situation and rush to his aid without concern for their own safety. Ma Shi was rendered speechless. Whoosh, as if to validate Yang Ming's inquiry, over a dozen figures rushed in from the air, some flying on swords, others standing upon spiritual boats, all possessing formidable cultivation levels. Upon seeing the multitude of children trapped in cages, and Jiang Xiaolan, who had come seeking help, their expression shifted, casting odd looks toward the rotund man. This Ma Shanha had actively volunteered to seek justice for that little girl, and had subsequently assured that everything was properly handled, yet the outcome was entirely unexpected. Damn it, realizing that the truth was fully exposed, Ma Shanha's eyes blazed with fury. However, under the bright light of day, he could not act rashly, lest he tarnish the reputation of the righteous sect. Yang Ming clasped his fists, neither servile nor arrogant. I am Yang Ming, and I implore all esteemed seniors to uphold justice for the children. Fortunately, this time he had not brought Mo Xingyu alone, for if other cultivators discovered her divine physique, she would likely be forcibly taken away. As it should be, a cultivator waved his hand, dispelling the cages and restoring freedom to the children. The world of cultivation starkly differed from the mundane realm, viewing the weak as mere insects. Yet, for mortals, cultivators were akin to immortals, thus, they had to act in accordance with the noble demeanor expected of such beings. They have been poisoned. Yang Ming reminded them at an opportune moment. The antidote is in Ma Shi's possession. His words frightened Ma Shi into hastily surrendering the antidote. All the children were thus saved. Those who had committed heinous acts had been thoroughly dealt with. Ma Shanha's expression turned shameful. It is my failure in discipline that has allowed my brother to commit such disgraceful acts. I shall certainly reprimand him upon our return. As he spoke, he used a spell to lift Ma Shi into the air, positioning him behind his flying sword, casually brushing aside the responsibility. This man harbors a murderous intent. Though he acts heroically, he has taken the lives of over 10 people that he must be punished. I shall sever one of his legs as a form of chastisement. Ma Shanha's gaze turned cold as he raised his hand, directing the green flying sword toward Yang Ming's leg, not allowing any other cultivators a moment to react. Clang, however, before the flying sword could reach Yang Ming, a milky white barrier appeared, intercepting it. For Yang Ming's merit in saving lives, punishing him would be absurd. A voice, melodious like the sound of a zither, rang out. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice, revealing a young maiden making her move. She stood upon a spiritual boat, her black hair cascading like a waterfall, with delicate features that seemed to be carved by the heavens. Dressed in a flowing white gown that clung to her exquisite figure, she resembled a celestial being stepping out from a painting, breathtakingly beautiful. Many cultivators were taken aback by her radiance. Yang Ming cast a few curious glances before retracting his gaze. His master had once remarked that female cultivators placed great importance on appearance. Their bodies were often pure and unblemished, not only vibrant but also tender. It seemed his master's words held truth. Unexpectedly, even the esteemed Yun Daoist from Bingxin Valley was stirred. A cultivator extended a greeting. I believe these ruffians deserve their fate. Yang Ming not only acts on behalf of justice but also aids your brother in finding redemption. Ma Daoist, he must be rewarded, do you not agree? Hee. After the failed ambush, Ma Shanha chuckled awkwardly in agreement. It was indeed my oversight. These villains have acted against innocent children and truly deserve their punishment. Yang Ming has done well. Then how does Ma Daoist intend to reward him? Yun Cece countered. Ma Shanha's expression stiffened. Damn it, I have been morally coerced. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Due to the disparity in strength, he dared not retaliate and begrudgingly pulled out 5,000 low-grade spirit stones from his pocket. With over 10 cultivators watching, he could neither act against Yang Ming nor ensure that the reward was worthy, leaving him utterly frustrated. Observing this scene, Ma Shi, as Ma Shanha's brother, wore a sullen expression, as though he had been smeared with soy sauce. For a cultivator at the mortal realm, 5,000 spirit stones constituted a substantial sum. Thank you, esteemed senior. Yang Ming feigns humility. Ding, system notification. Due to the increase in resources within the sect revenue has increased by 50. Faced with the sudden chime of the system, Yang Ming remained unfazed. The system had previously stated that expanding the sect would yield revenue. This so-called expansion included taking in disciples, with resources being a crucial component. Unfortunately, his master had possessed numerous treasures in life, the vast majority of which had been seized by others. Apart from the sect leader's token, he was left with but one item, forcing him to start nearly from scratch. This was a ground burrowing talisman, usable 3 times, allowing for burrowing underground, a life-saving measure in critical moments. With a wave of her hand, Yun Cece bestowed upon him a yellow talisman inscribed with various obscure symbols. Thank you, fairy. Yang Ming accepted the talisman. Ding, system notification. Due to the increase in resources within the sect revenue has increased by 50. Chapter 5 of the second gift. Young friend, your noble spirit is truly commendable. Ma Shanha, having suffered a silent loss, endeavored to conceal the murderous intent simmering within, forcing a smile that failed to reach his eyes. Pray tell, from whom has the young brother received his teachings? Yet, he was well aware that Yun Shixian had publicly bestowed a teleportation talisman, deliberately depriving him of the opportunity to seek further conflict. His master wished to keep his identity concealed. Yang Ming replied dismissively, I hope the esteemed elder will be magnanimous. Not at all. Ma Shanha's gaze flickered, and he produced a letter from his robe. Since you are a member of the righteous sect, you ought to prepare for the impending battle between good and evil. Fellow cultivator, I beg you, spare me. Some practitioners voiced their discontent. This Ma Shanha, vengeful to the core, was intent on taking this man's life, exhibiting a truly malevolent disposition. However, given his formidable strength, provoking him would be a fool's errand. Since he belonged to the righteous sect and harbored goodwill, abstaining from participation would indeed be unreasonable. With a snap of his fingers, Ma Shanha presented the letter before Yang Ming, his words dripping with sarcasm or perhaps earnestness. It was hard to tell. He then turned his gaze towards Yun Shixian, his tone laced with provocation. Yun Dao friend, this matter is of great significance. Do you dare to intervene? Yun Shixian furrowed her brow in silence. This letter carried profound implications. No sect, regardless of its strength, could refuse it. Thus, Ma Shanha's inquiry was not whether to intervene, but rather whether one had the audacity to do so. Observing this scene with a discerning eye, Yang Ming's heart was as clear as glass. Among the many practitioners, Ma Shanha's prowess was undoubtedly at the forefront, which explained why no one dared to voice dissent despite his tyrannical ways. The meaning encapsulated in the phrase might makes right was indeed ruthless. Nevertheless, Yang Ming had no reason to cower. I shall accept it, he declared, grasping the letter. Given the current circumstances, his second disciple was also a divine body. What matter of competition was this? Given sufficient time, I could crush them with my 2 divine body disciples. To send a mere mortal to participate in the Sect's grand battle was akin to courting death. This individual had no hope of survival. Ma Shanha's gift of spirit stones should have been declined, yet his lack of awareness of the situation was evident. He was merely reaping what he had sown. Those practitioners looked on with pity, as if they were observing a dying person. They could foresee that in the upcoming grand competition between good and evil, this man would lose all face, becoming a subject of ridicule. My apologies, perhaps I have brought you misfortune. Suddenly, a woman's voice reached Yang Ming's ears. His heart stirred as he turned to Yin Shixian, their eyes meeting, conveying a sense of regret. She had never anticipated that Ma Shanha would be so ruthless. Thank you all for your goodwill. When the time comes for the grand competition, I, Yang, shall certainly uphold my promise. He averted his gaze, turning away, and under the grateful eyes of the child, he bestowed upon them the silver notes obtained from the eradication of the gathering wealth sect disciples, then lifted the paralyzed Jiang Xiaolan, striding forth with purpose. This incident had indeed stirred quite a commotion. However, the rewards were not insignificant. 5,000 spirit stones and a teleportation talisman were of considerable value, but most importantly, he had successfully located his second disciple. An ant shaking a tree, utterly overestimating itself. Ma Shanha's tone was rife with derision, leaving no room for subtlety as he looked down upon the ants below. Should you dare to come, this immortal shall personally welcome you. Very well. Yang Ming's expression remained unchanged, yet a chilling intent flickered in his eyes. This man was already on the path to his own demise. After a series of twists and turns, the scene quietly drew to a close. As both parties dispersed, Yang Ming returned to the tavern in Zisha town, where Imo Xingyu hurriedly approached him, tugging at his sleeve, her face a portrait of panic. She had waited for him in the tavern for what felt like an eternity. Yang Ming chuckled. Silly girl, your master would never abandon you. Reassured by his words, Imo Xingyu settled down, displaying a foolish smile as she clung to his sleeve. After comforting his eldest disciple, Yang Ming turned to Jiang Xiaolan. Where are your parents? They were killed by them. Jiang Xiaolan's eyes dimmed, her body paralyzed, unable even to clench her fist, only an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, and I, knowing my enemies are so close, yet powerless to exact revenge. She had refrained from taking action earlier, fearing it would endanger her savior. Yang Ming fell silent for a moment before asking, do you wish to take me as your master? Me? Jiang Xiaolan's eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming once again. Thank you for your kindness, but at this point, even moving a finger seems a luxury. Who among us does not harbor a dream of cultivation? Yet dreams remain dreams, not reality. What of that? Yang Ming stated earnestly, the path you are about to embark on is called cultivation, and along this journey, boundless possibilities await. However, I do not wish to hear your self-denigration. Yang Ming shook his head. I simply wish to know your thoughts. Do you wish to take me as your master? Clearly, her paralysis had dealt a significant blow to her spirit, nearly shattering her confidence. Jiang Xiaolan stared blankly at Yang Ming's face, her eyes brimming with tears as she choked out, I am willing. Ding, system prompt, congratulations on successfully accepting Jiang Xiaolan as your disciple. Ding, system prompt detecting Jiang Xiaolan's low aptitude and full paralysis. Do you wish to activate the ability Heavenly Ruin? Note, upon activation, this disciple will undergo a remarkable transformation. Very well. Yang Ming was immensely gratified, immediately utilizing the teleportation talisman to transform into a streak of light with Jiang Xiaolan and Imo Xingyu, swiftly burrowing underground, like a gale, departing Zisha town, and in merely half a day, they arrived at a location perilously close to the sect. Having completely escaped danger, Yang Ming opened the system panel and confirmed. Heavenly Ruin, activate. Clang, instantly, a light sword like a dragon, countless sword phantoms appeared in midair, exuding a chilling and unparalleled sword intent, cleaving through the heavens with irresistible force. Before long, in the firmament above, millions of swords formed a tempest, encircling a singular silver-white sword at the center, commanding the allegiance of countless swords, a breathtaking spectacle. Why do the grand ascension ceremonies always lack such gifted prodigies? The emergence of extraordinary physiques one after another was both a blessing and a curse. This child was born with an affinity for the sword. Should he mature, he would undoubtedly become an invincible sword immortal. Due to the occurrence of this phenomenon, various factions stirred. Within Yang Ming's embrace, Jiang Xiaolan was filled with astonishment and joy. Master, I feel warmth coursing through my body. It feels as though a surge of energy is racing within me. Endure it. Yang Ming responded with a smile, it will be beneficial for you. Jiang Xiaolan nodded vigorously, her face flushed with excitement. She understood that all of this was connected to her master. After a while, as the phenomenon subsided, Yang Ming inquired, how do you feel? Though I still cannot move, I can sense your hand. I have regained awareness of my surroundings. Jiang Xiaolan's hope rekindled, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. Your path of cultivation has only just begun. Yang Ming reassured her. Jiang Xiaolan nodded again, then earnestly requested, please, master, set me down. Very well. Although he was unsure of her intentions, Yang Ming did not refuse. Lying flat on the ground, Zhang Xiaolan strained to turn her head towards the nearby trees. Crack, a branch snapped and flew through the air. Controlling objects. Yang Ming observed in astonishment, this was not something an ordinary mortal could achieve. Using the branch to prop herself up beneath her neck, Zhang Xiaolan struggled to lift her body, though it was an arduous task. She managed to do so, then carefully lowered the branch. Thud, her weakened legs buckled beneath her. You are unwell, there is no need for such exertion. Understanding her intentions, Yang Ming stepped forward to assist, but upon meeting her resolute gaze, he halted. This girl is exceptionally stubborn. My life is a gift from you. Zhang Xiaolan continued to lower the branch, causing her forehead to touch the ground. Master, please accept your disciple's bow. Ding, system prompt. Congratulations on successfully accepting 2 disciples. The second gift has been activated. Chapter 6, a great master nurtures exceptional disciples. The next day, the second innate talent was formally activated. However, Yang Ming did not immediately check it. Instead, he hurriedly lifted the frail figure of Zhang Xiaolan. Come, we shall return to the sect. Zhang Xiaolan nestled in Yang Ming's embrace, and after calming her emotions, her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she could not help but inquire, the sect where my master resides must be quite magnificent, right? She could easily envision that a place capable of nurturing immortals would undoubtedly be a paradise on earth, breathtakingly beautiful. You shall know soon enough. After a brief contemplation, Yang Ming spoke candidly, the scene is not exactly as you imagine. Rather, it is worlds apart. Is it even more grand and imposing than what I envisioned? Zhang Xiaolan's excitement grew, her heart racing with curiosity. By the way, Yang Ming suddenly recalled something and said earnestly, although our sect does not adhere to outdated customs, the respect for elders and juniors must still be observed. This is my chief disciple, named Mo Xingyu, and I hope you both can get along well. Zhang Xiaolan turned to the girl who was grasping Yang Ming's garment with one hand while munching on a candied hawthorn, and sincerely addressed her, senior sister. Mo Xingyu tilted her head, pondering for a moment, seemingly not fully grasping the significance of the title. Yet, meeting Zhang Xiaolan's gaze made her feel somewhat flustered, and she awkwardly offered the candied hawthorn to her mouth. You can only have one. Thank you, senior sister. Zhang Xiaolan did not decline and took a bite of the candied hawthorn. Seeing the 2 girls getting along harmoniously, Yang Ming felt a sense of satisfaction and turned to check the panels of his 2 disciples. Mo Xingyu qualification, Absolute Celestial Body Realm, Mortal Realm Level 10 contribution to sect revenue. 120 points. Zhang Xiaolan qualification, Infinite Sword Body Realm, Mortal Realm Level 9 contribution to sect revenue, 110 points. Infinite Sword Body. Undoubtedly, this too belongs to the realm of divine bodies. Yang Ming was pleasantly surprised to see that Xingyu had already advanced 2 levels in just a few days. His smile widened. He believed that under his guidance, both Mo Xingyu and Zhang Xiaolan would eventually become formidable forces in their own right. With 2 divine body disciples, how could he not flaunt his prestige? Thereafter, he restrained his excitement and examined the newly unlocked second innate talent, Heavenly Principle. Unconditionally gain 50 of each disciple's cultivation rewards. Gasp. Staring at the succinct effect of the unlocked talent, Yang Ming was momentarily dumbfounded, and then a tumultuous wave of shock surged within him, overwhelming him. Each disciple's 50 cultivation rewards, and with 2 disciples, both possessing divine body qualifications, this meant, aside from my own cultivation, I will additionally possess the cultivation speed of divine bodies. Yang Ming's heart raced with exhilaration. If my disciples are strong, then I shall be strong. The power of this system is beyond imagination. Noticing Yang Ming's uplifted smile, Zhang Xiaolan curiously asked, Master, you seem to be in good spirits? I have thought of some delightful matters. Approximately 10 minutes later, Yang Ming returned to the sect gate with his 2 disciples. We have arrived. Have we? Zhang Xiaolan surveyed her surroundings, somewhat taken aback. An overturned thatched cottage, a few felled hawthorn trees, moreover, the ground bore the bloodstained words, cowardly scoundrels. This was in stark contrast to her previous imaginings. Upon witnessing the destruction of the sect gate, Yang Ming's expression darkened. It seems we must pay a visit to the Flamefire sect. A few days prior, 3 disciples from the Flamefire sect had attempted to kill and rob them, and Mo Xingyu, not knowing how to hold back, had instantly annihilated them, thus creating enmity between the 2 parties. It was unlikely that anyone else would dare to come and wreak havoc. This is utterly intolerable. What has become of this world? Zhang Xiaolan fumed. Though her anger was palpable, the matter of seeking revenge would have to wait a day or 2. Yang Ming shook his head and calmly analyzed, you have just awakened the infinite sword body. You need to first adapt to your current extraordinary powers to ensure that when you seek revenge, your life is not at risk. It is essential to know that on the Divine Origin continent, the path of cultivation is categorized from low to high as follows. Mortal Realm, Qi Gathering, Yuan Transformation, Profound Realm, and Void. Each major realm is divided into 10 minor levels. The Flamefire sect is a third-rate cultivation sect. While their disciples may not be particularly strong, it is improbable that the sect leader or elders would possess only mortal-level cultivation. Compared to the physical combat of the mortal realm, Qi Gathering signifies a genuine entry into the realm of cultivation, allowing practitioners to utilize the spiritual energy within their bodies, cast spells corresponding to their constitutions, and master the art of manipulating objects from a distance. The so-called flying with swords is merely a basic operation for practitioners at the Qi Gathering level. Master speaks truly. Zhang Xiaolan wholeheartedly agreed. By the way, you still lack a cultivation technique, don't you? Yang Ming suddenly recalled a rather thorny issue. In truth, with his current foundation, he was wholly inadequate to impart teachings. The thunder breath technique might not suit the absolute celestial body or the infinite sword body. Since I became your disciple, my body has undergone many wondrous changes. Zhang Xiaolan confessed. Moreover, I have come across a legacy cultivation technique in my memories. It should be an innate transmission of the divine body. Yang Ming immediately understood the reason, cleared a clean area, then set her down and handed her 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones you should cultivate diligently. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Thank you, Master. Thereafter, allowing Zhang Xiaolan to lie on the ground and study alone, Yang Ming turned to the hawthorn trees and approached Imo Xingyu, who was squatting down drawing with a twig, and said earnestly, Xingyu, do you know how to cultivate? Imo Xingyu looked up, puzzled, and asked, what is cultivation? Yang Ming, I knew it. Come, let me teach you. Yang Ming handed her the spiritual stones and patiently explained in the simplest terms, what you need to do is absorb the spiritual stones and transform them for your use. Absorb snacks? Imo Xingyu seemed to understand partially, taking the spiritual stones and stuffing them into her mouth. That's not for eating, crunch. Before Yang Ming could finish, Imo Xingyu bit off a small piece, savoring it like candy for a few seconds, her eyes suddenly lighting up a sweet. Is it really? Yang Ming, half convinced, tried licking a piece but could only taste the bitterness. Seeing Imo Xingyu relishing the treat and completely absorbing the spiritual energy without waste, Yang Ming hesitated, ultimately summarizing with one word: impressive. In a vague sense, he had found a unique cultivation path tailored for Imo Xingyu. Master. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaolan, dejected, expressed the difficulty she encountered in her cultivation. Most of my meridians are damaged, making it impossible to transport spiritual energy into my dantian. Her entire body felt paralyzed, and her meridians could not be mobilized. This meant that the spiritual energy could not easily reach her dantian. Taking out 1,000 spiritual stones for Imo Xingyu to enjoy slowly, Yang Ming hurried over and proposed, why not try eating them to refine? The divine body often possesses unique qualities. What the absolute celestial body can achieve, the infinite sword body should also be capable of. All right. Zhang Xiaolan complied. Is it bitter? Very sour. After consuming the spiritual stones, she attempted to refine them. About 5 minutes later, she concluded, it is possible, but the outer shell of the spiritual stones is difficult to digest, which severely hampers the progress of cultivation, and it is too sour to consume. Saying this, she cast an envious glance at Imo Xingyu. The senior sister could refine a spiritual stone in 10 minutes, while she would likely require 20. Over time, a significant gap would inevitably form. Yang Ming pondered for a moment and said, since it is hard to digest, why not drink it? It can also dilute the sourness. He retrieved a cup from his storage bag, forcefully ground the spiritual stones into powder, and while the spiritual energy had yet to dissipate, he immediately mixed it with honey and cool water, then handed it to Zhang Xiaolan. Here, give this a try. Trusting her master's instructions wholeheartedly, Zhang Xiaolan drank it on the spot. Since there was no need to digest the outer shell of the spiritual stones, she successfully refined it in just 10 minutes, unable to contain her joy. I know how to cultivate now. While the senior sister's method of consuming spiritual stones for cultivation was indeed convenient, her method of drinking the spiritual liquid was not lacking in efficiency either. Chapter 70. A tough challenge. After a series of trials and tribulations, Imo Xingyu and Zhang Xiaolan's cultivation gradually fell into a steady rhythm. Although the disciples' methods of training were rather unique, Yang Ming found no fault in their approach. Each individual must tread their own path. Adherence to convention is not a necessity. The ultimate goal is to strengthen the sect, thereby reaping its benefits. Yang Ming pondered deeply, understanding that the concept of strengthening encompasses a vast scope. The prosperity of the sect relies not solely on the strength of its disciples but also on a profound foundation. This was made abundantly clear to him when he acquired 5,000 spirit stones and the Earth Escape talisman. Thus, the construction of both internal and external facilities for the sect, such as the medicinal herb garden, scripture pavilion, and alchemy room, was imperative. For the time being, he decided to set aside these concerns and focus on enhancing his own strength, believing that all challenges would naturally resolve themselves in due course. Dispelling distracting thoughts, Yang Ming retrieved the spirit stones to commence his cultivation. In the realm of Xinyuan, the world was far from tranquil. If one lacks the strength to shield the sect from impending calamities, disaster could loom at any moment. Moreover, he held a letter in his possession, an invitation regarding the duel between the righteous and the wicked sects, a matter of life and death that he could not afford to reject. Ding, system notification. You have successfully absorbed a low-grade spirit stone, earning 5 cultivation points. After approximately 10 minutes, Yang Ming successfully absorbed a spirit stone and then settled down, proceeding methodically with his training. Although at this rate, 5,000 spirit stones would only suffice for 3 individuals to cultivate for about 10 days, he could easily envision that the gains from this brief period would be substantial. The following day, at noon, boom, following a wave of energy, Imo Xingyu contentedly patted her belly, fully satiated. Simultaneously, Zhang Xiaolan also advanced remarkably in her training. Ding, system notification. Your disciple Zhang Xiaolan has successfully broken through to the 10th level of the mortal realm, earning you 50 benefits and 200 cultivation points. Ding, system notification. Your disciple Imo Xingyu has successfully broken through to the 1st level of Qi gathering, earning you 50 benefits and 500 cultivation points. In no time, 700 cultivation points were credited to his account. The benefits brought by the divine body were astonishing, and the speed of their advancement was destined to be extraordinary. At this moment, I am capable of defeating the Gathering Wealth sect single-handedly. Jiang Xiaolan's excitement was palpable, almost bordering on the fantastical. Just yesterday, she was hanging by a thread, at the mercy of others. Today, everything had changed dramatically. Though she could not comprehend the reason behind such an incredible transformation in her body, she knew that it was all a gift from her esteemed master. This debt of gratitude was beyond her capacity to repay. If one day her master demanded her life, she would willingly surrender it. "Master, to what realm have you ascended now?" she inquired curiously. "Me?" Yang Ming rose, and with a mere thought, the system promptly notified him. "Ding, system notification, would you like to consume 1500 cultivation points to break through?" "Yes." At the moment Yang Ming confirmed his choice, the spiritual energy within him surged violently, the energy in his dantian compressing autonomously, becoming more refined, while simultaneously, his physical strength saw a substantial increase. "Ding, system notification, congratulations, you have successfully broken through to the 9th level of the mortal realm." "Ding, system notification, congratulations, you have successfully broken through to the 10th level of the mortal realm." "Ding, system notification, congratulations, you have successfully broken through to the 1st level of Qi gathering." First level of Qi gathering, Yang Ming felt invigorated, his strength advancing in a manner beyond ordinary comprehension. The system is truly remarkable. In just a few days, it propelled him from the 2nd level of the mortal realm to the Qi gathering realm. Jiang Xiaolan was astonished. Master's method of breaking through seems rather unique. With diligent practice, you too can achieve it. Yang Ming refrained from dousing her enthusiasm. This girl was a bit stubborn, and her competitive spirit was surely considerable. Unfortunately, not only was he entitled to the 50 cultivation points from his disciple, but he also enjoyed the benefits of the sect and personal gains, ensuring that his rate of advancement would surpass that of the divine body. As the two conversed, outside the mountain gate, two figures approached with great enthusiasm, clad unmistakably in the attire of the Yanhua sect. Such a conspicuous display quickly attracted the attention of several individuals. It seemed that trouble was arriving sooner than anticipated. A glint of cold light flashed in Yang Ming's eyes. "Senior brother, didn't the elders bring us here just a few days ago?" one individual questioned, perplexed. "There's nothing here. Those people probably fled long ago. Keep searching, perhaps there are still some remnants." Ma Yi chuckled. "I thoroughly inspected and discovered a solitary grave not far from here. The deceased had an exceptionally formidable cultivation during their lifetime, and there are still spiritual energy fluctuations after death. There may be burial items left behind." "Ah, I see," another person exclaimed, enlightened. "Senior brother, you are indeed astute. Digging up graves is one thing. I cannot say whether your thoughts are meticulous, but they are certainly sinister," a cold voice interjected. "Who?" The two were startled and turned in unison, only to see a newcomer clad in white robes, with a stern countenance, followed by two girls, one with a vacant expression, the other reclining on a door plank. "The fool who dares establish a sect on the territory of the Yanhua sect, it must be you." Ma Yi brandished his weapon, his demeanor defensive. Yang Ming remained expressionless. "Where is the sect leader? Lead the way." He had yet to settle the score for the destruction of his sect, and these clowns dared to come and disturb the grave of his master. "Lead the way? Do you not know that every member of our Yanhua sect is made of tough bones?" Smack, in a flash, Yang Ming delivered a resounding slap. "You have 3 seconds to consider." 3. "Senior, this way please." Ma Yi, having been slapped, quickly transformed into a guide, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile, overwhelmed with shock. The opponent's strike had left him no time to react. This individual was undoubtedly a formidable presence in the Qi gathering realm. Under the guidance of the two Yanhua sect disciples, Yang Ming and his companions made their way to the location of the Yanhua sect. Over an hour later, they arrived near their destination. As they gazed ahead, the Yanhua sect, nestled atop a verdant peak, was shrouded in a gentle mist, surrounded by towering ancient trees, lending an air of grandeur to the timeless architecture. Ascending the ancient stone steps, they beheld the imposing plaque above the entrance, inscribed with the bold and vigorous characters for Yanhua sect. Compared to the mountain gate left by his master, the Yanhua sect was indeed far more opulent. Noticing their arrival, a gatekeeper approached. "May I ask, senior brother, who are these individuals?" "Mind your own business, just open the gate." Ma Yi dared not introduce them. "Understood." The gatekeeper did not dare to obstruct them. Once inside the Yanhua sect, they proceeded to the assembly hall. "You lot, wait a moment." Suddenly, a tall man approached with an unfriendly demeanor, sternly declaring, "Ma Yi, how dare you bring outsiders into the sect? Master brother, save us." Upon seeing their savior, the two disciples felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted, retreating behind the man, and immediately turning against Yang Ming. It was he who killed 3 disciples of the Yanhua sect just days ago. I knew something was amiss. The man decisively retrieved a large blade from his storage pouch. "The fool who dares establish a sect on the territory of the Yanhua sect, it must be you." Yang Ming remained calm and collected. "Where is your sect leader?" "Lead the way." "Lead the way. Do you not know that every member of our Yanhua sect is made of tough bones?" Smack, in a flash, Yang Ming delivered another resounding slap, forcefully interrupting. "You have 3 seconds to consider." 3. "Senior, this way please." With another slap, the guide count increased. Lu Qinghai, walking ahead, felt a surge of dread. The enemy's strength was formidable. Should he utter another word, death would be inevitable. His only hope for survival lay in having the sect elder intervene. Under the guidance of the 3, Yang Ming arrived at the assembly hall, just in time to see a sprightly elder exiting. "Great elder, save us." Having found a powerful ally, the Yanhua Sect disciples once again turned against Yang Ming. It was he who killed 3 disciples of the Yanhua Sect just days ago. Oh? The elder furrowed his brow, preparing to take action when Yang Ming swiftly delivered a slap. The sect leader is inside. Please, senior, lead the way. The sect elder was filled with trepidation. He had already exerted himself to resist, but the enemy's power was overwhelmingly strong. At that moment, his only hope for survival was to have the sect leader intervene to resolve the situation. Chapter 8 The Disciple Duel. Meanwhile, within Zisha Town, the Ascension Conference had concluded, and the cultivators from various sects dispersed in different directions. Ma Shanha and Ma Shi boarded a spiritual vessel, heading back to the Haoran sect. Brother, are we just going to let this go? Ma Shi's face was twisted with malevolence. He had painstakingly managed the Gathering Wealth sect for years, finally gathering a number of promising children, only to see them scattered by Yang Ming's interference before they could be put to good use. How could he accept such an outcome? Ma Shanha took a sip of tea and countered, what do you propose we do? I want that bastard to die without a grave. Death is inevitable. In the battle between righteousness and evil, the strong are plentiful, he has no avenue for survival and will merely become a jester, Ma Shanha replied calmly. But I understand your sentiment. Ma Shanha set down his teacup. But death would be too lenient for him, especially after he walked away with 5,000 spiritual stones. Could it be that brother has already formulated a plan? Ma Shi's face brightened, catching the hint in his brother's words. Ma Shanha summoned Yuan Hong. Whoosh, a man clad in the Haoran sect's disciple attire approached on his sword, respectfully cupping his fists and greeting, Senior brother, you called for me? Commence a thorough search eastward from Zisha Town. Ma Shanha declared firmly, he cannot have fled far. Under the watchful eyes of many, he refrained from leaving traces on letters or spiritual stones, yet he had been monitoring Yang Ming's whereabouts. Even if the Earth Escape talisman allowed for a stealthy escape, it could not completely evade his perception. Understood, Senior brother. Yuan Hong grasped the implication and diverged from the path back to the sect to carry out his task. Find a way to capture him alive. Ma Shanha added coldly, such a righteous individual is truly rare. I intend to use his soul to refine a spiritual artifact. Just yesterday, I lost face entirely. 5,000 spiritual stones are trivial, yet even the reputation of the Haoran sect is at stake. All responsibility must fall upon Yang Ming. Without his death, my heart's resentment cannot be assuaged. Yes. The fire sect occupied a modest area, with several hundred disciples within. Led by the crowd, Yang Ming entered the discussion hall. Numerous disciples of the fire sect followed closely behind, brandishing various weapons, their gazes hostile. Intruding upon my fire sect and murdering my disciples, you are quite audacious. The fire sect's leader, a burly middle-aged man clad in a red robe with a thick beard, assessed the aggressive uninvited guest, feeling reassured after a moment. At the first level of Qi gathering, such strength is indeed formidable within the fire sect, yet pales in comparison to mine, Yang Ming said with indifference. You first sent your disciples to kill and seize treasures, then proceeded to destroy my mountain gate. Do you still believe you hold the moral high ground? To add a charge, one need not lack excuses. Fire Xiao Yuan narrowed his eyes, denying vehemently, the character of my fire sect's disciples has always been commendable. Rather, it is you who, as a villain, cries foul, coming here to spout nonsense. Do you truly think my fire sect lacks capable members? So, it appears there is nothing to discuss? Yang Ming concluded, his simple opening line finished, silently regulating his Song Lei breathing technique. Fire Xiao Yuan's cultivation was commendable, around the third level of Qi gathering, yet with Mo Xingyu by his side, Yang Ming was confident in effortlessly overcoming 2 levels of disparity. It is essential to acknowledge that the advantages of a divine body extend beyond mere rapid cultivation. Truthfully, we fire sect do not wish for relations to sour too much. Witnessing Yang Ming's composed demeanor, Fire Xiao Yuan frowned, then subtly sought to ease the tension. How about this? Let the matter be resolved by our subordinates? His opponent displayed considerable confidence, prompting him to aim for a steady victory. He had no desire to become the next victim in the numerous tales of the strong being outwitted by the weak in the cultivation world. Yang Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, sensing the other's intention to stall for time. How do you propose to resolve this? Since you have 2 disciples by your side, we fire sect shall also send forth 2 of ours for a friendly contest. The losing side shall refrain from appearing within 1,000 miles radius. What do you think? Fire Xiao Yuan suggested, involuntarily glancing at the 2 young girls behind Yang Ming, desperately concealing the disdain and scorn in his eyes. One foolish, the other paralyzed. This fellow certainly knows how to choose apprentices. Are you certain? Yang Ming inquired, a hint of skepticism in his voice. The idea of disciples sparring felt somewhat unfair. However, it presented an opportunity for the newly initiated disciples to gain combat experience. Fire Xiao Yuan provoked, it seems you lack confidence in your disciples. Let us compete, then. Yang Ming's gaze turned meaningful. An additional 3,000 spiritual stones as a wager. 3,000? Fire Xiao Yuan's eyelids twitched, studying Yang Ming for a considerable time before gritting his teeth in agreement. Very well, 3,000 it is. Departing the discussion hall, the group hurriedly made their way to the fire sect's arena. In an instant, all eyes converged upon Yang Ming and Fire Xiao Yuan. The leaders of their respective sections. Both sides first retrieved and verified their spiritual stones, confirming their authenticity before announcing the commencement of the duel. Huang Qingyang, you shall go. Fire Xiao Yuan signaled. Disciple obeys. Huang Qingyang, the elder of the fire sect who had succumbed after a slap from Yang Ming, was now over 60, his hair white. Having him represent the disciples in this contest was clearly an act of bullying the young. Elder Huang has reached the first level of qi gathering, he is certain to prevail against a mere child. We must show this small sect a lesson. Just two naive little girls, how much can they possibly weigh? The crowd erupted in excitement. Who will go first? Yang Ming turned to ask. She could see that her master was using this opportunity to enhance their individual combat experience, otherwise, he would have intervened himself. Good. Yang Ming readily agreed, the opponent is a first-level qi gathering cultivator. Do not be careless. Disciple understands. Zhang Xiaolan focused her internal spiritual energy, causing the wooden platform beneath her to levitate, carrying her onto the stage. Friend, your disciple seems to be in poor condition. Fire Xiao Yuan taunted, in such a state, it would be wise to surrender quickly to avoid further injury. He could discern that the girl's cultivation was remarkable, yet her paralysis rendered her nearly ineffective, leaving his side with a clear advantage in realm. How could she possibly lose? Xiaolan, do not be nervous. Yang Ming remained unfazed, advising, use the sword control technique I taught you yesterday. Yes. Zhang Xiaolan's spirit soared, her eyes filled with determination. This was her first battle since becoming a disciple, she could not afford to disappoint her master. The duel begins. Fire Xiao Yuan announced. Fire sword, go. As an elder of the sect, Huang Qingyang was shrewd and unhesitating as he drew forth a crimson sword, forming a hand seal to levitate it mid-air. It then shot forth like an arrow, hurtling towards Zhang Xiaolan, its blade ignited in roaring flames, striking fear into the heart. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaolan remained unfazed, channeling her internal energy, enveloped in an intense aura of sword intent. 10,000 Swords Technique. The technique of the boundless sword body lineage. Clang, 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 in an instant, weapons in the hands of all fire sect disciples trembled, regardless of blade or sword, they flew into the air as if summoned by a sovereign, swirling around Zhang Xiaolan in a breathtaking display, forming a tempest of blades. Bang, the flying sword controlled by Huang Qingyang was instantly repelled, unable to approach even an inch, while even the flames were extinguished by the invisible sword intent. The crowd. All present fire sect disciples were left agape. Controlling dozens of weapons simultaneously was an act beyond the capabilities of an ordinary cultivator. Observing the scene with a sense of familiarity, Yang Ming remained unfazed. The boundless sword body was no laughing matter, an enhanced sword control ability was perfectly normal. 10 swords returned to the sect. Under Zhang Xiaolan's exquisite control, dozens of weapons surged towards Huang Qingyang. Due to the uniqueness of the boundless sword body, in the future, she would be able to wield even more weapons and amplify their power. Hence, her master had provided her with a set of combat techniques well suited for her early cultivation, beginning with the 10 swords returned to the sect, progressing to the 100 swords, and eventually the 1,000 swords. Faced with the onslaught of dozens of weapons, Huang Qingyang was utterly horrified, scrambling in disarray, utterly flustered. I concede, he immediately declared defeat. At his words, Zhang Xiaolan halted her attack. Now. This duel bore immense significance. As long as they could secure victory, employing underhanded tactics was of little concern. The sect leader would surely provide support. Chapter 9. The outburst of emotion. You at such a ripe age, how could one still lack martial ethics and bully a mere 8-year-old comrade? When faced with the swiftly approaching sword, Zhang Xiaolan had long been on guard. She deftly maneuvered the plank beneath her to evade the attack, gliding away like a fish slipping through water, leaving her adversary, even with his sword, far behind. Hiss, hiss, hiss. All of Huang Qingyang's hidden weapons fell short. Was this truly paralysis? He was utterly dumbfounded. Without granting any further opportunity, Zhang Xiaolan commanded dozens of flying swords, impaling him like a hornet's nest, leaving him grievously injured on the ground. Below the arena, Hua Xiao Yuan's expression darkened. In his lifetime, he had never encountered such a preposterous figure at the 10th level of the mundane realm. Even he dared not claim a sure victory against her. Next contestant, who shall it be? Zhang Xiaolan's fighting spirit surged. The disciples of the Flame Fire sect exchanged glances, none daring to step forward. Ahem. Hua Xiao Yuan cleared his throat twice and explained to Yang Ming, my friend, each disciple may only win one match at most. Yang Ming cast a nonchalant glance at him, then turned his attention to Mo Xingyu, gesturing towards the arena while explaining, go up and spar. If you win, there will be treats. How does that sound? His intention was merely to gauge the disciples' training results while allowing them to gain experience in combat. As for the bet proposed by the Flame Fire sect, it was evident that a 99% chance of breach loomed. All right. Though only partially understanding, Mo Xingyu nodded obediently and ascended the arena. Lu Qinghai, you go? Hua Xiao Yuan signaled for the senior disciple of the Flame Fire sect to take the stage. Master, Lu Qinghai's face displayed reluctance. The previous opponent, although seemingly paralyzed, had wielded dozens of weapons to defeat a sect elder at the 10th level of the mundane realm. How could he possibly triumph across such a vast gap in realms? Even if the opponent appeared somewhat mentally challenged, she was still at the first level of qi gathering. Hua Xiao Yuan's tone darkened. Yes. With no choice but to comply, Lu Qinghai steeled himself and approached the arena, gripping his sword tightly as he gazed at the bewildered Mo Xingyu. Please enlighten me. Xingyu, attack him. Yang Ming encouraged from below. Hearing this, Mo Xingyu looked at Yang Ming in confusion before turning to leave the arena. Don't come over yet. Yang Ming exclaimed, caught between amusement and exasperation. Mo Xingyu halted, panic flickering across her face. Suddenly remembering something, she retrieved an unopened candied hawthorn from her bosom and timidly offered it to Yang Ming, saying, "Brother, this is delicious, here, take it." Yang Ming's lips twitched, ultimately shaking his head with a smile, beckoning her, "Never mind, just come over." Clearly, Mo Xingyu had not grasped the rules of the competition and thought she was being disliked. Well, there is no need to rush, it's better to explain it to her slowly later. Receiving a response from her brother, Mo Xingyu's spirits soared as she hurried over. It turned out she was just a naive fool. Lu Qinghai sighed in relief, initially expecting a loss but now realizing the situation was more advantageous. Swish, upon hearing this, Mo Xingyu, who was about to leave the arena, spun around like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, glaring with fury, her emotions boiling. "You're the fool, not me." Alright, you're not a fool. Lu Qinghai. If one couldn't even engage in normal communication, what use was their cultivation? In the brutal world of cultivation, without the protection of her master, she would scarcely survive. "Master, it's done." At that moment, a disciple of the Flame Fire Sect approached Huoxiu Yuan, speaking a few words that eased his mind. He scoffed, "My friend, is it not a bit desperate to take in even the dim-witted as disciples? You're the dimwit, not me." Mo Xingyu's cheeks flushed with rage, her anger causing a chilling aura to radiate from her, frost forming beneath her feet and spreading outward. The bone-chilling cold nearly engulfed her. Sensing her heightened emotions, Yang Ming declared in a deep voice, "If anyone utters another word, they shall perish." "Are you desperate?" Huoxiu Yuan persisted. "Only a fool would believe themselves not to be one." Boom! In the next moment, Mo Xingyu charged at Lu Qinghai, her hair transforming from black to silver, and as she raised her fist to strike, a tempest of frigid wind and snow erupted, the biting cold spreading like a tide. Lu Qinghai's eyes widened in horror as he hurriedly raised his hand to block, only to be sent flying, his body turning into an ice sculpture before hitting the ground, then shattering into pieces, meeting a tragic end. Immediately after, she lunged at Huoxiu Yuan, her expression devoid of control, her gaze growing increasingly cold as her pupils turned silver, as if she had become an entirely different person. To unleash such force during a spar, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Huoxiu Yuan reveled in the chaos, raising his voice, "Disciples of the Flame Fire Sect, heed my command, form the formation." He had deliberately provoked the dim-witted girl to resolve this absurd disciple sparring match. Previously, he had sought to win steadily, intentionally stalling for time, but now, that was no longer necessary. A swish, with his command, a crimson formation materialized beneath the arena, encompassing the entire Flame Fire Sect and slowly rotating, channeling immense power. All the disciples immediately formed hand seals, establishing a unique connection with Huoxiu Yuan through the formation, linking their fire elemental energy to bolster him. In an instant, the situation shifted dramatically. The orderly disciple duel seemed to have never occurred. Unafraid of the advancing Mo Xingyu, Huoxiu Yuan ignited flames in his palm, confronting her head-on. "A mere first level of chi gathering, what right do you have to be arrogant before me? Die!" Boom, ice and fire collided, creating waves of force that caused the surrounding temperature to fluctuate erratically. After a few seconds of stalemate, Huoxiu Yuan found himself unable to withstand the pressure and took 2 steps back. However, with the formation in place, fire elemental energy surged from all directions towards him, allowing his strength to climb steadily. Regaining his footing, the protective formation of the Flame Fire Sect could concentrate all the disciples' power into one body, granting him strength far beyond that of a third-level chi-gathering cultivator. Get lost! Huoxiu Yuan's body trembled, his palm expanding several times, flames roaring as the ground shattered beneath him, sending Mo Xingyu hurtling backward, her garments singed. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaolan prepared to intervene, but Yang Ming stepped forward, blocking her without hesitation. "Master, aren't we going to help our senior sister?" Zhang Xiaolan exclaimed anxiously. Yang Ming shook his head. "Your senior sister struggles to control her strength." Zhang Xiaolan calmed down. At present, the senior sister was in a furious state, and given her innate deficiencies, there was a high chance that she would confuse friend with foe, thus making her a target should she intervene. "Lord Sect Master, show your might. Anyone who dares to offend our Flame Fire Sect must pay the price." The nearby disciples of the Flame Fire Sect were invigorated. Under the gaze of many, Huoxiu Yuan reveled in his confidence, like an arrow released from its bow, charging at Mo Xingyu, his palm blazing with even brighter flames, clearly enhancing his spell. "With no skills to speak of, relying solely on brute force, do you think you deserve to be a chi-gathering cultivator? You still think you're not foolish? Even a 3-year-old is smarter than you." His face was a mask of mockery as he unleashed a powerful strike, intent on a single fatal blow. Boom! Yet, at the critical moment, a hand radiating with cold seized his wrist. In an instant, the once mighty hand was forcibly restrained. Unable to move, Huoxiu Yuan's expression froze, staring in disbelief at the dazed girl, only to see her eyes filled with icy resolve, her hair lifting without wind, transforming her into an embodiment of extreme cold. Not only was his strength augmented, as her emotions surged, Mo Xingyu was also growing stronger. Crack, Mo Xingyu yanked, and Huoxiu Yuan's arm snapped cleanly, blood failing to even spurt forth before it was frozen in place. All the disciples of the Flame Fire sect, unable to flee in time, were instantaneously transformed into ice sculptures, then shattered into fragments. Death that did not even allow for a drop of blood to flow was horrifying. Yang Ming remained silent. With the formation's enhancement, Huo Yuan possessed strength rivaling that of the 5th level of Qi gathering, while Mo Xingyu needed no spells. Her emotions alone invoked the spiritual energy to defeat him, which was indeed terrifying. You, Huo Yuan stammered in horror. This is not right. This scenario is completely unlike what I envisioned. According to the previous plan, he should have swiftly dispatched the 2 disciples of Yang Ming before contending with the most troublesome Yang Ming himself, achieving a resounding victory. I am not foolish. Mo Xingyu's voice was frigid as she struck out, her fist penetrating Huo Yuan's chest, his body disintegrating into ice fragments, leaving no trace of existence. Afterward, she turned her gaze toward Yang Ming and Jiang Xiaolan, the only survivors remaining in the arena. Jiang Xiaolan's expression was filled with concern. Senior sister's condition is alarming. Should we retreat for now? Yang Ming said nothing as he stepped closer. Truth be told, he had not anticipated things would spiral out of control to this extent. This was not his intention, yet, Mo Xingyu's transformation bore an inescapable responsibility on his part. Sensing someone approach, Mo Xingyu resembled an enraged lion, poised to strike at any moment. A frigid aura surrounded her, thick frost forming on the ground beneath her. Yang Ming stood quietly before Mo Xingyu, who was filled with anger and wariness. Jiang Xiaolan watched the scene unfold, her heart racing with unease. Without employing any means to protect himself, Yang Ming knelt down, opening his arms to embrace her, allowing the chilling air to seep into his bones as he gently said, Xingyu is not foolish. Chapter 10. Take everything away. In the arena, the cold wind howled fiercely. Mo Xingyu, petite and frail, trembled slightly in Yang Ming's embrace. After a brief moment of resistance, the chill enveloping her gradually dissipated. As if regaining her consciousness, her eyes reddened, tears blurring her vision. Brother, I am not foolish. Compared to those self-righteous individuals, I cannot fathom how much wiser I am. Yang Ming gently patted her back. Amidst her sobs, Mo Xingyu wept uncontrollably, her nose running as she leaned against Yang Ming's shoulder, pouring out her inner turmoil. Occasionally, she recognized her own ignorance, her inability to comprehend the words of others. Yet, she was not willfully obtuse. After a prolonged release of pent-up emotions, Mo Xingyu finally calmed down. Yang Ming took her hand and, glancing at Jiang Xiaolan beside them, spoke with unprecedented seriousness. Unless absolutely necessary, let us refrain from allowing your senior sister to intervene in the future. Jiang Xiaolan nodded earnestly. The prowess of her senior sister was indeed unfathomable. In an unconscious state, she could effortlessly crush the sect master of the Flame Sect with sheer brute force. Should she wield spells, her strength would surpass all imagination. Alas, her senior sister was prone to bouts of uncontrollable fury. Without their master present, should she succumb to a mindless rage, the consequences would be dire. Thereafter, Yang Ming looked at the thoroughly vanquished Huo Yuan, shaking his head. Self-destruction. He had indeed come to the Flame Sect to seek justice, but the fault lay with the disciples. Had they shown sufficient respect, with a sincere attitude and a genuine apology, it would not have escalated to such bloody conflict. Now, it was a matter of turning a minor incident into a full-blown catastrophe. Gather all valuable possessions, we shall return. Yang Ming collected all the storage bags left by the senior members of the Flame Sect, counting their spoils. The harvest was bountiful, a total of over 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, more than 10 volumes of martial arts manuals, and 3 first-grade healing pills capable of mending wounds and replenishing spiritual energy, yielding nearly 100 points of sect revenue. However, ultimately, it was merely a third-rate sect, obscure and incapable of supporting treasures such as alchemical furnaces or spirit herb gardens. All right. Jiang Xiaolan complied. After this skirmish, she had acquired her own storage bag, along with several dozen flying swords, a significant gain. Oh, we cannot overlook these either. Yang Ming personally guided her in gathering potted plants and faux rocks. Strengthening the sect was not solely about augmenting resources, a grandiose ambience and picturesque scenery were equally essential considerations. The disciples understood, and these, Yang Ming pointed to the vegetation fabric, even cabinets and boxes were not spared. In their current dilapidated state, the mountain gate had no superfluous items. 2 hours later, the Flame Sect was entirely stripped bare, with scarcely any bricks or tiles remaining. Master, why do I feel as though we resemble bandits? Jiang Xiaolan's small face displayed an odd expression. Just hours ago, the Flame Sect was still considerable in scale, yet now it lay in utter desolation. Passers-by would likely question if they had mistakenly wandered into the wrong place. Yang Ming chuckled, shaking his head. Tell me, did the Flame Sect not come seeking trouble with us? Indeed. Did they not initiate violence without regard for martial ethics? Correct. Thus, we have acted to punish the wicked and uphold righteousness, dismantling the entire Flame Sect and looting their resources to prevent a resurgence that could endanger other sections. Is this not an act of virtue? Indeed. Jiang Xiaolan's eyes brightened, her guilt evaporating. Thank you, Master, for your enlightenment. I have comprehended. Such a pupil is worthy of cultivation. Yang Ming praised heartily. However, just as they departed from the Flame Sect, laden with spoils, the air resonated with the sound of slicing blades. Yang Ming sensed something amiss and looked up to see someone soaring towards them on a sword, approaching with hostile intent. Could it be reinforcements summoned by the Flame Sect? Jiang Xiaolan also gazed in that direction, but the distance was too great to discern clearly. Unlikely. Yang Ming did not dare to let his guard down. The speed of the approaching figure far exceeded that of an ordinary chi-gathering practitioner. The Flame Sect could not have summoned such formidable aid in such a short span. Moments later, the practitioner drew near, and Yang Ming caught sight of a man in a yellow robe standing atop the sword, his gaze filled with enmity, firmly locking onto him. This is bad. Yang Ming's expression shifted dramatically. He retrieved a ground evasion talisman from his belongings, infusing it with spiritual energy to activate it, causing it to radiate a yellow glow. In the next instant, he grasped Zhang Xiaolan and Mo Xingyu, transforming into energy that burrowed into the earth, fleeing with the speed of lightning. He had not seen the assailant's face clearly, but the style of their clothing was nearly identical to that worn by the practitioners associated with the Bayou Gathering and their nefarious deeds, which he had encountered not long ago. Boom! Just 2 seconds later, an unmatched sword aura descended from the sky, cleaving through the ground like tofu, creating a deep gash, dust swirling chaotically. Yuan Hong halted just above the ground, a cold smile on his lips. You run quite swiftly. Following the instructions of his senior brother Ma Shanha, he had searched eastward. However, he unexpectedly sensed an overwhelmingly tyrannical chill rampant in this vicinity, exceedingly exaggerated. Thus, he had deliberately come to investigate, only to immediately strike gold. To be marked by Brother Ma, what misfortune! Yuan Hong retrieved a compass from his belongings, its needle spinning violently before gradually pointing towards the direction Yang Ming had fled. Without hesitation, he took to the skies in pursuit. Unrelenting, accompanied by his 2 disciples, Yang Ming traversed the ground swiftly, daring not to pause for even a moment. Zhang Xiaolan seethed. Master, is he sent by that fellow? At least at the 8th level of Qi Gathering, possibly even reaching the transformation realm. Yang Ming replied solemnly. To contend with him, we will need several more days of cultivation. Possessing a system, his cultivation progress was remarkably accelerated, while Mo Xingyu and Zhang Xiaolan, being of divine physique, also broke through their realms as effortlessly as eating or drinking. Thus, to defeat this adversary, they would need at least 3 days of arduous training. This would undoubtedly be a challenging period. The disciples understood. Zhang Xiaolan poured the sweet and sour spiritual liquid into her mouth, then closed her eyes to refine it, racing against time. Although her master spoke lightly, she discerned the underlying implications. Should they be discovered by their pursuer before they had sufficient strength, their fates would be uncertain. Time may not favor them. Approximately half an hour later, the effects of the ground evasion talisman reached their limit, and the trio resurfaced, concealing their presence within the dense foliage of the forest. Time was of the essence. Xiaolan, strive to break through to Qi Gathering and practice the spells recorded in the inheritance manual. Xingyu, do as you see fit, try to consume as many spirit stones as possible. Yang Ming evenly distributed the spirit stones from his pack for him. The stronger his disciples became, the more his own strength would rise in tandem. Hoarding resources served no purpose and would only hinder his own cultivation progress. Understood, both disciples chorused. Once their tasks were assigned, Yang Ming found a secluded corner and sat cross-legged, gathering his thoughts. He cast aside distractions, entering a special rhythm of breathing, recalling the contents recorded in the thunder breathing technique. It is worth mentioning that the path of cultivation is profoundly intricate. Many concepts within the techniques appear as inscrutable as celestial scriptures to those lacking sufficient realms. Even if one memorizes all the content, it remains incomprehensible. Thus, he had previously relied solely on rote memorization, only to gradually understand them once his cultivation was sufficiently advanced. The spells available for practitioners of Qi Gathering were now within reach. After rummaging through his memories for a moment, Yang Ming swiftly located the relevant entry, a first-grade spell, Thunder Summoning. Its effects were straightforward. It transformed the spiritual energy within oneself into lightning elements, infusing them into a blade or coalescing a blade of lightning from thin air for combat. As for the classification of spell grades, Yang Ming was already well aware, ranging from 1 to 9, from low to high. Of course, the grade of spells does not always correlate directly with the strength of cultivation. It is not uncommon for lower-tier practitioners to learn higher-tier spells throughout the Divine Source continent. However, those who have the opportunity to acquire high-tier spells typically possess a notable background. With a plethora of spirit stones before him, Yang Ming focused intently on studying the thunder summoning technique. Half a day later, ding, system prompt, your disciple Mo Xingyu has successfully broken through to the 2nd level of Qi Gathering, and you have gained 50 rewards, totaling 1,000 cultivation points. So soon, Yang Ming felt a jolt of surprise. Mo Xingyu's speed of breakthrough exceeded expectations. If she were to be provided with abundant resources and simply lays about for a few years, what would become of her? After another 5 hours, Zhang Xiaolan's cultivation also showed progress. Ding, system prompt, your disciple Zhang Xiaolan has successfully broken through to the 1st level of Qi Gathering, and you have gained 50 rewards, totaling 500 cultivation points. In a flash, 1,500 cultivation points had been credited to his account. Chapter 11, the true test. Temporarily halting his research on spells, Yang Ming opened the foundational panel to review the details. Yang Ming cultivation points, 2180 personal earnings, 110 points per day. Sect earnings, 660 points per day. Points required for breakthrough, 2000 current realm 1st level of Qi Gathering techniques acquired. Storm breath technique. Lottery wheel level 1. Inactive effect 1. Heaven's remnants and Earth's scarcity effect 2. Natural order effect 3. At present, the various metrics were so drastically elevated compared to the past that surge was the only fitting description. Even if Yang Ming were to do nothing and patiently await 3 days, he would amass sufficient cultivation points to advance to the 2nd level of Qi Gathering. The reasons for such substantial benefits were twofold. His own gradual ascension in realm and the considerable contributions from his 2 disciples. Mo Xingyu talent, Heavenly Divine Body realm 2nd level of Qi Gathering. Sect earnings provided, 250 points per day. Zhang Xiaolan talent. Limitless Sword Body Realm first level of Chi Gathering Sect earnings provided 200 points per day with just these 2 disciples. He was securing a daily Sect income of 450 points, and this was not the entirety of it. Within his storage bag lay numerous decorative items from the Flame Sect. A lavish renovation of his mountain gate would undoubtedly elevate its stature, transforming it from a dilapidated thatched hut into something of significance, thereby increasing Sect earnings in tandem. Of course, this was contingent upon surviving the impending tribulation. Ding, system notification. Do you wish to expend 2,000 cultivation points to initiate a breakthrough? Affirmative. Yang Ming unhesitatingly confirmed. In an instant, the spirit stones before him shattered into fragments, transforming into unclaimed pure spiritual energy that surged into his body, cleansing his form repeatedly, rendering his limbs and bones increasingly resilient, and ensuring smooth circulation of his meridians. After rapidly completing several cycles, the spiritual energy coalesced in his dantian, becoming his own. Ding, system notification. Congratulations, you have successfully advanced to the second level of Chi Gathering. With the elevation of his realm, his personal earnings surged to 120 points, prompting Yang Ming to once again immerse himself in the study of spells, racing against time. The following night, crackle, streams of electricity danced across Yang Ming's body, flickering in and out of visibility. Yang Ming commanded the thunder element, drawing it from every corner of his being into his palm, ultimately forming a violet thunderball. With a thought, he retrieved a suitable weapon from his bag. As his hand clasped the hilt, the electricity surged, enveloping the entire weapon, transforming it into a thundersword. Yet, merely summoning lightning might not suffice against an opponent at the 10th level of Chi Gathering. Yang Ming remained on high alert. While his 2 divine body disciples possessed formidable combat prowess, their opponent's cultivation vastly surpassed theirs, and both Jiang Xiaolan and Mo Xingyu had only recently entered the world of cultivation, lacking time to master many spells. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He focused his mind on the storage bag filled with spoils of war, rummaging through for the Flame Sect's manuals of Flame Blade, Red Flame Technique. Various spells and techniques flitted before Yang Ming's eyes, but their low tiers yielded no benefit. This is the one. At a certain moment, his eyes gleamed as he found the trump card he needed. With urgency pressing upon him, he promptly extracted the secret technique, gleaning its essence to enhance his odds. Time slipped away swiftly. Days turned into nights, and soon it was the 3rd night. Boom, spiritual energy surged, creating shockwaves that shook the trees and sent leaves spiraling down, a spectacle of considerable magnitude. In the forest, sensing danger, birds and beasts scattered in haste. Ding, system notification. Your disciple Mo Xingyu has successfully advanced to the 3rd level of Chi Gathering. You have gained 50 points in earnings and 1,500 cultivation points. Jiang Xiaolan gasped in astonishment. Sister's cultivation progress is astonishingly swift. During these past few days, she had been diligently practicing without a moment's respite, yet even so, she was still a distance away from her breakthrough. Meanwhile, Mo Xingyu's realm was higher than hers, logically requiring more time for advancement unless her talent surpasses mine. Nearby, Mo Xingyu sat slumped on the ground, patting her round belly, surrounded by a mass of spirit stones, struggling to speak. I really can't eat anymore. The elder brother said I should try to consume more spirit stones. Though unsure of the reasoning, she could tell that he was quite anxious. What an absurd situation. Yang Ming was both astonished and delighted. In just under 4 days, consecutive breakthroughs in realm, the cultivation speed of the heavenly divine body was utterly unreasonable. However, with a substantial influx of cultivation points, he too had no reason to lag behind. Over the course of 2 days, he accrued 1,560 points in Sect earnings, and with Mo Xingyu's breakthrough providing an additional 1,500 points, it was just enough. Ding, system notification. Do you wish to expend 3,000 cultivation points to initiate a breakthrough? Affirmative. His long hair rose without wind, as spiritual energy filled his entire being. Yang Ming felt as if he were immersed in a hot spring, every organ and sinew undergoing a cleansing, his mind clear, and his state reaching its zenith. Ding, system notification. Congratulations, you have successfully advanced to the 3rd level of Chi Gathering. Jiang Xiaolan looked at her own elevated realm master in shock, her expression quickly paling as she hastily produced spirit stones to absorb. It's over, it's completely over. With only 3 individuals in the sect, I am the one with the poorest talent. The moon hung bright and sparse among the stars. A cool breeze rustled the treetops, creating a soft whisper. Whoosh, riding his flying sword, Yuan Hong traversed the air, wielding a specially designed compass, his gaze sweeping back and forth. It should be nearby. He was unperturbed by the prospect of losing his target. The star compass functioned by detecting energy fluctuations to uncover potential treasures nearby, and the letter on Yang Ming bore a unique restriction set by a powerful entity. In this inconspicuous locale, no one besides Yang Ming could possess such a privilege to participate in the righteous and evil competition. In other words, as long as the opponent lacked the ability to completely shield it and stayed within the pursuit range, they would undoubtedly be captured by the star compass. Buzz, suddenly, the star compass emitted a faint golden light, the needle trembling violently. Yuan Hong's eyes sparkled with determination. It's right here. Swish, sensing something, he swiftly tilted his head aside, narrowly avoiding a sword that whizzed by from behind. TSK, easily evading the ambush, Yuan Hong turned to see Yang Ming draw a sword from his storage bag, employing the most rudimentary control technique to magnify the blade several times, then leaping into the air, riding the sword into the sky. In mere days, you've advanced to the Chi Gathering realm, and even reached the 3rd level. Yuan Hong exhibited astonishment, quickly followed by a glint of greed in his eyes. Who would have thought you harbored such treasures? Just days prior, this individual was at merely the 8th level of ordinary realm. By the laws of normalcy, no one should progress at such an incredible speed unless they possessed an immense fortune. Yang Ming coolly stated, "It was my Shanha who sent you, wasn't it? Oh boy, there is no need for your probing." Yuan Hong formed hand seals, causing the earth beneath to erupt, forming earthen spikes that pointed directly at Yang Ming. My Shanha is the senior brother of our Haoran sect, second only to one, above thousands. Offending him is merely your misfortune. His words effectively clarified his identity and the shadowy puppet master behind him. Though possessing the cultivation of the third level of chi gathering was somewhat formidable, it paled in comparison to his 10th level eye in his eyes. This merely ensured that the opponent would die with clarity, nothing more. Go, he pointed a finger at Yang Ming, swoosh swoosh swoosh. Instantly, dozens of earthen spikes shot forth below. Master, leave these to me. Jiang Xiaolan lay on the wooden board, her entire being radiating a dense sword intent, commanding dozens of flying swords to break through the air, intercepting the earthen spikes. Observing the approaching strength, Yuan Hong was astonished, finding it hard to believe a first level of chi gathering can manipulate sword techniques to this extent. Not possible, just a few days ago you were a mere weakling. He recalled that this girl was also one of the children abducted by the wealth-gathering sect in just a few days. How could the changes be so drastic? Yang Ming remained unflustered, allowing the earthen spikes and sword blades to clash nearby as he charged towards Yuan Hong. The flame sect may merely be an appetizer, the true test lay ahead, and the subjects of this trial were not solely his disciples, but also himself. Chapter 12 of the ultimate violence of a single strike. Yuan Hong grasped a sword radiating a faint azure glow, confronting Yang Ming head-on. Although he found Jiang Xiaolan's performance perplexing, he was confident that if he could successfully seize his opponent, he could extract the truth through magical torment. Clang, the two weapons clashed, sending sparks flying. Yang Ming's ordinary iron weapon was shattered, fragments hurtling away, and upon grazing Yang Ming's skin, they were suddenly struck away by a flickering bolt of lightning. This is a spiritual weapon. I had expected you to wield some divine armament to match me, but it seems I overestimated you. In contrast, Yuan Hong appeared at ease, his tone a mix of disdain and disappointment. He had hoped Yang Ming would produce something of value to surprise him. In the next moment, he forced Yang Ming back with a powerful swing of his sword. A whoosh, the chilling sword energy shot forth. Yang Ming's heart raced as he sidestepped, swiftly switching weapons, and surged forward once more. Crack, this time, Yang Ming's weapon was cleaved in two. A mere trick, and yet you dare to flaunt it in front of me. Taking advantage of the moment, Yuan Hong closed in, his weapon unusually light, yet when it struck, it bore tremendous force, enough to crush an ordinary practitioner at the third level of chi gathering. In the realm of cultivation, each level brought significant enhancement, and with a 7-level disparity between him and Yuan Hong, compounded by the vast difference in their weapons, had it not been for his exceedingly rare lightning element constitution, which greatly amplified his attack and speed, coupled with his unique cultivation method, it would have been nearly impossible for him to hold his ground. Clang, 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 the blades intertwined, and Yang Ming found himself at an absolute disadvantage. Is this all you've got? Yuan Hong's gaze was filled with contempt. Clang, once more, he parried Yuan Hong's weapon, and a flash of lightning glimmered in Yang Ming's eyes. Lightning summoned a crackle, the sword blade erupted with violet electricity, spreading from the point of contact along the weapon, coursing towards Yuan Hong's arm, while the violently surging lightning elements, under Yang Ming's control, rushed forward, enveloping the opponent. A standard first-tier spell, no matter how unique, could hardly injure Yuan Hong. He needed to wait for the right moment. When his opponent let down their guard, that would be his chance to counterattack. The dense currents of electricity caused Yuan Hong's skin to tingle, his entire body trembling slightly, succumbing to paralysis. Now's the time, Yang Ming shouted, call for Tang Hulu. This was a simple and clear signal he had established with Mo Xingyu. Boom, the ground erupted with dust, like a cannonball. Mo Xingyu charged towards Yang Ming with astounding speed, icy blue light emanating from her hand, a chill radiating forth. The forest's complex terrain was suitable for concealment, and with the low altitude, everything unfolded in the blink of an eye. Another expert, Yuan Hong's eyes narrowed, his body suffering from the onslaught of lightning elements, muscles spasming, leaving him momentarily unable to react. Behind him, Mo Xingyu clenched her small fist tightly, her face serious, diligently striving to comprehend the requests of the older brother who promised her snacks. A torrent of cold air surged, the temperature plummeting. Mo Xingyu swung her fist down, accompanied by a howling blizzard's boom. With no means to defend, Yuan Hong was struck in the back, his body twisting as he flew sideways, akin to a kite with severed strings, the sound of breaking bones faintly audible. Cough, a mouthful of blood spewed forth as he gritted his teeth, stabilizing himself before hitting the ground, casting a cold glance at Mo Xingyu, who had been caught by Yang Ming, the frost upon her body dissipating rapidly. At this moment, the earth spikes crumbled, and Jiang Xiaolan arrived by Yang Ming's side, young as she was, one at the first level of chi gathering, and the other at the third. Yuan Hong's astonishment was beyond measure. Just one Jiang Xiaolan was already inconceivable, and now another had emerged, her strength even more astonishing. Indeed, attempting a one-hit kill was far too challenging. Yang Ming's heart sank. Mo Xingyu's punch was immensely powerful, capable of slaying even the leader of the Flame Fire sect, yet Yuan Hong, as a practitioner at the 10th level of chi gathering, was merely a step away from transformation. No matter how opportune the moment, his physical defense was formidable. However, this strike had indeed inflicted serious injury upon him. I understand now, I understand. Suddenly, Yuan Hong seemed to recall the recent celestial phenomena, his expression turning horrified. You are the two divine bodies that created the astonishing manifestations. Upon reflection, the timing of Jiang Xiaolan's abduction by Yang Ming coincided almost perfectly with the awakening of the divine bodies. Yet, if they truly were divine bodies, how had they fallen to such a state? He could not comprehend. Xiaolan, Yang Ming called out. Jiang Xiaolan, understanding his intent, commanded hundreds of swords to shoot forth. Lightning summon, Yang Ming raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of lightning that entwined around the flying swords, exponentially increasing their power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The swords, infused with lightning elements, were breathtaking in the night. Seeing this, Yuan Hong attempted to evade, yet the swords pursued him relentlessly from all directions, making escape impossible, forcing him to confront them head-on. Deep in a predicament, Yuan Hong was not deterred but instead laughed maniacally, the earth erupting as clumps of soil rose, coalescing into stones that formed a brownish-yellow shield around him. Kid, you possess quite a treasure trove. With that, he retrieved a pill from his pack, biting down and swallowing it, his aura surging dramatically in an instant. Instantly, more rocks soared from the ground, gathering around Yuan Hong, encasing him and forcefully repelling the approaching swords, forming a rocky armor. Ignoring all attacks, he charged straight for Yang Ming. Capture the leader first. How could he not discern that Yang Ming was the linchpin of the trio? 100 swords converging would not impede him. Jiang Xiaolan expended her spiritual energy in combat, but could only hinder Yuan Hong's movements, unable to breach the rocky armor. Stay close to me. Yang Ming said nothing, gripping Emotion Yu as they took flight. Are we using an Earth Escape talisman to flee? Jiang Xiaolan followed closely behind. No, today he must die. A murderous intent gleamed in Yang Ming's eyes. The opponent had already gleaned his secret. He had to ensure their complete annihilation to feel secure. None of you shall escape. The rocky giant formed by Yuan Hong chased through the air with great strides, stirring up a tempest. After consuming the Fury Pill, his cultivation temporarily broke through to the 10th level of Qi gathering, reaching half a step towards transformation. This was his trump card for survival, albeit with significant side effects. However, as long as he could uncover Yang Ming's secret, he was certain of a profitable outcome. At last, after several seconds, Yang Ming landed on the ground, raising his hand to disperse the dust that concealed them. This is Jiang Xiaolan's eyes lit up as she beheld a formation, approximately 3 meters in diameter. Though its energy had transformed to purple, the intricate patterns were remarkably familiar. This is the formation used by the leader of the Flame Fire Sect. I never expected my master to have learned it unbeknownst to me. Come and assist me. Do not resist. Yang Ming formed a seal with his hand. In 2 days, though he had not fully mastered the Flame Fire Sect's protective formation, its reach was limited, yet creating a miniature version was more than sufficient. Alright, Jiang Xiaolan and Emotion Yu hurriedly positioned themselves behind Yang Ming. Run. At that moment, Yuan Hong closed in, a sinister grin on his face. By all means, run. Gathering formation, activate. A glint of brilliance flashed in Yang Ming's eyes as he successfully activated the formation. Boom, in an instant, 2 surges of energy emanated from the disciples, forming an energy link that surged into Yang Ming's body, causing the spiritual energy within him to roil like a raging river, his strength soaring to unprecedented heights. Holy smokes, this feels incredible. Yang Ming couldn't help but shudder with delight. The sensation was overwhelmingly intense. The disparity in quality between the disciples of the Flame Fire Sect and the 2 divine bodies was akin to heaven and earth. Fall before me. With the rocky armor shielding him, Yuan Hong advanced rapidly, swinging his fist with an even broader grin. This punch embodies 30 years of cultivation. In the critical moment, Yang Ming raised his gaze to Yuan Hong, his eyes filled with intertwining lightning runes, lifting his fist and nonchalantly striking out, yet as swift as lightning, it concealed the sound of thunder. Boom! At the moment their fists collided, the rocky armor shattered into fragments, dissipating into dust, and the ground outside the formation rapidly caved in, a multitude of stones soaring into the sky. Dust billowed, and the earth trembled. Behind Yuan Hong, countless trees were severed in half, creating a long, deep scar in the landscape. Yuan Hong's lips twitched as he slowly looked down, only to see a gaping hole in his chest, his organs obliterated, blood gushing profusely. What kind of punch is this? Thud, his lifeless body crashed to the ground, eyes wide open in death. He could hardly fathom that the adversary who had seemed cornered merely moments ago had just obliterated him with a single strike. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Yang Ming gazed at the devastation he had wrought, emotion surging within him. He had not anticipated that when a portion of Jiang Xiaolan and Emotion Yu's power converged upon him, it would reach such heights. Let us depart, back to the sect. Yes, collecting all the treasures from Yuan Hong's body, along with erasing all traces of his existence, Yang Ming led Emotion Yu and Jiang Xiaolan back to the mountain gate, casting a deep glance at the dissipating formation as they left. This miniature version of the formation was the result of just 2 days' work and would not endure for long, which was why he had refrained from employing it from the outset, reserving it as a final trump card to leverage against the enemy. However, with further study, the results would be drastically different. Our sect must also establish a formidable protective formation in the future. Yang Ming proposed. The Flame Fire Sect had reaped substantial rewards. Yet upon reflection, resources were secondary. The true boon was that it provided him with an excellent line of thought. Chapter 13, Sect Construction. On the other side, following the conclusion of the Ascension Conference, the cultivators of each sect returned to report back. Is this the premier sect where my elder brother resides? On the spirit vessel, Ma Shi, standing behind Ma Shanha, exclaimed in wonder, utterly captivated by the breathtaking scenery before his eyes. Above the vast sea of clouds, the magnificent Haoran sect loomed atop the mountain peak, its ethereal palaces and jeweled towers coming into view, surrounded by billowing white mist and celestial birds, resembling a realm of immortals. From time to time, numerous cultivators clad in yellow garments soared through the air on their swords, bustling in and out of the Howren sect's grand entrance. Do not feel envious, Ma Shanha proclaimed with an air of arrogance, feigning nonchalance. Once you assist me in mastering the secret technique, my elder brother will surely help you gain entry into the Howren sect. Due to the unexpected emergence of Yang Ming, the financial establishment that his younger brother had painstakingly managed for years in Zisha town was uprooted. Nevertheless, with the experience gained previously, they could still discreetly continue their operations elsewhere. Are we still proceeding? Ma Shi detected a hint of ulterior motive. Ma Shanha narrowed his eyes, stating, the effects of that secret technique are unparalleled, but it is missing a crucial component, and we shall require the assistance of a child to perfect it. I will need to trouble my younger brother once again. Very well. Ma Shi could only acquiesce. As the two conversed, they entered the Howren sect, whereupon an elderly man with white hair and a youthful visage approached them directly, asking, Did you send Yuan Hong to eliminate Yang Ming? The events that transpired during the Ascension Conference had already been relayed to the sect elders by disciples using special communication methods, thus revealing Ma Shanha's actions. Ma Shanha was momentarily taken aback before his expression darkened. Could it be that Yuan Hong has met with misfortune? He had dispatched Yuan Hong to search for Yang Ming just yesterday without informing anyone in advance. If nothing had gone awry, their master would not have learned of it so swiftly. His life token has shattered, the elder revealed the grim truth. The life token. This special artifact contained a fragment of a disciple's spirit, used to ascertain their safety. If the bearer of the spirit were to perish, the token would shatter as well. Ma Shanha's heart sank. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Your junior brother Yuan Hong's cultivation is still shallow, while he may easily handle mere mortals. Have you considered that Yang Ming might have a formidable master backing him? Lin Wenyun interjected, shaking his head as a reminder. This struck Ma Shanha like a bolt from the blue. I have been remiss in my considerations. Given Yang Ming's attire, he did not appear to be a disciple of a major sect. Thus, he had never contemplated that a mere mortal realm cultivator could have a master capable of overcoming one at the 10th level of Qi gathering. Remember, this shall not be a repeated error. Lin Wenyun reprimanded, then shifted his tone. However, the one who has slain our Howren sect's disciple and tarnished our reputation truly deserves death. I have sent your junior brother Chen Quan to take care of it. I trust we shall soon receive good news. Upon hearing this, Ma Shanha's expression grew peculiar, and he cautiously inquired, might he also fall victim to a counterattack? We cannot afford to stumble in the same place twice. Should junior brother Chen Quan also vanish without a trace, it would indeed raise suspicions of collusion against them. Do you think that is likely? Lin Wenyun laughed, unconvinced. And what if? The stakes of the upcoming righteous-evil competition were paramount. The urgent matter at hand was to concentrate on cultivation. Lin Wenyun shook his head, saying, do not let small losses lead to greater ones. Better to fear 1,000 than to fear one. What if junior brother Chen Quan also, could I possibly betray my own disciple? Lin Wenyun jested. I have bestowed upon him numerous treasures to ensure his safety on this journey. Ma Shanha suddenly comprehended, and now I understand. Master has provided junior brother Chen Quan with substantial treasures, thus, it seems Yang Ming is destined for misfortune. Whoosh, after successfully defeating the uninvited guest from the Howren sect, Yang Ming, wishing to avoid further complications, swiftly departed the scene of his actions with his two disciples and returned to the sect's entrance. Although there had been many unforeseen events during his visit to the Yanhua sect to settle accounts, there were also numerous benefits, such as the previously beleaguered sect finally having the opportunity to restore itself. This area serves as the entrance, akin to the sect's facade, ensuring there were no pursuers. Yang Ming stood at the sect's gate, surveying his surroundings as he began to make plans. The towering peaks provided an exceptionally spacious and flat terrain, ideal for establishing a sect, evoking a sense of triumph over lesser mountains. Naturally, the heights of the peaks were predominantly steep and perilous. Such topography was not a natural occurrence but rather the result of his master's prior groundwork. Beginning from the sect's periphery, Yang Ming retrieved a massive piece of wood from his storage pouch, employing his magical abilities to intricately carve and shape it into a sturdy archway. Master, let us name our sect. Zhang Xiaolan exclaimed eagerly, now somewhat grasping their current situation. The sect was still in a state of construction, lacking in every respect, yet this was not a misfortune. As the sect's influence grew and its reputation soared, she would become a foundational figure. All right. Yang Ming contemplated the archway that stood atop the peak, and after a moment of reflection, he summoned his spiritual energy, elegantly inscribing the three grand characters Tianming Sect at its apex. The rationale behind this name was twofold. First, Tianming carries connotations of fate and destiny. Through a fortunate twist of fate, he had obtained the system and accepted Mo Xingyu and Zhang Xiaolan as disciples, forming an inexplicable bond. Second, upon acquiring the system, it had declared itself the Tianming Sect Master System, perhaps indicating a predestined selection without ulterior motives. Therefore, he decided to name it Tianming Sect, effectively designating himself as the sect's master. From now on, I shall be the second elder of the Tianming Sect. Zhang Xiaolan giggled. Indeed. Yang Ming nodded, adding with a smile, I hereby formally appoint you as the second elder of the Tianming sect, as well as a direct disciple, inner disciple, outer disciple, and gatekeeper. Zhang Xiaolan inquired, do I really hold so many titles? What about senior sister? She glanced toward Mo Xingyu, who was squatting nearby, munching on spirit stones while stacking stones into a small mound. Yang Ming pondered for a moment before explaining, she is a venerator. Truly worthy of being my master, the positions are distributed aptly. Zhang Xiaolan marveled. This was not mockery, senior sister was indeed ill-suited for mundane tasks, best reserved for critical moments when she would protect the sect in the capacity of a venerator. Now, you two should focus on your cultivation. Leave the task of establishing the sect to me. Yang Ming advised. Understood. Zhang Xiaolan promptly replied with utmost seriousness and swiftly entered her cultivation state, delving into the inherited technique brought by the Wujian sword body, the 10,000 sword art. She was acutely aware of the heavy burden that her master bore. The forced participation in the righteous evil competition was fraught with peril, with the fate of the Tianming sect hanging in the balance, and the enemy who had paralyzed her parents would also be present. If she sought vengeance, she must cultivate diligently and cherish these hard-won moments of tranquility. As she refined the spiritual energy provided by the spirit stones and researched the 10,000 sword art, coupled with the accumulation gained during her evasion of Yuan Hong's pursuit, she made significant progress in her cultivation in a mere instant. Ding, system notification, your disciple Zhang Xiaolan has successfully broken through to the second level of Qi gathering. You have gained 50 rewards and 1,000 cultivation points. Yes, indeed, absolutely correct. Yang Ming's face broke into a radiant smile as he retrieved more spirit stones from his storage pouch, evenly coating them with honey to entice. Xingyu, honey-flavored spirit stones, sweet upon sweet. I want to eat. Mo Xingyu's eyes lit up as she abandoned her stone stacking to rush over, opening the storage pouch given by her brother, signaling to place them inside. Remember, do not waste food. Yang Ming carefully placed the spirit stones into Mo Xingyu's pouch, repeatedly reminding her. Mo Xingyu obediently affirmed. Yang Ming chuckled as he took out a clean white cloth and gently covered her nose, saying, first, blow your nose. Before long, the tailored instruction yielded excellent results. The two disciples plunged into their engrossed cultivation, unable to extricate themselves. Observing this, Yang Ming nodded in satisfaction, withdrawing his gaze to continue contemplating the matters of sect construction. He understood clearly that even if he had to slow down his personal cultivation pace, he must wholeheartedly manage the Tianming sect. Even if it meant dedicating most of his resources to nurturing his disciples, he would not hesitate. Of course, this was not a reckless decision. Prior to this, he had endured several seconds of internal struggle. Simply by establishing an entrance, the sect's revenue has increased by 20 points. Yang Ming glanced at the system panel, his heart racing with excitement. Continue. This is just the beginning. With two divine body disciples at his side, the Tianming sect was destined to achieve great renown across the land. However, before that, the journey was still long. He needed to elevate the sect's prosperity to the level of a third-rate sect. Chapter 14. Such an event in establishing a sect, the foremost consideration is the construction of the Grand Hall. Generally speaking, significant decisions regarding the sect must be deliberated within this hall before any resolution can be reached. Additionally, the hall serves as a venue for receiving esteemed visitors, rendering it an indispensable edifice at the heart of the sect. Yang Ming extracted a substantial amount of timber from his storage pouch and commenced the construction step by step, beginning with the foundation, then progressing to the framework and internal decoration, taking on the entire responsibility without imposing any burden on the disciples who were focused on their cultivation. At this juncture, the Destiny sect was merely in its nascent stages, and there was no need for lofty aspirations. Yang Ming remained clear-headed. No matter how splendidly he constructed the Grand Hall, the benefits it ultimately provided to the sect would not vary significantly. For the materials, should a conflict arise within the hall involving cultivators of the gathering Qi realm, it would inevitably be reduced to rubble. In contrast, more established sects utilized extraordinary materials that could withstand the ravages of high-level spells. Harnessing the ability to manipulate objects inherent to the gathering Qi realm, Yang Ming exhibited remarkable efficiency, and within a mere few hours, an imposing grand hall had risen from the ground and was gradually taking shape. Concurrently, a notification chime resounded in his ears. Ding, system notification, you have successfully constructed the sect's grand hall, earning 50 points of sect income. As anticipated, Yang Ming felt a surge of exhilaration. With each increment of growth in the Destiny sect, his sect income would likewise increase, promising even greater benefits when he later utilized superior materials for renovations. Subsequently, he erected a 9-story wooden pavilion not far from the Grand Hall, adorning it with a plaque inscribed with the words Scripture Repository. Regardless of the sect, a designated place for storing techniques and spells is essential. It is a commonplace architectural feature across all sections. Strangely, however, this time there was no notification of an increase in sect income. Yang Ming, puzzled, suddenly recalled the vast collection of texts he had transferred from the Flame Fire sect and placed them on the first-floor shelves. After all, a scripture repository could not merely exist as an empty shell. Ding, system notification, due to the increase in stored scriptures within the scripture repository, the sect's foundation has been slightly enhanced, earning 20 points of sect income. Onward with the work, Yang Ming's spirits soared as he fully embraced his role as a construction enthusiast, sourcing copious amounts of timber and procuring essential items such as iron, paint, chairs, and screens from the populace. Alchemical workshop, spiritual herb garden, training rooms, combat arena, all the requisite structures of the sect were completed one by one through Yang Ming's tireless efforts, endowing the Destiny Sect with the grandeur befitting its status. After a full 3 days of labor, the various scenes and facilities of the Destiny Sect were largely completed. Soaring through the air on his sword, Yang Ming surveyed the landscape from a distance, observing the winding path paved with blue stones that meandered from the foot to the peak of the mountain, where the buildings were arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner, exuding an ancient charm. The towering grand hall, bathed in the gentle light of the rising sun, radiated a sense of magnificence. From this day forth, the Destiny Sect is officially established. Yang Ming nodded in satisfaction. For now, this shall suffice. Returning to the expansive square of the sect, he refrained from interrupting the two who were diligently cultivating and instead opened the system panel to check. Yang Ming cultivation points 4180 personal income 130 points day sect income 1060 points day points required for breakthrough 4000 current realm gathering chi second level learn techniques Azure Thunder breathing technique lottery wheel level 1. Not activated effect 1 a heaven's remnant, Earth S deficiency effect 2 a heaven S principle, Earth S reason effect 3, remarkable results, with sect income surpassing 1000, combined with personal income, he could achieve a breakthrough in just a few days. It is important to note that this pertains to the gathering chi realm, not the initial mundane realm. No matter how gifted, none could match his astonishing progress in cultivation. Contemplating, he attempted to activate the lottery wheel and the third talent on the system panel. Ding, system notification, due to insufficient disciple cultivation, the third talent cannot be activated at this time. Ding, system notification, due to insufficient sect income, the lottery wheel cannot be activated at this time. Is it not yet time? Yang Ming remained unperturbed. Point 1 cannot achieve greatness all at once. Having achieved such results in a short span is already quite commendable. Master, given the current lack of disciples, should we not consider recruiting more? Zhang Xiaolan proposed. With such a large sect, having only 3 individuals feels rather desolate. Yang Ming shook his head, retrieving the letter forcibly presented to him by Ma Shanha. The great calamity has yet to be resolved. Recruiting disciples at this juncture would only become a burden. I prioritize quality over quantity. At present, it is improbable that many disciples would willingly join the Destiny Sect, especially since he lacked the resources to ensure their unwavering loyalty. Should they fail to keep pace with the sect's overall growth, they would become liabilities in times of crisis. Only if he encounters exceptionally talented or notably unskilled disciples will he consider it. Seeing the letter, Zhang Xiaolan fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Your words hold merit, Master. I believe it will not be long before the Destiny Sect becomes bustling with activity. Before her, Yang Ming opened the letter. Swish, instantly, a golden light emerged, forming characters that materialized in midair. Sect tournament content. 2 years hence, the righteous and sinister paths will engage in a grand tournament among sects of all levels, crucial to the future of the world's populace. All recipients of this letter must ensure participation from the entire sect. Failure to do so will result in the ancient Dao sect showing no mercy. Note, the letter must not be discarded. Unless one possesses an extra letter, it cannot be transferred to the ancient Dao sect, a top-tier sect well known throughout the Eastern Wasteland, initiated by the ancient Dao sect. The scope of this tournament is undoubtedly vast. It seems that the leading sects of the Eastern Wasteland are facing significant troubles. Zhang Xiaolan pondered. The severity of the situation was evident from the wording of the letter. That is not our concern, Yang Ming replied, shaking his head. Whether they are in trouble is unknown to me, but our troubles are substantial enough. Given his current strength and the Destiny Sect's foundation, they are utterly unqualified to participate in the righteous and sinister tournament. Ma Shanha handing him the letter was a deliberate attempt to use the hands of those strong cultivators to crush him as one would an ant. He then carefully tucked the letter away, sensing that it contained a powerful restriction. Should he discard it on the day of the tournament or fail to attend, the restriction would undoubtedly activate. Focus on your cultivation. Yang Ming said earnestly, ruffling Zhang Xiaolan's hair. Since participation in the righteous and sinister tournament is mandatory, I hope that on that day, the Destiny Sect will stand among the foremost sects of the Eastern Wasteland, renowned across the realm. Ma Shanha believes he is destined to perish, yet he is determined to carve out a space for himself. Transforming the weakest of sects into the strongest, 2 years may pass swiftly for a cultivator, like a fleeting glance, yet it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Indeed. Zhang Xiaolan's eyes burned with determination. She was resolved to avenge herself upon Ma Shanha at the sect tournament. Whoosh, as the two conversed, a slender cultivator riding a flying sword descended from the sky, arriving at the entrance of the Destiny Sect and opting to walk in. This was the most basic of courtesies. Flying over another sect is highly offensive, tantamount to inviting trouble. The Destiny Sect? The cultivator glanced around, astonished. When was a new sect established here? A visitor has arrived. Yang Ming, maintaining his composure, discreetly cast a concealment spell over Zhang Xiaolan and Emotion Yu to temporarily hide their cultivation levels, then stepped forward to greet the newcomer, clasping his fists. Fellow Taoist, I am Yang Ming. May I inquire as to your purpose for visiting our sect? I have met you, Yang Taoist. I am Lu Xiaojie. The slender cultivator quickly returned the greeting, candidly stating, I have come to the Destiny Sect primarily to convey 2 matters. Please, go ahead. Firstly, I urge your sect to enhance its vigilance regarding the surroundings. Lu Xiaojie said gravely. A few days ago, not far from your location, the Flame Fire sect was utterly annihilated. What? Upon hearing this, Yang Ming and Zhang Xiaolan were momentarily stunned, then exchanged startled glances, exclaiming in unison, such a thing has occurred? Chapter 15. The art of concealment. The Flame Fire Sect, situated in proximity to the Destiny Sect, faced the devastating tragedy of its annihilation, which left Yang Ming, the sect leader, and Jiang Xiaolan, who held multiple positions, in a state of sheer panic, their faces ashen. After all, they too were a third-rate sect, and it was only natural for them to be unsettled by such alarming news, rather than remaining composed. Indeed, it was utterly unexpected. Lu Xiaojie expressed his deep sympathy, lamenting, to be candid, the methods employed by the assailants were exceptionally brutal. They encased the entire Flame Fire Sect in ice, then shattered them to pieces. It is truly lamentable. Yang Ming's countenance was one of profound sorrow, his tone heavy. I recall just a few months prior, I was toasting with the fire cultivator of the Flame Fire Sect, whom I regarded as a brother, a dear friend. The sects that pride themselves on righteousness are, to some extent, interconnected, a notion he had long contemplated. This is precisely why he merely displaced the Flame Fire Sect, rather than usurping it entirely. Otherwise, he might have found himself besieged from all sides. Lu Xiaojie seethed with righteous indignation. This demon cultivator is indeed malevolent. Should he dare to appear before me, I shall undoubtedly mete out justice, ensuring he understands the might of our righteous sects. Brother! From a distance, the architect of the Flame Fire Sect's destruction approached, opening her storage bag to show Yang Ming. My snacks are all gone, I've eaten them all. Very well, very well. Yang Ming cheerfully deposited 2,000 spirit stones, along with an abundance of genuine snacks, into her storage bag, encouraging her, do not hesitate to indulge. I have as many spirit stones as you desire. Mo Xingyu was not one to engage in deceitful schemes. Her declaration of having finished her snacks was a source of delight for Yang Ming, as it indicated her diligent approach to cultivation. However, at such a rate of consumption, his limited resources would not last long. Observing Yang Ming's lavishness, Lu Xiaojie was somewhat astonished. This is my disciple, Mo Xingyu. Yang Ming introduced. I hope I do not cause you to laugh. Not at all, not at all. Lu Xiaojie glanced over Jiang Xiaolan and Mo Xingyu, brushing aside any concerns. The Destiny Sect, though its name resonated loudly, lacked substantial depth. If they were to encounter the demon cultivator, it was highly likely they would meet the same fate as the Flame Fire Sect. The second matter you mentioned. Yes, I nearly forgot. Lu Xiaojie continued, to be frank, in this inconspicuous locale, there exists a hidden realm. A hidden realm? Yang Ming responded with mild surprise, his expression sharpening. Proceed. He sensed an opportunity. His lack of resources coincided perfectly with someone presenting a solution. It is a space that has been folded. Due to the absence of significant treasures, it has attracted little attention. However, it houses some rather exceptional rare herbs, which would greatly benefit our third-rate sect. Lu Xiaojie stated bluntly. Thus, whenever the hidden realm opens, various sects dispatch disciples to explore, vying for the resources of cultivation. Excellent. Yang Ming feigned admiration, though internally he remained skeptical. If there were true benefits, who would willingly share with unrelated parties? It was improbable for fortune to fall from the sky without reason. However, third-rate sects posed little threat to him, and there would be some resources to acquire. Should conflicts arise, the rewards would be even greater. Moreover, the ally Yuan Hong from the Haoran sect was quite honorable, having revealed numerous treasures, including an item known as the Star Compass, which possessed the ability to locate nearby treasures, sure to shine within the hidden realm. If you intend to go, you may visit Wulong Mountain Villa in 3 days. Lu Xiaojie clasped his fists. I must now inform other sects of the situation, so I shall take my leave. Safe travels. After bidding farewell to Lu Xiaojie, Yang Ming exhaled in relief, turning to his 2 disciples with a solemn expression. In the next 3 days, you must master a sufficiently advanced technique of concealment. All of his disciples possessed divine bodies, cultivating at a terrifying pace, yet their youth rendered them vulnerable. Should their attainment of the gathering chi stage become known, it would likely attract unwanted attention. Thus, the ability to conceal one's strength was a necessary skill to acquire. He harbored no doubts about the absence of advanced concealment techniques. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out invites the wind, and within the legacy of the divine body, there would undoubtedly be pertinent records to ensure the survival of its possessor in their weaker years, preventing a tragic end. He was utterly confident in this regard. Concealment, excellent. Mo Xingyu nodded fervently, then crouched down, beginning to chant repeatedly, concealment, 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 I must conceal. Though she did not fully grasp the concept of concealment, Master, would you like to learn about it? Indeed. Yang Ming chuckled lightly. He could discern that his disciple was genuinely eager to share with him. Master, take note, this is the incantation of the secret method. Jiang Xiaolan organized her thoughts and recited the heart mantra. Cultivation is the art of seizing yin and yang, claiming creation, transforming through rebirth, grasping life and death, mastering the cycle of reincarnation. After more than 10 minutes, she completed her recitation and asked, Master, what do you think? Quite impressive. Yang Ming carefully considered the material, nodding. However, my own concealment technique is not lacking. You may practice it first. In truth, he was indeed intrigued by the concealment methods derived from the infinite divine body legacy, wishing to compare them with his own knowledge. Of the results were unexpected. Despite his limited cultivation, he could not discern absolute superiority, yet the secret methods recorded within the thunder breathing technique were not inferior in comparison. This was sufficient to prove the high potential of this cultivation method. However, the issue remained. His master was by no means a reclusive expert, otherwise, he would not have fallen victim to enemies. If that were the case, how could he have acquired such an exceptional technique? Indeed. Jiang Xiaolan nodded, her demeanor natural. To her, her master was shrouded in mystery, and it was not surprising that he looked down upon the legacy bestowed by the divine body. I have mastered it. Just as the two were about to conclude their conversation, Mo Xingyu, who had been crouching nearby, suddenly stood up, her face flushed with excitement, concealment. With a whoosh, a chill swept through the air, then dissipated into nothingness. At the same moment, Mo Xingyu's cultivation dropped from the third level of gathering qi to the second level of the mortal realm. Ha! Zhang Xiaolan gaped in astonishment. Senior sister, how did you achieve that? She had thought that despite her slower cultivation speed compared to her senior sister, she should at least have an advantage in learning techniques. To her surprise, in a mere few minutes, her senior sister had succeeded. Could it be that not only was I the lowest in aptitude among the three in the sect, but also the least perceptive? Xingyu, please share how you succeeded. Yang Ming was equally curious. Mo Xingyu crouched down, cradling her head with her hands. I pretended to hide. Regrettably, even though Mo Xingyu was eager to share her insights, the two could not grasp the secret. Observing the still clumsy Mo Xingyu, Yang Ming pondered thoughtfully. It seemed she could master it effortlessly, even without understanding the key. The absolute heaven divine body appeared to bestow her with a unique ability that ordinary individuals could not possess. Upon further reflection, it was possible that Mo Xingyu's cognitive limitations allowed her to possess an extraordinary talent for cultivation under the influence of her fragmented abilities, while Zhang Xiaolan, paralyzed throughout her body, possessed unparalleled control and mastery. Subsequently, allowing his disciples to cultivate, Yang Ming recorded the concealment technique imparted by Zhang Xiaolan and placed it within the scripture repository, yet, there was no increase in the sect's benefits. It seemed the contributions from his disciples had already been accounted for, and the system would not grant him the opportunity for shortcuts. After attempting this, Yang Ming destroyed the book and turned his attention to the spoils provided by Yuan Hong. Clang! A sword emanating a faint azure glow was drawn forth by him. Chapter 16, Beyond the Secret Realm. The gleaming sword radiated an enchanting azure light, its blade sharp and striking. At one end of the hilt were the engraved characters Wind Shadow. The Wind Shadow Sword, a medium-grade spiritual weapon. Yang Ming gently caressed the blade and arrived at a conclusion. In accordance with the cultivation realms, weapons in the divine origin continent naturally exist in varying grades, classified from low to high as mundane, spiritual, and magical weapons. Each grade is further divided into 4 tiers: inferior, medium, superior, and supreme. Whether there exists a higher grade beyond magical weapons remains uncertain for now. Mundane weapons are not difficult to come by, crafted by skilled artisans, while spiritual weapons, refined by cultivators, employ rare materials and possess strength that far exceeds the former, exhibiting unique powers. This sword, imbued with wind elements, was exceedingly light and agile in handling, enabling extraordinarily swift movements. Now that the spiritual weapon was unclaimed, Yang Ming refined it and controlled it with his spiritual energy. The azure blade darted through the air like a fleeting shadow, moving with the dexterity of an extension of his own body, producing sharp sounds as it sliced through the void. After a brief period of adaptation, he sheathed the azure sword and turned his gaze to other items. Besides the treasure-seeking astral compass, Yuan Hong's satchel contained 3 second-tier recovery pills to replenish spiritual energy, and 1 fury pill. The Fury Pill had extreme effects, allowing the consumer to experience a dramatic surge in power for a short duration. Though the exact duration was unpredictable, some would fade within seconds, while others could endure for half an hour, varying by individual. In addition, there were 15,000 inferior spiritual stones. Yang Ming hoped that this expedition to the secret realm would yield a bountiful harvest. He took out the spiritual stones and began to absorb and refine their energy. Lu Xiaojia had mentioned that the secret realm would be filled with rare and exotic flora, all of which were valuable resources. At the very least, he could find a rare potted plant to enhance his sect's profits. If he could find a commendable spiritual tree, after consuming its fruits and chopping down the trunk to construct buildings and temples, wouldn't the sect's profits soar? 3 days passed, yielding remarkable results. First, Yang Ming successfully learned a new first-tier spell named Thunder Flash, which allowed him to unleash a surge of lightning elements within him for explosive dashes a second. Zhang Xiaolan adeptly mastered the concealment technique. Third, Mo Xingyu experienced another breakthrough, advancing to the 4th level of qi gathering. The benefits provided to Yang Ming amounted to an impressive 3,000 points, coupled with the accumulation of the past few days and the refining of the spiritual stones, his total cultivation points exceeded 10,000. Master, the speed at which my senior sister cultivates is astonishing. Zhang Xiaolan expressed her admiration. Indeed, Yang Ming nodded. We must not lag behind. Ding, system notification. Would you? Yes, Yang Ming agreed without hesitation. Boom, spiritual energy surged, and his robes billowed. The waves of energy radiated outward. Yang Ming's realm advanced with divine assistance. The so-called bottlenecks posed no hindrance, being effortlessly shattered one by one. Ding, system notification. Congratulations, you have successfully advanced to the 3rd level of qi gathering. Ding, system notification. Congratulations, you have successfully advanced to the 4th level of qi gathering. Yang Ming's bones cracked and popped, a refreshing sensation coursing through him. Unlike the drawbacks associated with forcing a breakthrough, his advancement, facilitated by the system, left no adverse effects despite the rapid elevation in realm. Zhang Xiaolan remained silent, sensing that she had perhaps inquired of the wrong person. Let us proceed to Wulong Villa, Yang Ming announced. Alright, ultimately, the 3 qi-gathering cultivators soared into the sky. As Mo Xingyu wielded her sword, she swayed and bobbed, seemingly thrilled by the novelty and excitement of flight. Ishem, Yang Ming sensed something amiss and turned to his 2 disciples, his tone growing serious. I've told you to maintain a low profile, have you forgotten the concealment technique you learned? A qi-gathering cultivator around 8 or 9 years of age could command a significant presence wherever they went. If news of the 2 divine bodies were to spread, it was likely that top sects would send representatives to greet them. Eventually, a second-level chi-gathering cultivator, accompanied by 2 second-level mundane disciples, took to the skies. Wulong Villa, a cultivation sect situated on a vast plain, was not far from the Destiny Sect. Although both were considered low-tier sects, the number of disciples at Wulong Villa exceeded 1,000, making it the most renowned in the vicinity and highly esteemed. As the sword bore the 2 disciples aloft, Yang Ming surveyed from above and noticed cultivators from various sects gathering outside Wulong Villa, their attire a tapestry of colors. Clearly, they had come to participate in the impending opening of the secret realm. Touching down gracefully, Yang Ming stowed the sword in his storage pouch and blended seamlessly into the crowd. Taoist Yang, we meet again. Lu Shaojie, who had previously come to inform him of the details, quickly approached with a smile upon seeing Yang Ming's arrival. He had merely skimmed through many sects without retaining memories, but the Destiny Sect was an exception. It consisted solely of 3 individuals, master and disciples. Yang Ming clasped his fists in greeting and inquired, Taoist Lu, are you also entering the secret realm? Of course, Lu Shaojie replied earnestly. Our sect master stated that anything obtained within must be surrendered 1/5 to the sect, while the remainder belongs to us. Ah, I see. Yang Ming nodded in agreement. Then I wish you abundant harvests. Likewise, Lu Shaojie affirmed, before returning to the matter at hand. Speaking of which, as a newly established sect, you may not be well acquainted with the circumstances within the secret realm. I would like to know more. The secret realm, governed by Wulong Villa, was aptly named the Wulong Secret Realm, divided into 3 distinct regions of the outer, inner, and central zones. The deeper one ventured, the more likely one was to encounter demonic beasts. Demonic beasts. Yang Ming's interest peaked. To those who embarked on the path of cultivation, these beasts were referred to as demonic beasts. They were often savage and bloodthirsty, exhibiting varying levels of intelligence, but one certainty remained. They harbored great malice towards humans. However, rest assured, the demonic beasts in the outer region are only of mundane level, posing no threat to us. Lu Shaojie continued, pausing for emphasis. As long as we avoid the inner region, all should be well. The real trouble lies in just as he was about to divulge further details, an untimely voice interrupted their conversation. Isn't that my brother Lu? Yang Ming turned to see a pale-faced male cultivator, appearing as though he had indulged excessively, with dark circles under his eyes, flanked by 2 striking women, elegantly adorned and flaunting their beauty, one on each arm. Upon sighting this individual, Lu Shaojie's expression shifted slightly, his underlying anger carefully concealed. He whispered, his name is Bai Yufan, a favored disciple of the Elysium Sect's master. He is excessively lecherous. It is best to avoid interaction. With that, he turned away without a backward glance. The disparity in their cultivation levels, Bai Yufan being at the 6th level of chi gathering while Lu Shaojie was only at the 2nd, was too vast to confront directly. Why are you leaving? Bai Yufan called out, playfully patting one of the women's behinds. Come see how well I attend to your companion. I serve her cream puffs daily. Lu Shaojie's face darkened as he melded into the crowd, choosing to ignore him. Disgusting. One of the women cooed, playfully pushing Bai Yufan away. She now belongs to you. Seeing this, Bai Yufan's arrogance intensified, his gaze shifting to Yang Ming's 2 disciples. One appeared clumsy, clutching Yang Ming's clothing, seemingly shy and somewhat dazed, while the other lay on a board, seemingly unable to move, yet with striking features akin to a porcelain doll, undeniably a beauty. Such exquisite beauty. Bai Yufan's eyes sparkled, his tone filled with delight as he fixated on Zhang Xiaolan. What a pity she is a bit young and lacks refinement. Zhang Xiaolan bit her silver teeth, wanting to retaliate, but recalling the need to conceal her cultivation in public, she turned to her master for guidance. Feel free to speak up. Yang Ming's expression remained indifferent in response to Bai Yufan's frivolity, for whatever you say next will imply that the Elysium Sect wishes to contribute to the construction of the Destiny Sect. He was beginning to grasp what Lu Shaojie had intended to convey earlier. Within the Wulong Secret Realm, as long as they avoided the inner region, the true peril lay solely in the covetous eyes of other cultivators. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaolan cast a sympathetic glance toward the audacious Bai Yufan. He would soon pay a bloody price for his loose tongue. Chapter 17, Subtle Persuasion and Implication. What implication could I possibly have? Observing their disregard for him as they engaged in self-dialogue, Bai Yufei could not help but curse under his breath. What the hell do you want to say? Silence. At that moment, an elderly man with a weathered visage emerged from the depths of Wulong Mountain Villa. Though aged, his physique was robust and imposing, a broad sword resting upon his back. With a firm command, Bai Yufei, alongside various cultivators representing different factions, ceased their exchanges and instinctively turned their gazes toward him. I am Qianfengyu, the head of Wulong Mountain Villa, the elder proclaimed in a solemn tone. I shall preside over this Wulong Secret Realm. The first level of the transformation realm. Yang Ming immediately discerned the formidable strength of his opponent, corresponding to the technique of concealing one's aura. The method to gauge another's cultivation level is known as the art of gazing at qi. The exceptional effects of the gazing at qi technique, coupled with the Tsan Lei breathing method, enabled Yang Ming to ascertain Qianfengyu's current realm. After his self-introduction, Qianfengyu retrieved a black token from his storage bag and infused it with spiritual energy to activate it. Whoosh, in an instant, the token unleashed a surge of energy that shot upwards into the void, swiftly reaching a particular area and gradually forming a black vortex. Undoubtedly, this black vortex would serve as the entrance to the secret realm. Before we proceed, I must issue a stern warning. Qianfengyu declared, casting a stern gaze at the eager cultivators. The duration of the Wulong Secret Realm is 3 days. After 3 days, a corresponding vortex will appear within the realm to allow cultivators to depart. However, should any unforeseen circumstances arise preventing your return, Wulong Mountain Villa shall bear no responsibility. Shang-er. He turned his gaze towards a strikingly handsome young man at the forefront of the crowd, his eyes softening. You shall be the first to enter the secret realm this time. Fear not, your grandfather shall support you. Thank you, grandfather. Qianshang nodded in acknowledgement, then turned around to survey the crowd with a sense of pride, forming a sword gesture with his hand that summoned the flying sword from behind him. With a graceful leap, he soared into the vortex above, his movements fluid and elegant. The onlookers, not lacking in wit, understood that Qian Fengyu's actions were deliberate, aimed at diverting attention away from Qianshang. Otherwise, once he emerged, there would undoubtedly be confrontations. As Qianshang entered the secret realm, others quickly followed suit. Given that the secret realm was suspended in mid-air, it implied that only those qualified to enter were the leaders of the Qi-gathering realm. Let us proceed. With the opportune moment at hand, Yang Ming, accompanied by Mo Xingyu and Jiang Xiaolan, moved alongside the others, their figures vanishing into the vortex. Swish, upon Yang Ming's entrance, the space rippled as though a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake. Surveying their surroundings, they found themselves in a valley overrun with wild grass, shrouded in a heavy mist that reduced visibility to a mere 20 to 30 meters. At that moment, they were positioned at the periphery of the secret realm, having diverged from the locations of other cultivators who had entered simultaneously. Let us seek treasures. Yang Ming declared, producing a star compass and instructing his disciples to search the area, collecting anything that appeared to be infused with spiritual energy, leaving nothing overlooked. All right. The two disciples nodded in agreement. Just as they prepared to explore their vicinity, a woman with a horse-like face darted towards them with remarkable speed, her expression fierce, and two flowing water-like flying swords at her side, heading straight for Yang Ming. How unfortunate for you to be so close to me upon entering, she sneered. Two mere second-level cultivators are of no consequence. If I eliminate their master first, I shall establish my dominance within the secret realm. Come at me. Yang Ming, rather than feeling anger, found joy in the challenge. A fifth-level Qi-gathering cultivator posed no threat. If he could defeat her, it would signify his own successful initiation within the secret realm. Swish, swish. The two flying swords surged toward him. Do not bully my brother, he is a good person. Mo Xingyu, who had remained silent until now, bit down on a candied hawthorn skewer and resolutely stood in front of Yang Ming. Yang Ming's heart jolted this time. His eldest disciple had actively shielded him. Her progress was remarkable. Xingyu, before you was a villain, not at all akin to your brother's kindness. Yang Ming gently coaxed, his words like a refreshing spring breeze. Strike her, show no mercy. Though Mo Xingyu's analytical abilities regarding language required enhancement, her numerous battles and divine physique had honed her combat instincts, allowing her to learn how to confront foes through her subjective will. Using a little girl as a shield? You shall die. The woman scoffed, showing no mercy in her approach. Unfazed by the incoming blades, Mo Xingyu clenched her fists and swung them forward, disregarding the sharpness of the swords. Seeking death. The woman regarded her with pity, envisioning the girl being pierced by the blades. But soon, her pity transformed into astonishment. Slap, slap, as her fists met the sword edges, it was as if an ant was shaking a tree. The two shimmering swords were instantaneously encased in a biting chill, freezing solid and plummeting to the ground, their momentum extinguished. How could this be? The horse-faced cultivator's eyes widened in disbelief, but before she could react further, Mo Xingyu appeared before her, their eyes locking in close proximity, her fist raised, emanating a lethal threat. She was paralyzed with terror. What sort of gaze was that? It bore no anger, no indifference, no disdain, not even a hint of murderous intent. It was utterly otherworldly. Boom! Mo Xingyu unleashed her fist, a tempest of cold and wind roaring forth, crashing heavily into the woman's abdomen and creating a gaping wound, sending her flying like a rag doll for several meters. As she lay dying, struggling to open her eyes, she beheld Mo Xingyu crouching before her, filled with terror, exclaiming, "This is not scientific. How could she, a fifth-level Qi-gathering cultivator, be obliterated by a single punch?" Moreover, her opponent was a child who appeared to be no older than 10. Do not bully my brother, please? Mo Xingyu held out the candied skewer, innocently offering, I will give you some candied hawthorn. You. The woman gaped, blood spilling from her mouth as she succumbed to death. She could hardly fathom that after her defeat, her adversary would go so far as to humiliate her in such a manner. What happened to her? Mo Xingyu questioned, puzzled. Ah, dear Xingyu, you are unaware. Yang Ming stepped forward to clarify, this big sister has passed away. What does passed away mean? It means she has gone to another world. Yang Ming gently explained, his tone soothing as a gentle breeze. Because she was a villain and has departed to another world, we must take her belongings and then freeze her body for purification. We are doing this for her own good. In a demonstration of pedagogical intent, he retrieved the woman's storage bag and conjured flames to reduce her remains to ashes. Though he possessed a physique attuned to lightning elements, it did not preclude him from employing other elemental techniques, even the most fundamental ones. Xingyu was perplexed. Brother's explanation is too complicated. Fear not, take your time, Yang Ming reassured her. If you cannot grasp it all at once, with a few more experiences, you shall learn. Okay. Chapter 18. Do not approach to speak candidly. Yang Ming did not perceive that he was putting Mo Xingyu in a difficult position. The world of cultivation is exceedingly brutal. After taking a life, disposing of the body is a fundamental practice, lest one attract unnecessary troubles. Subsequently, Yang Ming began to tally his spoils. He found 2 inferior water-type spiritual weapons, which he entrusted to Jiang Xiaolan for handling, while the remainder consisted of various cultivation resources. To his astonishment, there were over 20,000 spirit stones. Yang Ming was quite delighted indeed. The secret realm lived up to its name, boasting an abundance of resources. Even the unexpected adversaries resembled treasure chests. Once he finished his inventory, Yang Ming retrieved the star compass and infused it with spiritual energy to activate it. With a flash, the compass flickered with electric light, and the pointer above began to spin rapidly, seemingly in search of the nearest treasures. After a few dozen seconds, the pointer gradually settled, indicating a specific direction. Let us embark on a treasure hunt. Yang Ming promptly led his two disciples forth, refraining from flying on their swords. At that moment, he had only a rudimentary understanding of the secret realm and remained unaware of the strength of the demonic beasts. Recklessly soaring through the air could render them targets for all. After approximately 10 minutes of travel, the trio arrived at a steep cliff. Peering down, they beheld swirling mists, obscuring the height. According to the star compass's guidance, the treasure should be located at the cliff's edge. Yang Ming turned to Jiang Xiaolan, saying, "Just in case, you control the flying swords to clear a path for me." "Understood." Jiang Xiaolan comprehended instantly, commanding dozens of flying swords to plunge downwards, attempting to eliminate any potential obstacles for her master. Without further hesitation, Yang Ming descended slowly on his sword, scanning the surroundings. Aha! Soon, his gaze pierced through the white haze, discovering a robust blue herb growing nearby, adorned with fruits exuding vapor, though they appeared to require more time to fully mature. Clink, clink, clink. Meanwhile, the dozens of keen swords clearing the path below Yang Ming suddenly reacted, clashing against something hard and producing a sound akin to metal striking stone, offering an early warning. Yang Ming's gaze dropped, and he soon spotted a beast resembling iron, rushing towards him with a fierce countenance, wings extended, and sharp fangs bared. A first-order demonic beast, the sky bat. It was evident that this precious herb had long caught its attention. Ah! The sky bat emitted a piercing cry, attempting to induce a state of confusion. Thunder flash! Yang Ming remained composed, enveloped in lightning, enhancing not only himself but also the flying sword beneath him, propelling him towards the herb with unprecedented speed. In a flash, he grasped the herb and soared upwards, swiftly returning to the ground. Leave it to me. Jiang Xiaolan's eyes sparkled with excitement as the two inferior spiritual swords she had just acquired shot forth, moving with incredible swiftness. Ah! The enraged skybat, having its prize snatched away, flapped its wings violently, generating a gust of wind as it lunged toward the trio, mouth agape, ready to devour them. You shall perish! With a resounding thud, the skybat collapsed, having sustained 2 grievous wounds, blood gushing forth. Truly formidable spiritual weapons. Jiang Xiaolan retrieved her 2 swords, thoroughly satisfied with their power. Yang Ming chuckled, from now on, any captured weaponry will be entrusted to you first. As a master, he could discern that while his eldest disciple was terrifying in a frenzied state, the potential of his second disciple was equally remarkable. The true limitation on Jiang Xiaolan's strength at her rank was the potency of her weapons. It was well known that while over 100 mundane weapons might bewilder an opponent, they could not compare to the instantaneous lethality of 2 spiritual weapons. It was not hard to imagine that if she could wield dozens of spiritual weapons at the Gathering Chi stage, Jiang Xiaolan's potential would rise to a level capable of threatening those in the Transformation Yuan realm. Thank you, master. Jiang Xiaolan instinctively glanced at her elder sister. To be honest, her elder sister's presence was overwhelmingly strong, inadvertently placing immense pressure and motivation upon her. There's no need for formality between us. Yang Ming shook his head with a smile, approaching the fallen skybat. He sensed the spiritual energy and then reached into the void, extracting a red orb that flew into his possession. The inner core, the essence of the demonic beast, could be used for alchemy or refined, holding considerable value. Moving forward, he did not neglect the carcass of the skybat. Let us continue. Having tasted success, Yang Ming attempted once more to channel spiritual energy into the star compass. The exotic fruit they had obtained could be explored later. Now was not the time. Soon enough, the compass pointed towards another location. The 3 hurriedly set off, navigating through layers of mist. They arrived near their destination, standing atop a dirt slope. Peering forward, they spied amidst the overgrown weeds a small plant radiating a soft green glow. This must be it. Yang Ming exclaimed in wonder. The star compass proved even more useful than he had anticipated. However, before they could approach, 2 cultivators, one stout and one slender, both clad in identical attire from the same sect, arrived first. It's actually green cloud grass. The emaciated cultivator's eyes sparkled with joy as he moved to pluck it. Suddenly, a sword surged from behind, piercing his back and emerging from his chest, leaving a trail of blood. The cultivator's face contorted with shock and fury as he turned to confront his most trusted comrade. I truly regarded you as a brother. Before he could voice his inquiry, the stout cultivator, with bloodshot eyes and tears streaming down his cheeks, lamented, but why was it the green cloud grass? The green cloud grass was exceedingly rare in this remote region of the eastern wilderness, capable of crafting 3rd-tier elixirs and fetching prices of up to 100,000 spirit stones. The temptation for him was immense. You! The slender cultivator's eyes widened in rage, blood spewing from his mouth. His friend's betrayal was so sudden that he had no time to react. I shall take care of your wife and child. Withdrawing his sword, Pan Wenjun struck again, effortlessly severing the head of his former friend, solemnly declaring, in our next life, let us remain brothers. With that, he took the other's storage pouch, neglecting to properly dispose of the corpse, and gleefully pocketed the green cloud grass. Observing this scene from afar, Zhang Xiaolan furrowed her brow. Master, shall we take action? She abhorred betrayal. The individual was clearly engaged in murderous thievery, yet uttered such heartfelt words, which revolted her deeply. Yang Ming remained silent, calculating in his heart. 9th level of gathering qi, this strength is certainly not weak. Taking action recklessly would leave Emotion Yu at a disadvantage, and it would be impossible for him and Zhang Xiaolan to execute a swift kill, easily drawing the attention of other cultivators. Perhaps the opponent has means to summon fellow sect members. What approach could they take to swiftly resolve this matter and prevent further complications? After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of insight flashed in Yang Ming's eyes. I've got it. Having reaped numerous benefits, Pan Wenjun was in high spirits, vanishing once more into the mist in search of other treasures. Following his departing path, Yang Ming and his companions hastened their pace, positioning themselves along his inevitable route. What shall we do? Zhang Xiaolan inquired, puzzled. Lay an ambush? You shall know shortly. Yang Ming retrieved a wooden board from his storage pouch, upon which an incomplete formation was drawn, and quickly infused it with spiritual energy to complete it. This was his most formidable method, verging on a trump card. Zhang Xiaolan's eyes brightened. The formation depicted on the board was identical to that employed against the individual sent by the Masha River sect in the past. So Master had prepared in advance. This time, they would truly strike it rich. Pan Wenjun, brimming with confidence, continued on his way with the treasures gathered from this expedition. He would not have to worry about cultivation resources for a considerable time. Suddenly, faint cries of agony echoed in the distance. Pan Wenjun approached cautiously, only to discover a young man seated cross-legged, bloodied and seemingly gravely injured, with 2 disciples behind him, one paralyzed and the other in a stupor. Ugh! Yang Ming coughed up blood, his complexion pale, as he raised his head to regard the newcomers, his expression wary. Fellow cultivator, I have been injured while dealing with a demonic beast. Please do not disturb me. Ah, I see. Pan Wenjun's eyes flickered as he surveyed the 3. The 2 at the 2nd level of the mortal realm were akin to ants, while the sole troublesome figure, at the 2nd level of gathering qi, was also severely wounded, a prime opportunity to strike. With this thought, he stealthily approached. Do not come any closer. Yang Ming warned sharply, it will be perilous for you. Is that so? Pan Wenjun quickened his pace. Please believe me, do not come closer. It truly is dangerous. Yang Ming implored desperately. Ha ha ha. At these words, Pan Wenjun's doubts vanished. Brandishing his sword, he charged towards the ailing Yang Ming, his intent to kill laid bare. I refuse to believe. Chapter 19. The mysterious puppy. The situation is critical. A triumphant smile graced Pan Wenjun's face as the tip of his sword pointed menacingly at Yang Ming, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Frankly, even he had not anticipated that shortly after acquiring the green cloud grass, he would encounter a severely injured cultivator who unwittingly provided him with resources. Today's fortune was undoubtedly auspicious. Clang, the blade trembled lightly, igniting sparks. Why do people refuse to heed warnings? In a moment of dire urgency, Yang Ming struggled to rise, watching in horror as his adversary approached, nearly twisting his lips in despair. Thunderstrike, activate. Crackle. Violet lightning coiled around his arm, his long hair rising as if caught in a tempest, his robes billowing dramatically. In an instant, his aura surged from frailty to its zenith, a torrent of power roiling within him, bolstered by the spiritual energy of the 2 disciples behind him. Pan Wenjun's smile froze into a mask of terror, replaced by shock as he felt the electric surge coursing through his body, sending painful jolts through his skin. An indescribable sense of crisis surged within him. Paralyzed, this fellow was pretending to be weak. Raising his fist, Yang Ming summoned a web-like crack in the ground, spreading outwards. He lamented, I warned you of the danger, why did you not believe me? With the enhancement of the gathering yuan formation, he delivered a serious punch. Boom, like a cannonball fired from its chamber, his fist propelled a powerful gust of air, crashing into Pan Wenjun's face, sending his head spiraling upward, his corporeal form disintegrating in midair. Amidst the chaos of flying debris, a deep fissure appeared, and a mass of charred flesh fell to the ground, utterly lifeless. Simultaneously, the gathering yuan formation depleted its energy and swiftly dissipated. Master is formidable. Zhang Xiaolan expressed her admiration fervently. By lying in wait and exploiting her enemy's greed, he had deftly avoided a stalemate, demonstrating meticulous consideration. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Yang Ming declared solemnly, one must not forget the means to turn the tide when in dire straits. Xiaolan, remember, life is singular, one must tread carefully, otherwise, how can you ensure that you won't become the next Yuan Hong in battle? He possessed several incomplete yet nearly finished versions of the gathering yuan formation in his storage bag, having prepared for future contingencies. He was well aware that the opportunity to employ them would eventually arise. Zhang Xiaolan replied with a hint of shame, disciple is enlightened. She understood that her master was reminding her that cultivators often possess means for self-preservation or desperation, and until a victor is determined, anything can transpire. To be aware of one's advantageous position yet recklessly expose oneself is far from wise. Seeing his disciple grasp the gravity of the situation, Yang Ming nodded in satisfaction and stepped forward to retrieve Pan Wenjun's storage bag. This fellow had undoubtedly engaged in numerous underhanded deeds and likely possessed many valuable items. Suddenly, a streak of black light shot in from the distance. An ambush. Yang Ming's heart raced as he swiftly turned to confront the threat, only to narrowly miss a pitch-black puppy dashing past him, its tongue lolling out, small in stature yet leaving behind fleeting afterimages as it moved with astonishing speed. How swift, what kind of beast is this? Yang Ming pondered, a sudden realization dawning upon him as he turned his gaze back, only to find Pan Wenjun's storage bag had vanished. Undoubtedly, its aim was not to harm but to seize treasure. Where are you going? Jiang Xiaolan urged her sword to fly forth, yet it was left trailing in the dust. In the blink of an eye, the creature had disappeared without a trace. How intriguing! Yang Ming silently watched the direction of the retreating figure, his tone unchanging, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. A foolish dog dares to play the game of snatching food from the tiger's mouth before me. Pursuing was certainly futile, the puppy's speed was far too great. However, in terms of threat level, it posed little danger. In other words, the dog merely possessed extraordinary swiftness. Moments later, a young man descended on a sword, his expression sour as he approached Yang Ming, muttering, "That little beast really can run fast." Xian Shang. Yang Ming mused. The secret realm was under the jurisdiction of the Wulong Mountain Manor, indicating that they must have already known about this peculiar beast. However, judging by Qian Shang's demeanor, it seemed they had previously attempted to capture it during earlier incursions into the secret realm, all to no avail. Qian Shang cast a sidelong glance at Yang Ming, then at the nearby remains, seemingly aware of what had transpired. He scoffed, "Consider yourself unlucky." With that, he continued in pursuit of the direction the puppy had fled. "Let us follow." Yang Ming signaled. Jiang Xiaolan inquired, "That dog is extraordinarily fast, do you have a way to capture it? Did you see if it had a storage bag?" Yang Ming countered with a smile. Jiang Xiaolan shook her head, "It should not have one." "Indeed." Yang Ming retrieved the star compass from his robes, a smirk gracing his lips. "That foolish dog seems to enjoy collecting treasures. It must store them somewhere." Precisely, chasing the dog would yield no results. The Wulong Mountain Manor gained nothing because they insisted on capturing it, but for Yang Ming, whether he could catch it was of little consequence. Seizing all the treasures it had collected would be a boon. Anyone who dared to pilfer from his spoils would pay the price. The three soared on their swords, not pursuing the black puppy, but rather following its trajectory while utilizing the star compass to search for treasures. Yang Ming was acutely aware that the process would not be smooth, as the compass only sought treasures nearest to its location and might occasionally deviate from the path. Soon, they stumbled upon a peculiar sapling, a blue cherry tree. It was a remarkable find, rivaling the green cloud grass. Once fully grown, the tree would bloom with abundant light blue petals, exuding a fragrant aroma that aided cultivators in calming their minds and dispelling heart demons. Information about it flooded Yang Ming's mind, and he immediately began to carefully excavate it along with the surrounding soil, striving not to damage the tree in the slightest. Theoretically, this specimen could fetch a considerable sum of spirit stones, but spirit stones paled in comparison to the value derived from sect revenues. It must be transplanted within the Destiny sect. Retracing their path, he continued searching for the black puppy's lair, repeatedly activating the star compass along the way, allowing Yang Ming to gather numerous rare herbs. This secret realm is flourishing with such an abundance of treasures. I sense something unusual. Jiang Xiaolan noted, though the individual value of these herbs might not be significant, the fact that the secret realm had been visited multiple times yet still yielded rewards for subsequent cultivators surely concealed some mystery. Have you noticed? Yang Ming pocketed a small purple herb and stated earnestly, "I sensed something amiss when that puppy appeared, but given our current weakness, I feared probing too deeply would invite disaster." His purpose in coming here was straightforward. To collect flowers and plants to adorn the sect, thus reaping substantial benefits. Beyond that, if anyone were to offer resources, it would be even more fortuitous. Afterward, he continued to explore in the direction the mysterious puppy had taken. At one moment, he heard strange moans, pleading, "No, no, please, no." Until he was near, the sounds abruptly ceased. In broad daylight, what a shocking turn of events, why the sudden silence? A disgruntled female voice emerged. "What I mean is, don't stop. Which blind fool dares to disturb my enjoyment?" After a rustling noise, Bai Yufan from the Extreme Joy sect emerged from hiding, her anger dissipating upon seeing Yang Ming and glancing at Jiang Xiaolan behind him. She smirked wickedly, "Little sister, we truly are fated." Crack, a sound akin to thunder resonated, reverberating across the vicinity. Yang Ming's expression turned icy, his eyes brimming with unreserved murderous intent, sparing not a single word before unleashing a lightning flash, electricity crackling around him as he charged toward Bai Yufan. He had been enduring outside the secret realm, but now, this beast was marked for death. Chapter 20 Stealing Home. As Bai Yufan suddenly exhibited strength beyond that of a mere second-tier chi-gathering practitioner, his expression shifted dramatically, as if confronted by a formidable foe. He had no time to consider the attendants behind him, hastily drawing forth a yellowish shield to block the impending attack. The surface of the shield shimmered with the illusion of towering mountains. Clang! The azure wind shadow sword, imbued with the might of thunder, pierced forth directly, striking the shield with a resounding clash that echoed through the air. The shockwave from their collision sent the two women accompanying Bai Yufan flying away. Crackle, electricity coursed through Yang Ming's body, radiating outward in all directions, leaving Bai Yufan, at the 6th level of Qi gathering, with tingling hands and a stinging skin. Crack. After a tense standoff lasting several seconds, the shield shattered into fragments. "You are not merely at the 2nd level of Qi gathering." Bai Yufan exclaimed in horror, stumbling backward. Swish, in the next instant, Yang Ming appeared before him with astonishing speed. Rather than wielding his weapon, he unleashed a powerful kick, striking Bai Yufan squarely in the face, and then forcefully brought his foot downward. Bai Yufan felt his vision blur as he was rapidly propelled downward, colliding intimately with the ground, the sound of his skull fracturing resounding in his ears. Looking up at Yang Ming, he was met with eyes filled with rage and murderous intent. "What are you pretending for?" Yang Ming's voice was icy, his chest seething with fury. I have endured your insolence long enough. How dare you disrespect my disciple? The audacity of this man had already marked him for death in Yang Ming's eyes. Please, don't kill me. Bai Yufan, pale and trembling, felt warmth spreading down his legs, his heart filled with regret. My master is the leader of the blissful sect. If you dare to kill me, she will surely pursue justice. Too fast, he had never anticipated such a swift defeat. Today, you dare to insult my disciple. Yang Ming seemed unfazed, lifting his right foot, crackling with lightning, before bringing it down with ferocity. I shall ensure your demise. Boom! The ground erupted, Bai Yufan's face contorted as his skull was crushed into the earth, leaving behind only charred fragments. Zhang Xiaolan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. To encounter my master, I am truly fortunate. With Bai Yufan dealt with, Yang Ming turned his attention to the two disheveled women. Please, don't kill us. Startled by the malicious glint in Yang Ming's gaze, the two women, baring their milky skin, pleaded, we are willing to serve you. Swoosh. Swoosh, two inferior-grade spirit weapons swiftly severed their necks, ending their lives without hesitation. Yang Ming paused momentarily, then turned to Zhang Xiaolan, who wore a face of indignation. They had ulterior motives and were utterly shameless. I aimed to assist my master in eliminating them. Oh, you. Yang Ming's expression relaxed as he shook his head with a chuckle. Do you really think I could be swayed by such trifling seduction? Dispose of the bodies, and let us continue our treasure hunt. All right. Collecting Bai Yufan's storage bag, the trio resumed their quest for riches. As they delved deeper into the secret realm, the surrounding mist grew increasingly dense, interspersed with the distant roars of beasts, exuding an aura of intimidation. We must be nearing the inner sanctum, Yang Ming mused inwardly. Compared to the periphery, the dangers within were far more pronounced, and an encounter with a second-tier monster was inevitable. Buzz, after approximately 10 minutes of exploration, the celestial compass trembled, revealing the presence of treasure nearby. Following the indicated direction, they arrived at a narrow cave, its interior shrouded in mystery. I shall probe ahead. Zhang Xiaolan declared, maneuvering a mundane sword into the depths. Clang, clang, the blade struck an invisible barrier, returning bent and rendered useless. Let me try again, she exclaimed, unleashing 10 more blades. Boom, 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 this time, explosions erupted within the cave, illuminating the darkness as something triggered a restriction. I have a hunch that this is a den. Yang Ming's eyes sparkled with insight. Continue, activate all the restrictions. Understood. Zhang Xiaolan complied, producing dozens of flying swords, multitasking as she struck the rocky walls, leaving no corner unexamined, igniting a series of detonations. Once the commotion ceased, she sighed in relief. It should be clear now. Let us proceed. Yang Ming, brimming with anticipation, stepped into the cave, illuminating the path ahead. After traversing a narrow passage for several dozen steps, the space suddenly opened up. Whoosh, upon reaching the end, they beheld dozens of empty storage bags scattered across the ground, while heaps of spirit stones, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, lay nearby. Moreover, various resources abounded, with rare herbs gleaming vibrantly, emanating a rich fragrance that invigorated their spirits. To leave this behind would be to squander the generous intentions of that foolish dog. How could I bear it? Absolutely. Yang Ming exclaimed with unrestrained joy, hastily gathering all the treasures into his storage bag. Having amassed a bountiful haul in this secret realm, he declared, let us depart. Turning to leave, he remarked disdainfully, this desolate place gives me an uncomfortable feeling. As they exited the cave, the group prepared to return to the periphery. Just a few steps outside, a shadow burst through the thick fog, revealing the black puppy, its tail held high and wagging with glee, proudly clutching Yang Ming's storage bag in its mouth. Both parties stood momentarily stunned. How did it end up here? The puppy gazed back with a look of confusion. At last, I've found you. Yang Ming trembled with rage, pulling out his wind shadow sword, his voice hoarse and eyes bloodshot. Return my green cloud grass to me. It belongs to me. Woof, the black puppy bared its teeth, utterly unconcerned, and dashed away, effortlessly evading Yang Ming. Don't run. Yang Ming chased after it for a few steps, then returned with a laugh. I thought it was some rare beast. Turns out it's just a foolish dog. Whoosh, moments later, a disheveled Qian Shang rushed past, relentlessly pursuing the puppy. You little beast, where do you think you're going? He had come armed with numerous speed-enhancing treasures from the sect, but that peculiar pup was faster than he had anticipated, leading him on a wild chase for 2 days. If this continued, he would return empty-handed once more. Let us go. Ignoring the playful pursuit between man and dog, Yang Ming stated, we shall await the opening of the secret realm and then return to the sect to recuperate. Recuperate. That was his immediate plan. With sufficient resources, the sect's gains would surely soar. There was no time for frivolity, he needed to focus on growth. I'll do as you say, brother. Mo Xingyu, who had been obediently standing behind Yang Ming, munched on spirit stones, eager to comply. Meanwhile, the puppy, having evaded its pursuers, pranced back with the storage bag in its mouth, delighted with its day's accomplishments. Today was a splendid day. Not only had it gathered a wealth of treasures, but it had also outsmarted the human cultivators. In high spirits, it returned to its usual resting spot, entering the cave, ready for a well-deserved nap, only to sense something amiss. All the traps had been triggered. Whoosh, like an arrow released from its bow, the puppy hastily returned to its den, only to find its once bountiful nest of rare herbs now utterly barren. Thud, the storage bag slipped from its mouth, and it stood there, stunned, as if struck by lightning. Where is my home? Where is my home? Chapter 21. A change of plans. Standing in its abode, the puppy, after a brief moment of stupor, suddenly recalled the trio that had collided with it earlier in the inner perimeter. Their departing trajectory fortuitously led away from its den. It was them, it must be them. Realizing this, it became frantic, immediately retracing its steps at a speed several times swifter than before, creating powerful gusts of wind in its wake. Found you, Chen Shang, who had been disheartened by the lost trail of the exotic beast, was suddenly filled with joy upon spotting the puppy reappear in his line of sight. Woof, there was no time to concern himself with the obstructive mutt before him. The anxious puppy darted forward, weaving left and right, leaving a flurry of afterimages that dazzled the eye. A secret technique of repeated lateral leaps. Chen Shang could barely register the sight before him when a refreshing breeze brushed past. The black puppy, moving at an incomprehensible speed, circumnavigated him and continued to vanish into the distance. This left Chen Shang utterly dumbfounded. During the chase, this dog hadn't even reached its maximum velocity. How could he possibly catch it now? Meanwhile, not far from the den, Yang Ming, accompanied by 2 disciples, intended to hastily vacate this jubilant sight. Whoosh, the sword descended beneath their feet, and Yang Ming urged, "Hurry up, we must leave at once." The speed of that exotic beast was formidable, and knowing that the den had been compromised, it might very well pursue them anew. Although it seemed a minor threat, mutated beasts often possessed incomprehensible abilities, and it was possible they could reclaim the resources he had secured. The 2 disciples promptly obeyed their master's command, ascending onto the enlarged blade. Just as the trio prepared to depart, a dozen green vines surged forth from the misty expanse of the inner perimeter with lightning speed, launching a sudden attack, accompanied by a deep voice, "You cannot escape." All swords returned to their origin, thunder strike. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaolan summoned all available weapons to defend, while Yang Ming augmented their power. To their astonishment, the vines, despite being pierced, continued to advance, their blackened forms disregarding their own injuries. Drawing forth the wind shadow sword, Yang Ming severed the encroaching vines and quickly retreated. Whoosh, suddenly, a vine ensnared Mo Xingya's left foot, yanking her back with great force. Be careful. Yang Ming, with quick reflexes, grasped Mo Xingya's arm in an attempt to pull her free, but the vine's strength was surprisingly immense, making it difficult to break free. Don't cling to me. Mo Xingyu kicked out, unleashing a blast of icy energy that instantly froze the vine, subsequently snapping it apart. Realizing the adversary was formidable, the vine retreated hastily, abandoning its pursuit and warning, "The Xianing beast is powerful, I can only assist you to this extent." Woof, at that moment, the Xianing beast, resembling a... Finally, it caught up, so that was it, the vine was its ally. Yang Ming understood, his hand instinctively reaching for the storage pouch at his waist, calculating his next move. He had initially intended to conclude this expedition swiftly, but it seemed fate had other plans. We shall fight if necessary. Zhang Xiaolan's thoughts stirred, and hundreds of weapons, including 2 low-grade spiritual artifacts, hovered in the air, their tips aimed squarely at the Xianing beast, a potent aura of sword intent accompanied by a murderous atmosphere pouring forth. Theoretically, she believed that with her master, and her senior sister, they should be invincible within the secret realm, unless a formidable Yuan transformation adept appeared. However, if the commotion became too great, they would face dire consequences upon exiting. Upon witnessing this scene, the Xianing beast appeared on high alert. Do not act yet. Yang Ming squinted slightly. Since the master of those vines insists that we remain, let us proceed deeper into the secret realm. He discerned that this exotic beast was still at the first level. Although its speed was astonishing, its power was insufficiently strong, and the vine's master posed no significant threat either. Given this, the plan had shifted, they were now poised to seize treasure. Whoosh, the sword bearing the 3 of them glided slowly into the depths of the secret realm. The Xianing beast followed closely, aware that the trio was not to be underestimated, and refrained from rash actions. As they navigated through the increasingly dense fog, Zhang Xiaolan began to suspect Yang Ming's intentions. Master, do you mean? Indeed, I have also considered whether a gradual approach to cultivation could enable us to establish a first-rate sect in the eastern wilderness before the battle of good and evil. Yang Ming replied. The current secret realm concealed enigmas. If deciphered, it would undoubtedly yield substantial benefits, a notion he clearly understood. However, due to their ignorance of the inner perimeter and core area, he could not make a hasty decision. Nonetheless, the recent events compelled him to change his mind. The entity controlling the vines was not human. In other words, it was highly likely a sentient plant spirit, possessing immense potential for growth, its value immeasurable. Not to mention, even those at the Yuan transformation level or those at the profound realm would be eager to pursue it. Presently, its power was limited, making it the ideal time for subjugation. At a certain moment, they ventured into the territory of another beast. A mournful howl echoed. A massive wolf over 5 meters in length charged at them, its fiendish visage dripping with viscous saliva. A second-tier beast, the Kanjia wolf, as it approached, it opened its gaping maw, lunging towards the trio. Swoosh, 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 the sound of slicing air rang out sharply. Over 100 blades struck the Kanjia wolf, inflicting numerous wounds. Yang Ming invoked the thunder flash, swiftly appearing before it. The wind shadow sword, accompanied by the roar of thunder, cleaved the beast nearly in 2, achieving an effortless kill. Witnessing the Kanjia wolf's grisly demise, the Xianing beast became increasingly cautious. These two were far more powerful than it had anticipated, only that bewildered little girl seemed relatively easy to deal with. Collecting the demon core and the carcass into his storage pouch, Yang Ming pressed onward, spending approximately half an hour before reaching the core area of the secret realm, where he found nothing upon investigation. Yang Ming was not surprised by this. If the treasures were easily discoverable, they would have been claimed long ago. Using conventional means to probe, even cultivators at the profound realm might struggle to uncover any clues. You will never find me. The voice of the vine assailants echoed from all directions. Yang Ming ignored them, turning instead to the Xianing beast, stating boldly, since it has chosen to aid you, you should be able to locate its position and lead me there. Woof. The Xianing beast nearly thought it had misheard, displaying a vividly disdainful expression. How could it possibly assist the enemy? What foolishness was this? Human, do not underestimate the bond of friendship between us. The voice of the ambushers resurfaced in the air. So many rare herbs. If you choose to consume them, you will undoubtedly benefit greatly. They cannot all be of the first tier. Yang Ming remained unfazed, continuing his analysis. Yet you hoard them all, presumably to offer them to this plant spirit, correct? The Xianing beast appeared somewhat taken aback. So I was correct, Yang Ming smirked, adding, there is surely a transaction between you and it, otherwise, you would have no need to stockpile so many. You could easily bestow a portion upon it, thereby granting it a benefit. This indicates that your bond of friendship is not particularly deep, sustained solely by mutual interests. The Xianing beast fell silent. It had not expected that, from a mere brief encounter, this human youth could discern so much information. If you are willing to guide me, I will assist you in obtaining what you desire. Yang Ming attempted to sway it. He had essentially deduced the reason behind the plant spirit's exposure. It was due to the treasures the Xianing beast was preparing to exchange, which were equally vital to it. Do not trust him, the ambushers interjected. Humans are deceitful and treacherous beings. I bear no ill will. I merely wish to discuss some important matters with you. Yang Ming proclaimed, surveying his surroundings. Do you truly intend to remain here for eternity? Indeed, now that events had reached this juncture, he resolved to find a way to take both the Xianing beast and the intelligent plant spirit with him. Chapter 22 of The Forgetting Tree. Yang Ming was acutely aware that success could not be achieved through sheer brute force alone. The only viable opportunity lay in persuading others with reason. The world outside is truly magnificent. Yang Ming, if word were to spread, attracting the attention of certain formidable beings from the cultivation realm, they could not guarantee their own safety. The cultivators outside are truly ruthless. Yang Ming informed them candidly, they will spare no effort to eliminate you, turning you into elixirs or erasing your consciousness, rendering you a mere tool. The assailant was rendered speechless. Are you not one of those cultivators outside? Yang Ming then turned to the shadow beast. If the cultivators were to learn that you could assist them in locating sentient plant spirits, what do you think would happen? They would employ soul-searching techniques against you, and the subject of such a technique would suffer unbearable torment. At these words, the shadow beast took a few steps back in trepidation, fully aware that this was no idle threat. I have always been compassionate. I genuinely do not wish for you to endure such calamity. Yang Ming lamented, the cultivators outside are truly wicked, unlike my benevolent self. The assailant, visibly irate, declared, as long as you keep your mouth shut, nothing will happen. I do not wish for any trouble either. Yang Ming spread his hands in feigned innocence, but what if I encounter a formidable adversary? Wouldn't I need to present sufficient incentives to persuade them to let me go? How then could I possibly keep my silence? The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Both man and beast were enveloped in stillness. After Yang Ming's analysis, they realized they were left with two choices: either negotiate or sever ties. The issue was that the trio's strength was not to be underestimated. Even if they chose the latter, they would not be able to escape unscathed. Master is truly formidable. Zhang Xiaolan marveled inwardly. They had been in a passive position just moments before, yet through mere words, Yang Ming had cornered their adversaries into a dilemma. Such a feat was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Damn it, you're ruthless. The sentient plant spirit conceded completely. Is it not enough that I allowed you to enter? This individual had managed to create friction between the friendship of the shadow beast and itself through conflicting interests, and then resorted to threats to force them into a decision. In doing so, it had to ensure not only its own composure in the face of danger but also that its allies, despite differing interests, stood united. The challenge was immense. Suddenly, a multitude of green vines appeared in the distance, breaking through the confines of space to envelop them, coiling and intertwining until they were completely ensconced. After experiencing a kaleidoscope of light and shadow, the vines receded, and Yang Ming found himself in a different location, confronted by a tree. Moreover, vibrant flowers and grasses flourished beneath the tree, shrouded in rich spiritual energy, clearly not of mundane origin. It was, in fact, a spirit tree. Yang Ming surveyed his surroundings, noting that the space was not particularly vast, approximately 50 square meters, filled with the gentle flutter of fireflies, creating a tranquil and serene ambience that was refreshing to the spirit. What shall I call you? The tree inquired, speaking with a human voice. Yang Ming, at your service, he replied. Yang Ming, please articulate your desires. Quite simply. He took a deep breath and candidly stated, I wish for you to join the sect I have founded. Even the most naive observer would comprehend that this tree possessed an extraordinarily high potential. Should it be planted within the Destiny sect, the benefits reaped would be staggering. That is impossible. The tree shook its head in refusal. Why not? Yang Ming inquired. Well, the tree hesitated before confessing, to be frank, I am a forgetting tree. A forgetting tree. Yang Ming's expression remained composed as he retrieved relevant texts from his storage pouch, quickly flipping through the pages until he found the entry, Forgetting Tree. A divine tree described in the ancient cultivation world, inherently endowed with wisdom, and rumored to possess a slight possibility of becoming a divine tree. It is said that the fruits it bears can assist cultivators in entering a profound state of enlightenment. Hiss. Yang Ming inhaled sharply, his gaze fixated on the description of its effects, unable to look away. Enlightenment, a state that cultivators could only hope to encounter, wherein one could potentially break through the confines of their realm, advancing their cultivation significantly, or even mastering unique techniques of their own. You must be aware of the significance of the forgetting tree, it stated solemnly. If any information about me were to leak, it would spell doom for you. To be candid, it had not intended to reveal itself. However, the circumstances had proven overwhelming. Had it known better, it would not have intervened to assist the troublesome shadow beast in intercepting the thief. Closing the book, Yang Ming smiled and remarked, "Do you know what saying exists among humans? Fortune favors the bold. I believe you should seriously consider joining my sect. If a treasure lay before one's eyes, yet one hesitated to seize, the path of cultivation must be steady, yet not timid. I doubt you can keep me. I do not care for your doubts, I care for my own." Yang Ming insisted. Moreover, what significance does your staying here hold? Can this place truly provide the resources necessary for your growth? A divine tree as described in the ancient cultivation world, he could scarcely fathom the spectacle of planting it within his sect. Merely envisioning it sent shivers of excitement down his spine. After a lengthy silence, the forgetting tree finally moved its roots, slowly shifting from its original position. In that instant, pale lightning flickered. Yang Ming's gaze sharpened, revealing that within that area, countless currents of electricity danced, brimming with an indescribable power that was breathtaking. Technically, I belong to someone, but my master has been in a coma for over 10,000 years. The forgetting tree confessed, during her slumber, I nurtured my own existence, for the seed of my origin remains in her possession, hence I cannot depart. Is that so? Yang Ming stepped closer, sensing another realm beneath, yet the interior was fraught with tumultuous lightning, dazzlingly bright, containing enough power to obliterate anything. He could sense a will of destruction emanating from the lightning, as if it were alive after thousands of years of unconsciousness. The master of the forgetting tree must possess extraordinary strength. It is not that I do not wish to leave. I simply cannot. The forgetting tree lamented, perhaps we could renegotiate, such as offering you a forgetting fruit once I mature. Despite the myriad dangers outside, how could it willingly remain here, accompanying a master who might awaken at an indeterminate time? Such solitude was unbearable. That will not be necessary. Yang Ming reached out to touch the pale lightning. Do not touch it, with your strength, the slightest contact would lead to your utter destruction, the forgetting tree warned sternly. Yang Ming said nothing and chose to proceed with his gesture. You are courting death. The forgetting tree exclaimed in shock. Zzzt. As his finger made contact with the terrifying lightning, Yang Ming immediately felt a tingling sensation coursing through him, electricity surging through his organs. The energy was immense, yet it posed no harm to him. The forgetting tree was utterly astonished. You are unscathed? Its master possessed immeasurable power, and the barrier she had left behind should be insurmountable for someone at the chi gathering stage. Is there only lightning down there? Yang Ming's gaze was intense. If it were fire, water, or any other element, he would surely be unable to overcome it, but why was it specifically lightning? Indeed, the forgetting tree confirmed, I assure you of this. Then that is good. Yang Ming cautiously entered the passageway, surrounded by countless bolts of lightning that danced near him yet could not inflict any harm. Boom, moments later, he landed on the ground, allowing the pale lightning to envelop him as he strode forward with purpose. Arriving at the location of the forgetting tree's master amidst the cacophony of thunder, he beheld her true form, and Yang Ming's expression turned to one of astonishment. It was actually, Chapter 23 Unintentional offense. Beneath the forgetting dust tree, in a concealed space, thunder roared incessantly, and lightning crackled furiously. To his astonishment, it was a girl, completely unclad. Yang Ming's eyes reflected a blend of surprise, confusion, and a hint of admiration. In his view, amidst the myriad intertwining bolts of lightning, the ethereal figure of the mysterious maiden floated gracefully in midair, her silhouette as enchanting as a painting, with fingers as delicate as green onions interlaced upon her flat, taut abdomen. Her skin was as white as snow, exquisitely smooth, and with her starry eyes closed, she appeared serene and beautiful, albeit her pale, wan lips added a touch of vulnerability that was utterly endearing. Behind her, Yang Ming discerned the remnant of a shattered sword, merely the hilt remaining, yet it still emanated a terrifying aura of malevolence. Undoubtedly, she had endured a fierce battle prior, leaving even her weapon in ruin. Yang Ming held his breath, striving to remain silent. Even though the girl seemed to be in a prolonged slumber, he dared not underestimate her, nor could he afford to act rashly. One could say that any slight movement from her could herald considerable trouble, especially as he had inadvertently trespassed into her slumbering realm and glimpsed sights he ought not to have seen. Do not harbor disrespect. The voice of the forgetting dust tree resonated, its tone gravely reminding him, your master possesses unparalleled strength. Her true form is likely that of a pure-blooded white tiger. Yang Ming's heart quivered slightly, his gaze involuntarily drawn downward, beyond the alluring curves of the devilish figure, to behold a different vista. Nodding in acknowledgement, I see it now. Just as you said, this is indeed a pure-blooded white tiger, no wonder she commands such astonishing and exotic lightning. You can actually discern it? The forgetting dust tree expressed astonishment, such formidable perception. This space was created by its master and would not be open to the outside world. However, after an extensive passage of time, it had suffered some degradation, ultimately manifesting as a realm of mystery known to cultivators. Nevertheless, the current appearance of this secret realm was not particularly grand or ostentatious, and under normal circumstances, it would not attract the attention of strong individuals. The emergence of an anomaly like Yang Ming was truly unforeseen. Perception, is such a thing necessary? Yang Ming remarked with a slight smirk, choosing not to elaborate further. He returned to the matter at hand. What must I do to assist you in your predicament? Despite the girl's seemingly harmless demeanor, he was acutely aware that she was still very much alive. This was a rather frightening reality. Perhaps every move he made was within her perception, hence he could not display any malice. My root seed lies within the pendant adorning her chest, the forgetting dust tree instructed. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming's expression grew peculiar as his gaze fell upon the opulent curves of the maiden's bosom, where a verdant jade pendant hung, partially obscured, making it easy to overlook. Hiss. Within the pale lightning, Yang Ming inhaled deeply, activating the thunderous breathing technique to steady his emotions. Crack, 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 suddenly, thunder erupted, and fierce lightning surged into his limbs and bones, rampaging through his meridians. Had it not been for his unique physique, anyone else would likely have been obliterated by now. Yang Ming's expression shifted dramatically as he discovered that the lightning, through the operation of the thunderous breathing technique, began to flow gradually into his dantian, merging with his spiritual energy and transforming slowly. What a remarkable thunderous breathing technique! In that instant, he felt a swell of excitement. Through this unique practice, he could actually devour the exotic lightning possessed by the white tiger and transform it for his own use. Reining in his emotions and distractions, Yang Ming approached cautiously, extending his right hand slowly towards the maiden's soft bosom. Boom, just as he was about to make contact with the pendant, an indescribable pressure descended abruptly, without any warning. Indeed, her consciousness is alert. Withdraw now. You've already allowed me entry, how could I possibly retreat so easily? Yang Ming's brow furrowed, his arm flushed red, veins bulging ominously as he endured the suffocating pressure, inching forward step by step. The urgency intensified. With each centimeter, he experienced a different sensation. Even the broken sword behind the maiden began to tremble, its shattered blade subtly pointing towards him, brimming with a potent aura of threat. It was not until 30 seconds later that he finally managed to touch the pendant, pinching it between two fingers and then lifting it, carefully navigating around her graceful neck, removing it along with the cord that bound it. PFF, in the act of accomplishing this, Yang Ming could no longer contain himself. Under the overwhelming pressure, a mouthful of fresh blood erupted from his lips, splattering onto her pristine skin before it slowly trickled down. Without hesitation, Yang Ming swiftly retreated, feeling the pressure gradually dissipate. That was close. Thankfully, I maintained my composure, otherwise, she might have become furious. Well done. The forgetting dust tree, oblivious to the bloodstain on its master, praised him enthusiastically. You may exit now. It had sensed that the pendant containing its root seed was now in Yang Ming's possession. Just a moment longer. Yang Ming did not depart. Instead, he sat cross-legged, activating the thunderous breathing technique to both regulate himself and rapidly absorb the pale lightning. Gush, blood surged within him, the sounds of thunder echoing from his 5 viscera and 6 entrails. The lightning in this space seemed inexhaustible, providing him the opportunity to master it. After 3 full hours, Yang Ming's dantian brimmed with pale lightning, ensuring the accumulated amount was sufficient to aid his transformation of lightning elemental energy. He rose and clasped his fists toward the bloodstained maiden. Sister White Tiger, I mean no offense. Buzz. No sooner had he spoken than the broken sword trembled, releasing a potent aura of sword intent. Poised yet unstruck, Yang Ming gazed deeply at the sentient blade before swiftly leaping out of the space, returning to the location of the forgetting dust tree. Thank you, Brother Yang, for retrieving my root seed. The forgetting dust tree extended a vine, placing it before Yang Ming. Yang Ming donned the pendant around his neck, subsequently tucking it within his garments. That is not necessary. Between us, we share a bond akin to brothers, no need for such formality. Returning it is out of the question. The Destiny Sect still lacks a distinctive landmark, and this shall be it. Very well, the forgetting dust tree replied, it seems I am preparing to depart the secret realm. Yang Ming then glanced at the silent Xianing beast squatting nearby. What about you? The Xianing beast raised its front paw, gazing at Yang Ming with pitiful eyes, then turning toward the forgetting dust tree. Yang Ming understood. Forget dust tree. What is the nature of your transaction with the Xianing beast? He had not forgotten that the exposure of the forgetting dust tree was entirely due to the Xianing beast's doing. Otherwise, he would have certainly missed out on the greatest benefits within the secret realm. If I take root in a place abundant with rare herbs, I will grow much faster, the forgetting dust tree explained, and I possess the carcass of the exotic beast that the Xianing beast requires. As it spoke, its trunk shifted, and from the soil below, the remains of an exotic beast emerged. Woof, the Xianing beast leapt excitedly, displaying its enthusiasm, but Yang Ming interjected, positioning himself in front of the beast's remains. Join the Destiny Sect, and I will consider this as your welfare benefit. The Xianing beast instinctively retreated a couple of steps, its face etched with wariness. This was the most cunning human it had ever encountered. The capabilities of the Xianing beast are indeed rather extraordinary, the forgetting dust tree elaborated. It possesses incredible speed and excels at evasion, along with the ability to mimic. Mimicry? Yang Ming questioned, intrigued. It can imitate anything? If its strength is sufficient, it can mimic anything, provided it acquires a part of the other as flesh, the forgetting dust tree clarified, adding that the duration of the mimicry correlates with the Xianing beast's strength and the quality of the flesh obtained. Isn't that invincible? Yang Ming's eyes lit up. Initially believing the Xianing beast merely had speed, he was taken aback by this astonishing talent. However, mere mimicry does not alter its inherent strength, and certain exceptionally unique abilities cannot be imitated, the forgetting dust tree added. Yang Ming comprehended. To put it plainly, through the flesh of another, it could temporarily transform into the other, retaining its own strength while wielding all the abilities of the one it mimicked. If executed properly, this could yield unimaginable convenience. Naturally, innate talents such as divine bodies and the ability to ignore lightning elemental harm could not be replicated through mere imitation. What do you say, Xianing beast? Would you care to join us? Yang Ming crouched down, persuading, all meals and lodging included, and if you join now, I'll throw in the exotic beast's remains for free. Woof, the Xianing beast glanced at the exotic beast's remains, then at Yang Ming, raising its head and barking twice. Forget dust tree, translate. It said that as long as you can catch it, it will join. If not, it requests that you gift it the exotic beast's remains. Chapter 24 of the Storm anew. So it is. Yang Ming, brimming with interest, gazed at the Xianing beast, which appeared to possess an unwavering confidence in its speed, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, swiftness grants one an inherent advantage, yet such a benefit is predicated upon certain conditions. Xianing beast, do not act unreasonably, the forgetting dust tree advised. You should comprehend that joining the sect to which Yang Ming belongs is not a detrimental choice. While it may seem that this decision was made lightly, it was, in fact, the result of deep contemplation. Both Yang Ming and his two disciples exhibited extraordinary potential. Their sect could hardly be mediocre. Surely it was resplendent and formidable, teeming with powerhouses, a veritable top-tier sect. Rather than wandering alone in the perilous world, it would be wiser to find a suitable haven for gradual growth. Woof, the Xianing beast obstinately shook its head. It harbored its own pride. Joining a sect, while providing a sense of belonging, would also entail a loss of freedom. Very well, I shall respect your choice, Yang Ming responded with newfound admiration. The Xianing beast's speed was indeed extraordinary. The forgetting dust tree attempted to offer further counsel, but Yang Ming interrupted. No need for more words. I believe a dog cannot outrun a human. The Xianing beast widened its eyes in disbelief. Where did this fellow derive his confidence? Let's commence immediately, Yang Ming declared. On the count of 3, you run, and I will chase. The Xianing beast nodded, brimming with self-assurance. 1, 2. Yang Ming deviated from the expected, counting to 3 while simultaneously reaching out to grasp it. However, he only encountered a gust of wind as the Xianing beast shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. Not bad, a clever dog. Nowhere to escape. Zhang Xiaolan swiftly commanded dozens of flying swords to obstruct its path. Yet, the Xianing beast darted through the air like a streak of black light, even using the swords as stepping stones, flashing about the 50 square meter space so swiftly that even the eyes struggled to keep pace. I want to play cat and mouse too. Mo Xingyu, who had been snacking, excitedly leaped toward the Xianing beast. Play? Do you think I am indulging in a game of house with you? The Xianing beast scoffed at the approaching girl. Among the trio, this silly girl was clearly the most naive. Swish, a chilling rush surged as Mo Xingyu appeared behind the Xianing beast, relentlessly pursuing it with a beaming smile, thoroughly enjoying herself. Doggy, don't run. The Xianing beast thought, what is this creature? So unfathomably formidable. Turning to face Mo Xingyu, who had suddenly materialized behind it, its eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. Could her specialty also be speed? Its contempt had vanished, and the Xianing beast immediately accelerated, exerting its full strength. Yet, no matter how fast it ran, Mo Xingyu managed to stay closely behind, separated by mere centimeters. Swish, swish, the two figures flickered throughout the room, one in pursuit of the other. What is the limit of my senior sister? Zhang Xiaolan was thoroughly impressed. No matter how she viewed it, she felt Mo Xingyu's only flaw was her somewhat lacking comprehension abilities. Approximately 3 minutes later, panting and out of breath, Mo Xingyu paused her chase. I can't keep going. Having barely bested the beast, the Xianing beast provocatively glanced at Yang Ming. It was eager to see how this master compared to his disciples in prowess. At that moment, all eyes in the space converged upon Yang Ming, curious to see how he would respond. It seems I must intervene. Finally, witnessing his two disciples falter, Yang Ming took action. Stepping towards a passage dense with pale lightning, he extended his left hand, allowing the lightning to course through him. What are you doing? The forgetting dust tree inquired, perplexed. You shall soon find out. Yang Ming replied, employing the Azure Thunder breathing technique to absorb the energy, guiding it from his left hand to his right, until it enveloped his hand entirely, forming a hand of lightning. Thunder induction. Having completed the transfer, he drew upon the enigmatic power released by the mysterious girl, directing his gaze towards the still fleeing Xianing beast, a smirk gracing his lips. You have 3 seconds to come before me. Woof. The Xianing beast felt a pang of defiance. Did he genuinely believe that by harnessing that pale lightning he could intimidate it? Such underestimation. Crack. Yang Ming maintained his composure, snapping his fingers. The overwhelming pale lightning erupted, flickering within the space, the electric currents dazzling with an intimidating brilliance, exuding an unimaginable sense of oppression. 3. Whoosh, in the next moment, the Xianing beast squatted before Yang Ming, tongue lolling out in a submissive manner. The onlookers were astounded that the power of the lightning had been entirely commandeered by him. Abandoning the borrowed strength, Yang Ming expressed his satisfaction. Forget Dust Tree, the Xianing beast welcomes you both to the Destiny Sect. This expedition into the secret realm had indeed proven immensely rewarding for him. The emblematic tree of the Destiny Sect and the Guardian Beast seemed to have found their choices. I look forward to your presence in the Destiny Sect. Subsequently, the forgetting dust tree rapidly shrank, transforming into a green light that entered the jade pendant on Yang Ming's chest. It had a premonition. This sect must undoubtedly be a premier establishment in the Divine Origin continent, renowned throughout the world, attracting visitors from all nations, for it could not possibly harbor such hidden talents. Woof, the Xianing beast trailed behind Yang Ming. It possessed its own pride, yet a dog's life is paramount. As per our agreement, the remains of the beast belong to you. Yang Ming stowed the remains of the beast into his storage bag and then tied it around the Xianing beast's neck. In due time, I shall assist you in finding a suitable storage item. The Xianing beast glanced at Yang Ming, then raised its forepaw to touch the storage bag, saying nothing further. Afterward, guided by the forgetting dust tree, the group exited the independent space created by the mysterious girl. In truth, the abundance of rare and exotic flora within the secret realm was significantly influenced by her presence. Upon emerging from the inner sanctum, Yang Ming arrived at the outskirts where the mist was thinner, only to see a young man waiting at the spot. Noticing someone exiting the inner realm, Chen Sheng turned to look and, upon seeing Yang Ming accompanied by his disciples, his expression shifted dramatically as his gaze landed on the Xianing beast behind them. Its target truly is you. The beast suddenly went berserk, charging towards Yang Ming's position. He sensed trouble and paused once more. Just as anticipated, this lad was indeed eyeing the beast. This creature senses the overwhelming aura of dominance emanating from me, hence it has voluntarily submitted, Yang Ming stated nonchalantly. Xian Xiaozhu, there is no need to pursue further. I do not care how it came into your possession, recognize your place and hand it over obediently. Qian Sheng demanded sternly. It belongs to our Wulong Mountain Manor. Yang Ming narrowed his eyes. Is there nothing to discuss? The Xianing beast would not simply be handed over. However, the greatest obstacle in dealing with Qian Sheng was still the Wulong Mountain Manor behind him. What do you think? Qian Sheng sneered repeatedly. Whoosh, lightning flashed by. Yang Ming appeared before him, his fist descending with ferocity. I believe I can deal with you first. Child's play. Qian Sheng remained unperturbed, raising his hand to counter. He found it bothersome to even use a weapon against a weakling of the second stage of qi gathering. Bang! In the next instant, a charred pit appeared in the ground, and Qian Sheng collapsed unconscious. Chapter 25. The hostility of the transformation realm. Qian Sheng's cultivation was formidable, having reached the 7th level of qi gathering, and with the protection of his grandfather, Qianfengyu, it could be said that he was largely safe from unforeseen incidents within the secret realm. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Yang Ming. With a single punch, Yang Ming, at the 4th level of qi gathering, effortlessly knocked him to the ground, akin to a lifeless dog. The crux of this defeat lay in the terrifying pale thunder, which, even before the formal process of refinement began, had significantly augmented Yang Ming's overall strength. As was customary, Yang Ming seized Qian Sheng's storage bag and promptly sealed his cultivation. What an oddity, remarked the forgotten dust tree, hidden within the jade pendant. Could it be that you are a peerless divine body among millions? It is known that on the Divine Origin continent, all sentient beings possess innate qualities, categorized into 4 levels based on their aptitude. Mortal bodies, mixed bodies, spiritual bodies, and divine bodies. Among these, the mortal body is the weakest, ubiquitous as grass, while the mixed body, varying in attributes, is the most common qualification among cultivators. Although capable of cultivation, their potential remains limited without fortuitous encounters. The divine body, a term that denotes unparalleled uniqueness, possesses individuals whose strength far surpasses that of their peers, inherently carrying legacies, and whose kind cannot arise successively. Only upon the demise of one generation can the next potentially emerge. I do not know, Yang Ming replied, shaking his head. Perhaps in the future, I shall find a place to test this. This was an effect of the jade pendant, allowing him to communicate mentally with the root seed of the forgotten dust tree. In truth, he harbored many doubts regarding his aptitude level. If he were indeed a divine body, why did he lack a legacy? Yet, if he were not a divine body, why had his master so vehemently declared that he was exceptionally gifted, capable of disregarding all thunder elemental energies, including tribulations? This was not mere idle talk. His master had once taken him aloft during a thunderstorm to demonstrate, stating that only by withstanding the strikes of heavenly thunder could one cultivate the azure thunder breathing technique. Master, how shall we deal with this person? Asked Jiang Xiaolan. Yang Ming smiled and countered, what do you think should be done? Jiang Xiaolan pondered for a moment before responding. The head of the Wulong Mountain Manor is his grandfather, who dotes on him greatly. He will surely want to see his grandson unharmed before permitting the other cultivators to depart. Therefore, our expedition will inevitably lead to conflict. It would be wise to use him as a shield. Indeed, that seems appropriate. Yang Ming nodded, then added, and then what? Is there more? Jiang Xiaolan strained to think for a long while before shaking her head. We could inject a strand of volatile spiritual energy into Qian Sheng's body, thereby preventing Qianfengyu from pursuing us further. And then? Yang Ming remarked, you are still young. While you understand the treachery of human hearts, you have underestimated humanity. As they conversed, a black vortex appeared in the air, drawing many cultivators towards it, intent on leaving the secret realm. Let us go. Yang Ming declared. The grand contest of righteousness and evil was unavoidable, yet before that, he needed to elevate the Sect's gains as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, in a concealed space, the thunderous currents flickered violently, radiating a brilliant glow, reminiscent of a celestial maiden in slumber, serene and unchanging, save for her snow-white skin, marred by splatters of blood, adding an air of strangeness. In truth, this space was one where ordinary cultivators could not leave a trace. Only Yang Ming, unafraid of the thunder element, could leave blood behind without being obliterated in an instant. However, wondrous events were unfolding gradually with the passage of time. The blood on the maiden's surface began to vanish, as if being absorbed by her. Once the blood had completely disappeared, her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and the surrounding thunder surged with greater ferocity, akin to tumultuous waves. Amidst the piercing sound of intertwining thunder, a melodious female voice faintly emerged. At last, I have awaited your arrival. Outside Wulong Mountain Manor, Qian Fengyu led his disciples, swiftly sealing the perimeter of the secret realm. Shortly thereafter, cultivators from various sects returned, but due to the circumstances, they could only wait on the ground. Scanning the crowd, Qian Fengyu frowned. Where is my dear grandson? Qian Shang should have been among the first to emerge. How could he lag behind everyone else? Your grandson is right here. Just as he finished speaking, Yang Ming emerged from the secret realm, holding the unconscious Qian Shang, flanked by 2 disciples and a Xianing beast. Impudence! Witnessing his grandson being seized, Qian Fengyu was filled with rage. Without needing to summon his sword, he soared into the air, his murderous intent locking onto Yang Ming, who dares to commit such despicable acts. In an instant, the previously relaxed atmosphere turned tense, on the brink of conflict. Disciples of Wulong Mountain Manor drew their swords, their faces laden with hostility. Qian Fengyu scanned the group with a piercing gaze, finally fixing his eyes on the Xianing beast, quickly grasping the situation. Without reason, the other party would not have acted so recklessly. It was clear that a dispute had arisen over the possession of the Xianing beast, leading to such a confrontation. Grandson, you have brought this upon yourself. With disdain, he thought, how dare you offend a strong cultivator of the transformation realm at merely the 4th level of Qi gathering? Surrender at once. In the presence of Wulong Mountain Manor, seizing their young master was tantamount to courting death. Many cultivators chose to align with Wulong Mountain Manor, surrounding Yang Ming and his companions. Over 100 Qi gathering cultivators pointed their weapons at Yang Ming, exuding tremendous pressure. I have heard that the manor's master dotes on his grandson. Let us see if that is indeed the case. Yang Ming replied, his brow furrowed, the wind shadow sword poised at Qian Shang's neck, commanding them to clear the way. How intriguing! How fascinating! Qian Fengyu's aged and dim eyes bore into Yang Ming, proclaiming loudly, I implore all discerning individuals to bear witness. It is not I, Qian Fengyu, who disregards my grandson's life, but rather this scoundrel who has taken him hostage, surely to make unreasonable demands. Even if I, Qian Fengyu, were to comply time and again, it would not guarantee the life of my grandson, Qian Shang. As expected, many cultivators were not surprised by Qian Fengyu's resoluteness. Cultivators are not devoid of emotions. In fact, they often experience them more intensely. For someone like Qian Fengyu, who had ascended to the transformation realm, it was commonplace to have numerous offspring. Disciples, form a formation and eliminate this scoundrel. Qian Fengyu commanded. Yes. Surrounding the sealed exit of the secret realm, the disciples of Wulong Mountain Manor swiftly began to weave a formation, their sword intent coalescing, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Let us go. Yang Ming would not sit idly by. He chose to retreat swiftly. With so many cultivators present, a prolonged battle would only attract more powerful adversaries, escalating the situation further. Do not think you can escape. A cultivator from another sect cast a... In an instant, dozens of swords whizzed forth, striking him down mercilessly. Yang Ming surged past the obstacle, swiftly retreating under the enhancement of lightning, akin to a purple arrow, creating a significant distance that left ordinary cultivators in his wake. How swift! The Qi gathering 1st and 2nd level cultivators stared in disbelief. You cannot run. Qian Fengyu closed in, harboring a chilling intent to kill. While he favored the exceptionally gifted Qian Shang among the younger generation, he deemed it insignificant if the boy met an untimely end. Capturing this nameless individual before him and obtaining that elusive beast was evidently of greater importance. In a moment of crisis, Yang Ming grasped Qian Shang, channeling a strand of the pale thunder into his body, holding it back before forcefully casting it aside. Warning, you decide whether to save him or pursue. Qian Fengyu's brow furrowed, immediately sensing something amiss within Qian Shang. An extraordinarily terrifying thunder element surged within him. If he chose to save him, he would undoubtedly be distracted from the chase. His expression fluctuated, struggling internally for several seconds, before gritting his teeth and unleashing a fierce sword chi towards the front. With a sharp sound, the sword chi sliced through the air. Just as Qian Shang's face registered shock, his body was cleaved in two, instantaneously meeting his demise. Shanger, I shall seek justice for you. Qian Fengyu's face darkened, roaring, you little wretch, you dare harm my grandson? I will have your life. Chapter 26 A surge in profits. Amidst the undulating peaks, the cultivators of the Qi gathering realm found themselves powerless and gradually relinquished their pursuit, leaving only Qian Fengyu to doggedly chase after them. Old fool, I never sought his life. It was you who took it. Yang Ming exerted all his strength to soar through the skies on his sword. To speak frankly, the prowess of a cultivator in the transformation realm was indeed formidable, yet with his disciples by his side, along with the Xianing beast and the Wang Chen tree, he was not necessarily destined to fail. The crux of the matter was that once he became entangled with the adversary, any reinforcement arriving would inevitably bolster the enemy's position. The risks were simply too great, an endeavor not worth the potential loss. It would be more prudent to return to the sect, solidify the status of the Wang Chen tree and the Xianing beast, thereby significantly enhancing the sect's profits. He was confident that with just a bit more cultivation time, the tide would surely turn in his favor. Had you not taken him hostage, would I have ever resorted to violence? In that very moment, the Wang Chen tree extended dozens of vines towards Qianfengyu, only to be severed one by one. However, in order to counter both threats, Qianfengyu's speed waned, creating a delicate balance with Yang Ming for the time being. He could neither shake him off nor could he hold him back. This is absurd. Qianfengyu unleashed spells from behind, yet Yang Ming adeptly dodged left and right, aided by the peculiar vines, rendering Qianfengyu's efforts futile. Witnessing this, his expression grew increasingly grim. This is simply preposterous. How can a mere chi-gathering fourth-layer cultivator, so vastly inferior to me, prove to be such a nuisance? I must find a way to rid myself of him. Yang Ming's mind raced as he contemplated strategies, suddenly struck by inspiration. He descended on his sword, swiftly retrieving a rope from his storage pouch, and deftly secured it around the Xianing beast, gripping the nape of its neck. Let us race once more and see who is swifter. Yang Ming proposed casually, immediately tossing the Xianing beast towards the ground. As it landed, in order to avoid being yanked along, it could only dash forward at full speed. Dust billowed around them. Although the first-tier Xianing beast was temporarily unable to fly, it still managed to keep pace with Yang Ming's sword, its four legs leaving behind trails of afterimages. Wang Wang. The Xianing beast bared its teeth at Yang Ming high above. Is this a race? I wouldn't want to expose your trickery. Standing atop the flying sword, Yang Ming gave a flick of the rope. Go. With a thunderous rumble, the Xianing beast exerted its strength, pulling Yang Ming on the sword at an even greater velocity, thereby shattering the equilibrium between them and gradually widening the distance. Is this truly happening? Qianfengyu's eyelids twitched, unable to believe the scene before him. What method had he employed to tame that beast so obediently? And, do not rejoice too soon. Seeing that he could not catch up, Qianfengyu gritted his teeth. You had better ensure that you remain forever alone. Otherwise, I shall bring ruin to your family and have you kneeling in despair. You brought this upon yourself. Yang Ming's gaze turned frigid. Within 30 days, I shall obliterate your Wulong villa. You cowardly brigand, I dare you to show yourself before me. Qianfengyu cursed vehemently as he ceased his pursuit, watching helplessly as Yang Ming vanished into the distance. He promptly returned to the sect to investigate leads, dismissing Yang Ming's fierce words entirely. Cultivating immortality was an arduous endeavor, and enhancing one's strength was not something that could be achieved overnight. You foolish child, spouting nonsense. A wise man merely smiles and ignores it. Sighing, as the distance to the Destiny sect drew near, Yang Ming reined in the rope, halting the Xianing beast's frantic pace. Having evaded danger, Zhang Xiaolan felt a wave of shame wash over her. Master, I was too presumptuous. The situation they had just faced was vastly different from her expectations. Ultimately, not everyone placed great importance on familial bonds, especially cultivators who had lived for centuries and had grown indifferent to many matters. There is no need for self-deprecation. Yang Ming reached out to pat her head, offering comfort. Growth requires time. That transformation realm cultivator was truly foolish. The Wang Chen tree chuckled. A sect capable of producing such prodigies must be a colossal entity. How dare he provoke them? The disciples of Wulong Villa, in terms of both quantity and quality, were exceedingly poor. In its view, they could not possibly compare to the Destiny sect. Simply having a senior brother or an elder to support Yang Ming would likely instill fear in Wulong Villa, making them regret their actions. You are correct. Yang Ming ascended on his sword, returning. The present is equally promising. From the moment it entered the sect, it had understood this. The Destiny sect was likely the legendary hidden sect, not concerned with external appearances, hence it appeared akin to a third-rate sect. They were still a far cry from true greatness. Yang Ming's expression turned peculiar. How strange, why is this tree so adept at flattery? Before long, Yang Ming, equally confounded, replied, have I not already presented myself before you? In an instant, the Wang Chen tree fell silent. This statement carried immense weight. Allow me to clarify the situation within the sect. Yang Ming gestured towards Mo Xingyu and Zhang Xiaolan, patiently explaining, I am the sect master, Yang Ming, and these are my two, the Grand Elder Mo Xingyu and the Second Elder Zhang Xiaolan. He then pointed to the Xianing beast, the guardian beast of our sect, the Xianing beast. I understand now. As the jade pendant emitted a green light, the Wang Chen tree detached itself and swiftly took root in the soil, remarking, the Destiny sect holds great promise for the future. Are you not disappointed? No. The Wang Chen tree replied resolutely, on the contrary, I am quite satisfied. Is that so? Yang Ming was taken aback. Indeed. The Wangchen tree's tone was somewhat exhilarated, as if a burden had been lifted. While being a part of a colossal entity like the Destiny Sect would certainly offer me protection and a stable residence, it would also mean that my safety would be entirely in the hands of those elders and the Sect Master, leaving my future shrouded in uncertainty. My sole purpose would likely be to provide the Wangchen fruit for the Sect's disciples. It was acutely aware of the allure that the Wangchen fruit held for cultivators. Thus, as a newcomer, its growth would often be beyond its control, while the Destiny Sect, still in its formative stages, would find it to be a venerable ancestor. The only one who could issue commands to it would be Sect Master Yang Ming. Yang Ming nodded. I am glad you see it that way. Wang Wang. The Xianing beast lazily sprawled beneath the Wangchen tree, indifferent to the proceedings. What a trivial matter, there is no greater comfort than the absence of constraints. As everything fell into place, Yang Ming finally heard the system notification chime in his ears. Ding. System notification, congratulations on successfully planting the second-tier Wangchen tree, the Sect's profits increased by 500 points a day. Ding, system notification, due to the unique bloodline of the first-tier Xianing beast, it has become the guardian beast of the Destiny Sect. The Sect's profits increased by 200 points a day. Sighing with relief, Yang Ming exhaled a breath of pent-up air, then hurriedly retrieved numerous rare herbs, not choosing to consume them, but rather planting them near the Wangchen tree, enriching the spiritual energy within the sect and enhancing its scenic beauty. Instantly, the system notifications rang out one after another. Ding, system notification, due to your planting of green cloud grass within the Destiny Sect, prosperity has increased, cultivation points increased by 50 points a day. Ding. System notification, due to your planting of Qingling grass within the Destiny Sect, prosperity has increased, cultivation points increased by 50 points a day. The Sect's profits soared, just as Yang Ming was preparing to open the system panel to review the details after fully digesting the benefits from this venture. Another system notification rang out unexpectedly. A new feature had been unlocked. Chapter 27 of the lottery will. Meanwhile, at the Wulong Villa, Chen Fengyu returned to the sect with a grim expression, his heart heavy with indignation. As a practitioner at the transformation realm, he had been outmaneuvered by a mere 4th-level chi-gathering disciple right under his nose. The thought of such a humiliation spreading would surely provoke laughter and derision. An elder of higher standing approached cautiously and inquired, Sect Master, what of young Master Qian Shang? I am filled with rage. Qian Fengyu exclaimed, as if struck at a vulnerable point. His face was a portrait of sorrow, tears streaming down as he lamented, this wretched child possesses a heart as black as coal. He first exploited Shenger to escape, then brazenly violated our agreement, ultimately leading to Shenger's untimely demise. In just a few words, he wove a narrative that was enough for others to fill in the gaps. As one of the witnesses, Elder Lu Yan immediately surmised the truth. This individual must be exceptionally cunning. Even if Sect Master Qian were to sacrifice his grandson's life, he would still be unable to eliminate him. However, as a righteous sect, they naturally had to occupy the moral high ground, and it was imperative to whitewash actions that contradicted their principles. Please accept my condolences, Sect Master. Lu Yan spoke gravely, I have ascertained the identity of this person. Qian Fengyu's expression shifted dramatically, filled with murderous intent. Speak. This individual goes by the name Yang Ming. He recently established the Tianming sect, which is located near the now-defunct Yanhua sect. Are there any other leads? Qian Fengyu pressed. None. Now that he has offended our Wulong Villa, I fear the so-called Tianming sect has already been rendered obsolete. Chen Fengyu deemed this lead utterly useless, suspecting that their adversary would soon vacate the area, thereby evading capture entirely. On this matter, I hold a differing opinion. Lu Yan whispered a few words into Qian Fengyu's ear. An excellent strategy. Instantly, a glint of determination sparked in Qian Fengyu's eyes as he commanded, summon me. Here. Relay my orders to all nearby sects, informing them that Yang Ming of the Tianming sect has slain our young master of Wulong Villa, employing despicable and vile means, and that the downfall of the Yanhua sect is also related to him, for he is none other than the rumored murderous demon cultivator. Chen Fengyu spoke with fervor and righteous indignation. This man has single-handedly established a demonic sect, committing heinous acts, harboring ulterior motives. I beseech all sects to join me in eradicating this evil. As for the true instigator behind the Yanhua sect's demise, none could clearly articulate it. Thus, it seemed prudent to cast the blame upon the Tianming sect, ensuring Yang Ming would be branded a demon cultivator and become the target of collective ire. Understood. The disciples hastened to convey the message. Within the Tianming sect, Yang Ming's gaze fell upon the system interface. Ding, system notification of the lottery will has been activated due to the sect's revenue reaching the required standard. Finally, a new function had been unlocked. Eagerly, he opened the system panel to examine the details. Yang Ming cultivation points of 5580 personal revenue, 140 points per day sect revenue, 1930 points per day points needed for breakthrough, 8000 current realm 4th level of chi gathering learned techniques. Songlei breathing technique, thunder summoning, thunder flash lottery will level 1 activated effect 1 heaven and earth severed effect 2 heavens principal effect 3, with the sect's revenue soaring to nearly 2000, coupled with his personal gains, even in the absence of any progress from the disciples, he could experience a meteoric rise in his own abilities in a short span of time. Anticipation surged within him as he selected the activated lottery wheel. Swish, golden light shimmered, and a vertical wheel materialized before Yang Ming, adorned with an array of dazzling items and skills, a veritable feast for the eyes. However, each draw required a minimum of 100 cultivation points. Not rushing to participate, he opted to click the top option to view details about the lottery wheel. 1. Each level increase of the lucky wheel enhances the rewards. 2. There are currently 5 tiers: green, blue, purple, silver, and gold, with probabilities of 60, 20, 12, 7, 5, and 0, 5 respectively. The rules were straightforward. It remained to be seen whether there were hidden alterations. Yang Ming, intrigued, opened the rewards available in the gold tier. 6th level bone cleansing pill enhances innate qualifications, can be consumed repeatedly. 6th level heavenly demon art temporarily boosts strength significantly, followed by a state of weakness. Blueprint for the Shintian spirit boat greatly increases flying speed. 2nd level carefree pill permanently increases personal cultivation revenue by 200. Yang Ming's gaze sharpened, immediately drawn to the bone cleansing pill. 6th level, this transcends the limits of what the eastern wilderness can accommodate. To call it a treasure of unparalleled value would not be an exaggeration. The tiers from 1 to 9, particularly from the 5th tier upwards, are exceedingly rare, almost non-existent, enough to incite envy and madness among those at the Void Realm. The innate qualifications of a practitioner are nearly impossible to alter. The efficacy of this bone cleansing pill was indeed heaven-defying. Yang Ming swallowed hard. At present, he could not ascertain the degree of his own qualifications. If he had yet to reach the divine body level, perhaps the bone cleansing pill could facilitate a breakthrough. Yet, if he were already at the divine body level or beyond, what further benefits could it yield? Sect Master, are you truly so exhilarated by the prospect of building the sect? Wang Chenshu inquired, bewildered. Transforming a previously mediocre sect into something more imposing seemed to ignite Yang Ming's excitement. Surely not? Zhang Xiaolan advised, Master, the construction of the Tianming sect is no small feat, you need not overexert yourself. The pressing matter should be to elevate their cultivation. Given Master's extraordinary talent, if he were to focus, his progress could be accelerated further. Who do you think I am doing this for? Yang Ming chuckled, shaking his head. The others fell silent. Even the nearby Xianing beast looked up, filled with respect. Greater ability entails greater responsibility. The position of sect master was undoubtedly a heavy burden for Yang Ming. He was wholly devoted to the noble cause of serving the sect. How could they find this strange? Too small, your perspectives are too narrow. Yang Ming thought to himself, secretly amused as he effortlessly silenced the crowd with a single remark. As the sect master, all considerations were for the construction of the sect. Did they think I derive joy from this as they imagined? Wrong, gravely mistaken. The joy I experience is beyond their comprehension. Everyone, focus on your cultivation. I hold great expectations for you all. After this incisive retort, allowing the others to ponder, Yang Ming retrieved a staggering sum of 100,000 spirit stones from his storage bag, distributing them among the disciples and Wang Chenshu. This endeavor had yielded nearly 130,000 spirit stones and resources, primarily provided by Qianshang.as for the Xianing beast. It was still diligently digesting the remains of the ancient beast, likely to reap substantial benefits from it. Additionally, there were 5 low-grade spirit weapons. Since Mo Xingyu was not particularly adept with weapons, he entrusted them all to Zhang Xiaolin, who could wield 7 spirit weapons simultaneously, greatly enhancing her combat prowess. The Tianming sect did not operate in secrecy. Enemies would soon come knocking. Yang Ming declared gravely, your cultivation must not be neglected. He had no intention of fleeing. Firstly, this situation was not severe enough to attract the attention of powerful foes. The enemies they faced would at most be lower-tier transformation realm practitioners. Secondly, the Tianming sect was currently situated in a remote corner of the eastern wilderness, where the overall level of practitioners was the lowest, making it one of the safest places in the world. Understood. The group nodded solemnly. Clearly, within a month, Yang Ming was not merely speaking idly about the destruction of the Wulong Villa. As everyone entered a state of cultivation, Yang Ming turned his attention back to the lottery wheel. In truth, due to the initial activation of the wheel, the system seemed to be offering him a particularly enticing reward. Chapter 28, The Demon Path Cultivator. Beneath the lottery button, Yang Ming discerned a piece of crucial information. The first draw guarantees a golden reward. This advantage is not to be underestimated. Merely expending 100 cultivation points for a golden prize seems like a foolproof investment. Taking a deep breath, Yang Ming could no longer contain his excitement and reached out to click the lottery button. Whoosh, the pointer within the spinning wheel began to whirl violently. It can be said that without the advantage of the first draw, it would be exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to obtain a golden item with a mere 0.5 chance of appearing. After approximately 5 seconds, the pointer gradually came to a halt, ultimately landing in the orange segment, radiating dazzling golden light. As the brilliance slowly faded, an emblem revealed itself, a small blue pill. Ding, system prompt, congratulations, you have received the golden item, second order blue carefree pill. Second order blue carefree pill permanently increases personal cultivation gains by 200. Yang Ming, useless system, among all the golden items, this is the most inferior. This inevitably raises suspicions that the so-called golden first draw is merely a predetermined item rather than a random acquisition, and it even seems to deliberately categorize the golden rewards into both exceptional and worthless. Once more, Yang Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, unable to resist the urge to draw again. Just 100 cultivation points, what a trivial expense. Ding, system prompt, congratulations, you have received the green item, satiation pill, satiation pill. After consumption, you will not feel hunger for half a day. Damn it, refund me, I swear, this is the last draw. Yang Ming felt a surge of frustration as he clicked the lottery button once more. Ding, system prompt, congratulations, you have received the green item, satiation pill, for the very last time, it must be done. Yang Ming slammed his hand on the lottery button, feeling inexplicably irked. This lottery truly seems to be a scam. I shall never draw again. Whoosh, the pointer spun once more, ultimately landing in a remarkably narrow golden area, exuding an extraordinarily resplendent glow. Oh wow, another gold. Yang Ming's heart raced, eager to find a cloth to cover the lucky wheel before slowly unveiling the prize. To be honest, he initially hoped to draw a purple or silver item and then promptly withdraw. As the golden light dissipated, Yang Ming focused intently, his heart pounding. Within the golden area lay a book with a pitch-black cover, shrouded in a mysterious mist, appearing exceedingly cool. Excellent, this time it is not the blue carefree pill. Ding, system prompt, congratulations, you have received the golden item, 6th order heavenly demon technique. 6th order heavenly demon technique temporarily boosts power significantly, followed by a state of weakness. Yang Ming stood in stunned silence for a moment, nearly unable to contain his elation. The realm he currently occupied only permitted the learning of first-order spells. Suddenly being presented with a 6th-order spell is likely to be among the top-tier spells across the eastern wilderness, one that would incite fierce competition among the mightiest cultivators. Before long, the system fulfilled the reward, sending a sharp sensation through Yang Ming's mind as the contents of the heavenly demon technique poured in, the process both profound and ineffable. Having reaped substantial benefits from the lottery wheel, Yang Ming hastily stowed away the system panel. Out of sight, out of mind, this lottery is unbearably exhilarating. If he were to become too enthralled, he could easily squander all his hard-earned cultivation points in pursuit of other 6th-order spells or items. According to the probabilities disclosed by the system, it would likely take several thousand cultivation points to stir even a ripple, ultimately resulting in a heap of green and blue items that would prove of little utility. Yang Ming swallowed the blue carefree pill and found a place to sit cross-legged. He did not immediately begin his practice of the heavenly demon technique. Instead, his thoughts were occupied with the pale lightning accumulating within his dantian. Being naturally impervious to lightning element attacks, he allowed these forces to gather within his dantian. Were it anyone else, such recklessness would undoubtedly lead to their demise. As the azure thunder breathing method commenced, pure spiritual energy flowed gradually through Yang Ming's meridians under his meticulous control, guiding portions of the lightning, dispersing their might, and progressively refining them in a step-by-step manner. Crackle, the current surged violently, coursing through his limbs and body, causing lightning to manifest upon his skin, incinerating his garments in an instant. Boom, the searing pain surged through his veins, threatening to rupture them and causing blood to seep from his skin. Yang Ming furrowed his brow. The lightning element posed no harm to him, but the power contained within the pale lightning was far too intense for him to absorb at this stage. This process was destined to be agonizing. He tossed a spirit-replenishing pill into his mouth and concentrated intently, meticulously refining the pale lightning with all his might. As the entire Tianming sect entered a state of cultivation, the world outside experienced a tempestuous shift. Various sects seem to have uncovered some vital clue, summoning disciples from all corners to prepare, the atmosphere oppressive, akin to the calm before a storm. Subsequently, under the leadership of the Wulong Mountain Manor, a multitude of cultivators responded to the call, designating the Tianming sect as a demon path sect, with Yang Ming as its leader. The news spread rapidly among those with ulterior motives. The Flame Fire sect is a righteous sect, and its leader is known for his integrity and unwavering righteousness. Who could have foreseen his downfall at the hands of Yang Ming? What a remarkable youth Qianshang was, ultimately falling victim to a treacherous ambush perpetrated by a demon cultivator. Wherever Yang Ming is, I vow to bring ruin upon his sect. Demon cultivators are often bloodthirsty and ruthless, harming others for their own gain. This is common knowledge. Numerous righteous sect cultivators, filled with righteous indignation, proclaimed their intent to rid the world of harm and restore peace to the realm. Some, upon learning of Yang Ming's cultivation level, had already set off towards the Tianming sect. Although most of them had never encountered Yang Ming, nor were they fully aware of his deeds, they had gleaned sufficient information from various rumors. If Yang Ming were innocent, how could they possibly unite against him? As the saying goes, a fly does not buzz around a seamless egg. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Yang Ming had finally gained complete control over the pale lightning within his dantian, assimilating it with his own lightning element, causing a symbol of white lightning to intermittently appear within his dantian, an extraordinary sight. Ding, system prompt, congratulations, you have mastered the special lightning element, Judgment Lightning. So this is called Judgment Lightning. Yang Ming exited his cultivation state and raised his hand to grasp it. Crackle, thunder roared, and the lightning dazzled the eyes, brimming with ferocious power. With Judgment Lightning, my strength increases more significantly than a 5-fold breakthrough in realm. Yang Ming felt immense satisfaction. Though the Judgment Lightning he had replicated paled in comparison to the power wielded by the mysterious girl, this disparity was solely due to their vast difference in cultivation levels. The elemental quality of the lightning used was the same. The addition of the Forgetting Dust Tree and the Xian Shadow Beast to the Tianming sect undoubtedly brought considerable benefits, but the greatest advantage would be the Judgment Lightning, which would benefit him for a lifetime. Of course, trouble was not insignificant. If that girl were to awaken and discover her proprietary lightning had been pilfered, she would likely erupt in fury. One could only hope she continues to slumber for several thousand more years. Just as Yang Ming was preparing to continue absorbing spirit stones for cultivation, a cultivator of the 10th layer of Qi gathering approached from a distance, his demeanor ominous and filled with murderous intent. Trouble arrived so swiftly, Yang Ming remained unperturbed, soaring forth on his sword, standing with arms crossed. What brings you to the Tianming sect? You are Yang Ming. The cultivator scrutinized Yang Ming from head to toe, his delight palpable. The rumors were indeed true. The opponent was merely at the 4th layer of Qi gathering, capable of defeating Qiansheng only through a sneak attack. Indeed, Yang Ming nodded. Then I have not come to the wrong place. With determination, he charged towards Yang Ming, his eyes gleaming with intense greed. The demon cultivators must be eradicated. Chapter 29, The Scheme. Yang Ming raised an eyebrow. Cultivators of the demonic path, such words should not be spoken lightly. With a blatant glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes, Chen Wei formed his fingers into a sword-like gesture, a green light emanating from his fingertips, aimed squarely at Yang Ming. In the next instant, a sharp sword flew forth from his storage bag, slicing through the air with lethal intent, closing in on its target. Yet, Yang Ming remained unfazed. He unleashed a bolt of judgmental thunder from his palm, hurling it toward the flying sword. Upon contact, the sword spiraled out of control, trembling briefly in the electric embrace before plummeting to the ground. The might of the judgmental thunder was far beyond what a mere chi-gathering realm cultivator could withstand. Should the spirit tool remain in contact for too long, it might even shatter into pieces. Chen Wei's expression turned to one of shock as he hastily retreated, widening the distance between them. Wait! What are you waiting for? Like a bolt of lightning, Yang Ming surged forward, his hand lightly resting on Chen Wei's shoulder, transmitting a jolt of electricity. Chen Wei convulsed violently, emitting anguished cries akin to that of a slaughtered pig, and within mere seconds, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Seizing the opportunity presented by the self-proclaimed cultivator, Yang Ming brought him back to the Sect. At that moment, all members of the Tianming sect had converged. Why would Qian Fengyu send a chi-gathering tenfold cultivator to his death? Wang Chenshu pondered, bemused. We shall learn the truth from him. Raising his hand, Yang Ming delivered 2 resounding slaps. Smack! Smack! With those crisp sounds, Chen Wei groggily awoke to find himself encircled by 3 individuals and a dog, their demeanor menacing. Yang Ming cast a glance at Zhang Xiaolan, who understood the unspoken cue and feigned a malicious expression. This fellow is quite self-righteous. He must first endure some hardship before he reveals all. Oh? Yang Ming responded, intrigued, what sort of hardship? Let him experience the agony of 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. Zhang Xiaolan proposed, as dozens of flying swords hovered ominously in the air, eager to strike. Chen Wei's complexion instantly drained of color, devoid of any trace of blood. Please, no. Yang Ming shook his head. I find that excessive. Instead, let's strip him of his cultivation and sever his legs, then demand his cooperation. I will comply. Chen Wei exclaimed in terror, his spirit nearly shattered. He had been overly complacent. Upon locating the lair of the demonic sect, he should have reported back rather than greedily hoarding the spoils for himself. Yang Ming replied coolly, if you can assist us in our endeavors, that would be splendid. After all, we are not demonic cultivators. Subsequently, Chen Wei divulged all he knew to Yang Ming. There are individuals maligning the Tianming sect, offering a bounty of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones for my head. Upon learning the details and confirming the veracity of Chen Wei's words, Yang Ming's expression grew increasingly frigid. Chen Fengyu evidently intended to use the reputation of the righteous sect to ally with others, forcibly categorizing the Tianming sect as part of the demonic path, thereby branding himself as a demonic cultivator. The man before him had sought his own demise out of greed for the bounty. Suddenly, the gates of the Tianming sect collapsed with a thunderous roar, scattering into rubble with a resounding tremor. Ding! System notification. Due to damage inflicted upon the Tianming sect structure, the sect incurs a loss of 5 points. Cultivators of the demonic path, come forth to meet your end, shouted another cultivator from outside. The imprisoned Chen Wei's eyes immediately sparkled with hope. This ally had come at the most opportune moment. If he could annihilate the Tianming sect, perhaps he could still secure his own life. Just wait a moment. Yang Ming suppressed the rising tide of murderous intent within him and charged toward the sect's cultivators. With a sound akin to rolling thunder, he surged forth like a pale lightning bolt toward the encroaching enemies. Earth Dragon Shield. One of the cultivators hastily cast a spell, summoning earth elements that coalesced into a sturdy shield before him. Bang! Yang Ming's hand pierced through, shattering the shield as his fingers clamped down like iron pincers on the cultivator's throat, his voice low and menacing. You know nothing at all, merely hearing fragments of information. You dare to come here to uphold justice. I trust you are ready to sacrifice yourselves in the name of eradicating demonic forces. The cultivator, grasped by the throat, could not utter a sound, his eyes reflecting sheer terror. How could a 4th-level chi-gathering cultivator be this strong? With a crushing grip, Yang Ming swiftly extinguished his life, seized his storage bag, and subsequently incinerated his remains. The world of cultivation was indeed merciless. Only the victors feasted, while the vanquished were cast aside, their existence erased without a trace. Had he been the one to fall in battle, he too would have met the same fate. The reason these cultivators dared to brazenly come and provoke him stemmed from their inability to resist the allure of spirit stones, knowing he possessed valuable treasures, combined with their belief in their own prowess, assuming a significant advantage in realm would ensure their success. Returning to the sect, Yang Ming paid no mind to Chen Wei's ashen face and solemnly declared, it will not be long before various sects unite to attack our Tianming sect. Such absurdity exists in this world. When a multitude of voices rise in condemnation, pointing fingers and deeming it your fault, the truth becomes irrelevant. What shall we do? Wang Chenshu inquired. Should we confront them, or if in this remote corner of the eastern wilderness, the Tianming sect cannot establish a foothold, then aspiring to become a top-tier sect would be a farce? Yang Ming interjected. The 2 divine body disciples, Xianing Beast and Wang Chenshu, each held identities that surpassed imagination, enough to attract scrutiny and malice. In contrast, this place was already the safest haven. Venturing into regions rife with large sects would only invite greater peril. Then let us prepare for battle. Zhang Xiaolan declared with fervor. We are all in need of an opportunity to prove ourselves. The Tianming sect harbors no weaklings. Well said. Wang Chenshu responded, visibly moved. To become a top-tier sect, to command respect across the world, the Tianming sect must not harbor any weaklings. Woof, woof. The Xianing beast barked twice, nodding emphatically. I shall heed my brother's words, Mo Xingyu said, scratching his head, befuddled by their discourse. Prepare yourselves, Yang Ming intoned gravely, for I suspect they will act soon. Understood. As the group once again entered a state of cultivation, Yang Ming's gaze fell back upon Chen Wei. Please spare me. Chen Wei trembled, hastily kneeling in supplication. I was wrong. I should not have heeded malicious words nor coveted spirit stones. You are magnanimous, please let me go. He bowed repeatedly, the imposing demeanor of a chi-gathering tenfold cultivator utterly vanished. Yang Ming regarded him with indifference, remaining silent. Time trickled by, and with his forehead pressed to the ground, Chen Wei dared not move an inch. I implore you, esteemed senior, grant me a chance at life, I am willing to do anything. His regret was profound, cursing Qian Fengyu 1,000 times in his heart. That cunning old fox clearly intended for other cultivators to underestimate Yang Ming's strength, sacrificing their lives to cement his demonic identity. You lack the qualifications to join the Tianming sect, both in talent and character, Yang Ming stated coolly. However, there is still a path to survival. A chi gathering tenfold, nearly a step away from transformation. Though your realm seems adequate, your combat prowess is significantly lacking. He held no interest in simply killing him. Aside from accumulating more lives lost, it would bring little benefit. Instead, he could utilize him as a tool, infiltrating the enemy ranks. Chen Wei nearly wept with joy. Please, speak. 1,000,000 spirit stones. Yang Ming's hand rested upon him, directing a controlled bolt of judgmental thunder into his dantian, ensuring his life lay in Yang Ming's hands. He then calmly added, when you can bring 1,000,000 spirit stones or treasures worth that amount to the Tianming sect, I shall grant you your freedom. Chen Wei's expression went blank. 1,000,000 spirit stones, was he demanding his life? Chapter 30 of the pre-war. I shall not impose a deadline upon you, yet you must return every 10 days to report your gains. Yang Ming offered relatively lenient conditions, and then added, of course, you may also attempt to have other cultivators lift the restrictions I have placed within you. The Destiny sect is far from the point where it need not worry about resources. As the disciples under his tutelage ascend in cultivation, the expenditure of spirit stones will only accelerate, and he must devise a means to acquire more. Chen Wei, having at least reached the 10th level of chi gathering, could slowly amass the required amount, and there would surely be an opportunity to repay the debt. Furthermore, since he had come to the Destiny sect for the bounty of 100,000 spirit stones, it was only fitting that he pay tenfold in return. I understand, Chen Wei thought to himself, forcing a wry smile as he awkwardly stood up and clasped his hands in respect towards Yang Ming. Thank you, senior, for sparing my life. I shall gradually gather 1,000,000 spirit stones, but I hope that when the time comes, you will not go back on your word. At that time, I shall indeed grant you a path to freedom. Yang Ming assured him, then shifted the conversation, but for now, do not rush into action. Tell me, have you heard of Mission Impossible? Mission Impossible? Chen Wei was taken aback, staring blankly at the warm smiling youth before him, waves of astonishment surging within. He began to grasp why the sect leader of the Destiny sect had spared his life, not merely for the 1,000,000 spirit stones. After a brief exchange, Yang Ming sent Chen Wei on his way. Watching him depart, he remained silent for a long while, murmuring to himself, the cultivators of the demonic path, I once thought them mere rumors, yet it appears they are prophetic. Qian Fengyu intended to tarnish his reputation, but he was unperturbed. The price would have to be borne by the other party first. Hours later, at Wulong Villa, Chen Wei sought an audience with the villa master as per Yang Ming's instructions. What did you say? Qian Fengyu's brows furrowed. Why must we wait another half-month? In his view, having already confirmed Yang Ming's whereabouts, they should unite with various sects to launch an assault rather than procrastinate, granting the enemy a chance to breathe. This expedition would undoubtedly be a grand affair, Chen Wei candidly replied. Can you guarantee that Yang Ming will remain? This Qian Fengyu was momentarily speechless. His words held truth. After taming that extraordinary beast, Yang Ming had demonstrated a speed comparable to the transformation realm, and even he found himself at a disadvantage. If Yang Ming chose to abandon the Destiny sect and flee, it would indeed be challenging to pursue him. So, do you have a strategy? Qian Fengyu inquired, uncertain. Although he had never encountered the cultivator before him, the 10th level of chi gathering still bore some weight. I possess a formation, Chen Wei revealed, a proud expression masking his inner turmoil. The formation covers an extensive area, remaining very concealed until activated. Once deployed, those outside may enter, yet those inside cannot escape. This formation is no mere illusion, it is genuinely provided by Yang Ming. Qian Fengyu suddenly understood. You mean to set the formation first, then eliminate the enemy? Chen Wei, steeling himself, confirmed, precisely. This is Yang Ming's plan: set the formation first, then eliminate the enemy. Qianfengyu rejoiced. Brilliant, truly brilliant, exterminating the demonic sect is our solemn duty. Chen Wei spoke with fervor, then quickly added, however, this formation is indeed precious, a secret art that is only proper is easy. Soon, far away at the Destiny sect, Yang Ming sensed the judgment thunder he had implanted within Chen Wei being triggered, and immediately refrained from any rash actions. This was the signal between Yang Ming and Chen Wei, indicating the plan's success. 15 days would suffice. Yang Ming understood thoroughly Chen Wei could not deceive him. Apart from his life being in Yang Ming's hands, Chen Wei harbored immense resentment towards Qianfengyu, who had led him into a trap. It could be said that were it not for Yang Ming's mercy, the oblivious Chen Wei would already be a corpse. Thus, inciting Chen Wei was tantamount to aligning with his scheme and laying the groundwork. Dismissing all distractions, he sat cross-legged and delved into the study of the heavenly demon technique. In a short span, his power surged, and since there were no excessively severe side effects, merely a state of weakness, it was undoubtedly a life-saving skill. In the Qi-gathering realm, employing a 6th-tier spell that even the top sects of the eastern wilderness might not possess, Yang Ming curled his lips slightly. He could still test the waters with the lottery wheel later, but before that, he wanted to see just how formidable the heavenly demon technique truly was. In that moment, both sides raced against time. Due to the high-level Qi-gathering cultivators being lost without return, Yang Ming's influence grew daily, and the various sects commenced a blockade around the Destiny sect without alarming their foes. Meanwhile, everyone at the Destiny sect engaged in cultivation. For Mo Xingyu and Jiang Xiaolan, their strength seemed to grow daily, while the Xian Shadow Beast, having consumed the remains of the ancient beast, fell into a deep slumber. The forgetting dust tree left its self-imposed confinement, aided by the abundant spirit herbs and rare fruits planted nearby, and began evolving toward a higher stage, even producing a green fruit upon its branches, though it was not yet ripe. Given its current cultivation, it was still premature for the tree to bear the forgetting dust fruit, yet it could expend effort to hasten the ripening of one. Silently entering a meditative state, Yang Ming continually simulated the heavenly demon technique within his consciousness until he thoroughly mastered the mental method before beginning to practice. After all, being a 6th-tier spell, it required utmost caution during learning. Time flowed swiftly, like a fleeting galloping horse. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. As time progressed, a multitude of cultivators gathered outside the Destiny sect, forming a dense blockade that not even a fly could escape. The Qi-gathering disciples from Wulong Villa fully assembled, and Qianfengyu gradually lost patience. Is it not ready yet? Almost, Chen Wei chuckled awkwardly, doing his utmost to stall for time. In truth, the formation was already complete. He merely needed to await the signal from the sect leader of the Destiny sect. We are not here to play games, a voluptuous and stunning woman reprimanded. She was beautifully proportioned, with fair skin, and donned scanty attire that accentuated her allure. Her cultivation had reached the first level of the transformation realm. Many cultivators nearby, lacking strong resolve, found themselves unable to avert their gazes from her subtly revealed areas, yearning for a chance to seize the opportunity. The leader of the Elysium sect, Zhang Shizao, she had come to partake in the assault on the Destiny sect, driven both by greed for the extraordinary beast beside Yang Ming, and by the desire for vengeance after learning that her direct disciple, Bai Yufan, had perished at Yang Ming's hands. Please wait a moment longer. Chen Wei could only placate her, cold sweat trickling down his back. He was acutely aware that there was no turning back. If his identity were to be exposed, the consequences would be dire. Meanwhile, after half a month of cultivation, Yang Ming slowly lifted his gaze and checked the panel information. Ding, system notification, your disciple Mo Xingyu has successfully broken through to the 5th level of Qi gathering, you gain 50 rewards, 5,000 cultivation points. Ding, system notification, your disciple Jiang Xiaolan has successfully broken through to the 4th level of Qi gathering, you gain 50 rewards, 4,000 cultivation points. Ding, system notification, due to the forgetting dust tree reaching the 3rd tier, the sect gains 500 points per day. Within the span of half a month, all members of the Destiny sect displayed significant progress, rapidly breaking through in cultivation, with only the Xian Shadow Beast still in slumber. Afterward, he opened his personal panel. In just 15 days, he had accumulated an impressive number of cultivation points. Yang Ming cultivation points to 55, 520 points personal gains, 330 points per day sect gains. 430 points per day points required for breakthrough 8,000 points current level of 4th level of Qi gathering learn techniques thunder breathing method, heavenly demon technique, judgment thunder lottery wheel tier 1. Activated effect 1 heavens remnant earth scar effect 2 of the principle of nature effect 3, over 50,000 cultivation points, continuous breakthroughs are within reach, confirming that everyone was not in the midst of cultivating at this critical juncture. Yang Ming slightly stirred the judgment thunder within Chen Wei's body. Chen Wei trembled as currents coursed through him. He immediately formed a seal with his hands and, feeling relieved, declared the formation is complete. Swish, 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 the spirit stones arranged within the formation shattered in unison, releasing an abundance of pure spiritual energy into the air. Guided by a special force, it coalesced into a verdant formation that completely enveloped the Destiny sect. Well done, Qianfengyu, already impatient, waved his hand and commanded, fellow cultivators, now is the time to vanquish the demons. Kill, a multitude of cultivators surged forth in a fervent assault, unwavering and righteous. Yang Ming soared into the air on his sword, followed closely by 2 disciples. Gazing into the distance, he beheld hundreds, even thousands of cultivators advancing with great momentum, feeling neither joy nor sorrow. If we were strong enough, would they still dare to act this way? This was the first time he had encountered such a grand battle since his arrival in this world. He had never anticipated it would unfold in this manner. Zhang Xiaolan shook her head. I believe they would not dare aside from Wulong Villa. It was not so simple to incite the other sects. It seemed as though they lacked any independent thought, they merely wished to be used, seeking to exploit the Destiny sect. The reason was simple: the news of the Xin Shadow Beast had spread widely, and many sects, driven by greed, sought to seize this opportunity to plunder from their master. After all, taming the Xin Shadow Beast had proven their master's extraordinary capabilities. Qian Fengyu arrived first, exuding an air of righteous authority, and loudly proclaimed a demonic cultivator. Yang Ming, do you acknowledge your crimes? Deep within his eyes lay avarice and scorn, observing Yang Ming with a mocking gaze. At this moment, the tide of events had been set. Even if the other party desperately tried to explain, it would be a futile endeavor. Whether from the righteous sects or demonic cultivators, I care not. With countless hostile gazes fixed upon him, Yang Ming stood unyielding above the Destiny sect, gazing down with pride. In my dealings, I have never sought the understanding of others, only to act with integrity and a clear conscience. What a noble stance, acting with integrity and a clear conscience. One might mistake him for a paragon of virtue. Zheng Shizao of the Elysium sect scoffed derisively. A shameless rogue, notorious for his misdeeds. Today my wind and cloud pavilion shall rid the world of this menace. How has the realm of cultivation produced such a brazen individual? It is truly nauseating. This declaration elicited a torrent of curses from numerous cultivators. Master, let us fight. Zhang Xiaolan gritted her teeth, her eyes reddening with rage. She could not bear to see her master subjected to such ridicule. Yang Ming's aura gradually escalated, gripping the wind shadow sword. With the judgment thunder shielding him, his gaze turned frigid, and murderous intent began to rise. If there comes a day when my Destiny sect reigns supreme over the world, will there still be those who dare to rise against us? I wish to know. I long to see. Chapter 31. The advantage is mine. A jest. Qian Fengyu was the first to charge towards Yang Ming, a blue phantom emerging behind him, providing formidable support that revealed his prowess at the transformation realm. Fellow Taoists, join me in slaying this fiend, they cried. A chorus of sect leaders from various factions surged forward, resolute in their intent. It was evident to anyone with a modicum of sense that within this individual's storage bag lay immense treasures. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for a mere 4th-level chi-gathering cultivator to effortlessly defeat higher-tier chi-gathering practitioners. To harm my master, you must first pass through me. Zhang Xiaolan was enveloped in a dense sword intent, with over 300 sharp swords suspended in midair, poised to strike and emanating a resonant hum. In an instant, many cultivators were taken aback, unable to believe the spectacle before them. How could she be so young and yet attain the chi-gathering stage? What finesse could a mere chi-gathering cultivator possess? The disciples of the Heavenly Destiny sect were extraordinary. It was clear they practiced demonic arts, prompting us to tread carefully. Such techniques ought to be safeguarded within our righteous sect. After a brief moment of astonishment, their eyes ignited with an even more fervent greed, and they charged forth once more, a kaleidoscope of magical energies converging in the air before hurtling towards the master and disciple. Boom, 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 hundreds of swords were not to be trifled with. They swiftly shattered numerous spells, raining down like arrows and howling wildly, causing many inadequately powerful cultivators to be bloodied and torn asunder. Do you dare to mount an assault on the Heavenly Destiny sect without any capability? Yang Ming regarded the incoming foes with indifference, devoid of any compassion. Leave the chi-gathering cultivators to you and Xingyu. Understood. Zhang Xiaolan nodded, her expression tinged with concern. Master, please be cautious. What can mere ants do when they are on the brink of hell? How cautious can they truly be? Before Yang Ming could respond, Qian Fengyu had already arrived, manipulating a long spear to thrust forward, while the blue phantom behind him wielded a large blade to strike down, leaving his enemies at a loss. Lightning flashed. Yang Ming remained unperturbed, narrowly evading the spear with a sidestep, then seizing it with a swift motion, exerting control with the judgment thunder, causing the spirit weapon to lose its autonomy and disobey Qian Fengyu's commands. In the next moment, he positioned the wind shadow sword horizontally to block the phantom's descending blade. Clang! The clash resonated as waves of energy surged. Thunder drew near. A sharp pain coursed through Yang Ming's palm, causing his gaze to sharpen. He intensified the thunder in his palm, enveloping the wind shadow sword with a dense array of judgment thunder, deflecting the phantom's attack before it soared into the distance. The number of chi-gathering cultivators his disciples had to contend with was staggering, placing considerable pressure on him. He needed to lure these troublesome foes far away. Where do you think you're going? The other arriving cultivators quickly adjusted their trajectory to pursue. They discerned that Yang Ming possessed something extraordinary, his capabilities even allowing him to contend with transformation realm practitioners, but ultimately, he was merely a 4th-level chi-gathering cultivator, a negligible threat. Swish, 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 the forgetting dust tree extended dozens of vines, working in concert with Zhang Xiaolan's flying swords, capturing and dispatching over 10 cultivators in the blink of an eye, yet her tone was anything but carefree. Why has the sect leader made no progress in cultivation these days? Theoretically, a cultivator's advancement should be measured in years. It is entirely normal for there to be no breakthroughs over a mere 10 days, yet both I and Mo Xingyu have managed to leap 2 or 3 minor realms. How could our leader, Yang Ming, fall behind? After all, even the white tiger struggled to resist when Yang Ming forcefully collided with it. Ding, system notification, would you like to consume a total of 44,000 cultivation points to break through? Yes. Only after drawing the transformation realm practitioners to a battlefield somewhat distant from his disciples did Yang Ming's mind stir, activating the system. This was a crucial element of his plan. Only by keeping his realm beneath that of his disciples, while also being the heart of the Heavenly Destiny sect and demonstrating an unusual thunderous prowess, could these transformation realm cultivators be compelled to focus their attention solely on him, thereby shielding his disciples from harm. Although, with the capabilities of the divine body, resisting transformation realm practitioners was not out of the question, the pressing nature of time posed a significant dilemma. Meanwhile, Mo Xingyu and Jiang Xiaolan were wholly focused on elevating their realms. Even if they possessed formidable trump cards, it was unlikely they could easily master them immediately after receiving their inheritance. In contrast, Yang Ming relied on the cultivation points from the system for his progression, allowing him the luxury of time to learn spells. Die. A 10th level Qi gathering cultivator approached, his palm emanating a crimson glow, unleashing torrents of flames. In response, Yang Ming relinquished the wind shadow sword ensnared by Judgment Thunder, allowing it to plunge into the flames, only to then pierce through and embed itself in the chest of the cultivator. A chill ran through him. The cultivator's face was a portrait of disbelief. His defeat had come far too abruptly. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully consumed 8,000 cultivation points to break through to the 5th level of Qi gathering. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully consumed 10,000 cultivation points to break through to the 6th level of Qi gathering. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully consumed 12,000 cultivation points to break through to the 7th level of Qi gathering. The spiritual energy surged around him. Yang Ming's advancement was as effortless as eating and drinking, easily reaching the 8th level of Qi gathering, with the accumulated cultivation points already placing him near the 9th level. Even as a 4th level Qi gathering cultivator, he could crush 10th level opponents, how much more so with the prowess of the 8th level. The forgetting dust tree was momentarily taken aback and awkwardly replied, "Forget I said anything. Young man, look here." The leader of the Extreme Bliss sect, Zhang Shizao, possessed a tall and voluptuous figure, exuding an allure that was hard to resist. A pink glimmer sparkled in her eyes, and her words dripped with seductive undertones. "I wish to be thoroughly filled." As she spoke, she raised her hand, unreservedly reaching for Yang Ming's private areas. What a ruthless woman. Many cultivators felt a shiver run down their spines. Should she succeed, it would surely lead to disaster. Yang Ming's brow furrowed. He sensed a chaotic surge of energy within him, his thoughts spiraling into disarray. Charming arts. Reciting the Azure Thunder breathing technique, Yang Ming instantly broke free from the state of distraction, using the fierce and domineering thunder to dispel the charming arts wreaking havoc in his consciousness. With his adversary now within arm's reach, he seized her audacious hand and firmly restrained it. "How could you recover so swiftly?" Zhang Shizao gasped, incredulous. Given her advantage in realm and the youthful vigor of her opponent, he should have been ensnared for a considerable duration. How could he have regained his composure so quickly? Crackle. Judgment Thunder crackled around Yang Ming as he coldly declared, "So eager to be filled, I shall grant your wish." The Judgment Thunder surged from his palm, simultaneously radiating outward to obliterate the incoming spells, creating a dazzling display of electric light that was nothing short of breathtaking. Ah! Zhang Shicao's seductive demeanor evaporated, her face contorted in terror as her entire body quaked violently from the electric shocks, letting out a harrowing scream. The Judgment Thunder coursed through her being. In that moment, she was rendered incapable of even retaliating, her flesh and blood no longer obeying her will. The terrifying might of this strange thunder was enough to instill fear in many cultivators. The elemental energies they wielded lost potency upon contact with Yang Ming's lightning. This was not merely a matter of spell strength, but rather a suppression of elemental rank. "Get away from me!" Chen Fengyu urged the phantom to attack, delivering a ferocious punch that barely pushed Yang Ming back, sparing Zhang Shizao from peril. He cast a cold gaze at those cultivators who lingered on the sidelines, seeking to profit from the chaos, and warned sternly, "If you do not act soon, be wary of capsizing in the gutter." The current situation had begun to spiral out of control. Yet, fortunately, their lineup was formidable, regardless of the circumstances. Over 1,000 against 5 advantage was undeniably on their side. Chapter 32 Annihilation of dozens. As these words were uttered, the multitude of cultivators exchanged glances filled with trepidation, swiftly consuming various elixirs and unleashing their ultimate techniques. The formidable nature of Yang Ming was unexpectedly challenging. Even the cultivators of the transformation realm found their capacity for resistance swiftly waning, a testament to his overwhelming power. Should one become overly arrogant, the potential for a reversal would be nothing short of ludicrous. "Seal him!" Chen Fengyu commanded, hurling a disc that, upon shattering, conjured a formation that ensnared the rampaging Yang Ming. Even though the Wulong Mountain Manor was a third-rate sect, it possessed some formidable artifacts. Clang, the Wind Shadow Sword, under Yang Ming's deft control, struck the edges of the formation, only to be thwarted by an unseen force, leaving merely a hairline fracture. In an instant, a barrage of spells and offensively imbued treasures converged upon Yang Ming, a dazzling array of deadly brilliance. Heavenly Fire Technique, Thunder Sword, Tenfold Rock Spike. A gale surged forth, causing robes to billow. Yang Ming surveyed his surroundings and noted 3 individuals at the transformation realm, while the remainder were at least at the 9th level of Qi gathering, suggesting they were leaders of a third-rate sect. Today, he intended to extinguish many sects. "Dare to mar my visage, and I shall ensure you have no place to be buried." Zhang Shicao's formerly delicate features twisted into a grotesque mask of fury, her entire being trembling with rage. She conjured a pink energy formation before summoning the ethereal image of a pink fox to charge at Yang Ming. The transformation realm is so named for its ability to harness extraordinary divine powers, manifesting a transformation image that reflects the cultivator's character and methods, taking myriad forms. For instance, Qian Fengyu could summon the spectral figure of a blue swordsman wielding a massive blade, while her own transformation was that of a pink demon fox. Energy surged like a tidal wave, firmly locking onto Yang Ming, a torrent of overwhelming force. In that moment, all the cultivators regarded this nefarious practitioner with the eyes of those witnessing a condemned soul. Hiss, hiss, hiss. On the other side, the Destiny Sect was overwhelmed by a multitude of low-level chi-gathering cultivators, hundreds of mundane iron weapons gradually losing their potency amid the fray, warping and bending. After their initial ferocious assault, the disciples of various sects finally managed to catch their breath. Mundane artifacts, after all, are merely mundane. They cannot withstand the might of spiritual artifacts, which can easily shatter them in direct confrontation. Jiang Xiaolan and the Forgetting Dust Tree executed their strategies in unison, swiftly dispatching over 100 cultivators. However, the total number of cultivators participating in the battle exceeded 1,000, and she possessed only a handful of low-grade spiritual artifacts, rendering her unable to clear the battlefield rapidly. Whoosh! At a certain moment, Elder Lu Yan from Wulong Mountain Manor breached the vine defenses of the Forgetting Dust Tree, wielding his sword and unleashing a sweeping sword aura, sneering, "Little girl, your limbs are immobilized. Let us see what you can use to defend yourself." He discerned that the opponent's aptitude in combat prowess could only be described as extraordinary. If the confrontation persisted, she could indeed suffer significant losses or even face defeat. Yet this was not a solitary battle. The opponent was not a mere target to be struck down, and the paralysis alone severely limited her capacity to defend against close-range attacks. As Lu Yan's sword descended, Jiang Xiaolan maneuvered the wooden board behind her to retreat, evading his inevitable strike, and immediately called out, "Summon Tanghulu. Here it comes." Within the Destiny Sect, Mo Xingyu leapt into action, enveloped in a frigid current, and hurled a punch at Lu Yan. These two children, barely 10 years old, were both at the chi-gathering stage. Lu Yan's pupils constricted in disbelief at his own assessment. Throughout his life, he had schemed and clung to Qian Fengyu as a pillar of support, laboriously achieving the 8th level of chi-gathering, while these children, at such tender ages, surpassed the efforts of his 80 years. Die! Fully aware of the disparity in strength, Lu Yan gritted his teeth and consumed a rage pill, significantly enhancing his power as he unleashed a full-force punch towards Mo Xingyu. Boom! Their fists collided, blood gushed from Lu Yan's knuckles, and his hand shattered, sending him reeling backward, half of his body nearly succumbing to the biting cold. Stumbling and sword-writing, he stood beside Jiang Xiaolan, a serious expression adorning Mo Xingyu's face. "Brother commanded that no one approach sister. Everything else is inconsequential. Thank you, senior sister." Jiang Xiaolan expressed her gratitude, continuing to direct over 10 spiritual artifacts to fend off the encroaching cultivators, retreating as they fought. Should anyone draw near, it would be Mo Xingyu who dealt with them. In a matter of minutes, dozens of cultivators lay slain. One is paralyzed, and the other a fool. How troublesome. Lu Yan's eyes nearly bulged with rage. This Destiny Sect, with only 3 individuals and a tree demon, was managing to exert such pressure. It was utterly incomprehensible. "Xiaolan, let us send the Master Sister into the fray," the Forgetting Dust Tree suggested. It was evident that Mo Xingyu had hardly exerted her full potential, treating these chi-gathering cultivators as mere playthings. Or perhaps it was merely a game to her? That won't do. Jiang Xiaolan decisively shook her head. If Master Sister were to lose control, we could not bear the consequences. The massacre in the Flame Fire Sect remained fresh in her memory. Who could have anticipated that they would perish from mockery? Is it? The Forgetting Dust Tree, still unaware of the true circumstances, remained skeptical. After all, they were all comrades. How fearsome could it be if a comrade were to unleash their wrath? Woof, woof. At that moment, the sound of barking echoed. The shadow beast appeared like a dark specter, materializing in midair. "You finally awakened?" the Forgetting Dust Tree inquired directly. "Upon devouring ancient exotic beasts and ascending to the 2nd tier, have you acquired any abilities beyond speed and mimicry?" If the shadow beast merely sought a breakthrough in realm, it would not have gone through the trouble of collecting vast amounts of rare materials to trade for the corpses of ancient beasts. Its purpose was to undergo transformation through consumption. Upon hearing this, the shadow beast proudly raised its tail and head, barking twice to signify its abilities. Then, like a shooting star, it dashed towards a nearby cultivator, sinking its teeth into his leg. "Damn it, get away!" The cultivator cursed furiously. Being bitten by a dog invoked an inexplicable sense of humiliation among humans, yet before he could retaliate, the shadow beast had silently moved on to its next target, continuing its biting spree. The cultivators it injured were left in disarray, their spirits shattered, yet they could do nothing to retaliate, significantly diverting firepower from the others. The collaboration of the vines, flying swords, icy currents, and the shadow beast managed to turn the tide of battle. Understanding the canine language, the Forgetting Dust Tree remained silent for a moment after learning of its abilities. What capabilities it possessed and whether it could be put to immediate use were on Jiang Xiaolan's mind as she fought. Speed and mimicry are the shadow beast's remarkable specialties. Now, if it has acquired another ability, it should be formidable indeed. It allows the selected target to temporarily achieve the cultivation results of 10 days into the future. Based on the current situation, the Forgetting Dust Tree elucidated, but presently the shadow beast lacks the power to provide results beyond 10 days, and it lasts only 1 minute. Jiang Xiaolan exclaimed, "A promising future." If the Shadow Beast possesses sufficient strength, could it not enable the target to attain cultivation results from years or even decades ahead? Even if it only lasts a moment, it would be sufficient to ensure survival in a crisis, or even mount a counterattack. That is the only conclusion one can draw, the forgetting dust tree wholeheartedly agreed. Brother! Just as Jiang Xiaolan began to stabilize the situation, Mo Xingyu suddenly cried out in alarm. The crowd turned to see a multitude of cultivators exerting their full strength, converging into an unimaginable energy that enveloped Yang Ming, forming an inexplicable force that trapped him in the center. Boom! Seconds later, the energy erupted violently, akin to a volcanic eruption, its grandeur overwhelming and unstoppable. Woof, woof, leveraging its speed, the Shadow Beast rapidly reached the gathered cultivators, radiating an eerie glow, and began to channel a unique energy, amalgamating various chaotic elements as it surged towards Yang Ming. Grant the sect leader the cultivation results of 10 days hence. This was the only contribution it could make. Ah, little beast, descend into hell. Qian Fengyu roared with arrogant laughter. Yang Ming's expression remained impassive as he raised his hand to grasp the wind shadow sword that had returned to him, a faint black mist enveloping him, exuding an alluring yet sinister aura. Everyone can preach about principles, but truth resides solely upon the tip of a sword. Let me witness the extent of the enhancement brought forth by the heavenly demon technique. Chapter 33. Gods block, kill gods. The spiritual energy within surged like boiling water, racing through the meridians at an astonishing speed. Dark mist enveloped Yang Ming's exterior, and he could distinctly sense his power escalating rapidly, his bodily functions reaching an unprecedented peak. Indeed, the techniques employed by practitioners of the demonic path were exceedingly bizarre, yet, what of it, since time immemorial, evil has never triumphed over righteousness. With death looming, this fellow finally revealed his true colors. The other practitioners remained unperturbed. This strike, a culmination of collective strength, would incapacitate even the most advanced of transformation-level practitioners. Crack, 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 the wind shadow sword clashed violently with the formation, its might intensifying, shattering the air with each strike, sharp intent spilling forth, instilling terror in all. As the formation's architect, Qian Fengyu immediately sensed something amiss and shouted, "Act swiftly." When elemental energy reached a critical point, the formidable practitioners from various sects unleashed their most powerful techniques, striving for a decisive kill. Boom! In an instant, the air erupted, a tempest unleashed, flames surged, and rock-splitting sword energy soared. The practitioners launched continuous assaults, a relentless barrage of diverse attacks converging upon Yang Ming, crafting a surreal and terrifying tableau. The upper echelons of these third-rate sects, having accumulated resources for decades, now laid bare their foundations solely to slay Yang Ming. They felt an indescribable mixture of profit and peril emanating from him. Master, sect leader, the members of the Destiny sect were engulfed in anxiety. Even the feeblest of attacks, when gathered into a singular force, would yield devastating power, let alone the high-level practitioners participating in the encirclement of Yang Ming, each being at least a transformation-level master. As Yang Ming was engulfed by the chaotic elemental explosion, Qian Fengyu breathed a sigh of relief. Finally resolved, all of his disciples shall be mine. Zhang Shicao's ruined visage was particularly frightening, her face twisted with resentment. I shall ensure they perish in despair and agony. As a transformation-level powerhouse, she had never endured such humiliation. The hatred within her heart, even if she turned Yang Ming to ashes, would remain unassuaged. First, I shall divide his possessions. Another transformation-level master, unable to contain his impatience, flew closer as the explosion began to dissipate. Whoosh! The annihilating intent of the thunderous sword energy instantaneously severed the energy binding Yang Ming, its residual might shooting forth with unstoppable force. The transformation-level practitioner was stricken with terror, feeling as though thunder had engulfed him. Before he could react, he sensed the threat of death, his expression contorting. Before he could utter a word, he was cleaved in twain, blood gushing forth as he plummeted. A transformation-level master had fallen. Was this not enough to slay him? The crowd was astounded, their gazes fixed upon Yang Ming, who stood aloft, wielding the wind shadow sword, his body shrouded in dark mist, his fury palpable, resembling a malevolent spirit. Even without a flying sword, he could soar through the air. The nearby practitioners, in a state of panic, hastily retreated of this demon. Whoosh! Yang Ming advanced with a sword, delivering judgment with a voice that thundered. You have uttered enough pompous words. In your final throes, you still resist. Some practitioners made another attempt to strike Dai in the blink of an eye. Yang Ming closed the distance, his movements akin to lightning, and in the mere blink of an eye, another soul fell beneath his blade. Today, empowered by the heavenly demon technique and bestowed with 10 days of cultivation from the Xian Shadow Beast, Yang Ming's prowess had reached a level where he looked down upon all. Gods block, kill gods. Like a clap of thunder, he unleashed a whirlwind of slaughter upon the battlefield. With each return, another practitioner met. Their bloody-ended bodies rained down. The onlookers were filled with dread, recognizing that Yang Ming's current state resembled that of a possessed fiend, his strength terrifyingly formidable, surpassing even the average transformation-level practitioners, rendering high-level gathering energy masters no match for him in a single confrontation. He had concealed his true power all along, with even transformation-level masters falling before him. How could they possibly contend? Run! Many practitioners, hearts pounding with fear, could no longer suppress their terror and fled on their swords into the distance. Regardless of how powerful Yang Ming was, it was impossible for him to slay every fleeing practitioner. At the very least, they still had the chance to escape the battlefield, and the likelihood of survival was not negligible. Fear not, he must be holding on by a thread, Qian Fengyu shouted loudly, but he could not prevent the others from fleeing. The combined attack of all had been intercepted by Yang Ming, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure upon the practitioners. Suddenly, Yang Ming stood before him, sword raised high eightfold waves. Chen Fengyu's eyes widened in fury as he thrust his spear forward, the sound of crashing waves accompanying its clash with the wind shadow sword, generating a powerful shockwave. The third-tier spell, Eightfold Waves, increased in force with each successive impact, capable of stacking 8 times, yet with his current strength, he could only manage 5, bang, bang, bang. The spear quaked with azure waters, repeatedly attempting to suppress the wind shadow sword, yet to no avail. Yang Ming remained steadfast, coldly observing the flushed countenance of Qian Fengyu. Whoosh, the transformation-level specter behind Qian Fengyu launched a strike, a massive blade aimed at Yang Ming's head, only for the latter to grasp it barehanded, unleashing the judgment of thunder, shattering it. The sword and spear clashed for 2 seconds, the spearhead flying backward. Yang Ming's sword struck Qian Fengyu's shoulder, making contact with a protective artifact. Qian Fengyu coughed violently, his face ashen. Fellow Taoist, spare me, I have treasures to offer. Lightning strike. Yang Ming, enveloped in dark mist and the judgment of thunder, closed in once more, delivering a heavy blow from shoulder to heart, cleaving him in twain. No need for your gifts, I shall take what is mine. From the moment these self-proclaimed righteous practitioners set foot on the territory of the Destiny Sect, he had never contemplated allowing them to leave alive. Bang, bang, bang. Meanwhile, other practitioners attempted to flee, only to collide with the external formation of the Destiny Sect. Unable to escape, Chen Wei quickly opened the formation. Zhang Shizao screamed, frantic with worry. The harbinger of doom was right behind them. If he closed the distance, certain death awaited. They had erected the formation to seal the surrounding area based on Chen Wei's strategy, and the formation had taken 7 days to establish, with contributions from various factions. It only allowed entry, not exit, and could not be broken overnight. As the architect of the formation, Chen Wei appeared perplexed, seemingly not having heard clearly. What formation? Open the formation? Open what? The practitioners were filled with a murderous intent towards him. You deaf fool. This was a critical moment. Every second spent here could spell disaster. This brat was still playing dumb. I command you to open the formation. Zhang Shicao's eyes nearly blazed with fury, her efforts to break the formation proving futile. Chen Wei shook his head. I will not open it without the sect leader's command. Looking at the panicked expressions of the practitioners within the formation, he felt a twinge of sympathy. Thanks to Qian Fengyu, I have already tasted despair before you. The practitioners wished to flay him alive. At this point, they finally understood that Chen Wei and the sect leader of the Destiny Sect were in cahoots. Harnessing the might of thunder, Yang Ming swiftly advanced, sparing no words. With sword raised and falling, he brought about the demise of practitioners from all factions. From this moment on, the tide of battle was irrevocably turned. Chapter 34. Preparing for seclusion. On the other side, Zhang Xiaolin and Mo Xingyu were also in the stage of tidying up the aftermath. How could they encounter such a sect? Lu Yan, an elder of the Wulong Mountain Manor, could only manage a bitter smile. In his line of sight, over a dozen spiritual weapons shot towards him from various corners, leaving him at a loss for how to defend himself. Or few Qi-gathering realm cultivators could intercept such a flurry of agilely controlled flying swords, and even if they launched an attack on the paralyzed girl manipulating the swords, they would find themselves easily obliterated by an even more terrifying simpleton. The combat style of these freaks was utterly abnormal. Sizzle, 10 swords pierced through his heart, and Lu Yan was instantly rendered beyond salvation. Zhang Xiaolin continued to wield her sword, systematically slaying one cultivator after another, showing no mercy. Their current plight could not mask their earlier arrogance. They appeared pitiable, yet were truly despicable. At the edge of the formation, Gulu, Chen Wei swallowed hard, his heart racing, as his gaze followed Yang Ming, witnessing the thunder flashing and the lives of beings being reaped as if plucked from a pouch. Yang Ming had gone mad with killing. Sect Master of the Destiny Sect, grant me a path to survival. Zhang Shicao's soul trembled as he pleaded, I am willing to serve you, awaiting your orders. Crack. In response, a flash of lightning surged past. Zhang Shicao's expression became dazed as he trembled, reaching to touch his neck, his hand stained with blood. In the next moment, his head fell to the ground. It was as if he were merely mowing grass. Yang Ming's cold visage bore no hint of hesitation or compassion as he traversed the formation, slaughtering every cultivator with no escape, leaving none alive. How does one repay kindness with enmity, when the enemy has already pointed the blade at him? If he were to let them go, it would seem benevolent, yet in reality, it would be a profound disrespect to his own life. For a long while, as all sound faded, the Destiny Sect fell into an eerie silence, with corpses littering the ground and the stench of blood thick in the air. None among the invaders survived. After collecting all the fallen storage bags and disposing of their bodies, Yang Ming sat cross-legged, the black mist receding from his body. Instantly, a wave of weakness washed over him. He tossed a second-tier healing pill into his mouth, utilizing his breathing techniques, his complexion gradually becoming pale and haggard, as drowsiness threatened to overtake him. Even with the enhancement of the Celestial Demon technique, he could not emerge unscathed after facing a multitude of cultivators of at least equal rank. Master. Along with the Xianing beast, the others gathered around, some filled with concern. In the previous battle, the sect master had drawn away all the top combatants, facing the challenge alone, leaving them comparatively at ease. The resources we gathered this time should be sufficient. Yang Ming managed to regain his composure, stating, next time, I hope each of you can stand on your own. Due to the urgency of time, the true capabilities of the divine body had yet to be revealed. However, after this battle, resources would no longer be a concern, allowing the members of the Destiny Sect to focus on their cultivation. In the coming period, the overall strength of the Destiny Sect would undoubtedly experience explosive growth. Indeed. The others responded with fervor. Afterwards, Yang Ming glanced at Chen Wei, who stood timidly at a distance after collecting the formation, and remarked, at present, the top combat forces of various sects have been almost entirely annihilated. We should be able to gather plenty of valuable items within the sect. I understand. Chen Wei felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, promptly following his orders to begin his tasks. Just as Yang Ming had suggested, they might keep some valuable treasures close, but they would not store all their resources within their storage bags now. With his qi-gathering 10th level cultivation, he could explore third-rate sects at will. You've done well this time. Yang Ming stated calmly, when you gather 100,000 spiritual stones, I shall grant you your freedom. Chen Wei paused, turning to bow solemnly, thank you for your mercy, senior. Having received Yang Ming's verbal assurance, he felt inexplicably relieved and departed the gates of the Destiny Sect on his sword. After sending Chen Wei away, Yang Ming took a brief rest before forcing himself to regain his composure and stood up, and now was not the time to relax. Upon seeing this, the forgetting dust tree immediately extended 2 vines to support him steadily. None of the enemies escaped. The sect master may take a moment to recuperate. We cannot afford to be complacent. Yang Ming declared in a low voice, we must leave at once. Mo Xingyu scratched her head, where are we going? Wherever we go, we cannot remain here. Yang Ming's response was resolute. Understood. Jiang Xiaolan, awakening from her daze, was the first to react. Although they had trapped all the invading cultivators with the formation, the battle had caused quite a stir. The high-ranking members of dozens of sects had all been obliterated. It was unrealistic to expect that no one would notice. In other words, once the news spread, it was inevitable that cultivators from higher sects would come to investigate. In the transformation realm, perhaps the master could manage, but if they attracted the attention of powerful beings in the entry into the profound realm, they would have no means of resistance. Perhaps we should relocate the entire mountain peak, suggested the forgetting dust tree. I have recently advanced to the 3rd tier and can barely manage to lift it. Oh? Yang Ming's eyes gleamed. If that is possible, it would indeed be best. Leave it to me. The roots of the forgetting dust tree pulled free from the soil, surprisingly mobile. With the combined efforts of everyone, a section of the mountain peak's summit was forcibly severed, and the forgetting dust tree extended dozens of branches to form a robust net to support it from below, while the others maintained the balance of the mountain. Let us go. Yang Ming suggested, we should find a more concealed location to enter seclusion. Seclusion. This was precisely what he intended to do next. With resources abundant and troubles temporarily resolved, if they did not quickly and discreetly digest their gains and instead chose to flaunt themselves externally, it would be sheer folly. In the time to come, he aimed to break through to the transformation realm at the very least. Yang Ming's gaze was profound as he led his disciples away. Ma Shanhe, how much higher can your realm surpass mine? The transformation realm signified that the sect could rank among the second-tier sects. Sects like the Extreme Joy Sect and Wulong Mountain Manor could indeed be considered part of the second tier, but remaining in this remote and desolate region of the eastern wilderness, and perpetually stuck at the first level of the transformation realm, classified them as third-rate, which made little difference. Of course, the distinction between third-rate and second-rate was not merely verbal. If recognized by the relevant management departments set up by top-tier sects, there were numerous benefits to be gained. 2 days after the great battle, 2 cultivators soared through the air, one stout and the other lean. They arrived at the former location of the Destiny Sect's mountain peak but found no trace of it. They say this place was the site of the massacre of dozens of righteous sects by the demonic cultivator Yang Ming. The stout cultivator cursed, where the hell are they? Having come to fulfill the sect's mission to eradicate the demonic sect, they searched the area for a long time, only to find not a single shadow. They must have moved. The lean cultivator shook his head. What a wasted trip. Just then, Chen Wei returned to the Destiny Sect, brimming with confidence and riding his sword. Over the past 2 days, he had reaped considerable rewards. Not only had he collected nearly 200,000 spiritual stones from the disintegrated sects, but he had also discovered a treasure that would stir envy among countless cultivators. If I hand this treasure over to Yang Ming, I might just fulfill the agreement of 100,000 spiritual stones. Chen Wei felt elated. However, upon returning to this place, he found no sign of the Destiny Sect. Did I take a wrong turn? Chen Wei was taken aback. Swoosh, just then, 2 flying swords darted towards him, their speed akin to lightning, swiftly blocking his path. Pardon me, fellow cultivator, please halt. The stout cultivator looked down at him arrogantly, as if he were an ant, and said indifferently, we hail from the Windwalk Sect. Do you know the whereabouts of the Destiny Sect? The Windwalk Sect, a first-rate sect in the eastern wilderness. Chen Wei's heart raced as he immediately understood that these visitors bore ill intentions, having come to seek trouble with the recently infamous Destiny Sect. Cautiously sizing up the 2 cultivators, his mind raced with possibilities. In fact, he had 2 options. Point 1 was to inform them of the Destiny Sect's whereabouts, provided they helped him rid his Dantian of the strange thunder, allowing him to keep the 200,000 spiritual stones and the treasure for himself, albeit at the risk of incurring Yang Ming's wrath. The second was to conceal this information, keeping all subsequent gains, but risking offending the Windwalk Sect in the future. Was there really a choice? There was only one path to take. After a few moments of fluctuating expressions, he made his decision. I am unaware. Chapter 35 A refuge. Chen Wei contemplated with clarity. The 2 cultivators before him were unlikely to decipher the peculiar thunder residing within his body, and any attempt to eradicate it would inevitably lead to his demise. Furthermore, their demeanor was particularly irksome. It was no surprise. The plump and slender cultivators exchanged disinterested glances, sheathed their flying swords, and gracefully departed. Watching the uninvited guests vanish from sight, Chen Wei discreetly observed the severed peak and immediately comprehended the rationale, feeling a profound admiration. It was no wonder that the leader of the Destiny Sect was so astute, taking preemptive measures not only by decisively relocating but also by maintaining absolute secrecy to prevent an outsider like him from discovering their whereabouts. Should the Destiny Sect flourish, it would undoubtedly challenge the foremost sects of the Divine Origin continent in the future. Chen Wei sighed inwardly, continuing along the path he had taken, arriving at a merchant association bustling with cultivators, ensuring he entered a conflict-free zone. It seemed we had been overly suspicious. Upon witnessing this, the two cultivators abandoned their pursuit. In the following days, news regarding the Destiny Sect spread like wildfire. Led by the demonic cultivator Yang Ming, they obliterated dozens of third-rate sects and ruthlessly slaughtered the elite disciples sent to confront them. These reports were chilling and garnered widespread attention, prompting the reward for Yang Ming's capture to surge from the initial 100,000 low-grade spirit stones proposed by the Wulong Villa to an astonishing 1 million. With such a generous bounty, numerous self-proclaimed powerful cultivators scoured the land, yet ultimately found nothing. Yang Ming seemed to have vanished entirely from existence. Meanwhile, in a remote corner of the eastern wilderness, aided by the forgetting dust tree, the sect traversed mountains and valleys to reach an almost forsaken wasteland. Confirming their safety, Yang Ming quickly began to recuperate. The confluence of the heavenly demon technique and the power of the shadow beast granted him a temporary cultivation level akin to that of a fifth-layer chi transformation realm cultivator. Coupled with the utilization of the judgment thunder, he easily dealt with lower-tier cultivators. Alas, such a display of might came at a cost. The subsequent weakness lasted for 3 days, during which he felt a profound fatigue, as if his very essence had been drained. After 3 full days of recuperation, supplemented by numerous spirit pills and elixirs, Yang Ming finally regained his vitality. "Master, I have tallied the spoils," Zhang Xiaolan reported, her complexion radiant with joy. "We have nearly 3 million spirit stones, 1 high-grade spirit weapon, 3 mid-grade spirit weapons, 52 low-grade spirit weapons, and a substantial amount of low-tier pills and techniques." 3 million spirit stones. This staggering sum was enough to incite envy even among first-rate sects, prompting them to seize it by force. All the techniques and pills were deposited into the designated storage of the Destiny Sect. Yang Ming advised, "Please keep the spirit stones with me for now. If you require cultivation resources, feel free to come and collect them." Understood. Zhang Xiaolan promptly set about her tasks as instructed. Ding, system notification. Due to the increase in scriptures stored in the scripture pavilion, the Sect's foundation has improved, yielding an income of 120 points. Ding, system notification. Due to the increase in pills stored in the pill pavilion, the Sect's foundation has improved, yielding an income of 100 points. Various system alerts chimed in succession. Excellent, excellent, Yang Ming said with great satisfaction, reviewing the Sect's earnings from this battle. Yang Ming cultivation points 34, 500 personal earnings, 380 Sect earnings 4, 780 points required for breakthrough. 16,000 current realm 8th layer of chi gathering skills acquired. Psalm lay breathing technique, heavenly demon technique, judgment thunder lottery will level 1, activated effect 1 celestial flaw effect 2 celestial principles effect 3. With the influx of spirit stones amounting to the millions, the Sect's foundation nearly doubled. Yang Ming could effortlessly accrue over 5,000 cultivation points daily while idling. Ding, system notification. Would you like to consume 16,000 cultivation points to achieve a breakthrough? Yes. Yang Ming immediately confirmed. Instantly, spiritual energy surged within him, and all obstructions in his meridians were shattered by an invisible force. Ding, system notification. Congratulations, you have successfully broken through to the 9th layer of chi gathering. Congratulations, Master, on your significant advancement. Zhang Xiaolan expressed her heartfelt admiration, promptly offering her congratulations. Reflecting on her own journey, she recalled how, upon being taken under Master's wing, she had swiftly ascended to the 9th layer of the mortal realm, only to find herself now 1 realm behind him. She had once thought she would soon catch up to him, but now realized her overconfidence. Given the current circumstances, both she and her senior sister were gradually falling further behind their master. Remember, hard work pays off. The stronger you become, the happier I will be. Yang Ming declared earnestly. Rest assured, Master, we shall not neglect our cultivation. Following this, he engaged in enlightening discussions with all the members of the Destiny Sect, encouraging them to strive diligently in their practices. 2 days later, ding, system notification. Congratulations, you have successfully broken through to the 10th layer of chi gathering, having expended 18,000 cultivation points. Yang Ming reached the pinnacle of the chi gathering realm, now merely a step away from the 1st layer of chi transformation. Something feels off, the forgetting dust tree remarked, perplexed. Yang Ming inquired with a smile, what seems to be the issue? The pace of your cultivation is highly irregular, the forgetting dust tree stated bluntly. From the 4th layer to the 8th layer of chi gathering, I could attribute it to you concealing your true level. Progressing from the 8th to the 9th layer could be explained as a result of a fierce battle, but your current breakthrough is beyond my comprehension. It had never heard of anyone advancing in realms so erratically. Shouldn't such progress be gradual? Woof, the shadow beast nodded in agreement, expressing its concurrence. I merely stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunities. Yang Ming chuckled, providing an ambiguous explanation. Could it be? Suddenly, the forgetting dust tree appeared to have an epiphany, speculating, Master, are you an unparalleled powerhouse who has seized a new life through possession, having already traversed all these realms before, hence your rapid cultivation? In the realm of cultivation, myriad methods existed. If a once exhausted powerhouse were to seize a new life, it could indeed explain Yang Ming's present state, otherwise, it would be difficult to rationalize the terrifying strength he exhibited when faced with attacks from other cultivators. Listening to their exchange, Zhang Xiaolan could not help but glance over. Even the cultivators outside felt that Yang Ming harbored secrets, let alone them. If you must interpret it that way, so be it. Yang Ming chose not to elaborate further, allowing them to indulge in their speculations while avoiding further inquiries. Upon hearing this, the Shadow Beast and Forgetting Dust Tree were greatly astonished had they guessed correctly. Subsequently, the Destiny Sect quieted down, digesting the spoils of the battle, while Yang Ming pored over various texts, including notes on breaking through to the Qi transformation realm. However, the requisite cultivation points for such a major breakthrough reached a staggering 50,000, necessitating nearly 100 days of accumulation before he could advance. A similar growth rate had occurred when transitioning from the mortal realm to Qi gathering, but at that time, the disciples had already provided substantial earnings, making the experience less impactful. If the system was merely quantifying the original cultivation realms into numerical values, the difficulty had indeed escalated dramatically, which Yang Ming found plausible. Notwithstanding moments of disappointment, it was rare for cultivators to find themselves obstructed by minor realms for their entire lives. Most cultivators, lacking sufficient aptitude or opportunities, would inevitably stagnate at the pinnacle of a major realm or force a breakthrough, only to struggle thereafter. This was why sects prioritized talent in their disciples, often favoring prodigies and directing resources towards them. During this period, Yang Ming resolved to learn as many techniques as possible, planning to devise further strategies only after reaching the Qi transformation realm. After much contemplation, he formulated a plan. Breaking through to the Qi transformation realm in just over 100 days seemed swift, yet in reality, the time was indeed fleeting. With only 2 years remaining before the righteous and demonic confrontation, he set himself the ambitious goal of becoming a first-rate sect within the Eastern Wilderness within that time frame. Thus, he needed to enhance his efficiency and devise further methods to accumulate more resources. Afterward, Yang Ming delved into the Tsan Lei breathing technique, but the spells recorded therein required the Qi transformation realm for mastery. Did that mean he could only practice ordinary second-tier spells? As he pondered whether to scour the texts of third-rate sects for useful spells, Yang Ming abruptly halted, as if a thought had struck him, and opened the system panel to check the lottery wheel. Chapter 36 The Lottery Draw. Gulyalu. With a forceful gulp, Yang Ming's mind was suddenly filled with wicked thoughts. Why not take a chance, transform a bicycle into a motorcycle? The standard second-tier spell seemed rather mundane to learn, offering minimal enhancement to his strength. However, if he could draw the rare golden reward from the lottery wheel, it would significantly bolster his combat capabilities. Moreover, with the cultivation points he had accumulated, he could indeed afford to spin the first-tier wheel. He mustn't get carried away. Just a few spins to liven the mood. Taking a deep breath, Yang Ming activated the lottery wheel. The sixth-tier spell, the Heavenly Demon Art, truly ignited his anticipation for the lottery. One could say that this method of drawing was a potential trap, yet it was undeniably irresistible. A moment of weakness could lead to substantial expenditure. Give it to me. Yang Ming pressed the lottery button. Ding, the system notification chimed. Congratulations, you have obtained a blue item, the Spirit Nourishing Pill, first tier. Spirit Nourishing Pill, first tier, gently replenishes essence, offering numerous benefits. Before long, a pill containing pure spiritual energy appeared in Yang Ming's storage bag. He consumed the Spirit Nourishing Pill and, undeterred, clicked the lottery button once more. A ding, the system notification chimed again. Congratulations, you have obtained a green item, Satiety Pill, first tier. Troublesome, just as Yang Ming was about to make a third draw, another system notification sounded in his ear. Ding, the system notification announced, due to your number of lottery draws meeting the standard, a 10 consecutive draw has been unlocked. In the next moment, an additional button appeared on the right side of the lottery wheel. 10 consecutive draw. Spend 950 cultivation points to draw 10 times, guaranteed to yield at least one purple item. A chill ran down Yang Ming's spine. This scheme was too intricate. The allure of saving a few cultivation points with the 10 consecutive draw would make people overlook the single draws. Having arrived at this juncture, Yang Ming had little choice. 10 consecutive draws. It was swish, swish, swish. The lottery wheel spun rapidly, dazzling lights flashing, ultimately resulting in 9 green items and 1 purple item. Ding, the system notification echoed. Congratulations, you have obtained a purple item of Full Moonstone, second tier. Full Moonstone, second tier. Its strength far surpasses that of ordinary stones and can be used for constructing sect buildings. So that is how it is. Yang Ming realized the system he had acquired was named the Destiny Sect Master System, and it was no surprise that the lottery will contain materials required for relevant constructions. In fact, a significant portion of the items were likely materials. This was undoubtedly a profitable venture for him. Once more, Yang Ming activated the 10 consecutive draw again, but this time, there was only one purple item. The second-tier material, Chen Yun would never mind, just one last time. A sense of retreat began to stir within Yang Ming. Spending nearly 1,000 cultivation points in one go was quite substantial. He could only afford to draw 5 times daily from his current earnings, which one too much. It would be wiser to conserve them for breaking through to the transformation essence stage. After all, the realm was fundamental. Having made his decision, he once again pressed the wheel, and without question, it yielded yet another purple material. Not worth it at all. Yang Ming decisively shut off the lottery wheel to curb his impulsive nature and proceeded to examine the texts of the third-rate sect, finding nothing of interest. 10 minutes later, he reopened the lottery wheel and clicked for another draw. Logically, he should at least obtain a silver item, given the 75 chance. 5 greens, 3 blues, and 2 purples. 8 greens, 1 blue, and 1 purple. Before long, 2,000 cultivation points had vanished without a trace. The situation had become dire. Yang Ming clicked the lottery wheel once more, gritting his teeth. I shall have no dealings with this gamble. Swish, swish, swish. The pointer of the wheel spun violently, landing on various items. Unlike the previous attempts, this time it erupted with a silver glow. A single silver item emerged. Yang Ming let out a sigh of relief. Swish, suddenly, golden light flickered. Yang Ming's expression froze, only to be replaced with overwhelming joy. System, you are truly my greatest ally. Meanwhile, at the original location of the Destiny Sect, after a thorough search, the area lay nearly deserted. Whoosh, in an instant, a young man clad in yellow, of average build, descended from the sky. Yang Ming of the Destiny Sect. He hovered above the mountain peak, his expression grim and impatient, grinding his teeth. Damn it, so this is where you've been hiding. He was Chen Quan, a disciple of the Haoran sect. Tasked by his master to eliminate the cultivator named Yang Ming, he sought to eliminate potential threats to his senior brother, Ma Shanha. Initially, having found no leads, he began his search from the forest indicated by the shattered token of Yuan Hong, only to inadvertently lose his way, moving further away from Yang Ming's actual location. Having nearly decided to abandon the search and return to report, he was unexpectedly alerted to Yang Ming's whereabouts once more. The destruction of dozens of third-rate sects could not possibly be attributed to Yang Ming alone. It must have been his master, who had slain Yuan Hong. Standing atop the mountain peak, Chen Quan confirmed his location was accurate, retrieving a scroll from his storage bag and tearing it apart. To ensure absolute certainty, his master had provided him with numerous treasures. As long as he encountered Yang Ming, he would slaughter him like a dog. Sizzling. Moments later, the scene from several days prior unfolded before him, albeit only within the area where the scroll had been torn. There were few clues to grasp the complete situation. Observing the direction of the mountain's movement, he surmised that Yang Ming had fled this way. Chen Quan confirmed the general direction and continued his search. You better not let me find you. Otherwise, you won't have a good ending. During the previous encounter in the forest, he had mistakenly judged the direction of Yang Ming's escape while being pursued by Yuan Hong as the exit route, thus straying further away. This time, he was determined not to err. On the other side, Yang Ming was exhilarated, completely disregarding the worthless items drawn. He gleefully clicked to unveil the details of the silver item, eager to discover its nature. Thunder Dragon Roar, 3rd tier, harnesses the power of lightning elements, transforming into a dragon-shaped energy to unleash a powerful, wide-ranging impact on enemies ahead, comparable to a 4th tier spell. However, it has a considerable energy cost. A splendid treasure. Yang Ming's eyes sparkled. It is known that there is a certain correlation between realms and spells. The 1st tier corresponds to Qi gathering, the 2nd to transformation essence. 3rd tier spells are formidable enough to entice even those in the profound realm. This is precisely why Yang Ming dared to assert that the 6th tier heavenly demon art would attract the top cultivators of the eastern wasteland. After all, those in the profound realm were the backbone of first-rate sects, often occupying the role of sect masters without surprise. Afterward, Yang Ming turned his gaze toward the true treasure, the golden item. He wondered what exquisite item he would draw this time. As long as it was not the repeatedly obtainable blue carefree pill, anything else seemed to be invaluable. With eager anticipation, he reached out to uncover the golden item, revealing its true form instantly. Yang Ming's eyes lit up. So it was this treasure. At that moment, the system notification chimed in with the answer. Ding, the system notification announced, congratulations, you have obtained a golden item. Chapter 37 Breakthrough to the Transformation Realm. Ding, system notification, congratulations, you have obtained a 5th tier golden item blueprint for the Xiantian spirit vessel, the spirit vessel. It is a commonly utilized tool for cultivators venturing into the world, available in various forms, from massive warships to small bamboo rafts. Compared to sword flight, the spirit vessel can incorporate additional methods, which undoubtedly bring significant advantages. Effect of the 5th tier Xiantian spirit vessel blueprint. It allows for the construction of the Xiantian spirit vessel, which possesses exceptional malleability, astonishing speed, and the ability to change in size. Its restrictions can rival those of the Void Realm for a short duration. Required materials, 10 top-tier spirit stones, sufficient 4th tier wood and gold stone, and a minimum strength equivalent to the Void Realm to construct a 5th tier spirit vessel. If I can forge the Xiantian spirit vessel, I will possess the means to contend with those in the Void Realm. Yang Ming calculated silently, his heart racing with excitement. At present, attempting to construct it according to the blueprint would be excessively difficult, and resources were insufficient, yet he believed that it would not be long before everything fell into place. 10 top-tier spirit stones equate to millions of low-tier spirit stones. This is not an unattainable goal. As for the 4th tier wood, the Wangshan tree will soon provide it. Regarding the requirement of strength equivalent to the Void Realm for construction, the blueprint clearly states that it pertains to strength, not realm. He has never forgotten that the vast world harbors numerous techniques similar to the gathering array of the Yanhua sect, capable of channeling the strength of other cultivators into oneself. As long as time permits, and the Tianming sect exerts its utmost effort, once I step into the transformation realm, I will be able to create a 5th tier spirit vessel. Yang Ming carefully stored the blueprint away. He could already envision piloting the Xiantian spirit vessel, akin to being under the protection of a void expert. Even first-rate sects would have to bow down in submission. Subsequently, he soared into the sky on his sword, returning to the original location of the Tianming sect, while simultaneously activating the Judgment Thunder to send a reminder. It had been some time since he had annihilated dozens of sects, and it was time to meet Chen Wei and retrieve the resources. Ziz, far away at the Immortal Cultivation Chamber of Commerce, Chen Wei was jolted by electricity, instantly comprehending the situation, and set off to meet Yang Ming. After waiting for a moment near the section of the mountain that had been severed, he soon spotted Yang Ming approaching. Did you gain anything? As they drew nearer, Yang Ming got straight to the point. Indeed, Chen Wei produced a storage bag containing 200,000 spirit stones and handed it to Yang Ming. He then retrieved a piece of yellowed parchment, bowing respectfully as he reported, Sect Master Yang, in addition to the Spirit Stone Hall, I inadvertently discovered an invaluable treasure within a nondescript third-rate sect. Oh? Yang Ming's heart stirred. He used magic to take the parchment, examining its contents to find a map with a red mark indicating the endpoint, accompanied by the 4-character label Low-Tier Spirit Vein. Instantly, a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. You should know the price of deceiving me. Spirit vein, in simple terms, it refers to an underground mountain range rich in pure spirit energy, often harboring a vast quantity of natural spirit stones, an abode of pure spirit energy that takes tens of thousands of years to form. For spirit veins, cultivators have two choices: to mine it extensively, obtaining a massive amount of spirit stones in one go, or to establish a cave dwelling or sect, enjoying the abundant spirit energy for prolonged self-cultivation. Many well-established sects are built upon spirit veins, allowing all disciples to benefit while also attracting cultivators to join. The parchment does not appear to be a forgery. Chen Wei explained that the location marked on the map indeed boasts denser spirit energy than other areas, which has attracted two demonic sects. Does this mean the spirit vein has already been claimed by them? They must not have realized it yet. Chen Wei shook his head, affirming these two demonic sects are widely known among their disciples and have not been discreet. If they discovered the spirit vein, they would not be able to keep it a secret, and powerful cultivators would surely eradicate them overnight to eliminate the threat. The interests involved with spirit veins are simply too substantial. Even a low tier 1 would incite fierce competition among renowned first-rate sects, and those two demonic sects, being only second-rate, would not withstand such pressure. Yang Ming pondered freely, not fully believing him, and with a half-smile, he inquired, this parchment is of great significance. It must be more than just a map. Are you truly willing to part with it? 100,000 spirit stones. I would need quite some time to gather that, Chen Wei replied with a wry smile. If the low-tier spirit vein is genuine, I hope Sect Master Yang can clear my debts. If it can be obtained, I will grant you freedom, but until then, my demands remain unchanged. Yang Ming succinctly stated, pocketing the parchment and embarking on his return journey. Upon returning to the Tianming sect, Yang Ming officially entered seclusion. Third tier spell, a Thunder Dragon's Roar. After nearly 20 days, he successfully mastered it, then began absorbing spirit stones to accelerate the acquisition of cultivation points. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. 2.5 months had passed. Ding, system notification. Do you wish to consume 500,000 cultivation points to initiate a breakthrough? Yes, Yang Ming decisively confirmed. Boom, in an instant, an exceptionally potent invisible pressure radiated outward from Yang Ming, enveloping the surroundings. Transitioning from gathering chi to transformation was not merely an increase in strength, the overall vitality and spirit would reach an unprecedented peak, while his lifespan would surge to 500 years, transcending the ordinary. Of course, even with an extended lifespan, cultivators breaking through from transformation to the entry into the profound realm remain a rarity, with only 1 in 10 succeeding. The challenges are indeed formidable. At the same time, other members of the Tianming sect sensed Yang Ming's transformation, filled with immense joy. The sect master has reached the transformation realm. It is noteworthy that even in the gathering chi realm, the sect master was able to slay 3 first-layer transformation cultivators while besieged. Now that he has reached the transformation realm, his strength has dramatically increased, and with the transformation phantasm, he might even contend against high-tier transformation cultivators. As the judgment thunder danced across his surface, Yang Ming's mind was clear, feeling the spirit energy coursing through his limbs, cleansing away numerous hidden impurities. In that moment, he sensed himself entering an enigmatic state, with his auditory and perceptive abilities rapidly ascending, while the spirit energy within his dantian gradually compressed, forming a white yuan dan. Crack, just as everything seemed to progress smoothly, the pale thunder symbol floating within the dantian suddenly erupted, as if encountering an adversary, breaking free from Yang Ming's control and surging towards the yuan dan with a terrifying momentum. Not good, Yang Ming's heart tightened, his expression shifting dramatically. Stop, Brother Thunder, no. He had never anticipated that the Judgment Thunder would undergo a transformation during his breakthrough to the transformation realm, and he was powerless to stop it. Indeed, the Judgment Thunder originated from the mysterious maiden, yet he had forcibly replicated it, severing any connection to her. Boom, when the Judgment Thunder made contact with the Yuan Dan, the latter instantly shattered, causing Yang Ming's internal organs to convulse violently, a metallic taste flooding his mouth as he sustained injuries. However, the Judgment Thunder did not quiet down upon the demise of its target. Instead, it intensified, absorbing all the nutrients released from the exploded Yuan Dan, replacing it with a formidable presence. Thanks to this succession, the breakthrough process to the transformation realm remained uninterrupted. Yang Ming's heart trembled, feeling as though he had turned a corner. The path of cultivation is indeed filled with countless ineffable mysteries. Soon, the Judgment Thunder successfully became a substitute for the Yuan Dan, radiating a pale, blazing light. It was in the process of coalescing the transformation phantasm. Chapter 38, the transformation of the ethereal image. Just then, a young man clad in a yellow uniform descended from the sky and entered the Tianming sect. At last, I have found you. Jin Quan of Haoren sect smirked coldly. It hasn't been long, yet you are already on the verge of breaking through to the transformation stage. No wonder junior brother Yuan Hong was defeated. Relying on the treasures bestowed by his master, he had traced the faint signs of movement across the peaks and finally discovered the Tianming sect's whereabouts in this desolate wilderness. Of course, he had initially been scouting the surroundings and had not noticed this place, but the commotion caused by the breakthrough to the transformation stage had drawn him here. He surveyed his surroundings, finally fixing his gaze on a nearby snot-nosed little girl, dressed in a light green robe, who was playing hopscotch, accompanied by a small black dog. In her hand, she held a string of spirit stones, occasionally taking a bite. Second layer of the mortal realm, humph, mere ants. Seemingly aware of the visitor's presence, Emo Xingyu paused her game and approached, asking, Uncle, what are you here for? Get lost. Chen Quan replied disdainfully, striding towards Yang Ming's secluded chamber, killing you would dirty my hands. This foolish girl even dares to munch on spirit stones. Engaging in idle chatter with her is utterly pointless. Not so fast. Emo Xingyu suddenly moved, appearing before Qin Quan and blocking his path, sniffling. Her small face bore a serious expression. My sister said, brother cannot see anyone right now. Boom. Qin Quan looked down at her with contempt, the heavy pressure of his fifth layer transformation stage aura descending upon Emo Xingyu. He said coldly, if you don't want to die, get lost. This uncle. Emo Xingyu tilted her head, unperturbed, and inquired, are you a bad person? The corner of Qin Quan's eye twitched, his anger escalating. He lifted his foot and kicked out, a yellow armor materializing on the surface of his skin. Bang! A kick from the transformation stage sent Emo Xingyu's frail body flying several dozen meters, crashing into the Tianming Sect's buildings, collapsing 2 structures in succession and leaving a long trail in her wake. Wood splinters flew. Seeking your own demise. Qin Quan found it amusing. His target was Yang Ming and his master. This insignificant little girl could be easily crushed by the dozens. She was merely an appetizer. Woof woof. Seeing Emo Xingyu sent flying, the Xianing beast appeared at his feet, barking furiously. Get lost. Qin Quan impatiently kicked out again but was easily dodged by the Xianing beast. In the blink of an eye, the beast approached once more, attempting to bite, only to be blocked by the yellow armor, and it swiftly retreated as Qin Quan prepared to strike again. The fifth layer of transformation stage proved too challenging for it. Such speed. Qin Quan was slightly taken aback, then sneered, I'm not in the mood to play with you now, I'll deal with you later. He did not wish to waste time. Now was the perfect opportunity to interrupt Yang Ming's breakthrough. He was eager to witness the failure of the other party's ascension and the arrival of a formidable enemy, relishing the sight of their despair. Swish swish swish, just as Qin Quan took another step, a disturbance arose behind him. An intense chill inexplicably permeated the air, sending a shiver down his spine, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Suddenly turning around, Qin Quan's pupils constricted as he beheld Emo Xingyu, the second layer of the mortal realm, rising from a pile of debris, her youthful face marked by a hint of coldness and hostility. You are a bad person. Her thoughts were quite simple. Good people would not bully her like this. Bad people must not be allowed to approach her brother. The Xianing beast, witnessing this scene, hurriedly retreated, baring its teeth at Qin Quan as if to say he was in for a rough time. So, it turns out you are a hidden master. Qin Quan sensed a strong threat, his expression darkening. He charged towards Emo Xingyu, his hand glowing with a yellow light, becoming incredibly hard, but it was futile. Bang! Emo Xingyu stood her ground, not dodging or evading, her fist colliding with his palm, neither yielding an inch. Bang bang bang, in mere seconds, the two engaged in a frenzied exchange, causing the ground to shatter, dirt and stones flying as ice and earth elements fused together. After a fierce confrontation lasting over 10 seconds, Qin Quan trembled slightly, the chilling aura enveloping him causing his blood flow to stagnate. Even the transformation stage was deeply affected, the cold emanating from her was terrifyingly low. Interesting, very interesting. Qin Quan retrieved a pill from his storage bag and swallowed it, his aura rapidly increasing. He then produced a yellow spear, charging forth again. You little brat, don't get too cocky, it's far from over. A low-grade magical artifact, the Earth-Kuan spear. Faced with the oncoming spear, Emo Xingyu appeared dazed, devoid of any sense of danger. She reached out, summoning a candied hawthorn made of frost, over a meter long, gripping it by the stick. Her master had told her that one must learn to progress, relying solely on brute force was insufficient. Over the past few months, she had finally mastered the art of the candied hawthorn. Clang clang clang, the frost-coated candied hawthorn spun before her, as Emo Xingyu wielded it with vigor, not yielding an inch against the magical weapon's assault. You've gone too far. Qin Quan, not one to be disheartened, continued to utilize the treasures given by his master, gradually augmenting his strength. Swoosh, seizing the opportunity, Emo Xingyu thrust the tip of her weapon forward, the sharp end piercing Qin Quan's abdomen and drawing forth droplets of blood. Qin Quan staggered backward repeatedly, clutching his wound, his expression contorted in rage, his eyes nearly bursting with fire. He felt as if he were seeing a ghost. This fool was absurdly powerful. Meanwhile, Yang Ming was at a crucial moment in his ascension to the transformation stage, guarded by Jiang Xiaolan and the Forgetting Dust Tree. They were already aware of the uninvited guest's arrival and the conflict with the senior sister. The intruder's strength was formidable. Had it been a few months ago, he would have been a formidable opponent, the Forgetting Dust Tree assessed. Jiang Xiaolan remained unfazed. Unfortunately for him, he has encountered our senior sister. Boom! The judgment thunder roiled violently within his dantian. Yang Ming sat cross-legged, meticulously nurturing the increasingly luminous pale lightning symbol with his spiritual energy, consolidating his ethereal image of transformation. Gradually, the spiritual energy and thunder intertwined harmoniously, undergoing a transformation within his dantian. Simultaneously, the thunder on Yang Ming's body extended outward, rapidly evolving behind him, occasionally morphing into weapons, at times into beasts, still not fully determined. What will my ethereal image ultimately be? Yang Ming, filled with anticipation, reached the peak of his internal power, breaking the shackles with ease. Ding, system notification, congratulations on successfully breaking through to the transformation stage. At that moment, the transformation of the judgment thunder gradually ceased, the ethereal image taking form, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. Yang Ming understood. So, this is what my ethereal image is. Chapter 39 Suppression, the transformation into Yuan. This is an inevitable path for every cultivator. The manifestation of the ethereal image is an exceptionally potent combat technique, ever-changing and unpredictable in its direction. The only discernible clue lies in its intrinsic connection to the individual cultivator's attributes. Yang Ming understood it was a thunder dragon. Turning around, he beheld a vividly lifelike thunder dragon, its elongated body adorned with flowing whiskers, exuding an imposing presence, yet formed purely from thunderous elements, lacking any physicality. However, this thunder dragon was half pale and half purple, its formidable aura augmented by an otherworldly quality, radiating an indescribable sense of oppression. Is the white and purple a fusion of the judgment thunder and my own thunder? Yang Ming pondered. The image displayed by the ethereal manifestation was not without basis, and inexplicably, he felt a strange premonition. This thunder dragon seemed to mimic a particular being. Could it be that thunder dragons exist in the divine Yuan continent? Not dwelling further on the thought, he rose and exited the seclusion chamber, his doubtful gaze gradually turning icy. There were some troubles that required his attention. With a crack, as the door swung open, Jiang Xiaolan and the forgetting tree turned their gazes towards him. Master, did you succeed in your breakthrough? Indeed. Yang Ming strode forward, almost transforming into a streak of lightning, heading directly toward the location of Mo Xingyu and Chen Quan, his aura markedly more robust than before. Let us go meet our esteemed guests. The path of cultivation is such that each major realm feels like a chasm, with significant disparities. His ability to slay a cultivator of the transformation into Yuan realm while merely at the gathering chi stage relied on the heavenly demon art and the judgment thunder powers not possessed by ordinary cultivators. Now, he could finally claim a firm footing in the cultivation world. On the other side of the Tianming sect, Chen Quan wore a grim expression, his fury tinged with an unspeakable jealousy. The other party, merely a few years old, had the audacity to engage him, a 5th-level transformation into Yuan cultivator, despite only being at the 9th level of gathering chi. Such extraordinary talent should not be squandered on a fool, it rightfully belonged to him. Mo Xingyu remained silent, her demeanor increasingly indifferent, her dazed eyes gradually shimmering with a silvery glow, devoid of any emotion, even as her strength continued to grow. Unbeknownst to her, this subtle transformation was occurring. With a hiss, Chen Quan retrieved a scroll from his package, hesitated for a moment, then tore it apart to die. Since he could not eliminate her himself, he would call upon his master for assistance. Boom! Suddenly, a spectral figure of an elderly man with white hair appeared in midair, raising his palm to strike down upon Mo Xingyu, his aura locking in, exuding immense power. Mo Xingyu, as usual, showed no intention of evading, her gaze fixed upon the massive hand descending toward her, her expression neither joyful nor sorrowful, merely growing colder still. Bang! At the critical moment, Yang Ming appeared before her, raising his palm to counter the attack, thunder elements swirling around him, effectively halting the spectral assault. The clash of thunder and earth elements formed two streams of energy, white and yellow, that continued to resist, causing the ground to collapse. Seeing this, Chen Quan felt a surge of delight, a yellow leopard phantom emerging behind him, lunging at Yang Ming. Excellent, let us have the two of you join forces, it will make for great company. The strength of the master was formidable. Even the spectral form sealed within the scroll possessed 1/10 of its original power. Initially, he had thought it excessive to use against a mere child. Now with Yang Ming's arrival, it would be a perfect opportunity for a double kill. Yang Ming's expression remained unchanged as the thunder surged from his feet, spreading in all directions. Third tier spell, Thunder Dragon's Roar, roar. The thunderous roar reverberated deafeningly as the ground, densely packed with thunder elements, nearly transformed into an insurmountable pool of lightning. Shortly thereafter, a massive, fearsome thunder dragon leapt from below, exposing only the tip of the iceberg, and opened its cavernous maw to devour the two spectral figures before plunging back into the ground, vanishing from sight. Puff, the ethereal image of the transformation into Yuan shattered, and Chen Quan, caught in the backlash, spat blood, his earlier pride obliterated, replaced by shock and terror. How is this possible? Yang Ming had just ascended to the transformation into Yuan realm and was able to shatter his master as spectral form? Xingyu, it's all right now. Yang Ming turned, retrieving a snack from his package, speaking gently, go take a rest. Mo Xingyu grinned foolishly, the coldness dissipating entirely, as she skipped away with the treats her brother had rewarded her. The absolute heaven divine body, there was still much to learn about it. Yang Ming cast a deep glance at Mo Xingyu's retreating figure. He sensed that the absolute heaven divine body seemed to grant her a duality, or perhaps two personas? Allowing her to continue in battle might just bring forth that merciless personality. However, for now, Yang Ming turned his gaze toward Chen Quan, the smile fading from his face as he activated Thunder Flash, instantly appearing before him. So fast, Chen Quan was taken aback, unable to react in time as a fist entwined with lightning struck, instantly robbing him of consciousness, his body convulsing as he collapsed to the ground. Splash, dousing cold water on his face, Chen Quan awoke from his stupor only to realize that his storage bag had vanished, and his hands and feet were bound. You dare to touch me? The Haoran sect will not spare you. He immediately grasped his situation, glaring angrily at Yang Ming. Yang Ming calmly retorted, are you implying that if I do not act against you, the Haoran sect will let me be? Chen Quan was left speechless. Has the Masha River sent you? Yang Ming pressed directly. Chen Quan fell silent, his gaze flickering, as if calculating something. His silence seemed to imply consent. A fierce killing intent flashed in Yang Ming's eyes. Just because he had eradicated the bandits kidnapping children at the foot of the Immortal Ascension Conference, this marked the second time Masha River had sent someone to deal with him. Even a mud doll has some fire. This was the first time he felt such a desperate urge to kill someone. Hiss, hiss, hiss. With over 10 swords pointed at him, Jiang Xiaolan coldly stated, if you do not speak the truth, I will make you taste the sensation of a sword piercing your heart. You're just a useless person whose meridians have been severed by my senior brother, right? Honestly, my senior brother went easy on you considering your age. Chen Quan sneered, brazenly mocking him. You. Jiang Xiaolan was furious. Do you believe I will kill you right now? Little brat, come at me. Chen Quan displayed a defiant demeanor, declaring, don't think you can extract a word from me. Even if you force me to eat excrement, if I so much as frown, it counts as my defeat. Master, what should we do? Zhang Xiaolan's face was filled with anger, yet she refrained from acting on her own accord. No matter how furious she felt, she would wait for her master's command before taking action. To kill or to maim, do as you please. Chen Quan laughed coldly. The Haoran sect is not something you can provoke. You will eventually face annihilation and never attain rebirth. Ignoring his frenzied barking, Yang Ming shook his head. That would be too lenient for him. He had considered extracting Chen Quan's soul, but as a disciple of a major sect, his sea of consciousness was protected by restrictions. Forceful probing would only result in a backlash. So, you mean I should comply with his demands? Yang Ming pondered for a moment, revealing a seemingly harmless smile. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing this, Chen Quan felt a sense of unease creeping in. Comply with my demands? When did I ever make a request? Have you already forgotten what you just said? Yang Ming attempted to jog his memory. Think about what I said earlier. Chen Quan was utterly confused, unsure of Yang Ming's intentions, yet he still responded, the Haoran sect is not something you can provoke. Yang Ming shook his head. The previous sentence. Even if you force me to eat excrement, if I so much as frown. Chen Quan began, but abruptly fell silent, his eyes bulging with rage. You dare? What is there to fear? Yang Ming seized him and headed toward a nearby village. In a mere 10 minutes, he arrived at a latrine. This is your last chance, divulge everything you know, or you will have the honor of becoming a gourmet. The Haoran sect is a top sect in the eastern wilderness, and my senior brother is a core disciple with a lofty status. One day, I shall see you lose your head and your family destroyed. Chen Quan spat venomously, his threats hollow and cowardly. Eat excrement and enjoy. Yang Ming's expression was indifferent as he severed his cultivation and tossed him into the foul-smelling pit, then formed seals with his hands, channeling thunder elements downward to be sealed. Boom! The latrine erupted. The thunder elements formed a powerful sealing barrier. This maneuver was intended to ensure that Chen Quan could not escape and would remain in a prolonged state of unconsciousness, unable to take his own life. Chapter 40 of the Quest for Spiritual Veins. Having completed all necessary tasks, Yang Ming returned to the sect. The curious Wu Qinshu inquired, Sect Master, what became of that fellow? An old fool, no need to concern ourselves with him. Yang Ming sighed, let him dine in peace over there. The others understood. It seemed Chen Quan had paid the price for his foul mouth. Shaolan. Yang Ming regarded his disciple with significance and asked, why do you think I chose not to eliminate him? Zhang Shaolan pondered for a moment before articulating her thoughts. Few possess the audacity to face death without fear. That man, knowing he could not escape, saw death with single-minded determination. There must be a hidden agenda. Upon further reflection, she noted that Chen Quan's incessant insults seemed designed to provoke them into retaliation. He must have a contingency plan for survival. Indeed, progress. Yang Ming commended, elucidating, cultivators will invariably devise means to secure an escape route. Chen Quan wishes to play the role of the golden cicada shedding its shell, yet I shall not grant him the opportunity. Leaving a fragment of consciousness behind, allowing his true self to perish while he seeks rebirth through that remnant, is a technique not found in third-rate sects, though the elite sects may employ it. However, such methods are fraught with pitfalls. Firstly, separating a portion of one's consciousness equates to diminishing one's strength, rendering them vulnerable to consciousness-based attacks. Secondly, even if he were to be revived, his cultivation would undoubtedly suffer significant losses, with both his attainments and foundations severely compromised. Your wisdom is profound, Master. Zhang Shaolan felt a chill in her heart. Should Chen Quan successfully reincarnate, he would surely pose a grave threat to them, hence, it was better to confine him than to kill him. Just in case, let us change the location of the Tianming sect. Yang Ming issued the order. From now on, focus on your cultivation. I have pressing matters to attend to. 300,000 spirit stones should suffice to last 3 months without depletion, yet the slow pace of methodical cultivation was disheartening. The grand competition between righteousness and evil was merely a year and a half away, a fleeting moment for cultivators. Should they lack sufficient strength by then, they might very well lose their lives. Understood, the group acknowledged. After repairing the damaged structures and addressing trivial matters, Yang Ming perused Chen Quan's storage bag, unable to suppress his astonishment. This fellow, though lacking in personal strength, possessed an abundance of treasures. A low-grade magical weapon, the Earth Kuan spear, a high-grade spiritual weapon, the Xian Yuan sword, furthermore, 2 third-tier elixirs, the breakthrough pill, capable of stimulating meridians for a temporary breakthrough in minor realm. Numerous other assorted items and elixirs lay within. It must be said, the profound foundation of the Haoran sect was remarkable. The previous disciple had left behind a celestial compass and a mid-grade spiritual weapon, greatly benefiting him. He had not anticipated that Chen Quan would be so generous, even offering up magical weapons. He entrusted the Xian Yuan sword to Zhang Shaolan for handling, while the group divided the elixirs among themselves. Subsequently, Yang Ming set forth to investigate the location indicated by the parchment. As he traveled, he accessed the system panel to review the results of his breakthrough to the transformation of essence stage. Yang Ming cultivation points 3420 personal earnings 1080 per day sect earnings of 5980 per day points required for breakthrough 1 million current realm transformation of essence first level techniques learned Song Lei breathing method heavenly demon art judgment of thunder thunder dragon roar lottery will level 1 activated effect 1 a heaven's remnant earth's deficiency effect 2 celestial principles effect 3 to ascend from the first to the second level of transformation of essence the required cultivation points escalate to 1 million. It was evident that as one progressed, the difficulty of breakthroughs increased exponentially. Indeed, it was not merely a change in numbers. After a meticulous review from top to bottom, Yang Ming discovered that beyond the earnings, his first talent had finally reached its upper limit. Heaven's remnant, Earth's deficiency, the more inferior the disciples' aptitude and the more tragic their experiences, the greater the fortune they would receive upon apprenticeship. Note, a maximum of 3 disciples may be accepted at present. Thus, he could once again leverage his disciples to garner more positive feedback, assisting him in accumulating cultivation points. Ma Shanha, your demise is nigh. Meanwhile, within the Haoran sect, Ma Shanha, currently in seclusion, felt an inexplicable turmoil within his heart. He temporarily withdrew from his cultivation to consult his master, Lin Wenyun. Master, what is the status of junior brother Chen Quan? Why has he not returned after such a long time? Ma Shanha expressed his concerns. From the moment he witnessed the other party's unknown method of defeating Yuan Hong, he sensed Yang Ming's extraordinary nature. Had he known it would come to this, he would have disregarded the reputation of righteousness and simply eliminated the mundane ants without hesitation. Lin Wenyun replied candidly, fear not, the fragment of soul he left behind remains intact. Then why the delay in his return? Ah, why are you so overly concerned about a mere ant that could be crushed underfoot? Lin Wenyun chuckled, shaking his head. After all, you wouldn't deny junior brother Chen Quan the pleasure of enjoying himself after completing his task, would you? Cultivation does not equate to the abandonment of human emotions and desires. Occasionally indulging for months, or even years, in the mortal realm, reveling in pleasures, is not unusual. Are you implying that your junior brother Chen Quan is currently immersed in a realm of indulgence, enjoying fine delicacies and comforts? With Yang Ming's cultivation at the transformation of essence stage, he swiftly reached his destination within mere hours, a place known as Black Mist Gorge. The Black Mist Gorge was dominated by 2 major demonic sects, the Yin Su sect and the Yang Su sect. It must be located here. Yang Ming confirmed this and, stowing away the parchment, he lifted his gaze to see 2 towering spires on either side of the gorge, each representing a sect. A certain restriction existed between the Black Mist Gorge, preventing the exchange of cultivators from both sections utilizing the concealment technique. Yang Ming lowered his aura to the 3rd level of qi gathering and stealthily infiltrated one of the towers, discovering that the most spacious first floor was divided into various areas, yet without exception, all were occupied by male cultivators clad in standard black robes. Undoubtedly, this was the Yang Su sect. Strip, show me. A voice rang out, and the qi-gathering cultivators pressed to the windows of the tower, catching sight of alluring female cultivators from across the gorge, provocatively dressed, deliberately enticing them. Is there anyone who can comfort me? A female cultivator from the Yin Su sect leaned against the window, partially concealed, exuding a coy demeanor. I just broke up with my partner. Little vixen, don't get carried away. A male cultivator, stirred by desire, exclaimed, do you really think I wouldn't go over there? I can easily traverse this distance. Then come over. You wicked woman, if I go over, how will I return? Yang Ming found the scene somewhat amusing. The arrangements of these 2 demonic sects, seemingly frivolous, held deeper significance. They were likely designed to incite the base desires of the cultivators, thereby fostering greater loyalty to the demonic sections. After all, controlling the most fundamental human desires is, in the eyes of those in power, the simplest and most effective form of governance. Ah! Suddenly, a familiar voice filled with astonishment echoed in Yang Ming's ears, it's you. Chapter 41. Exploration. Is it possible to encounter acquaintances here as well? Yang Ming turned his head and beheld a slender cultivator approaching, his face etched with astonishment. Yang Dao friend, the emaciated monk, mindful of Yang Ming's unique status, refrained from mentioning his name and clasped his fists in greeting. It has been a long time, how have you been, Lu Dao friend? I never anticipated meeting you here. Yang Ming returned the gesture. Lu Xiaojie, the first to enter the Destiny sect and the one who informed others about the details of the Wulong's secret realm, had been instrumental in their subsequent encounters with the Wangchen tree and the Shinying beast, which led to their recruitment. Well, Lu Xiaojie hesitated for a moment before candidly confessing, to be honest, I infiltrated this demonic sect to acquire the 2nd-tier breaking chi pill. After a brief exchange, Yang Ming grasped his intentions. The breaking chi pill is a potent elixir that significantly aids cultivators in breaking through their realms. Yangshu sect is renowned for producing this pill. Lu Xiaojie, lacking in talent, had remained stagnant at the 2nd level of qi gathering for an extended period, thus he risked venturing here in search of the elixir. By the way, thank you, Yang Dao friend, for assisting me against my enemies. Lu Xiaojie expressed his gratitude, secretly relieved that he had not offended Yang Ming in the past. Yang Ming waved his hand with a smile, saying, no need for such formality, it was merely a trifling effort. The enemy mentioned by Lu naturally referred to Bai Yufan of the Extreme Bliss sect, who had spoken disrespectfully to his disciples outside the secret realm and was subsequently annihilated by Yang Ming upon their next encounter. Brother Lu, I presume you have been in Yangshu sect for some time, could you show me around? Yang Ming proposed that he was here to ascertain the veracity of the news regarding the lower-grade spiritual veins, but a tour of other sects would not be unwelcome. After all, as the leader of the Destiny sect, he ought to have a deeper understanding of the management styles of other sections. Of course, no problem, Lu Xiaojie readily agreed. He was acutely aware that the cultivator before him, seemingly amiable, had already extinguished dozens of sects, with a bounty on his head amounting to a staggering 100,000 spirit stones. Should the sect master of Yangshu, Xiaojinjuan, become aware of such a figure within their ranks, he would likely come personally to greet him with a smile. Ascending from the 1st floor to the 2nd, Yang Ming surveyed his surroundings with great curiosity. In stark contrast to the 1st floor, the ambience on the second floor was markedly superior. In one corner, a multitude of cultivators had gathered, chattering animatedly. Finding black silk flowers is no easy task. They are offering a reward of 400 spirit stones. Indeed, nowadays, even a quick meal with the female cultivators of the Yinshu sect costs 500 spirit stones. This task offers a reward of a second-tier elixir, yet the issuer remains anonymous. That area is where sect missions are posted, Lu Xiaojie explained. Tasks are categorized into various levels based on their difficulty. Yang Ming nodded. Let us explore other areas. The third floor housed the Yinshu sect's competition arena. As they walked and conversed, Lu Xiaojie shared all the information he possessed without reservation. In a whirlwind of sights, Yang Ming spent several dozen minutes familiarizing himself with the structure of the Yinshu sect, conceding that the Destiny sect still had a considerable way to go. The activities of the Destiny sect, sect trials, missions, competitions, and secret realms, were far too limited. These were all projects that required development. However, given the current scarcity of personnel within the sect and their challenging circumstances, such ambitions had to be temporarily shelved, though they would undoubtedly need to be addressed in the future. The entire fifth floor was dedicated to the alchemy chambers of the Yinshu sect, which placed a significant emphasis on the art of alchemy. Lu Xiaojie continued his exposition. Upon entering the fifth level, Yang Ming was immediately beset by a wave of heat that struck him like a gust of wind. From numerous chambers emanated the sounds of roaring flames, clearly indicating that cultivators were engaged in the alchemical process. At that moment, outside the alchemy chambers, many tattered grey-clad servants were bustling about, dutifully following the orders of their superiors within, clearly overwhelmed with tasks. At one point, a young boy, clutching several exquisite pillboxes, hurried past and accidentally collided with Yang Ming. Bang! The boy stumbled to the ground, the pillboxes scattering everywhere. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. The boy's pallid face turned white as he quickly bowed his head in apology, scrambling to retrieve the pillboxes. It's quite alright. Yang Ming bent down to assist him, his curiosity piqued as he observed the boy. He appeared to be around 10 years old, at the second level of mortal realm, his complexion pale and sickly, hair disheveled, and his frame frail, as if a mere breeze could topple him. Thank you for your generosity, esteemed immortal. The boy gratefully accepted the pillboxes from Yang Ming, bowing politely before casting a cautious glance at him and hastily departing. Who are they? Yang Ming pondered in confusion. There were quite a few children of similar age within the alchemy chambers. What purpose could they possibly serve in the alchemical process? Trial children, Lu Xiaojie elucidated. As the name suggests, they are used as subjects for testing the efficacy of the elixirs. The Yinshu sect's expertise in alchemy undoubtedly relies heavily on human experimentation. Yang Ming understood. While there were many perfected alchemical formulas within the cultivation world, not all herbs had undergone testing. Some combinations might yield extraordinary effects. Naturally, any untested elixirs required preliminary experimentation. Yang Ming frowned. What fate awaits these trial children? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaojie fell silent for a moment before whispering, Yang Dao friend, this is a demonic sect. Demonic sect, those two words were sufficient to elucidate the origins and fate of the trial children. If they complied, they might survive for a while. Should they resist, death would be swift. The principle of the strong prevailing over the weak is starkly evident in the cultivation world. I have gathered sufficient information about Yinshu sect, Yang Ming remarked, observing the trial children being treated like expendable tools by the cultivators, his eyes narrowing slightly. I have other matters to attend to, I shall take my leave. In truth, he felt no surprise. All beings suffer, the world is rife with the pitiable, and within the confines of a demonic sect, the lofty cultivators often regard the common populace as mere fodder. Take care, Yang Dao friend. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to seek me out. As night fell, sensing the opportune moment, Yang Ming departed from the tall tower, stealthily infiltrating the canyon beneath the two sects ahead. The canyon was protected by a prohibitive array. To avoid alerting any potential foes, Yang Ming chose to cling to the cliff wall, utilizing his sword for support as he cautiously descended, effortlessly evading the restrictions with his Huayuan realm cultivation. After descending several thousand meters, Yang Ming reached the canyon floor, where a veil of mist enveloped the area, the spiritual energy thin, devoid of any signs of life. Suddenly, as if sensing his presence, two formations emerged from the depths, one red and one blue, coalescing into a fiery red axe and a water blue hammer, hurtling towards Yang Ming with deadly intent. Simultaneously, on the sixth floor of the two towering structures, the highest level, two Huayuan realm cultivators awakened from their meditative states, their lips curling into cruel smirks. Another fool with a piece of parchment has come to seek his own demise. Indeed, there was a problem. Yang Ming remained unperturbed, disregarding the prohibitive array as he floated in midair, his body trembling as a formidable thunder dragon manifested behind him, lunging towards the axe and hammer with ferocity. Boom! The collision of the three forces sent shockwaves rippling through the canyon, causing rocks to tumble and the two towers above to sway violently. What on earth is happening? The residual force was terrifying, and the nearby mortal and chi-gathering cultivators were thrown into a state of panic. Could it be that the two sect masters were in combat? The level of that confrontation could obliterate them with mere residual energy. This was no ordinary low-tier Huayuan cultivator, he was adept at wielding thunder elements, his power exceptionally formidable. Before long, having tested the restrictions, the masters of the two demonic sects discerned the strength of their adversary, their expressions of arrogance freezing. After a brief moment of hesitation, they opted to abandon their assault and return to their secluded cultivation. In comparison to other elemental cultivators, those capable of manipulating thunder elements were exceedingly rare, and their attacks and speed were particularly remarkable. Since this foe was a tough nut to crack, it would be best to act as though nothing had transpired. Chapter 42. Even so, meanwhile, on the fifth floor of the Yangsu sect, a cultivator at the ninth level of the mortal realm cursed vehemently, this damned tremor has ruined an entire cauldron of fine elixir. He opened the alchemical furnace and retrieved a black, dull, and foul-smelling pill. With a swift kick, he sent a nearby alchemical apprentice sprawling, thrusting the pill into his hands. Eat it. My lord, this pill is clearly a failure. Your previous use of excessive heat caused the furnace to explode. There is no need to consume it, the youth explained after inspecting the pill. Had you not brought the pillbox so late, would I have failed? The cultivator's face darkened as he lifted the boy by the collar, shoving the entire pill into his mouth. You will eat it, you little beast. Do you even understand what alchemy is? Gulp, gulp, the boy was forced to swallow the entire pill, his face flushing as he exclaimed, wait, this pill has effects, I can feel pure spiritual energy surging within me. Is that so? The cultivator felt a flicker of unease and tossed the boy aside. Let me try another, the boy exclaimed excitedly. I feel I can break through. This is a new product that rivals second-tier pills. Get lost. The cultivator scoffed disdainfully. You haven't even cultivated any techniques, how could you possibly break through? Ignoring the alchemical apprentice further, he hesitated for a moment before consuming the black pill himself. Almost immediately, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him, and he collapsed weakly to the ground, uncertain whether his own concoction had succeeded or failed. He had come to learn from others. The youth's earlier excitement vanished, replaced by indifference. Foolish to the extreme. You. The cultivator glared, feeling increasingly feeble, unable even to call for help. What have you done to me, you little beast? Nothing much, just a little of my blood on the pill, the boy replied, producing a dagger and slicing his palm, letting the dark blood drip down onto the ground. Drip, drip, as the tumult subsided, the might of the thunder dragon gradually diminished. Since the situation was revealed, Yang Ming decided to no longer conceal himself, boldly descending to the bottom of the canyon to survey his surroundings, ultimately finding nothing. The Yangsu sect and the Yinsu sect had cultivated this area for many years without discovering anything. If spiritual veins truly existed, they could not possibly lie within this region. Yang Ming deemed it futile to delve deeper. Having descended thousands of meters from the heights, he reasoned that no matter how deeply hidden, a spiritual vein should yield some signs of its presence. With this in mind, Yang Ming took out his parchment again, scrutinizing the terrain. The red markings indicated that a low-grade spiritual vein lay between two towering spires. Or could it be that they intended to deceive other cultivators into coming here for slaughter using a treasure map? Yang Ming pondered this alternative, but quickly dismissed it. The benefits of a spiritual vein were too significant, likely attracting cultivators above the Xian realm to investigate. If they discovered they had been lured into a trap, the demonic sect would suffer dire consequences. The earlier restrictions were likely a result of their opportunistic behavior. Convinced that no spiritual vein existed here, Yang Ming soared back. At this moment, he could accept a third disciple. These alchemical apprentices lived miserable lives, and he decided to choose one to take as a pupil. Moreover, by dismantling the demonic sect, not only could he acquire resources, but he would also perform a noble deed, a win-win situation. Returning to the cliff's edge, Yang Ming concealed his aura, blending in with the passing cultivators. Just as he prepared to return to the 5th floor to scout for a third disciple, he encountered the youth he had met previously at the tower's entrance. Upon seeing Yang Ming, the boy nodded in acknowledgement, his frail form carrying a sack as he departed. Child. Yang Ming called out to him. The youth halted, turning to face him, his weary eyes filled with confusion. Do you wish to regain your freedom? Yang Ming inquired directly without any familial ties. He opted for straightforwardness, not feeling the need to select the one he deemed most miserable among the alchemical apprentices, a task that was inherently impossible to gauge. Ultimately, the suffering one endures is something only they can truly understand. The warmth or coldness of the human heart can only be known to oneself. The boyish expression remained unmoved, his eyes dull and devoid of light. He shook his head and continued on, the silhouette of his burdened figure exuding an indescribable desolation. He actually refused. Yang Ming felt a pang of astonishment. As the boy trudged over the sandy terrain, he arrived at a mass grave 1,000 meters away, the stench overwhelming, insects buzzing, an eerie silence that instilled fear. Clearly, this was a place even dogs would avoid. Typically, no one would dare to visit. Dropping the sack he carried, he chose not to bury the cultivator he had poisoned. Instead, he approached a grave marked by stones, standing silently beside it. Who lies within? Yang Ming appeared beside him. The boy glanced up at him, his voice hoarse as he replied, has no one ever told you that your disguise is quite poor? Is that so? Yang Ming replied, taken aback. He had believed his disguise to be quite convincing. The boy spoke candidly, while there are no flaws in your appearance, your demeanor is too upright. A cultivator of the demonic sect could not possess such qualities. Yang Ming smirked, what flattery, a mere second-level mortal cultivator can deliver such seamless praise. You are indeed a talent. You must be here to seek a spiritual vein. The boy made a startling assertion. Help me with one task, and I will reveal its location to you. Yang Ming raised an eyebrow, intrigued. You know about spiritual veins? There are too many people coming and going, so I learned, the boy stated plainly. Don't think you can intimidate me. I am not afraid of death. I've already lost my family and have no weakness left. At this, Yang Ming fell silent for a long moment before revealing a calm smile. With such an upright demeanor, do you still believe I would threaten you? Speak, what is it that you wish me to do? Bring most of the cultivators from the Yangsu sect and the Yinsu sect here, the boy stated bluntly. Are you sure you mean most? Yang Ming pressed for clarity, seeking a more precise answer, including those at the Gathering Qi and Transformation Yuan realms? Compared to the earlier rejection, the boy's current request astonished him further. It seemed he harbored a desire for mutual destruction, wishing to drag the two major demonic sects down into the abyss together. Indeed. The boy nodded earnestly, the flames of vengeance igniting in his hollow gaze. If you can do that, I will disclose the whereabouts of the spiritual vein. Yang Ming regarded him deeply and inquired, what is your name? Su Yeqing. Very well, Su Yeqing. Before you set your plan in motion, I must impart a truth to you. What truth? You are far too naive. With a thud, Su Yeqing took 2 steps back. Wary, what do you mean? I can guess why you previously refused freedom yet now suddenly seek my help. Yang Ming approached the tombstone, laying down a handful of flowers. You see that I do not concern myself with status, helping you retrieve your pill box, and now following you here, you ascertain my amiability. By observing that nearby gathering chi cultivator looking to me for guidance, you deduce that my power and status must far exceed his, am I right? Su Yeqing pursed his lips tightly, clenching his fists, remaining silent. It was clear that Yang Ming had accurately discerned his thoughts. My status is so elevated, yet you have never seen me before, so you surmise that I must come from another sect, most likely a righteous one. The recent tremor must have led you to believe it was caused by my search for the spiritual vein, and both leaders of the demonic sects pretended to be oblivious. Their strength must be substantial, making it a simple task to attract other cultivators here. Yang Ming turned to squat down to meet his gaze directly. You wish for my assistance, thus you flatter me as a righteous cultivator, saying things to soften my heart, attempting to lure me with a spiritual vein of which you have no knowledge of its whereabouts, trying to gain without giving anything in return. Regardless of whether it succeeds or fails, you have nothing left to lose, and thus, you grasp at this rare opportunity. In an instant, Su Yeqing stumbled back several steps, his face flushing and breathing rapid. His thoughts had been completely seen through. Indeed. The so-called spiritual vein was something he knew nothing about, he couldn't even locate it at the transformation yuan level, let alone himself, but with this revelation, his entire plan had fallen apart. However, Yang Ming shifted his tone. Su Yeqing's gaze shot up, a bleak smile forming. However, what? He felt he had already lost, that he could not contend with the man before him. Yang Ming placed a hand on his shoulder while raising the other towards the sky. A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the heavens, the phantom of the transformation yuan soaring majestically, a colossal dragon composed of lightning elements tearing through the pitch-black night, akin to divine judgment. The convergence of white and purple illuminated the area, as bright as day, a spectacle of unparalleled grandeur. Su Yeqing stared, wide-eyed in awe. Yang Ming looked down at the boy, his tone gentle. Even so, I shall still assist you. Chapter 43. Poisoning the thunderous dragon in the night sky is awe-inspiring, enveloped in an overwhelming aura of dominance. It soars towards the towering structures of the Yin Void Sect and the Yang Void Sect, instilling a profound fear in the cultivators of the mortal realm and the Qi-gathering realm, rendering them breathless and drenched in sweat, reduced to a pitiful crawl upon the ground. Despite their cultivation being merely at the first level of the transformation realm, Yang Ming commands the Judgment Thunder, and coupled with his unique physique, his transformation apparition is extraordinary, exuding a pressure akin to that of a high-tier transformation realm cultivator. The might of such a powerful being is indeed terrifying. What could this elder's true intentions be? Is he demanding that we eradicate the demonic sects? I knew joining the demonic sect would lead to no good outcome. The cultivators of both sects are filled with trepidation, the danger arrives without warning. This individual dares to act so brazenly, surely he has come prepared for a confrontation that cannot be resolved amicably. Whoosh, 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 from the 6th floor of the tower, several transformation realm cultivators burst forth, as if facing a formidable enemy. The gathered transformation apparition coalesces into a dragon, harboring exotic lightning. It is no wonder the barriers at the valley bottom could not impede it in the slightest. The Yang Void Sect's leader, Xiaoxinjuan, wears a grave expression, discerning hints from the dragon's form, suspecting, could he be Yang Ming? Are you referring to the one from the Destiny Sect? The leader of the Yin Void Sect, Lu Yuyan, harbors a tinge of concern, inquiring, against such a foe, do we stand a chance? Though the two demonic sects often wage war against one another and are frequently at odds, when faced with a common enemy, they would still choose to unite against it. Xiaoxinjuan ponders for a moment, then states, if our opponent is the leader of the Destiny Sect, who has obliterated dozens of sects, it will indeed be a challenging battle. Will we lose? We shall prevail. Meanwhile, amidst the commotion that stirs all demonic cultivators, Yang Ming draws a deep breath and bellows, all demonic cultivators from both sects, come forth at once. His words, delivered with an authoritative tone, resonate like thunder, echoing for thousands of meters. Beside him, Su Yeqing stands in stunned silence. His intention had been to have this enigmatic cultivator draw most of the demonic sect members to him. He had not anticipated such a forceful approach. He had grossly underestimated Yang Ming's true identity. Thank you, he mutters, at a loss for words. He had deceived him, attempting to exploit him. Why does he still wish to assist me? In truth, you need not shun all cultivators, Yang Ming states solemnly. Cultivators are human too. Among them, there are honest souls as well as cunning ones. Perhaps, in every 100 to 200 cultivators, there exists one who is genuinely honest. Su Yeqing is left speechless. But those honest cultivators are far too few, aren't they? Soon, a throng of cultivators appears, marching forth with great momentum. They may not come willingly, yet under the command of the elders of the transformation realm, they have no choice but to advance with determination. Upon witnessing the influx of cultivators before him, Su Yeqing feels a surge of anxiety. However, a glance at the gravestone reassures him, dispelling his panic and replacing it with a fervent madness. He understands that the notion of equality among all is but a lie. The lives of cultivators are infinitely more precious than those of mere mortals, with staggering disparities in status, identity, and power. Yet, one truth remains unaltered: life is singular. In no time, for transformation realm cultivators gather, standing at the forefront of 1,000 demonic cultivators, facing Yang Ming in a tense standoff. Fellow cultivator. Bolstered by the presence of powerful allies, Xiao Zhenjuan speaks with conviction. I believe there has been some misunderstanding. The barriers at the valley's bottom are not aimed at you, they are merely to prevent Sect members from sneaking onto the surface, nothing more. Clearly, he perceives Yang Ming's fury and the grand spectacle he has created as stemming from an ambush he suffered in the valley. The call for your presence was not issued by me. Yang Ming shakes his head, placing a hand on Su Yecheng's shoulder. It was he. Do not jest, fellow cultivator. Lu Yuyan interjects, casting a cold glance at Su Yecheng. Are you implying that you summoned us all here for the sake of an insignificant insect? Insect. Upon hearing her dismissive words, Su Yecheng clenches his fists, his emaciated frame trembling with rage. Is that not acceptable? Yang Ming retorts. You are quite amusing. Lu Yuyan, now furious, responds with a mocking laugh. Do you truly believe that after ascending to the transformation realm, you may act with impunity? Without further discourse with her, Yang Ming turns to Su Yecheng. I have drawn the people here for you. What happens next is your affair. He is curious to see what a mere second-level mortal can achieve in the face of transformation realm cultivators. As his words resonate, the gazes of the approaching cultivators converge upon Su Yecheng, some indifferent, some disdainful, some contemptuous, each reaction varied. To them, the insignificant mortal insect poses no threat. The true peril lies in the formidable transformation realm expert lurking behind him. Su Yecheng points toward the gravestone behind him. My sister is there. And so? Xiao Zhenjuan responds dismissively, his tone laden with pressure. She is watching. In the face of overwhelming might, Su Yecheng does not flinch, drawing a dagger from his waist, his eyes filled with madness and hatred. He pierces his own wrist, proclaiming, watch me, brother, as I avenge her. With a swift motion, dark blood erupts forth, splattering onto the ground, its corrosive nature causing the earth to melt in smoke, revealing a black orb beneath. Yang Ming scrutinizes it closely, his heart racing with horror. The black orb is filled with blood that the youth had long prepared in reserve. Is your method of revenge self-mutilation? Lu Yuyan finds it laughable, still convinced that the contraption below could threaten cultivators. Yet, the next moment, her laughter ceases abruptly. Boom, 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 as if a fuse has been ignited, the black orb below reacts to the blood seeping down from the youth, exploding like a bomb and triggering a chain reaction. A mournful black blood mist erupts, filling the air, while the 1,000 cultivators remain blissfully unaware of the trap below, making contact at the first instant. In an instant, they are left disoriented, followed by blood oozing from their 7 orifices as they collapse, gasping for breath. Even without inhaling, mere contact exposes them to a lethal toxin, one that even cultivators cannot withstand. How could this be happening? I took antidote pills beforehand. I do not wish to die. Even as a tempest rises to disperse the blood mist, the die has already been cast. In just over 10 seconds, countless cultivators meet their doom. Gathering cultivators, if they even touch a single drop, find it impossible to survive. Yang Ming discerns the potency of the toxin within the blood. This youth's physique is remarkably unique, his body is infused with a considerable amount of pill poison. An ordinary person would have perished long ago. How does it feel to die at the hands of someone you once deemed beneath you? Haha, Su Yecheng, unafraid of death, allows the blood to flow from his wrist, watching the once mighty demonic cultivators writhe in agony, laughing uproariously, appearing almost deranged. He knows that his trap cannot escape the scrutiny of the cultivators' keen eyes. His strength cannot overpower them, yet his only opportunity lies in exploiting their scornful attitudes, luring them into the blood mist's embrace, and then he would poison them. I have avenged you. As he laughs, tears stream down Su Yecheng's face. He staggers towards the gravestone, leaning against it, utterly spent. Brother, I have avenged you. He had once viewed the world with wonder, had once revered the immortals, but if cultivation were merely a means to trample the weak, could it truly be worthy of the term cultivation? What right do the most unrestrained among us have to ascend to immortality? Yet, the harsh reality never adheres to reason. Good people, tangled in thorns, will reap no rewards, wicked beings, unscathed, will face no retribution. This world is, at times, maddeningly chaotic enough to induce discomfort. It is finally coming to an end. Su Yecheng's pupils gradually lose focus as he offers his final prayer. Heaven, if you truly exist, grant my sister a better life in her next life. I am willing to bear all the burdens of killing. Chapter 44. Dawn Whoosh. Xiao Zhenjuan charged towards Su Yecheng, his expression grotesque. You wish to die comfortably, not so easily. The toxins within the opponent's blood were beyond imagination. Even as a practitioner of the transformation realm, he felt a profound tightness in his chest and excruciating muscle pain. He admitted he had underestimated the lethality of the opponent's desperate fight. However, to suggest that these toxins could claim the life of a transformation realm cultivator was sheer folly. Bang! In a critical moment, Yang Ming flashed in front of Su Yecheng, raising his hand to collide with him. The judgment thunder erupted, transmitted through the contact of their palms, instantly tearing his flesh apart. Are you truly willing to oppose me, Xiao Zhenjuan, for a mere ant? Xiao Zhenjuan's eyes widened with rage as he struggled to resist but could not budge Yang Ming in the slightest. At this juncture, he understood well that it would be difficult to persuade the other party to withdraw from the battle, yet, who could remain unafraid of such a ruthless opponent? Yang Ming's face was expressionless. Don't think too highly of yourself, it matters not that your surname is Xiao, you are not from Wutan City. Bang, with a forceful thrust of his palm, Xiao Zhenjuan was sent flying hundreds of meters, convulsing under the electrical currents, battered and bruised. What are you all dawdling for? He gritted his teeth and roared, get in here. The other 3 transformation realm cultivators, also afflicted by poison, exchanged glances and summoned their transformation illusions. In an instant, a water blue hammer and a brown bear, along with a green ghostly mask, hurtled towards Yang Ming. Xiao Zhenjuan was not to be outdone, summoning a fiery red axe, cleaving with all his might. Roar, the thunder dragon roared, coiling around Yang Ming and Su Yeqing, clashing with the 4 transformation illusions, maintaining an even footing. After a tense standoff lasting mere seconds, it suddenly shook them off and soared away. With a thunderous cry, Yang Ming stomped down. Countless electric currents surged forward, forming a lake of thunder, immediately followed by another thunder dragon conjured by his spell, intertwining in a fierce assault, unstoppable. The transformation realm cultivator at the forefront wore a dazed expression, staring blankly as the thunder dragon loomed larger in his vision, devouring his transformation illusion, utterly at a loss. How do I deal with this? Boom! The thunder dragon instantly engulfed his figure, the shadow within the lightning dissolving into dust, before charging towards another. Retreat! Lu Yunyan's face turned pale with fright, her heart racing as she hurriedly turned to flee. Whoosh, she was fast, but Yang Ming was faster. As if foreseeing her move, he appeared behind her, piercing through with a low-grade magical weapon, the Earth Koan spear, delivering a fatal blow. Having slain 2 transformation realm cultivators, the situation was nearly settled. Yang Ming, supported by the still potent thunder dragon, swiftly dispatched the elder of the Yangshu sect and Xiao Zhenjuan with ease. Do you think my Yinsu sect and Yangsu sect could establish themselves here without reason? Xiao Zhenjuan looked at the youth with a face full of murderous intent, his soul trembling with fear. I am a disciple of the esteemed elder of the top demonic sect, the Yin Yang sect. What? You hail from the Yin Yang sect? Yang Ming was taken aback. Indeed. Xiao Zhenjuan, sensing a glimmer of hope for survival, hastily proclaimed, the Yin Yang sect is a premier demonic sect. Swoosh, seizing the opportunity, Yang Ming immediately plunged his spear into his heart, swiftly ending the battle. Apologies, but I haven't heard of it. Xiao Zhenjuan's eyelids twitched a few times before he collapsed to the ground, reduced to a corpse. With the complete annihilation of the 2 major demonic sects, Yang Ming did not rush to collect the spoils of war. Instead, he flew back to the side of the barely conscious youth, who was leaning against a gravestone, teetering on the brink of delirium. Thank you, meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life. Su Yeqing weakly lifted his eyelids, and through his blurred vision, he could see someone standing before him, his voice faint. I wish for your monthly spirit stone income to exceed 10,000. Yang Ming replied, only 10,000? Have you truly decided to end your life? He gazed intently at the youth, asking earnestly. Yes. Su Yeqing responded feebly. The eminent figure before him inquired whether he wished to regain his freedom. He understood that this was a chance to change his fate, yet he still declined. He knew his own condition best. Even if a celestial being were to arrive, it would be futile. Since his life was nearing its end, the only thing left to do was seek revenge now that his wish had been fulfilled. Does your sister wish to see such a brother? Yang Ming asked. Su Yeqing's fingers twitched, but darkness began to engulf him. That he was about to enter a world of utter oblivion. His lips moved, yet no words emerged. Even if the present was a chaotic turmoil, who could truly predict the future? Yang Ming's voice was gentle as he transmitted vital energy to sustain him. If he died, everything would be lost, and no matter how splendid the future might be, it would no longer concern him. Su Yeqing said, then, allow me to ask you one last time, have you truly decided to end your life? Yang Ming's brow was furrowed with seriousness as he inquired again, even as he faced the endless darkness, never to awaken. How could I possibly decide? Tears streamed down Su Yeqing's face, as if experiencing a moment of clarity. Suddenly, his complexion flushed, and his voice became considerably clearer. No one is willing to die willingly, yet I must die. Aside from deceiving myself to leave no regrets, what else can I do? I can do nothing, I am powerless. He did not wish to die in fear, nor did he want to perish in a disgraceful manner, yet, the fear of death was an inherent instinct. How could one possibly overcome it? I understand your true thoughts. Yang Ming knelt on one knee, lowering himself to meet his gaze, extending his palm onto his head. Young man, I wish to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? Su Yeqing stammered, could I truly have the opportunity to be your disciple? I am already in a dire state. He could not fathom the prospect of regaining his health in his current condition. Cultivators possess great abilities, yet they also have their limits. Perhaps a miracle may occur? Yang Ming's gaze was tender. Su Yeqing's voice trembled. Master. From this day forth, you are my third disciple, Yang Ming. Yang Ming replied with a smile. Ding, system notification, congratulations, you have successfully taken Su Yeqing as your disciple. Ding, system notification, it has been detected that Su Yeqing is gravely ill and on the verge of death. Do you wish to activate the ability Heavenly Deficiency? Note, activating this will result in a remarkable transformation for the disciple. Yes. Yang Ming immediately chose to agree. Boom, in an instant, a surge of power lifted the waning Su Yeqing, his form suffused with a black ethereal glow. Within his emaciated body, vitality surged, and under the effects of cosmic forces, he underwent an astonishing transformation and swish, a darkness deeper than night enveloped the sky, eclipsing the moon and stars, replaced by an unfathomable void. Moments later, at the edge of this profound darkness, a rain of red meteors fell, dazzling and enchanting. Such an earth-shattering phenomenon instantly drew the attention of all corners of the Xinyuan continent. How long had it been since the emergence of the limitless sword body, and now a new divine body had appeared. The world was on the brink of turmoil, even divine bodies could no longer suppress their emergence, eager to compete with the prodigies. In a fierce contest among many possessing unique physiques and even extraordinary divine bodies, who would ultimately ascend to the pinnacle, it was a source of great curiosity. Countless cultivators engaged in fervent discussion, yet none could discern their whereabouts. After a long while, as the phenomenon dissipated, Su Yecheng's consciousness awakened from the chaos, still weak and pallid, his skin exhibiting a sickly hue, appearing utterly drained. "How do you feel?" Yang Ming inquired with curiosity. The heavenly deficiency could not alter his original condition. "I survived." Su Yecheng looked at his palm, uncertain, seemingly aware that he would not last long. The toxins in his blood had not been purged, perhaps even becoming more potent. He could not tell if it was an illusion, yet he felt as if he had become a person of poison. "Illusions, all illusions." Yang Ming chuckled. "You are healthier than ever." Without hastening to check his panel, Yang Ming quickly gathered the spoils of war, taking him back to the demonic sect's tower. "First, we shall disperse all the alchemy children, then return to the destiny sect I established. As for the future, once you have strengthened your wings, I shall not hinder you, you may pursue the life you desire." "Thank you, master." Su Yecheng expressed his heartfelt gratitude and reverence. Suddenly, he felt a stirring in his heart and looked up toward the distance. At the edge of the mountains, the eastern sky brightened with the pale light of dawn, the golden sunlight dazzling and radiant, scattered upon the earth, like poetry and painting. As dawn broke, it was breathtakingly beautiful. "Master." Su Yecheng followed closely behind Yang Ming. Yang Ming halted. "What is it?" Su Yecheng's eyes brimmed with moisture. "The sun has risen." Chapter 45 of the Spirit Vein. Before the dawn arrives, not everyone can behold hope. Yang Ming remained silent for a long while before speaking meaningfully. "Yet, my dear disciple, I hope you firmly believe that the path is fraught with twists and turns, but the future is indeed bright." For Su Yecheng, this night was sufficiently convoluted, yet he could at least encounter himself. The truly unfortunate are always lurking in unseen corners. Ahem. Su Yecheng nodded heavily, only to find his breath constricted, unable to suppress a couple of coughs, blood frothing from his mouth. "Are you all right?" Yang Ming inquired with concern. "It must be the reckless actions of my past that have left me with lingering ailments, but as long as my emotions remain stable, I shall fare much better," Su Yecheng replied, shaking his head. "It's nothing serious. Living is already a blessing." He coughed again, blood escaping. Just moments prior, his tangled emotions had triggered a physical reaction. Yang Ming remarked, "It seems that the remnants of calamity still cannot be fundamentally eradicated." Subsequently, the two returned to the tower, where all the alchemy apprentices were liberated and expressed boundless gratitude. "Return to the mortal realm and live well." Yang Ming bestowed a plethora of detoxifying items and also gave Lu Xiaojie a few chi-repairing pills. Before long, the place was deserted. "Shall we leave now?" Su Yecheng asked. "Let me ponder for a moment." Yang Ming mused for a while, refraining from embarking on their return journey immediately. Instead, he soared from the tower, hovering in the air, extracting parchment to examine. Regarding the Spirit Vein, the Yin Void Sect and the Yang Void Sect had operated here for several years, even decades, seemingly yielding no results, likely just a false lead. Yet to abandon the search felt rather unsatisfactory. If the Spirit Vein lay within the area marked on the map, where could it possibly be concealed? Yang Ming furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the parchment, deep in thought. The arrow marked the space between the two towers. Theoretically, there ought to be some indication here, hence the two demonic sects had deliberately established towers, excavated the gorge, and even set up no-fly zones, attempting to prevent disciples from crossing over to uncover the truth. Not beneath the earth, could it possibly be in the sky? Yang Ming glanced upwards, only to immediately dismiss the notion. Concealing the Spirit Vein in midair would be an exaggeration of a cultivator's abilities. Wait, suddenly, Yang Ming had a revelation. His spirit jolted. The two towers were indeed depicted on the parchment, suggesting they had existed long before the establishment of the demonic sects. In other words, they might convey some form of information. With 6 levels, could the tower symbolize time? Yang Ming pondered, involuntarily gazing towards the sun.at present. It was early morning, and the time was nearly 6 o'clock. The sunlight was blinding. Following the direction of the rays, Yang Ming traced the shadows of the towers, promptly discovering that the shadow of one tower fell directly beneath the other, forming a straight line between their shadowed portions. Whoosh! Yang Ming flew to the terminus of the shadow, attempting to sense its surroundings, but yielded no results. Seeing this, he directly unleashed the judgment thunder, causing the soil below to explode, confirming there was indeed nothing present. This was to be expected. Yang Ming felt no surprise. If the answer were so simple, others would have discovered it long ago, leaving no room for him. However, from the orientation of the shadows, at least it confirmed his conjecture was not unfounded. There was indeed a connection. After contemplating for a long while, Yang Ming directed his gaze towards Su Yecheng, still within the opposite tower, and transmitted, "Let us wait another 12 hours. When the time comes, you shall stand at the terminus of the shadow beneath your tower, and I shall see if I can attain any insights." 6 o'clock, it does not solely represent early morning. According to the 12-hour system, it also encompasses dusk, specifically 6 in the afternoon. Alright. Su Yeqing comprehended. Time flowed slowly, and soon it was evening, the sun setting in the west, about to disappear beyond the horizon. Su Yeqing walked towards the spot where the shadows formed a straight line, positioning himself at the terminus, yet still, there was no sign of activity. Could it be that the clues had already been taken by someone else? Yang Ming could hardly conceive of any other clues, or perhaps the parchment was merely a cruel jest from a whimsical cultivator. The indications given by the tower had been discovered. The location was ostensibly correct. If so, the spirit vein should be precisely where the parchment indicated. Whoosh, Yang Ming's eyes gleamed with insight, channeling energy to replace himself at the spot, while he soared back into the gorge to investigate. The arrow on the parchment unequivocally pointed towards the space between the towers, perhaps requiring him to first stand in the correct position before any information would manifest below. Upon reaching the lower area, Yang Ming beheld a new map materializing within the void, revealing that the location of the spirit vein was conspicuously absent from this place. Just as he had suspected, Yang Ming was overjoyed, swiftly memorizing the location on the map before leading Su Yeqing onward. Approximately 2 hours later, he discovered a diminutive cave overrun with weeds, which had become increasingly obscure with the passage of time, nearly fading from existence. Crash, Yang Ming extracted his Earth-Koan spear, remotely guiding it to probe ahead. Although the cave was narrow and cramped, under the pressure of Yang Ming's spear, it gradually widened. Roar, within the dim cave, Yang Ming glimpsed a pair of scarlet eyes, followed by a ferocious tiger lunging towards him. Master, be careful. Su Yeqing urgently warned. Yang Ming remained unfazed. As the tiger pounced, he bent forward and slid out, his low-grade magical weapon spear glinting with unmatched sharpness, directly disemboweling the beast, successfully slaying it. No need for concern. After eliminating the concealed second-tier demon beast within the cave, Yang Ming collected the demon core, remarking nonchalantly, dealing with a tiger only requires a swift maneuver. Su Yeqing. Following this, the two continued deeper into the cave, no longer needing to conjure light to illuminate their surroundings, for verdant, luminous spirit stones embedded within the cave cast a gentle glow, captivating their eyes. The pure and concentrated spiritual energy nearly enveloped them, uplifting their spirits and enhancing their cultivation efficiency. So many spirit stones, many yet to be mined. Cough cough, spirit stones. Su Yeqing exclaimed with excitement, coughing up blood and hurriedly wiping his mouth with a handkerchief, congratulating his master on discovering the spirit vein. Splendid, splendid. Yang Ming replied, elated, well hidden indeed. He surveyed the surrounding area and noticed at the entrance of the spirit vein lay a piece of familiar parchment. Confirming there was no danger, he approached to uncover its details. Every detail of what I designed is meticulously crafted. I hope you can discover it. The parchment bore only this singular line. What a fool. Yang Ming mused silently. Undoubtedly, this was a uniquely creative fool's setup, providing exceedingly scant information, relying entirely on participants' wild guesses, making it difficult for solitary cultivators who wished to monopolize the benefits of the spirit vein to become the ultimate beneficiaries. One could only say that if considered appropriately, the difficulty might be deemed somewhat acceptable, yet reality is not an exploration game. Everyone merely sought to seize the spirit vein. Who would ponder such trivialities? Let us depart. Yang Ming deliberately summoned his sword, taking Su Yeqing back to the Destiny Sect. We shall first relocate. This will henceforth be the new address of the Destiny Sect. He was quite clear in his thoughts. Establishing a sect atop the spirit vein would undoubtedly cause his sect's benefits to soar, whereas merely mining spirit stones would yield comparatively lesser advantages. In midair, Yang Ming flew towards the eastern wilderness. Along the way, he began to assess the gains from this expedition. First and foremost, naturally, was the matter of concern regarding his disciples' panel. Su Yeqing, Qualification, Chapter 46 Hostility. Su Yeqing Qualification 10,000 Poisonous Evil Body Realm 9th Layer of Mortal Realm Sex Prophets 110 Points of Heaven. The 10,000 Poisonous Evil Body. It sounds like a physique that necessitates constant interaction with toxins, yet its level remains uncertain. Yang Ming tentatively inquired, Yi Qing, does your 10,000 Poisonous Evil Body possess any memory inheritance? Indeed. Su Yeqing responded candidly to her master's inquiry, due to the fortune bestowed by you, master, I have become the 10,000 Poisonous Evil Body, a unique divine physique, exceedingly formidable. In what way is it formidable? Do elaborate for your master. Su Yeqing organized her thoughts, feeling somewhat bashful as she explained, my blood, even my hair, has transformed in such a way that with but a thought, I can manifest lethal toxins, more potent than ever before. Yang Ming immediately grasped the immense power of the 10,000 Poisonous Evil Body. Previously, Su Yeqing's blood could poison chi-gathering cultivators, and now it would likely be beyond the resistance of even ordinary Transformation Realm practitioners. Of course, ensnaring a Transformation Realm cultivator in a state of vigilance would be quite a challenge. Furthermore, there exists an exceedingly peculiar aspect. Su Yeqing's expression turned strange, hinting at an unspeakable secret. She had not anticipated becoming the fabled 10,000 Poisonous Evil Body, which would undoubtedly set her cultivation path apart from the ordinary. Yang Ming smiled gently, since we are bound as master and disciple, there is no need for formality, do share. He could naturally discern that the peculiar nature of the 10,000 Poisonous Evil Body made Su Yeqing hesitant to speak. The cultivation of the 10,000 Poisonous Evil Body does not require spirit stones, Su Yeqing stated plainly. No need for spirit stones? Yang Ming was momentarily taken aback before a realization dawned upon him. Could it be that, as you surmised, to strengthen the 10,000 Poisonous Evil Body, one must consume toxins? With a wry smile, Su Yeqing replied, the more toxic the substance to others, the more beneficial it is for me. It is akin to a tonic. What an extraordinary ability! Yang Ming exclaimed in amazement. As long as it does not harm you, what is there to fear in a unique cultivation method? Moreover, this will render you impervious to all poisons in the world. Will you not disdain it, master? Su Yeqing asked, astonished. Disdain, how could I ever? Yang Ming chuckled, shaking his head. It is the wielder that determines their worth. As for toxins, both mortals and cultivators tend to regard them with trepidation, which is entirely normal, yet, toxins in themselves are not inherently harmful, akin to the potent herb, paraquat, which, despite its toxicity, excels at weed eradication. It is merely misapplied inappropriately that causes alarm. Su Yeqing felt a warmth in her heart. Master's teachings are profound. Indeed, however, you must strive to maintain your composure. I fear you may cough up your lungs, Yang Ming remarked with a bemused expression. Thereafter, he continued to examine the spoils acquired from vanquishing the 2 major demon sects, 3 top-tier spirit artifacts and numerous others. Regarding medicinal pills, there was nothing particularly noteworthy, while the spirit stone yield reached an impressive 180,000. It was hardly surprising, given that they were second-rate demon sects, that the rewards were substantial. Ah, what is this? At one moment, Yang Ming discovered a specially crafted token within Xiao Xinjuan's storage pouch, its material unknown yet remarkably sturdy. There should be clues among these miscellaneous items, he mused, shifting his focus to Xiao Xinjuan's other belongings. Ultimately, through several letters, he uncovered the truth. This token, known as the Yin-Yang token, grants its holder entry into the sect's secret realm, the temporal realm, during its activation. The temporal realm is also accessible to the prodigies of other top-tier sects, albeit at the cost of vast resources. To obtain the Yin-Yang token. According to the letters, within the temporal realm, one must defeat formidable adversaries of the same realm to receive rewards. The more powerful foes one vanquishes, the greater the final rewards. If one's aptitude is unparalleled and combat prowess unmatched, one might even leave an indelible mark on the temporal monument outside the realm, a most treasured asset for the Yin-Yang sect. The next opening of the temporal realm is perfectly timed just before the righteous and evil competition. Yang Ming's eyes gleamed with insight. It was evident that this timing was deliberate, designed for the prodigies of the eastern wilderness to advance further before the competition. If Xiao Xinjuan possesses one, then other transformation realm practitioners must have them as well. Yang Ming hastily searched and eventually found another in Lu Yuyan's storage pouch. Thus, it appears we still need 2 more Yin-Yang tokens. At that time, I shall bring along my 3 disciples to participate, maximizing the benefits. Gathering his thoughts, Yang Ming smiled, we are nearing our destination. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, fellow Taoist, please hold. Turning to look, Yang Ming saw a purple-robed cultivator enveloped in crackling lightning approaching, his face marked with wariness and hostility, energy swirling behind him, revealing the remnants of a recently shattered jade talisman. Transformation Realm, 10th layer. Yang Ming's heart sank. Furthermore, there was a companion of unknown cultivation, possibly at the entry of Profound Realm. Resolutely, he chose not to engage, swiftly darting towards the forest below, his speed soaring to its utmost limit, pale lightning coursing around him. Fellow Taoist, wait. I harbor no ill intent, I merely wish to ask you something. The purple-robed cultivator's voice rang out solemnly. Yang Ming ignored him, reaching the ground, and immediately activated a ground-escaping talisman he had left with one last use. This talisman was perfectly suited for the occasion. If his cultivation were to ascend another level, its effectiveness might diminish considerably. Whoosh, as the ground-escaping talisman was activated, Yang Ming and Su Yeqing's figures instantly vanished into the earth, speeding away while deliberately taking a circuitous route, avoiding a return to the sect. Damn it! The purple-robed cultivator seethed silently, watching the duo escape. With mastery over, their strength far exceeds that of an ordinary 10th-layer transformation realm practitioner. The person my master seeks must be him. With this thought, he hurriedly returned to regroup with his companion. Although he failed to capture them, he could at least ascertain that this individual was active in the vicinity. Meanwhile, underground, do you know why I departed? Yang Ming inquired. He clearly harbored malicious intent, Su Yeqing replied earnestly. Knowing he could not easily defeat you, he sought to delay you until his companion arrived to turn against you. Astute. Yang Ming praised. That purple-robed cultivator is certainly not acting alone. He must have signaled previously. Had he remained behind, that would have been sheer folly. I once read a quote left by a cultivator, Su Yeqing added, which stated that most cultivators are despicable and cunning, selfish and self-serving. Not a single word they utter is trustworthy. That is rather extreme, Yang Ming countered, shaking his head in disapproval, attempting to alter her misguided perspective. In truth, cultivators are capable of speaking the truth as well. Perhaps 1 out of every 20 to 25 statements they make is honest. Su Yeqing replied, even so, that does seem rather scarce. After some effort, Yang Ming evaded pursuit, returning with Su Yeqing to the Destiny sect, where he introduced his disciples. Every disciple of Master possesses something unique. Su Yeqing quickly discerned that the 2 senior sisters were no ordinary individuals. Thanks to the heightened perception granted by her 10,000 poisonous evil body, she could sense that the eldest and second eldest sisters, though seemingly burdened with their own issues, were each more formidable than the last. Particularly the seemingly dull eldest sister, who inexplicably instilled in her a profound sense of dread. One she must never offend. Zhang Xiaolan expressed her surprise. Junior brother appears rather normal, better than us. Although pale and thin, resembling a breathing corpse, at least on the surface, he seemed untroubled. "Thank you for the compliment, senior sister," Su Yeqing coughed, unexpectedly expelling a pool of black blood that stained her garments. "Perhaps I judged too hastily," Jiang Xiaolan remarked. Yi Qing, Yang Ming inquired. "The Destiny Sect is still in its initial developmental phase, with many matters lacking management. Do you have any particular expertise or aspirations?" "I wish to practice alchemy and become an alchemist. I noticed that the spirit herb garden and alchemy room within the sect are both in disarray." "May I manage them, master?" Su Yeqing's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Absolutely," Yang Ming replied, delighted. Su Yeqing's method of cultivation involves consuming toxins, which naturally requires the cultivation of materials and refinement. Thus, the role of an alchemist is perfectly suited for her. "Remember, do not focus solely on concocting poisonous elixirs." "I will not." Subsequently, at Yang Ming's behest, the group discreetly relocated the Destiny Sect, striving to avoid drawing attention and swiftly proceeding to the spiritual vein to evade any impending crisis. A practitioner adept in the lightning element, accompanied by a formidable ally seeking me, surely their motives extend beyond mere rewards. Yang Ming felt a sense of unease, an inexplicable premonition of an approaching storm. After some contemplation, he retrieved a letter and a peculiar blue stone from his storage pouch. This was the sole relic left to him by his master, yet his insufficient cultivation level barred him from examining it. In truth, he had long been troubled by the circumstances surrounding his master's demise. How could he remain indifferent? At that moment, he had felt utterly powerless. In his final moments, his master's admonition was not without reason. Thus, encountering a practitioner wielding the lightning element immediately brought to mind the master who had imparted the Azure Thunder breathing technique to him. Now that I have entered the transformation realm, I should be able to inspect the relic. With a heavy heart, Yang Ming opened the letter and read it intently. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in shock. It was actually, Chapter 47, The Mystery of the Azure Thunder. How tragic it is to have lost one's life for the sake of this stone. A tempest surged within Yang Ming's heart as his gaze once again fell upon the peculiar azure rock. Though the world of cultivation is rife with deceit, and countless souls have perished in pursuit of treasures, his master had always been circumspect. What extraordinary artifact could compel him to take such a perilous risk? Suddenly, the letter emitted a violet glow, and a spectral figure of an elder materialized before him. "Master," Yang Ming clasped his hands in respect, realizing this was a spell left behind by his venerable teacher. Could this be the Grandmaster? The three disciples gazed intently at the apparition. The Azure Thunder breathing technique is a supreme secret art of the Zhixiao sect, its origins shrouded in mystery. The elder's voice lacked vigor, evidently strained from nearly exhausting his spiritual energy as he forcefully conveyed his message. "I was once a disciple of the Zhixiao sect's leader. By a stroke of fortune, I acquired this technique, believing it would lead me to the pinnacle of existence, indulging in cherries and abalone. It will, little did I know, it did not meet the cultivation requirements, and thus, it has fallen to you, my boy." At this, he could not help but grind his teeth. Seemingly vexed, Yang Ming fell silent. The Azure Thunder breathing technique necessitates that its practitioner be impervious to all lightning element damage, a rare innate talent that cannot be cultivated later in life. It is likely for this reason that his master ultimately bestowed the legacy upon him. This message was primarily intended to impart the value of the Azure Thunder breathing technique. It was not meant for you to flaunt it to impress women or squander your nights in revelry, the elder added with a furrowed brow, then continued, "However, due to certain circumstances, the existence of the Azure Thunder breathing technique has been exposed." Indeed, Yang Ming's mind was as clear as crystal, immediately deducing that the purple-robed cultivators who had pursued him were from the Zhixiao sect, intent on seizing both the Azure Thunder breathing technique and the Azure Rock. "This technique, if you can retain it, you must keep it," the elder stated with gravity, "but if you cannot hold on to it, how to proceed is for you to decide. As for that stone, should it be used to forge your life's treasure, it would greatly benefit you, perhaps even allow you to." At this, he paused, shaking his head. "Forget it, I doubt you can." Now that feels rather condescending. Yang Ming was both amused and exasperated. The life treasure, such an item can only be forged in the profound realm, allowing for the artifact to be nurtured within one's dantian, growing stronger alongside its master. From his master's words, it was clear he did not believe Yang Ming capable of refining the Azure Rock at this stage. Time was of the essence, so the elder lamented. "Your future is in your hands. I merely hope that, given our master-disciple bond, should you ascend to great heights in the future, you might seek justice for me from the Zhixiao sect." "Justice for what?" Yang Ming inquired. "Just tell them that the disciple would never forsake an entire forest for a single tree." Yang Ming's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. His master truly lived up to his reputation. The depth of his words hinted at profound emotional turmoil from a past relationship that had drastically altered his fate. "Yang Ming, life is fleeting." Gazing skyward, the elder's expression grew complex as he murmured, "The vistas above are sights I have never beheld, go and see them on my behalf." With that, his figure gradually dissipated, returning to dust. Yang Ming clasped his hands. "Farewell, master, farewell, grandmaster." The others bowed in unison. At this moment, Yang Ming grasped the situation. A significant conflict must exist between his master and the Zhixiao sect, leading to his expulsion and subsequent pursuit due to the revelation of his possession. In the interim, he had taken Yang Ming as his disciple, imparting his legacy, only to fall victim to fierce conflict over the Azure Rock. "Master, does the Grandmaster enjoy fruits and seafood?" Jiang Xiaolan inquired. Puzzled, Yang Ming was taken aback. "What brings this question to mind? He mentioned wanting to indulge in cherries and abalone." "Ahem, that was merely jest, yet, cough cough." Su Yeqing, standing nearby, quickly distanced herself to avoid transmitting her ailment to the elder. Watching tree, make haste to the location I mentioned. At a certain moment, Yang Ming sensed approaching cultivators, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. I shall deal with them, be cautious, Sect Master. Amidst the thunderous winds, Yang Ming swiftly navigated the clouds, employing a concealment technique to mask all traces of his presence. Whoosh, whoosh, soon, two purple-robed cultivators soared in on their swords, scanning the surroundings for Yang Ming's whereabouts. Is the person we seek indeed Yang Ming? One of the female cultivators queried, perplexed. The other nodded, initially uncertain, but now it seems beyond doubt. Then it appears we shall have no respite for a time, the female cultivator sighed. The male cultivator chuckled. What's the matter? Are you feeling restless again? Life thrives on movement. Even cultivators revel in this. You remarked on my previous exploits. Just wait, I shall be utterly exhilarating. The female cultivator shot him a glare, exasperated. Do you know, that was the most humiliating deception I've ever endured in my life. That was merely an unfortunate miscalculation. The male cultivator retorted, crestfallen. Boom, suddenly, pale lightning erupted in the clouds. Both were taken aback, turning just in time to be seized by the throat and plummeting downward like meteors. With great force, spare us, esteemed one. We are merely following orders. They exclaimed in desperation. Their cultivation had reached the 10th layer of qi gathering, yet before Yang Ming, they were no match at all. Yang Ming's expression remained impassive. From which sect do you hail? We are disciples of the Zhixiao sect. In the heat of the moment, they had no time to ponder, replying with difficulty, who sent you, and what is his realm? It is the young master of the Zhixiao sect, Qin Wenyuan. We are uncertain of his exact cultivation level, but he is at least in the profound realm. We implore you to spare our lives. Bang, bang, Yang Ming brought them to the ground, then swiftly flew a considerable distance away from the Tianming sect, finally relieving them of their storage pouches before departing in haste. To remain here and do not seek trouble. As Yang Ming vanished from sight, the two cultivators exhaled in relief. After a brief pause, they exchanged glances and immediately took to their swords, employing a special technique to relay information to the young master. Those who provide the first report shall receive 200,000 spirit stones. They could not afford to miss this opportunity. Sizzle, the judgment thunder flashed and vanished. Both perished. I warned you not to seek trouble. Yang Ming departed once more. He deliberately eliminated the threat at a considerable distance from the Tianming sect, ensuring he could return with peace of mind. Whoosh, whoosh, moments later, 3 or 4 disciples clad in purple uniforms from the Zhixiao sect arrived, their expressions grim. Leading them was a figure dressed in deep purple robes, signifying a higher status. He was strikingly handsome, with sharp brows and bright eyes, standing with hands clasped behind his back, his countenance dark, and a cold smile gracing his lips. Such audacity, to dare slay disciples of my Zhixiao sect, young master, should we immediately search for the scoundrel? One of those behind him suggested. He cannot escape my grasp. Qin Wenyuan's murderous intent was palpable as he coldly replied. First, we shall return to the Zhixiao sect, and summon a few elders in the profound realm. It is better to be prepared. He understood well that the opponent practiced a supreme secret technique, making him a formidable foe. It was precisely due to this mastery over special lightning that he could easily annihilate dozens of third-rate sects, leading him to this location. As the saying goes, when a lion hunts a rabbit, it exerts its utmost effort. Now that he had discerned the general whereabouts of his target, he must ensure a victory with absolute certainty, refusing to allow a repeat of his master's misfortune of a narrow escape. Understood. Chapter 48. The Azure Stone. We have arrived, accompanied by the entire Destiny sect. Everyone reached their destination. As far as the eye could see, the mountain peaks rolled endlessly, lush with verdant flora, while the cave harboring the spiritual vein, secured by Yang Ming's array, ensured that no spiritual energy would leak out to attract trouble. Upon the summit of the Destiny sect, Yang Ming employed a veil of illusion to obstruct the sight of the cultivators, and then began the intricate process of connecting to the spiritual vein. The relevant formations posed no challenge for Yang Ming, especially with the assistance of 3 disciples possessing the vast knowledge of formations and secret techniques inherited from their memories, too numerous to count. The thunder element locking formation. Yang Ming encircled the Destiny sect with a large-scale formation made of thunder elements, enveloping and sealing the lower-grade spiritual vein, before attempting to establish a connection. This connection aimed to transform the Destiny sect into a part of the spiritual vein, allowing the pure spiritual energy to envelop the sect entirely. The closer one got to the core, the denser the energy became. After several hours of effort, coupled with the disciples' assistance in arranging numerous spirit stones, the extensive thunder element locking formation was finally established. In an instant, spiritual energy surged forth like a tidal wave, rising from below and enveloping the Destiny sect. With a light exhalation of stale air, Yang Ming stood up and took a deep breath, feeling a sense of tranquility. The Destiny sect finally possessed its own spiritual vein. The presence of a sect established upon a spiritual vein significantly bolstered its prestige. Correspondingly, the same could be said for secret realms. People strive for higher ground, just as water flows downward. It is precisely because those top-tier sects monopolize the best resources that they attract numerous prodigies seeking to learn from them. At the same time, Yang Ming heard the system's notification sound arriving belatedly. A ding, system prompt. Due to the Destiny sect acquiring the blessing of the spiritual vein, its foundation has grown deeper, resulting in an additional 1,000 points in sect revenue. A full 1,000 points in sect revenue. Furthermore, with the acceptance of the 3rd disciple, in just a year and a half, even with no effort put forth, the sect could amass hundreds of thousands of cultivation points, assuming the 3rd disciple made no progress, which is, of course, impossible. In such a rich environment of spiritual energy, my cultivation speed will at least increase by 1/5, Zhang Xiaolan exclaimed with delight. 1/5 may seem modest, but from the perspective of an ordinary cultivator, a breakthrough that originally took 10 years could now be achieved in 8, equating to a 2-year advancement, making such time savings invaluable. Naturally, with the potential of the Wuji sword body, progress would not be so sluggish in the short term. Yi Ching, if you wish to refine pills, you need a high-quality alchemy furnace. For now, I can only provide a low-grade artifact. Yang Ming produced an alchemy furnace seized from the two major demonic sects. Su Yeqing was overjoyed and expressed her gratitude. This exquisite alchemy furnace will suffice for my use for a long time. Thank you, Master, for your generous gift. Go and cultivate. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to come and ask me. Yang Ming then provided a plethora of seeds for cultivating spiritual herbs and medicines. These items, typically collected after defeating enemies, were of no use to him, and thus he entrusted them entirely to his disciples. The disciples took their leave, with the treasures bestowed by their master. Su Yeqing hurried off to manage the long-neglected medicinal garden and alchemy room. Subsequently, Yang Ming supplied the other two disciples with ample resources of spirit stones, stating earnestly, work diligently and do not let your guard down. Danger is not far away. The troubles from the Zhixiao sect are difficult to manage. The Xianjing cultivators are not something I can currently confront. The disciples understood. I shall indulge in more snacks. While all members of the Destiny sect immersed themselves in cultivation, Yang Ming gazed upward at the sun, whispering. Regardless of whether they are second-rate or third-rate sects, once Destiny is set and the clouds part to reveal the sun, we shall be among the top tier. He had not forgotten the blueprint for the Xiantian spirit vessel. That would be the foundation for challenging the Dongshu realm in the future. In Yang Ming's view, as long as he could engage in a back-and-forth with the cultivators of the Dongshu realm, the Destiny sect could rightfully claim to be a top-tier sect. Indeed, it was even possible that the Dongshu cultivators might perish while the Xiantian spirit vessel, with diligent maintenance, would possess an exceedingly long lifespan. Not overly lost in reverie, Yang Ming focused on his cultivation. The pressing matter was to acquire the power to contend with the young master of the Zhixiao sect. Once the opportunity arose, he would return to seek justice for his master. Arriving at the rear of the sect's main hall, designated for the sovereign seclusion, Yang Ming sat cross-legged. The Tsong Lei breathing method flowed within, and the sound of his breathing gradually intensified, accompanied by flickering lightning. In the Gathering Qi realm, he had learned the first-tier spells of Thunder Summon and Thunder Flash, and now that he had reached the Transformation Yuan realm, he could naturally wield higher-tier spells. Yang Ming's spirit trembled slightly. Second-tier spell, Thunder Pressure, compared to the pressure exerted by ordinary Transformation Yuan cultivators, this was several times stronger, capable of hindering an opponent's actions or thoughts, truly a lethal means, contingent upon the disparity between adversaries. Moreover, there was even a third-tier spell, Thunder Eye. This would assist in resisting mental-type attacks while simultaneously launching a mental assault, plunging opponents into a sea of thunder illusions, engulfed in fear and rendered incapable of resistance. Afterward, tranquility enveloped him. Yang Ming immersed himself wholeheartedly in the study of spells, momentarily setting aside the pursuit of increased sect revenue. After expending approximately 10 days, he successfully mastered Thunder Pressure and Thunder Eye. With my cultivation level, even if I grasp the Judgment Thunder and the Heavenly Demon technique, defeating a Xianjing cultivator remains a formidable challenge. Despite the enhancement in strength, Yang Ming did not allow himself to relax. On the contrary, his thoughts grew increasingly heavy. At the very least, he needed to break through several more realms before he stood a chance to contend. In truth, once the position of the Destiny sect was discovered by the young master of the Zhixiao sect, it would be utterly impossible to maintain peace. Now, venturing outside carelessly would only heighten the probability of being discovered. Alas, ascending in realms is not as simple as one might desire. The system may accelerate his cultivation speed significantly, but it does not allow one to bypass the process of accumulation. What should I do if I encounter a Xianjing cultivator prematurely? Yang Ming pondered this question. The notion of waiting until one's cultivation was sufficient to confront opponents of equal rank was overly optimistic. The reality is, one might very well have to face a great boss right after leaving the novice village. Should I gamble again? Yang Ming was nearly overtaken by the mindset of a gambler but promptly dismissed the idea. Not every time could he rely on luck to obtain golden rewards through the lottery. Based on his years of experience with lotteries in his past life, those that initially offered sweet rewards would often turn sour later on. Aside from the lottery, what else could elevate his combat prowess in the short term? What else? Eureka! Yang Ming recalled something, retrieving the azure stone from his pack to examine it closely. Master once said that if I could refine this treasure, it would greatly benefit me. His master had perished due to it, emphasizing its unfathomable level, and hoped he could successfully refine it upon reaching the Xianjing realm, though he later deemed it unrealistic. This implies that the advantages it presents must indeed be immensely. Swallowing hard, Yang Ming decided to attempt refining it immediately. Ordinary methods might not suffice, but having unintentionally grasped Judgment Thunder, perhaps this would be an exception. At the very least, he had to try. Casting the spell, he levitated the azure stone into the air, extending his hands and channeling the thunder elements within him, unleashing a torrent of pale lightning to envelop it, then attempting to melt its hard surface using the destructive power and high temperature of the thunder. Sizzle, the might of Judgment Thunder illuminated the room with blinding brightness. However, it still seemed as if a stone had fallen into the sea. The azure stone offered not a hint of feedback, not even a fleeting warmth on its surface. Not even Judgment Thunder could penetrate it. Let us try again. Yang Ming, undeterred, pushed his power to the limit. Swish! Suddenly, the previously inert azure stone erupted with dazzling azure light, unleashing powerful waves of energy that swept outward, as if it had been activated. There is a chance. Yang Ming's eyes brightened, but before he could proceed with his next action, the scene abruptly shifted, placing him in a confined space surrounded by walls. An illusion? He was filled with uncertainty as he surveyed his surroundings, finding them both familiar and strangely disconcerting. Without a doubt, he had been in this area before, albeit the environment had changed significantly since then. Oh no, this is not good. Suddenly, he recalled the answer, a strong sense of crisis surging within him. Or this place is. Chapter 49. The arrival of the enemy. Here lies the secret realm of the sleeping dragon. Yang Ming found it somewhat challenging to maintain his composure. At this moment, what lay before his eyes was not the ordinary sights one might encounter within the sleeping dragon's domain, but rather the hidden chamber beneath the forgetting dust tree, home to the white tiger. Unlike before, the chamber was now devoid of the tumultuous judgment thunder and the presence of the white tiger maiden, creating an eerie emptiness. This was the greatest terror. Her absence from the chamber, perhaps, signified. Suddenly, Yang Ming's keen senses detected a gaze fixed upon him, causing his heart to skip a beat. He looked up, and before him stood a breathtakingly beautiful young woman, her features so exquisitely crafted that not a single flaw could be discerned. Clad in a gown of pure white, her skin was as delicate as jade, her figure graceful, and her eyes, resembling shimmering gemstones, held a hint of scrutiny. Clearly, even if it were merely an illusion, she possessed the ability to perceive someone spying on her. With a forced smile, Yang Ming waved, "Hello." Crack, the judgment thunder descended from above, and Yang Ming's figure vanished without a trace, reappearing behind the grand hall of the Destiny Sect. The azure stone that had been floating in the air fell to the ground, no longer emanating its azure glow. Yang Ming furrowed his brow, picked it up, and tossed it into his storage pouch, feeling an unsettling anxiety creeping in. This truly spells trouble. The relentless pursuit by the heir of the Purple Cloud Sect had already placed immense pressure upon him, and now, it seemed the White Tiger Maiden had awakened from her slumber. Judging by her immediate call for Thunder to strike him down, it was clear that matters would not end amicably. One must understand that the White Tiger's power was exceedingly formidable. Even if he remained unafraid of lightning elemental attacks, a casual punch from her could just as easily lead to his demise. I intended to refine the azure stone to enhance my strength, yet it only allowed me a glimpse into the chamber's scene. What could this possibly mean? Yang Ming pondered, filled with uncertainty. Could this stone belong to the White Tiger, or was it attempting to guide him to seek her out? Regardless, Yang Ming steeled his thoughts and once again settled into a meditative posture. Let the ship sail as it may. Boom! Just as he entered a state of focus, a disturbance erupted from outside the Destiny Sect, followed by the shout of a cultivator. Demonic cultivator Yang Ming, come out! Yang Ming sprang to his feet, feeling a sense of impending danger. All he wished was to lay low for a while. Was that so difficult? Activating his lightning flash, he appeared in midair above the Destiny Sect, only to find that the newcomers were not from the Purple Cloud Sect, but instead a pair of cultivators, one stout and one thin, garbed in azure robes, seemingly from another righteous sect. Confirming their cultivation levels to be at the second stage of the transformation realm, Yang Ming relaxed and donned a friendly smile. What brings you gentlemen to the Destiny Sect? Do not feign ignorance here. The stout cultivator sneered, his face twisted with malice. You have slaughtered dozens of sects, your infamy precedes you. We have come today to rid the world of your menace. Yang Ming's head was now worth a staggering 1 million spirit stones on the bounty list. How could they possibly resist such temptation? Yet they had not anticipated that he would be hidden away so effectively. Have you truly resolved to take action against me? At this, Yang Ming's smile shifted, becoming even more congenial. Brother, let us not waste words with him. Let us strike swiftly. 1 million spirit stones would suffice for over a decade's worth of cultivation resources. The thin cultivator, unable to contain his eagerness, prompted his 2 flying swords to attack Yang Ming. However, before he could succeed, 2 high-grade spiritual swords shot forth from behind Yang Ming, engaging in combat without yielding an inch. Clang, clang, the crisp sounds of metal clashing rang out. At this moment, the 2 cultivators from the Windwalker sect finally turned their attention to the few individuals behind Yang Ming. One of them, a boy who had just reached the first stage of Qi gathering, was inconsequential, yet the other 2 girls exhibited cultivation levels of the 9th and 10th stages of Qi gathering, leaving them utterly astounded. Could they possibly be only 10 years old? The thin cultivator felt disbelief wash over him. Impossible. The stout cultivator vehemently rejected the notion. No one can reach such heights by the age of 10. They must be employing some special means to conceal their true age. Master, they are not worthy of your personal intervention. Zhang Xiaolan volunteered bravely. May I handle this? Very well. Yang Ming nodded, stepping back to observe. A swift resolution is in order. These 2 transformation realm cultivators would provide us with several months' worth of cultivation resources. The disciples could not remain under his protection indefinitely. They must become formidable forces in their own right. Before that, they should not only be engrossed in training but also acquire essential combat experience. Arrogance. The 2 cultivators were infuriated, summoning their transformation apparitions to attack. 1,000 swords returned to the sect. Zhang Xiaolan immediately invoked the ancestral technique of the infinite sword body, the 10,000 sword technique. Whoosh! In the next moment, ripples surged through the space behind her, and hundreds of swords erupted forth like a tempest, instantly intercepting the 2 transformation apparitions in a display of equal might. Gathering, after a stalemate lasting several dozen seconds, Zhang Xiaolan willed the multitude of swords to converge, her masterful control aligning them in a harmonious formation, creating a colossal sword over 100 meters long, propelled by a fierce scale and a chilling sword intent, sweeping forward. The 2 transformation apparitions stood no chance against the overwhelming might of the giant sword, shattering into countless fragments. Indeed, Xiaolan's prowess has seen tremendous progress. Yang Ming felt immense satisfaction. In that instant, she was capable of defeating a transformation cultivator despite being at the 9th stage of Qi gathering. During the righteous evil competition, she would undoubtedly excel even further. How could this be? What manner of prodigy are you? The stout cultivator's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The destructive power of this colossal sword formed from 1,000 blades was utterly terrifying. Beside them, Su Yeqing stood in awe. Second senior sister is so strong. Now it is your turn. Zhang Xiaolan, filled with fighting spirit, continued to wield the giant sword against her foes. The 2 cultivators exchanged glances, both recognizing the fear in each other's eyes, and without a word, they charged towards the boy at the first stage of Qi gathering and the seemingly dim-witted girl at the 10th stage. The combined might and speed of the giant sword were insurmountable. It was evident from their dialogue that her strength likely fell short of that of Yang Ming, the sect leader of the Destiny sect. Thus, their only means of survival was to take hostages. Facing the adversaries, Su Yeqing remained unperturbed, releasing a green toxic mist while remaining unharmed within its confines. A mere parlor trick. The thin cultivator dismissed the toxic mist entirely, and with time running short, he had no opportunity to disperse it. He lunged forward, intending to capture her, only to suddenly slow as his skin began to decay, pain coursing through him. Ah! With a piercing scream, the thin cultivator was engulfed in agony, his internal organs ravaged by the poison, and his spiritual energy spiraled out of control. Whoosh! The giant sword controlled by Zhang Xiaolan descended, its edge unmatched, granting him a swift end. Senior sister, be careful, cough cough, Su Yeqing shouted in concern, coughing up blood in the process. The enemy had reached the side of the senior sister, yet she seemed oblivious to any danger. Surrender and I shall spare your life, the stout cultivator glared, his fierce countenance laid bare, unleashing the full pressure of the transformation realm. Mo Xingyu scratched his head, unfazed by the intimidation, and raised his fist, unleashing a blast of icy cold air. Bang! With a single punch, the stout cultivator was sent flying, his body encased in frost, suffering severe injuries. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xiaolan struck again, effortlessly dispatching the two opponents. Clap clap clap. Yang Ming could not help but applaud, smiling. You have all performed exceptionally well, your master is truly pleased. Rising through the ranks is as easy as eating and drinking. The strength of the divine body was beginning to manifest at this moment. Once they truly matured, he too would find himself at leisure. Zhang Xiaolan giggled, all thanks to Master's guidance. Boom! Before she could finish her sentence, an unprecedented wave of pressure descended upon them. Thunder rumbled ominously, shaking their very souls. The previously relaxed atmosphere instantly tightened like a drawn bowstring. The three disciples, airborne on their swords, were caught unprepared, plummeting significantly, with only Yang Ming managing to withstand it with great effort. Yang Ming's expression gradually turned grave as he added, leave the forthcoming foes to me. Chapter 50. A farewell to the White Tiger. The winds of change, in stark contrast to the oppressive aura brought by the recently encountered transformation realm cultivator, three figures descended from the thunderous clouds above. The foremost among them was strikingly handsome, appearing to be in his 20s, adorned in resplendent purple robes, exuding formidable power and an exalted status. Behind him stood two elderly men with silver hair, their weathered faces emanating an air of authority without the need for anger. They had entered the profound realm. Moreover, there were three of them. Yang Ming's countenance turned grave as his mind raced to devise a strategy for escape. In the realm of cultivation, the higher one ascends, the more substantial the power gained with each level. Confronting a profound realm cultivator head-on would be exceedingly challenging, perhaps only by attaining a higher stage of transformation could he hope to contend. Disciple of Nangong Lu, I have been searching for you for quite some time. Qin Wenyuan declared, a pleased smile gracing his lips, exuding a sense of calm as he refrained from making any immediate moves. Beside him, an elder named Chen Yongxing scrutinized Yang Ming's disciples, astonished. Each of his disciples is remarkable, with extraordinary talent. Patience, patience. Qin Wenyuan squinted, his smile unwavering. In due time, I shall take them back and interrogate them thoroughly. He surmised that the seemingly flawed youths before him had reached their current status largely due to the Tsan Lei breathing technique. Thus, they were of secondary importance. The crux lay in extracting the secrets of the technique from Yang Ming. As for the necessity of possessing a physique that could exempt one from the influence of lightning elements, acquiring that was merely a matter of convenience. At that moment, he felt an even greater sense of elation. Yes. The two elderly men complied without hesitation, displaying utmost respect towards Qin Wenyuan despite their own considerable strength. Is it true that my master, Nangong Lu, fell by your hand? Yang Ming felt a palpable sense of foreboding. And if it is? Qin Wenyuan replied with an air of arrogance, coldly sneering, as mere ants, you ought to be more concerned about your own fate than lamenting over your master's decayed corpse. Isn't it the Tsan Lei breathing technique you desire? Yang Ming gathered his strength, his body enveloped in a torrent of judgment lightning, and then took off at great speed, challenging, if you have the ability, come chase me. Engaging in direct combat was undeniably unwise. After much contemplation, he realized there was but one place that could offer him a chance at escape. Ha ha ha. Qin Wenyuan immediately surged forward, laughing uproariously. What makes you think you can escape before a profound realm master? Boom! Before he could revel in his arrogance for long, Yang Ming was enveloped in a swirling black mist. The haze expanded and contracted, propelling Yang Ming's speed to unprecedented heights. He understood that to instill a sense of pressure in a profound realm cultivator, the heavenly demon art must be employed from the outset. Subsequently, Yang Ming decisively consumed several elixirs, unleashing his transformation avatar and the roaring thunder dragon. Two lightning dragons intertwined and charged towards Qin Wenyuan, their power exceeding anything he had summoned before. Interesting. Qin Wenyuan's expression grew increasingly serious as he was compelled to slow his pace in the face of the dual dragon onslaught. Get over here and assist me, he bellowed towards the rear, his eyes gleaming with greed. I must possess this extraordinary lightning. In truth, even though his adversary exhibited the strength to overcome higher-tier transformation cultivators, it was still insufficient to rival him. However, as a fellow lightning cultivator, he sensed his own lightning element being inexplicably suppressed, drastically diminishing his power. Undoubtedly, that pale lightning was an invaluable treasure. In addition to the Tsan Lei breathing technique, the opponent had surprised him with something even more extraordinary. The two elderly men exchanged glances at the three youths below, who commanded their special attention, hesitating for a moment before marking them, then hastening to pursue Yang Ming. What should we do now? Wang Qinshu, fearful of drawing attention, spoke urgently as leaves fell in a flurry. Our sect leader deliberately distracted the enemy. Shouldn't we evacuate with the Destiny sect? A powerful figure in the profound realm was indeed a formidable obstacle to it. Was precisely for this reason that the sect leader chose to retreat from the spotlight. Not leaving. In an unexpected turn, Mo Xingyu asserted, if my brother doesn't come, I won't leave. Indeed, we shall heed the elder sister's words. Jiang Xiaolan wholeheartedly agreed. Whoosh, like the wind and lightning, bolstered by the heavenly demon art, Yang Ming exerted himself to the fullest, moving with a speed that left ordinary transformation realm cultivators in the dust. His expression remained composed, undisturbed by the pressing circumstances, nearly 3 profound realm cultivators pursuing him. What was the significance of that? The real trouble lay elsewhere. You cannot escape, ants. Qin Wenyuan, along with 2 guardians, relentlessly pursued from behind, occasionally casting spells to obstruct him, yet Yang Ming deftly evaded each one. Nevertheless, the distance between them gradually diminished. 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. At a certain moment, Yang Ming found himself mere inches away from the 3 profound realm cultivators. The game of cat and mouse was about to conclude. A red-robed elder, characterized by a volatile temperament, lost all patience and suddenly lunged forward, appearing behind Yang Ming's eyes. The judgment lightning flickered, shielding its master but failing to inflict significant harm upon the highly skilled elder. And Yang Ming remained unfazed, commanding, "This is merely the beginning. Xiao Hei, come assist me." Xiao Hei? The 3 were momentarily taken aback, still trying to comprehend the situation when a streak of black light zipped past, right before Yang Ming, who seized its tail, gaining acceleration. Woof! The Xianing beast shot forth like an arrow through the air, forcibly distancing itself from the enemy, baring its teeth at Yang Ming, who held onto its tail. Xiao Hei? When did I acquire such a name that sounds so utterly mundane? Qin Wenyuan was taken aback, astonished by the speed of the foolish dog. Yang Ming, however, was unperturbed. The first-tier Xianing beast had already proven troublesome for the Wulong Mountain Manor. Now that it had reached the second tier and consumed ancient exotic beasts, it was only bound to grow stronger. Woof! The Xianing beast barked furiously, "You're the foolish dog, your whole family is a bunch of foolish dogs." With the Xianing beast's intervention, Yang Ming managed to maintain a safe distance from the profound realm cultivators. Arrived, after a brief stalemate of mere minutes, Yang Ming reached the destination of his journey, the Wulong Mountain Manor, now occupied by other cultivators. Indeed, he prepared to re-enter the secret realm, intending to leverage the power of the mysterious girl to confront these 3 profound realm cultivators. This was his only conceivable means of escape. However, this course of action would inevitably lead him to face an even greater dilemma, akin to quenching thirst with poison. Upon reaching his destination, Yang Ming resolutely retrieved a black token from his storage bag. This black token was the key to opening the secret realm. It had naturally fallen into his possession after he vanquished Qianfengyu of the Wulong Mountain Manor. However, its material was exceptionally unique. The true owner should be the white tiger girl. Whoosh! As Yang Ming infused the token with his spiritual energy, it emitted a surge of power, shooting upwards into the void above the Wulong Mountain Manor, subsequently touching a specific area and forming a black vortex. How did the Wulong secret realm open? Oh no, it's Yang Ming. This scourge refuses to relent. Run! The cultivators below were startled, but upon recognizing the identity of the newcomer, they dared not utter a word, fleeing in panic as they sought refuge. Go! Without hesitation, Yang Ming and the Xianing beast plunged into the vortex, their figures vanishing beyond the secret realm. Young master, shall we enter? Chen Yongqing's face reflected uncertainty. Qin Wenyuan furrowed his brow, refraining from acting recklessly. I did not expect him to choose to hide in the secret realm. With their level of cultivation, one could only imagine how cautious their actions would be. The secret realm of a third-rate sect was inconsequential to them, yet it could harbor perilous zones. Even a 1 in 10,000 chance of danger warranted avoidance. Boom, alas, before they could deliberate further, the black vortex suddenly expanded several times, seemingly driven by an unknown force, forcibly drawing them in without granting them a chance to resist. Damn it, it's a trap! The 3 felt a surge of terror. In the secret realm, the space rippled with waves. Yang Ming's vision rapidly shifted as he re-entered the secret realm, but this time the scene was utterly different. What greeted him was the location where the Wang Qinshu had previously been situated, rather than the expansive perimeter of the secret realm. Gulp! Yang Ming could not help but swallow hard, breathing rapidly, his hair standing on end. He sensed her presence. Chapter 51, Subduing Others with Strength. She is right there in the hidden chamber below. In the past, the forgetting dust tree grew above, effectively obstructing others from probing, rendering the hidden chamber inaccessible. Now that the forgetting dust tree has departed, the hidden chamber has been laid bare to his sight since he entered this place. Moreover, the scene he beheld, reminiscent of the Azure Stone, was identical. The once tumultuous judgment thunder had completely dissipated. This further corroborated that the other party had indeed awakened. Yang Ming dared not act rashly. He clasped his fists and spoke in a solemn tone. I mean no offense, esteemed elder, I am merely a victim of pursuit and have intruded upon your sanctum. I hope you will not take offense. Whoosh! As soon as his words fell, a girl clad in a white gown emerged gracefully from the hidden chamber below, her delicate features, with a face like a crescent moon and skin as smooth as snow, framed by flowing hair that cascaded like a waterfall, painted an enchanting picture. The white tiger maiden resembled a Tianshan snow lotus, poised to bloom, exquisite and natural, exuding beauty beyond compare. Her petite jade-like feet lightly touched the void, causing the space to ripple like a serene lake, and her icy purple eyes fixed intently on Yang Ming. What would she say? Was she a foe or a friend? A rare sense of tension gripped Yang Ming's eye in that moment. He instinctively probed her realm. To speak frankly, a white tiger that could slumber for millennia without aging would undoubtedly possess formidable cultivation. He should have been utterly unable to discern her true strength. As if witnessing an improbable event, his expression subtly shifted, a blend of peculiarity, relief, and unease surfacing. Swift as lightning, she approached Yang Ming, enveloped in a fragrant breeze, extending her long, delicate hand, from which surged the judgment thunder, before making contact with him. Crackle, the thunder roared mightily, yet Yang Ming remained unscathed. It was merely a raw elemental lightning attack, devoid of physical harm, which he could largely disregard. I have found you. Ling Xian retracted the judgment thunder, her voice soft and melodious, laced with a hint of surprise, the coldness in her eyes lessening slightly. Yang Ming, bewildered, inquired, esteemed elder, were you searching for me? Now, he began to understand why the azure stone had drawn him into an illusion, only for the girl to immediately strike at him with thunder. It was not hostility, but rather a test. Surely, his corporeal form intruding upon her established barrier had revealed to her that his constitution was extraordinary. Indeed, I seek a truly unique constitution that can withstand thunder. She nodded lightly, revealing her intent without concealment, and thus, I require your bloodline. Yang Ming's gaze turned frigid. Is there no room for negotiation? It was not out of greed, but rather a genuine necessity for her bloodline. Ling Xian's clear eyes held a hint of regret as she preemptively explained, but fear not, I will only strip away your constitution without endangering your life, and I shall provide ample compensation henceforth. As a member of the White Tiger clan, none were soft-hearted. Their actions were naturally swift and decisive, yet, she was not one to relish in killing. The other party had aided her in recovering from her injuries, awakening her prematurely, which was a great kindness to her. However, when it came to the survival of the White Tiger clan, with her kin risking their lives to rescue her, she had no choice but to act, transforming the Yuan into a phantom. Yang Ming immediately retreated, manifesting a thunder dragon behind him. Roar! The thunder dragon lunged at the maiden, yet she remained unharmed. Although he could not resist lightning damage, the judgment thunder was the innate thunder of the White Tiger. In the hands of his clan, it would undoubtedly be more potent. Ling Xian raised her hand to dispel it, then swiftly struck out. Having calmed down after an initial surge of tension, Yang Ming remarked, Little White Tiger, have you not noticed something amiss? What? The girl moved like thunder, seizing the opportunity to close in, striking Yang Ming's chest with a palm, accompanied by waves of thunder, her power unmatched. Woof woof, the nearby Xianing beast, like an ant on a hot pan, was frantic, hastily employing its secret techniques to grant its master the cultivation results of 20 days hence, unable to bear witnessing the impending scene. The legendary White Tiger, with unfathomable strength, would likely. Boom, Ling Xian's palm, fierce and forceful, landed on Yang Ming's chest, yet he remained unyielding, his expression unchanged. To be honest, he had sensed something was amiss from the very beginning. The awakened White Tiger seemed diminished, her aura, demeanor, and beauty appeared intact, indistinguishable from their previous encounter, yet in terms of realm, she was notably lacking, having regressed to merely the first level of transforming Yuan. In a confrontation of equal realms, even against a White Tiger, he need not live in fear. Ling Xian's expression turned to one of disbelief. How is this possible? Boom boom boom. As if refusing to accept defeat, she unleashed several more palms against Yang Ming's chest, yet each was effortlessly repelled, having little to no effect. You seem unaware that your realm has fallen to transforming Yuan. Yang Ming pointed out. I know, but it should not be this way, she replied, her earlier calmness evaporating. She had assumed that as the daughter of the White Tiger clan's leader, she would seldom encounter an equal at her level, but here stood one before her, truly, a person born to defy thunder. Is that so? Yang Ming's hands clamped down like a vice, seizing her delicate wrists and pinning her firmly against the wall, rendering her immobile. Both of their lightning elemental attacks proved ineffective, yet their physical confrontations presented little challenge. Generally speaking, in terms of sheer strength, whether mortal or cultivator, males typically held a significant advantage. But now, Yang Ming taunted, initially terrified at her appearance, he found the pressure had significantly lessened once she revealed herself. It seemed his prior perceptions had been overly distorted. Release me. Ling Xian, incensed, attempted to push Yang Ming away by thrusting her knee forward. Boom, Yang Ming raised his leg to block, then utilized his strength to trap her, drawing near as he sternly warned, we harbor no deep-seated grudges, there is no need for this. I have been courteous toward you, merely seeking to communicate intimately, do you understand? From the onset, when the girl had tested him with thunder, he could have chosen to evade, to refuse cooperation, yet he opted to meet her expectations. Firstly, she was the original master of the Forgetting Dust Tree, unless absolutely necessary, he did not wish to turn hostile. Secondly, with 3 cultivators of the Profound Realm pursuing him from behind, he awaited her assistance and thus needed to exhibit sincerity in his approach. Buzz, at that moment, the space rippled once more. Oh no, they have arrived. Yang Ming's expression shifted, gripping the girl with all his might, and dashed forward, plunging into the chamber below, pinning her beneath him. His intention was to harness the White Tiger's power to vanquish their foes, yet given the current circumstances, it seemed he had inadvertently dragged her into peril as well. Ling Xian's starry eyes widened, her cheeks flushed, struggling more fervently. Her delicate waist writhed violently, attempting to dislodge the man atop her. She had not anticipated that the cultivator, who had just exhibited gentlemanly conduct, would suddenly succumb to primal instincts. If you continue to squirm, I may have to resort to more forceful methods. Yang Ming threatened, while calculating in his mind. Given the intruders in the secret realm, the White Tiger, as the harbinger of space, would undoubtedly be the first to know. Since she remained composed, she surely possessed a means of coping. However, as she appeared confused about her current state, he needed to clarify matters first. "Get off me this instant," the girl insisted stubbornly, her body crackling with lightning elements, yet unable to harm Yang Ming in the slightest. However, 2 seconds later, she noticed something pressing against her. Chapter 52. A handshake for peace. The young girl, seemingly taken aback, found herself at a loss for words as her opponent took a bold approach. In an instant, her entire being tensed, her delicate form momentarily stiffening before softening again. A rosy hue adorned her cheeks, and her eyes sparkled with unshed tears, ultimately leading her to surrender. Ahem. Yang Ming cleared his throat awkwardly, suppressing the fire brewing within him, and explained, "Surely you can comprehend my reasoning. Had we managed to coexist amicably just now, we would all be in high spirits. By heaven's virtue." It was not out of malice that he acted thus, rather, it was due to the incessant twisting of his opponent coupled with her impeccable figure. How could he remain entirely unaffected? Even with his cultivated prowess, he was still a mere 19-year-old youth, brimming with vitality, not some ascended immortal devoid of interest in the opposite sex. At that moment, 3 practitioners of the entry into mysticism realm intruded from above, their overwhelming presence crashing down upon them. They had been forcibly drawn into the secret realm. Qin Wenyuan's countenance darkened. He had initially prepared to lie in wait outside, but the sudden expansion of the secret realm had ensnared the trio. However, this could work to his advantage. By swiftly subduing Yang Ming, he believed he could mitigate any threats lurking within the secret realm, confident that the dangers therein could not possibly endanger those of their cultivation rank. "He's in that chamber below." Beside him, the impetuous fire cultivator Chen Yomen approached the edge of the cave, cautiously peering down, only for his expression to shift dramatically. "What is it?" Qin Wenyuan and Chen Yongxing joined him, and upon gazing down, they beheld their target pinning a girl clad in white. The maiden possessed a visage of unparalleled beauty, captivating enough to render one breathless, her flawless complexion tinted with an indescribable blush as she offered no resistance, allowing the actions to unfold. "Damn it, how can she be so carefree?" Qin Wenyuan's eyes flickered with a mix of astonishment and envy. As the young master of the Zhixiao Palace, he had encountered countless women, yet this youthful and radiant girl truly stole his breath away, stirring feelings of desire within him. "Have you never witnessed others in love?" Yang Ming scoffed. "How intriguing." Qin Wenyuan narrowed his eyes. "Even at death's door, you still banter. Once I eliminate you, she shall belong to me. Is that so?" Yang Ming, releasing the now compliant girl, rose to his feet, calmly gesturing for Qin Wenyuan to approach, boldly declaring, "Come here." Given the circumstances, he could not afford to discuss strategies with the girl. He would have to feign bravado for the time being. Witnessing this, Qin Wenyuan and the 2 entry into mysticism practitioners exchanged glances, hesitant to rush in and seize him. Having attained their level of cultivation, they could easily discern that hidden mechanisms lay in the chamber below. Even if entirely concealed, they could still sense the terrifying currents of lightning elements coursing through the air. Moreover, considering that their quarry had previously fled, his audacity to revel in such leisure indicated he had some form of support. "I, Qin Wenyuan, am not one to harm a delicate beauty. I would rather not let such a stunning maiden witness your demise." Qin Wenyuan waves dismissively at Yang Ming. "You should come up instead." "Heh," Yang Ming smirked disdainfully, "if you possess courage, then come down. If you dare, come up." Qin Wenyuan ground his teeth in frustration. "Cowardly wretch, who are you calling cowardly?" "I am speaking to a cowardly wretch." Yang Ming shot back. "Do you truly think I would shy away? Prepare to meet your end." Furious, Qin Wenyuan leaped downward with great flair, only to halt midair, retracting his foot with a smug grin. "Do you truly believe I am foolish enough to fall for your trick?" Yang Ming secretly sighed in relief. This fool had indeed taken the bait. As for whether the chamber below still harbored the power of the Judgment Thunder, only the White Tiger could clarify that. With a chuckle, Ling Xian watched the 2 of them in their futile tug-of-war, one too afraid to ascend, the other too hesitant to descend, her earlier fury at being disrespected beginning to fade. She had to admit that this fellow was quite clever. It wasn't easy to intimidate the opponent with mere words. "Do not disturb my time with my little darling," Yang Ming declared as he summoned the Judgment Thunder, sealing off the entrance above, then turned to the girl, inquiring through thought, "Can you dispatch them?" The restrictions retained some of their power, but their activation was sluggish. If they moved swiftly, they could evade capture. Ling Xian shook her head. Yang Ming nearly felt touched. "You have finally returned to your senses." "You scoundrel." Ling Xian glared at him. "I told you to step aside." "Is that wrong?" This was her first experience being so closely pressed against a man. Under such conditions, how could she maintain a normal conversation? Could it be that their relationship was exceptionally close? "You wish to possess my bloodline ability, and I choose to resist." "Is that wrong?" Yang Ming retorted openly. Ling Xian was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat guilty as she attempted to explain. "I have my mission. Your physique pertains to the survival of the White Tiger clan. If you were in my position, you might not remain so calm, for persuading the other party is inherently unrealistic. Furthermore, my intervention against the 3 practitioners of entry into mysticism should count as part of my compensation, no? They were forcibly drawn into the secret realm by me." Understanding dawned on Yang Ming, his perception of the girl shifting significantly. Although she was headstrong, at least she was reasonable. Just then, a puppet emerged from above. Crack, Ling Xian decisively activated the restrictions, and moments later, a barrage of judgment thunder erupted from the walls, effortlessly reducing the unsuspecting puppet to mere fragments. Indeed, it was a trap. Qin Wenyuan's expression soured. The previous lightning strike had been so powerful that it was beyond his capacity to withstand. Let us set aside other matters for now, Yang Ming stated. I simply wish to know what our next course of action should be. Enduring this stalemate is not a solution. I can take you out of the secret realm, trapping them here. Ling Xian offered Yang Ming's heartsword. I implore you to do so. Although he could not directly slay them, confining them in this place would afford him time to cultivate, preparing for the day he could personally avenge his master. However, Ling Xian hesitated, her words hanging in the air. But what? How can I trust that you won't harbor ulterior motives against me? She voiced her concerns. She was still recovering from her injuries and could not unleash her full strength for the time being. If she were to find herself in a similar predicament outside the secret realm, the consequences would be dire. Yang Ming nearly laughed in exasperation, solemnly correcting her. Is it not possible that I am a paragon of virtue? But just now, that was merely a result of your excessive struggle. Yang Ming stated earnestly. Thus, I momentarily lost control. That is a perfectly normal reaction for any man. Ling Xian met Yang Ming's gaze, seeking assurance that he spoke the truth. Trust me. Yang Ming's eyes were filled with sincerity. If you truly feel offended, I assure you that what transpired today shall remain confidential. We shall act as if it never occurred. Very well. Ling Xian had no choice but to place her trust in him. Presently, she could not deal with Yang Ming, nor could she remain in this place indefinitely. Exiting was inevitable. After their discussion, a consensus was reached, and she extended her hand to the side. Whoosh, a black vortex materialized, revealing an exit to the outside world. Ling Xian still felt uneasy. Do not forget your earlier words. Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, I know. Beyond this, no one shall ever know. Yang Ming vowed earnestly to eye in the corner of the secret realm. The Xianing beast silently observed, remaining utterly speechless. Chapter 53 Secrets of the Continent. As the two individuals and a dog departed from the hidden realm of Wulong, Qin Wenyuan, who still lingered within, immediately sensed their absence. They have left. Chen Yong'an's expression was far from pleasant. With his eyes twitching, Qin Wenyuan approached the passageway above the secret chamber, only to find it devoid of any presence. Even the black vortex was gradually dissipating. He could not help but clench his fists, the veins on his forehead bulging, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. How outrageous! He had never anticipated that the pursuit of Yang Ming would lead to such a dire predicament. A realm, independent from the Divine Source continent, that could be manipulated and accessed at will, should not be within the capabilities of a mere transformation realm cultivator, let alone someone at the profound realm. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Yongsheng inquired, Young master, what shall we do now? What else can we do? Qin Wenyuan's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Who among you dares to descend and test it? The two guards at the profound realm exchanged glances, falling into silence. The puppet they had previously sent into the lower chamber had suffered an onslaught of power far exceeding what one at the profound realm could withstand. Should they step into the fray, even the slightest touch from the terrifying pale lightning would surely obliterate their essence and spirit. Moreover, it was likely that the entrance to the hidden realm was under the control of that young girl. Even if they could withstand the lightning, it did not guarantee they would find a way out. Since you dare not, let us establish the purple sky thunder array and force our way through. Qin Wenyuan declared, with no other options left. Understood. Swish. Meanwhile, outside Wulong Mountain Manor, Yang Ming, Ling Xian, and the mysterious shadow beast had safely exited the hidden realm, thus evading the peril of being pursued by powerful cultivators of the profound realm. How long can this hidden realm confine them? Yang Ming asked bluntly. Or can it remain sealed indefinitely? Now that we have escaped, they will not sit idly by, Ling Xian replied, her delicate face lined with seriousness as she shook her head gently. If it were a hidden realm from tens of thousands of years ago, it could trap them until death. However, now that the realm has been traversed by others, it has grown increasingly lax. Yang Ming understood. To put it more plainly, the hidden realm had been established for too long, which led to its current state. It was originally a place of her slumber, now transformed into the so-called Wulong hidden realm. Even without an exit, those at the profound realm could force their way out. How long can it possibly confine them? At most, 1 month. Only a month? Yang Ming's brows knitted together. Expecting him to attain the strength to contend with the profound realm in a mere 30 days was unrealistic. Even with the assistance of the gathering origin array, concentrating the power of all Sect disciples into one, it remained improbable to achieve a swift victory. At this moment, there is but one solution. You must grant me your physique, allowing me to swiftly recover my cultivation and assist you in vanquishing your foes, Ling Xian proposed. She had not forgotten her mission. Only with a physique unafraid of lightning could she save the White Tiger clan. Farewell. Yang Ming clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, then turned to depart, intending to return to the sect in search of alternative methods. Hey! Seeing this, Ling Xian hurriedly followed, urging him, where are you going? Haven't you even considered it? I promise I will compensate you. Having stumbled upon such an extraordinary physique, she could not afford to let it slip away. If she allowed him to leave now, she might never encounter him again. Swish! Suddenly, Yang Ming had an epiphany, halting in his tracks, his eyes sparkling with realization. I've understood. This scenario was amiss, he had nearly missed a grand opportunity. Have you had a change of heart? Ling Xian's eyes brightened. Indeed. Yang Ming smiled warmly, as if a reticent man had suddenly transformed into a passionate and cheerful soul. Sister White Tiger, my name is Yang Ming. What is yours? I am Ling Xian. Noting the drastic shift in his demeanor, Ling Xian furrowed her brows slightly, retreating a little, wary. And by the way, I do not appreciate being called Sister White Tiger. Very well, then you shall be Sister Ling. Yang Ming beamed at her. I have a question I wish to pose. What question? Is your physique, which is impervious to lightning elements, truly that important to you? Indeed. This time, Ling Xian nodded earnestly. Then I have another question. Yang Ming's smile grew ever more radiant. You. Ling Xian ground her silver teeth, feeling as though she might soon fall into a trap, yet given her current position of pleading, she had no choice but to endure. Ask. If 3 profound realm cultivators were to break free from the hidden realm, my fate would undoubtedly be dire. Yang Ming stated succinctly, not holding back. The leader among them seeks what you possess. Does he covet your physique as well? Ling Xian expressed her surprise. Indeed. Yang Ming asserted. And so the question arises. If they succeed, I shall perish, and your plan will inevitably fail. Can such a matter of great significance to you still be accomplished? Ling Xian pondered this, realizing the validity of his reasoning. Should the adversaries obtain Yang Ming's physique, her mission would undoubtedly culminate in failure. However, this meant, thus, I cannot fall into their hands. Yang Ming grasped Ling Xian's shoulders, speaking earnestly. This is not me beseeching your assistance. Rather, it is imperative that you help me. Do you comprehend my meaning? You, Ling Xian's clear eyes widened in disbelief, her chest rising and falling with indignation. It appeared there was indeed merit to his argument. She found herself unable to contend with Yang Ming, and his physique could not be seized by others. Consequently, she had no choice but to aid him against his enemies until the day she could triumph over him. Sister Ling, you certainly do not wish for Brother Yang to perish at the hands of others, do you? Yang Ming queried. After a series of exchanges, the truth was laid bare. This was a desperate measure born of necessity. Lacking a thorough understanding of Ling Xian's depths, he continuously probed, seeking to gauge his boundaries while gently encouraging her to relax her defenses. At that moment, Ling Xian felt an urge to scream, wishing to bite down on the insufferable man before her. Previously, Yang Ming's few words had deterred her from entering the lower chamber, and now, with just a few more, he had maneuvered her into a position where she had to ally with him, devising strategies on his behalf. He was indeed infuriating, yet she found herself unable to retaliate. Is the only solution truly for you to relinquish your physique? Yang Ming questioned, his expression filled with skepticism. If so, we shall part ways here. If not, I implore you to assist me. He had no intention of deliberately complicating matters for her. If she truly had no means to break the deadlock, then coercion would be futile. After standing in contemplation for an extended period, Ling Xian appeared to wrestle with her thoughts, and at last, she sighed, actually, there is another way. Pray tell. Yang Ming exclaimed with delight. You shall save the White Tiger. We White Tigers, one of the 4 divine beasts, guard the West, yet we have suffered defeat. Ling Xian spoke candidly, her tone filled with sorrow. Defeat. The understated phrase bore immense weight for a clan. Yang Ming was filled with uncertainty. The foreign tribes you mention refer to having only recently stepped into the realm of cultivation. He remained largely unacquainted with the intricacies of the world. The foreign tribes must be beings distinct from humanity. The divine source continent was vast. How could it possibly be limited to just the human and demon races? Ling Xian offered a wry smile, patiently elaborating. Creatures of the vast oceans surpass those of the land. Among them, a race of wisdom arises, known as the sea tribe. In the extensive forests, flora and fauna give rise to spirit beings, known as the spirit tribe. Wandering souls and restless spirits manifest as the ghost tribe. Each race possesses its own formidable power, not to be underestimated. The 4 divine beasts, born of divine anomalies, bear the mission of safeguarding the 4 corners of the realm. My White Tiger clan wields the Judgment Thunder, a natural adversary to the Ghost Tribe. Alas, the Ghost Tribe allied with the Sea Tribe for a sudden assault, their numbers overwhelming, leading to our ultimate defeat. Given this, why have we, the cultivators of the Eastern Wilderness, never heard of such events? Yang Ming questioned, not inclined to accept her word at face value. If her claims were true, the White Tiger's breach of the western border would have surely stirred unrest in the interior. The foreign tribe slaughter of the White Tigers must ultimately aim for invasion. Chapter 54 of The Innate Immortal. In midair, after confirming that they were both on the same metaphorical rope, Yang Ming and Ling Xian conversed as they made their way back to the Destiny Sect. Because among your human race, there exists an immortal, Ling Xian exclaimed, her words striking like lightning. Are you serious? Yang Ming asked, somewhat incredulous. Are you certain it is a true immortal, not merely a formidable powerhouse? He could fully comprehend the plight of cultivators, who spend their entire lives seeking immortality and the ethereal quest for eternal life. After all, even if one cannot achieve everlasting life, the breakthroughs in realms can indeed bestow immense power capable of moving mountains and filling seas. However, true immortals had never been documented in historical texts. Absolutely an immortal, stationed in Zhongzhou. I met him once in my childhood with my father, Ling Xian stated earnestly, but he did not transform into a legendary immortal through diligent cultivation. He is an innate immortal, Yang Ming was taken aback by this astonishing claim. It was, in fact, quite understandable. It suggested that some unique constitution allowed him to exist in the realm of immortals from the moment of his birth. Ling Xian's tone was filled with envy, yet it quickly reverted to normal. Of course, the price he pays is severe. He is eternally confined to a certain area, unable to seek death. Through Ling Xian's description, Yang Ming began to grasp the nature of the situation. This unique constitution had granted him immortality, yet should he venture beyond his birthplace, he would revert to being an ordinary mortal, and due to his constitution, he would be incapable of cultivation. In other words, this constitution was extremely extreme. One could either become an immortal or return to mortality. The reason he could not seek death was simple: he had become a symbol of the human race, safeguarding Zhengzhou, with no control over his own fate. If he were to perish before the human race attained absolute dominion, chaos would ensue while the interior would remain unaffected until a method to counter him was found. The four divine beasts were responsible for the borders and could not retreat. It was their duty. Ling Xian returned to the main topic. Well then, I can assure you, having grasped the situation, Yang Ming nodded solemnly. As long as everything you say is true and not fabricated, should you assist me in resolving my troubles, I shall help you save your kin in the future. Given that the white tiger stood on the side of the human race and offered assistance, there was nothing he found objectionable. Of course, this was predicated on Ling Xian's account being entirely authentic. I believe you. Ling Xian nodded but then expressed some irritation. You could also interpret it as me being compelled to trust you. Yang Ming chuckled, his heart clear as day. It was evident that if she were to aid him, she would need to employ some critical means, which compelled her to divulge her circumstances entirely. Otherwise, there would have been no need for her to elaborate at such length to earn his trust. Not pursuing this topic further, she appeared slightly disheartened and revealed the method to reverse the situation. In the eastern wilderness, there exists an endless sea of thunder, within which lies a terrifying lightning that surpasses the judgment thunder. Yang Ming's heart trembled, followed by elation. A masterless, indeed, Ling Xian affirmed with certainty. It is a formidable, the strongest among my white tiger clan. My father could not delve into the endless sea of thunder to glimpse its true form. If anyone could reach it, it would likely be you. Thank you. Yang Ming clasped his fists in gratitude. This information was of paramount importance to him. Ling Xian turned her head away, snorting. Do not become too complacent. Be wary of perishing within. Let us hope that is not the case. As they conversed, the two returned to the Destiny Sect. Master, are you unharmed? Upon seeing Yang Ming return safely, Zhang Xiaolan breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly inquired. The previously oppressive atmosphere dissipated. To all members of the Destiny Sect, their master was the cornerstone. If anything were to happen to him, the very foundation of the Destiny Sect would crumble. It's nothing. I have made a new friend. Yang Ming feigned ease, introducing everyone. This is Ling Xian, the original owner of the Forgetting Dust Tree, and this is my eldest disciple, Mo Xingyu. After a brief exchange, he ensured that everyone was acquainted with each other's names and identities. Master, you have awakened? The Forgetting Dust Tree was astonished. I cannot remain asleep forever, Ling Xian replied nonchalantly, though a hint of vexation crept into her tone. Why do I feel as if the opportunities that were rightfully mine have been entirely seized by you? Forgetting Dust Tree, this is a treasure bestowed upon her by her father, yet it seems fate has denied her the connection. It must be a mere illusion, Yang Ming consoled her. After the introductions, everyone returned to their urgent cultivation, while Ling Xian, employing secret techniques, effortlessly dispelled the marks set by the cultivators on Yang Ming's three disciples, before hastily setting off with him towards the endless sea of thunder. This journey must yield that surpasses the judgment thunder. As they traveled, Yang Ming's thoughts grew heavy, and he inexplicably recalled the green stone within his storage. It had conjured illusions, compelling them to re-encounter the white tiger. In hindsight, it appeared to be a form of guidance. Without the white tiger's assistance, he would not have obtained this lead to the endless sea of thunder. If I can master perhaps I could also refine the green stone using the power of dual thunders. Yang Ming contemplated in his heart. A month's time was not long. Qin Wenyuan might even breach the secret realm ahead of schedule. However, he had already instructed that in half a month, they temporarily relocate, and he believed they could stall for some time. Before the actual confrontation, he needed to acquire a power that far surpassed his current capabilities, not merely to repel, but to annihilate. Do you know why the righteous and evil competition in the eastern wilderness occurs? Yang Ming attempted to extract more useful information from the white tiger. The human race never ceases its internal strife. It is quite normal. I have only been awake for a little over a decade, so I do not know much, Ling Xian replied candidly. But what? My father once said that within the 5 domains, any top-tier conflict would often attract that individual's attention. You mean the immortal? Yang Ming's expression grew peculiar. Circling back, it seems we return to the immortal of Zhengzhou? Indeed, Ling Xian succinctly conveyed. My father once said that the immortal proclaims to the world that whoever can withstand 100 moves in his presence within Zhengzhou shall receive his lifelong cultivation and immortal powers. At this point, she could not help but be filled with longing. To receive the immortal's guidance, combined with her innate powers, she dared not imagine how formidable she would become. If she were the successor, the White Tiger clan would surely be saved, and she could attain invincibility among mortals. This is merely an intriguing tale. It might even be a jest to entertain everyone. Soon, Ling Xian returned to reality with clarity, casting a profound glance at Yang Ming. Her tone was laden with meaning. No one can slay an immortal as a mortal. Even the strongest cultivators, under his leniency, cannot last beyond 10 moves. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming fell into contemplation. If it were merely a jest, why would an innate immortal concern himself with the top-tier conflicts of the 5 domains? This was clearly a message to all, revealing his pursuit of cultivators who could transcend him, eager to conclude his imprisoned existence. Your words have piqued my curiosity to witness his prowess in Zhengzhou. Yang Ming shook his head, dismissing distracting thoughts. However, the pressing matter remained. He must eliminate those 3. I have found you. Suddenly, a figure approached from a distance, a cultivator at the 7th level of the transformation realm, exuding a murderous aura, spouting righteousness. Evil cultivators must be eradicated. Chapter 55. Ascending the heavenly pavilion. As Yang Ming journeyed towards the boundless thunder sea, he once again encountered a fool who, driven by a bounty, recklessly disregarded his own life. Of course, this might be attributed to his habit of eradicating threats entirely, resulting in his current cultivation prowess remaining undisclosed to the public. Previously, even after vanquishing 2 major demonic sects, only Su Yiqing and Lu Xiaojie managed to survive, while the rest were mere ordinary mortals, indebted to him for their lives. As Yang Ming regarded the oblivious cultivator approaching him, he calmly stated, "I grant you 3 seconds. If you wish to live, depart." Faced with imminent death, the cultivator dared to put on a facade, declaring, "With 1,000,000 bounty on my head, I shall claim it." He boasted of his formidable cultivation, exuding the oppressive aura of the 9th layer of the transformation realm, attempting to intimidate Yang Ming. In response, Yang Ming remained unfazed, effortlessly levitating mid-air as if untouched by the pressure. 3, he announced. Seeking death. Zhang Yi's murderous intent flared, as a phantom of earth element coalesced behind him, manifesting as a massive earthen club, which he then swung down with great force. Even if this person has ascended to the transformation realm, what does it matter? I am at the 7th layer. The disparity in our strengths is as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. The higher one ascended in cultivation, the more they believed in the advantages of their realm. Yang Ming mused with a cold smile, no longer holding back. He unleashed the phantom and the roar of the thunder dragon, intertwining and howling, instantly obliterating the club. This is impossible. As the phantom was destroyed, Zhang Yi felt the backlash, his chest tightening. Just as he attempted to evade, a tremendous pressure descended upon him, firmly locking him in place, rendering escape impossible. 2nd tier spell, Thunder Pressure. Helplessly witnessing the twin dragons approaching, Zhang Yi was struck with terror. Before he could utter a scream, the might of the thunder annihilated him, reducing his flesh to charred remains. With a flick of his hand, Yang Ming retrieved the man's storage bag, his complexion slightly pale, breaths uneven. Ling Xian furrowed her brow, her violet, glass-like eyes reflecting the young man's struggle, discerning the truth. Are you weakened? She began to understand why she had been so easily subdued and her attacks nearly ignored in the secret realm. His state at that time was indeed extraordinary. Nothing serious. Yang Ming replied with a calm gaze, suppressing his fatigue. I previously expended my strength in an explosive manner, and thus, I am now inevitably fatigued. Faced with the pursuit of those in the profound realm, the use of the celestial demon technique had left him in a state of weakness that could not be avoided. However, time was of the essence. By the time he reached the boundless thunder sea, he would have mostly recovered. But, Yang Ming shifted the conversation to the crux of the matter. This is undoubtedly your best opportunity to triumph over me. Humph. Ling Xian snorted lightly, flying ahead a short distance, gesturing, since you are in such a hurry, why not catch up? I have no intention of taking advantage of you. Indeed, Sister Ling was quite reasonable. Yang Ming chuckled as he followed Dai. In the subsequent days, they encountered no hindrances. The two reached the outskirts of the East Wilderness's boundless thunder sea, entering the cultivator's resting place, the Heavenly Pavilion. From a distance, the Heavenly Pavilion stood at the edge of the Azure Sea, its exquisite towers and jade palaces soaring, adorned with intricate carvings and beautiful designs. Countless cultivators flowed through the interwoven streets, arriving from all directions. Descending from the sky and walking into the Seeking Immortality Pavilion, Yang Ming felt a sense of novelty as he observed the shops nearby, all selling items related to cultivators. Even the vendors at the stalls offered a plethora of peculiar artifacts. Stay here, do not wander. I will buy you some items. As they passed by a large establishment named the Flying Sky Chamber of Commerce, Yang Ming called out to Ling Xian before stepping inside. The sheer volume of goods he intended to purchase was rather excessive, making it unseemly to be observed. Ling Xian was taken aback. Such kindness? With a hint of curiosity, she waited outside. Upon seeing a customer, a service attendant promptly approached to guide him. Greetings, how may I assist you? I wish to sell the corpses of magical beasts and their cores. Yang Ming stated directly. It is high time to begin establishing the Sect's grand formation. Once again confronting those in the profound realm, he aimed not to repel but to annihilate, necessitating the gathering of collective strength. The gathering array of the Flame Fire Sect was short-lived and limited in range, proving inadequate. Please, come in. The attendant was exceptionally courteous, leading Yang Ming to the second floor, where an elderly man was seated. Friend, please take a seat. I am a purchasing agent for the Flying Sky Chamber of Commerce. The elder introduced himself. Pleasure to meet you. Yang Ming replied, sitting down and gradually selling the vast quantities of magical beast corpses from his storage bag. Generally, the corpses of magical beasts were entrusted to artifact craftsmen for processing and repurposing, either for crafting formation materials or forging weapons, fetching prices commensurate with their grade through slaying magical beasts and enemies, particularly exterminating sects. His storage bag was nearly overflowing. Keeping the excess was of no use, so it was only natural to exchange it for resources. The price of magical beast corpses varied with their condition. If first-tier corpses fetched around 500 spirit stones, second-tier reached 2,000, and third-tier at least over 10,000, with cores priced separately. After meticulously counting, the elder displayed an astonished expression, offering, for what you have presented, our Flying Sky Chamber can offer 430,000 low-grade spirit stones. He struggled to articulate the price. 500,000. Yang Ming asserted firmly. Regardless of the initial offer, raising the price was essential. The elder hesitated slightly. Our flying sky chamber prides itself on integrity. Treating all customers fairly. 430,000 is already quite generous. If you would allow me, I could add an extra 20,000. I have some cores and miscellaneous items as well. Yang Ming hinted. Hiss. The elder inhaled sharply, hastily rising. I cannot make that decision. Please wait a moment while I consult with the manager. Certainly. Approximately 2 minutes later, a plump middle-aged man entered the room, a fawning smile on his face. Esteemed senior, I am Li Hao, the manager of the Flying Sky Chamber. Your magical beast corpses could fetch 500,000, though this will depend on the quality of the cores. Yang Ming remained silent, producing several hundred magical cores. Having plundered dozens of third-rate sects and 2 second-rate demonic sects, his gains were considerable. Witnessing this, Li Hao's eyes widened in shock, and his demeanor grew increasingly respectful. Senior, please allow us a few moments to assess. Saying this, he hurriedly summoned 6 purchasing agents to evaluate the cores, treating Yang Ming as a powerful figure in the profound realm, their respect deepening. After the assessment, the Flying Sky Chamber offered, the total for the cores and miscellaneous items amounts to 830,000 low-grade spirit stones, in addition to the 500,000 for the magical beast corpses. Yang Ming agreed. With such resources at hand, if the Flying Sky Chamber dared to offend him, they would no longer deserve a place in the cultivation world. Esteemed senior, here is a gold card from the Flying Sky Chamber. In the future, you will receive a 10% discount on all purchases. Li Hao respectfully presented a golden card. For a cultivator of such unfathomable power, any chamber would choose to curry favor, seeking priority in future transactions, an understanding that required no further explanation. Yang Ming's eyes gleamed as he took the gold card, smiling in admiration. Your chamber's service is truly commendable. Your satisfaction is our greatest reward. Li Hao beamed as well. Just right, I plan to purchase some formation materials, and I will need a lot. Please guide me. Li Hao's smile faltered momentarily. It seemed he had given the gold card too soon. Afterwards, Yang Ming spent over 120,000 spirit stones, even with the discount, acquiring a vast array of formation materials, many of which were priced in the tens of thousands, without batting an eye. Spirit stones were vital. The sect's grand formation was even more crucial. The development of the Destiny sect held greater importance to him than any other interest. Once he procured the necessary items, he inquired, my friend has suffered severe injuries, causing her cultivation to decline. Is there any secret method or elixir that can aid in her recovery? Indeed. After a significant wave of expenditure, as Yang Ming exited the Flying Sky Chamber, he just happened to see Ling Xian being persistently pursued by a cultivator. Stay away from me, or do not blame me for being impolite. Ling Xian was enveloped in judgmental thunder but refrained from attacking. Inside the heavenly pavilion, fighting was strictly prohibited, and while her pursuer was relentless, he had not committed any overtly disrespectful acts, making it difficult for her to retaliate. Friend, I merely wish to befriend you. The cultivator, a burly man with striking red hair, exuded an imposing presence, carefully concealing the greed lurking in his eyes as he scrutinized the girl. Without cosmetics, her skin was as smooth as fine jade, her beauty entirely natural. A female cultivator of such caliber was not a common sight, easily mistaken for a painted doll. She was a rare gem in the world. You. Just as Ling Xian was about to explode in anger, upon seeing Yang Ming emerge from the chamber, she promptly urged, let us go. This is, the man furrowed his brows, examining the newcomer. Just as you see. Yang Ming turned with Ling Xian, choosing not to engage with someone eager to befriend her. Chapter 56, The Ascending Stone Steps. Have others arrived before me? Observing the departing figures of Yang Ming and Ling Xian, Hua Chaoyang felt no anger. Instead, he smacked his lips and murmured to himself, well, a beauty who has been explored holds even greater allure. He would not relinquish his pursuit simply because the other party was already claimed. Do not blame me for my lack of humanity, blame your sister-in-law for being too enchanting. Meanwhile, Yang Ming and Ling Xian were on their way to gather information regarding the endless Thunder Sea. Unexpectedly, within mere minutes, you dared to stir up trouble. Relying on your looks, Yang Ming could not help but scoff. He was hardly surprised by the earlier incident. In a world where martial prowess reigned supreme, how could one escape the prevalence of bullying? Ling Xian rebuked him with annoyance. What do you mean by that? It's not like I wished for such an occurrence. Here. Yang Ming retrieved 2 conical hats shrouded in gauze from his storage pouch, handing one to himself and the other to Ling Xian. Until we regain our strength, let us maintain a low profile. These hats were no ordinary items but rather spiritual artifacts purchased from a trading association, capable of obstructing the probing of cultivators. You bought me this trinket, Ling Xian pouted, preparing to don the hat when she discovered a vial of elixir hidden inside. This is a third-tier soul-nourishing pill. Overjoyed, Ling Xian tucked away the elixir and obediently followed Yang Ming, who was walking ahead. As the daughter of the White Tiger clan's chieftain, she had never lacked for high-grade elixirs. However, after thousands of years, her treasures had long since decayed into uselessness, and her innate weapon had become inaccessible due to her plummeting cultivation, leaving her in a state of near destitution. At last, traversing the street, they arrived at the terminus of the ascending workshop, where an ancient stone staircase loomed before Yang Ming, its height indeterminate, stretching several meters long and wide enough for many to traverse. The ascending stone steps, this was one of the reasons why the ascending workshop had become a focal point for the surrounding populace, according to Ling Xian. Although the endless thunder sea was indeed suitable for cultivators to temper themselves or enter seclusion, it was not easily accessible. To gain entry, one must ascend at least 100 levels of the ascending world. Beyond that, for every level surpassed, one could remain in the endless thunder sea for an additional day. Of course, fundamentally, the ascending stone steps also served as a trial and tempering of one's will for cultivators. This time, I must ascend 100 levels. Brother, let us compare who can climb higher. The loser pays for the foot bath tonight. That fellow has actually reached the 90th level, and I am envious to the point of turning purple. At present, many cultivators were painstakingly making their way up the ascending stone steps, while those below were eager to sign up. Upon reaching the registration area, Yang Ming inquired, "How many spirit stones are required?" 20,000, replied an elderly man seated calmly at the base of the stone steps. That is quite expensive. Yang Ming exclaimed in astonishment, looking again at the throngs of people crowding the lowest steps. So many individuals, and yet they all casually relinquished a staggering 20,000 spirit stones as an entry fee? They are not the same. As if sensing Yang Ming's skepticism, the elder explained, they are local cultivators. The ticket fee is significantly reduced, requiring only 50 spirit stones to enter the ascending stone steps. Ah, I see. Yang Ming understood and handed over 40,000 spirit stones. 2 tickets, please. Just then, another individual approached and presented 2,000 spirit stones to the elder. Yang Ming turned and recognized it was the man who had previously pursued Ling Xian. Brother, what a coincidence, are you also heading up the ascending stone steps? Huo Chaoyang feigned surprise. Why don't we compete to see who climbs higher? Yang Ming withdrew his gaze and, after receiving permission, made his way to the ascending stone steps. With his special hat on, if this person could still recognize him at a glance, it only meant that he had been tailing him all along. He truly had no time to indulge this fellow in theatrics. There was little time left. It was imperative to reach the endless thunder sea swiftly and attempt to refine powers surpassing that of the judgment thunder. That was the priority. Why are you still lingering around? Ling Xian shot him a cold glare. Fairy, perhaps this is fate. Huo Chaoyang showed no signs of embarrassment. Instead, he provocatively remarked, who do you think will advance further, me or your partner? Ling Xian regarded him with a disdainful gaze, uninterested in explaining, and quickly caught up with Yang Ming. Is there even a point of comparison? In terms of temperament, you have already fallen short. How far can you truly go? With a firm step, Yang Ming approached the ascending stone steps, and as he stepped onto them, he felt a wave of oppressive force envelop him, albeit faint, barely hindering a cultivator of the transformation stage. Without hesitation, he took a moment to acclimate and continued to ascend steadily. 5 levels, 10 levels. Whoosh, Huo Chaoyang surged upward like a released arrow, arriving before Yang Ming, challenging him, brother, can you keep up with me? Yang Ming cast a deep glance at him but chose not to respond. Observing this fellow's confident demeanor, he surmised that he would likely enter the endless thunder sea. Should he remain oblivious to the situation, he could only blame himself for being ruthless. Not rushing to ascend hastily, Yang Ming took deliberate steps, adapting to the increasing pressure, while Ling Xian followed closely behind. Her competitive spirit ignited. Although her cultivation had declined, her mental fortitude remained unyielding. The advantage was hers. Before long, Yang Ming reached the 50th level, where the pressure had intensified severalfold, even conjuring illusions before him. Various techniques radiating colorful luminescence appeared right in front of his eyes. It was evident that ascending the ascending stone steps involved not only facing formidable pressure but also enduring a test of willpower. The thunder-breathing technique rivals even the legacy of the divine body. Can you compare to it? Yang Ming remained composed and unperturbed, continuing his ascent. At the 60th level, he found himself surrounded by numerous disheveled beauties, their alluring figures and captivating gazes almost within reach. Sometimes, merely knowing that one is facing an illusion does not shield the mind from its effects. Yang Ming raised an eyebrow and turned to glance back at Ling Xian, who was closely following him. TSK, this illusion is indeed lacking. It cannot even compare to the real thing. Shaking his head, Yang Ming pressed onward. 80 levels, 90 levels, everything was proceeding smoothly. While the oppressive force was indeed terrifying, it was still relative to the first level of the transformation stage. The ascending stone steps could not possibly employ pressures far beyond the current realm to test cultivators. Otherwise, facing the pressure of the void stage would render even the most resilient will ineffective. It was not merely a matter of mental impact. You're quite impressive. At the 100th level, Huo Chaoyang exclaimed in astonishment, you've actually made it up here. Made it up. Yang Ming reached the 100th level, shaking his head with a smile as he gazed upward, continuing his ascent. This path is still long, the destination is not here. Although his goal was the endless thunder sea, and that objective was now fulfilled, having come to such a place to test one's will, he might as well challenge his limits. After all, he was already here. Ling Xian wiped the sweat from her forehead and bit her lip in defiance, determined to keep pace. I'll see how long you can keep this up. Huo Chaoyang sneered, don't say I didn't warn you. From the 100th level onward, the pressure doubles. With a firm step onto the 101st level, Yang Ming suddenly felt an overwhelming chill surge forth, as if it sought to encase him in ice. The oppressive force had vanished, replaced by an invisible, frigid tempest. This chill is nothing compared to a single hair from Xingyu. Yang Ming assessed calmly. The ice elements condensed from the celestial body were far beyond this mere chill. With so few members in the Destiny Sect, as the master, he inevitably had to provide hands-on instruction and spar to enhance his disciples' combat experience. He had long since become accustomed to depths of cold akin to an abyss. Upon reaching the 110th level, Yang Ming was assaulted by an overwhelming wave of searing heat, as though he were on the verge of combustion, the temperature saturating his entire being. Can you still endure? Hua Chaoyang found it hard to believe, his previous desire to see Yang Ming falter now completely dissipated, leaving him shaken and lacking confidence. Having reached the 100th level, he could scarcely move. Who on earth was this person? Taking a deep breath, Yang Ming set forth once more. This fellow is indeed remarkable. The elder collecting the entry fees seemed to sense something, abruptly opening his eyes and gazing at the young man at the top of the ascending stone steps, unable to conceal his astonishment. If he continues to ascend, he is likely to trigger. Chapter 57 Ascending higher. This young man is truly remarkable. The elderly ticket collector, as if sensing something, suddenly opened his eyes and gazed at the youth standing at the pinnacle of the heavenly stone steps, unable to conceal his astonishment. To ascend any further is likely to trigger the rewards of the ascent. It is indeed true that the heavenly stone steps serve as a trial leading to the boundless sea of thunder, but that is not their sole purpose. In fact, upon reaching the 100th step, participants already qualify for entry. However, any attempt to ascend beyond that point significantly increases in difficulty, far beyond what mere effort can achieve. Only those with exceptional talent and brilliance may tread this path. Moreover, in encouragement or admiration of these prodigies, the heavenly stone steps were imbued with numerous treasures from their inception, accessible only upon reaching a certain height. Yang Ming, having reached the 110th step, was already on the verge of attaining the ascent's rewards. In an instant, a throng of formidable cultivators surged into the area surrounding the heavenly steps, their attention fixated on the figure of the young man at the summit. If not for the prohibition of flight in this area, they would have eagerly ascended to investigate. At this moment, the participants below were forgotten, as all eyes were drawn to the youth at the top. Who could this prodigious heir from a prominent family be? To have ascended over 110 steps, he showed no signs of exhaustion and continued his ascent with remarkable tenacity. The woman behind him, astonishingly, was able to keep pace, demonstrating her formidable potential as well. This young man is destined to have a connection with my Ouyang family. The crowd buzzed with excitement. The area around the heavenly stone steps, already lively, erupted like boiling water. You must be cautious. If you continue upward, the consequences could be dire. Ling Xian, drenched in fragrant sweat, stubbornly followed behind, issuing her warning. Under the sweltering heat, Yang Ming, his blood coursing with fervor, hesitated in his ascent. He was acutely aware that many cultivators had gathered below. Should he shine too brightly, he would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention, making it difficult to retreat unscathed. Once we traverse the heavenly stone steps, we can directly enter the boundless sea of thunder, correct? Despite the searing heat enveloping him, Yang Ming's complexion remained calm as he spoke. Ling Xian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the so-called boundless sea of thunder is not merely a hidden realm, but rather an expansive ocean situated beyond the heavenly square. It is safeguarded by prohibitive measures. Should anyone lacking the requisite qualifications attempt to breach it, they shall pay a grievous price. However, we can head directly to the Sea of Thunder once our ascent concludes. Then let us proceed. Yang Ming declared resolutely. I have a premonition that the farther I ascend, the better it will be. Furthermore, only through this initial experience can one reap the rewards. Any subsequent attempts will yield no benefits. With that, he resumed his climb. I shall see just how high you can go. Ling Xian gritted her teeth, determined to keep up without uttering another word. Her father had once remarked that she possessed the purest bloodline of the white tiger, with a future boundless in potential. Therefore, how could she allow herself to be repeatedly outdone by Yang Ming? Even if he possessed an extraordinary physique, she was no pushover. At a certain moment, when Yang Ming's foot landed on the 120th step, the overwhelming heat receded like a tide, and the scene before him shifted into an expanse of void and silence. In mere moments, two paths materialized before him, one to the left leading to solitary cultivation, and the other to the right leading to a carefree existence amidst the mundane world. A choice, Yang Ming mused. After a moment's contemplation, he conjured a phantom doppelganger and set forth upon both paths simultaneously. This is my choice, he proclaimed. To utilize an illusion to prove whether one is wholly devoted to cultivation? What a jest! It is as though making a choice guarantees one will act upon it. One must strive when it is time to work and relish life when it is time to enjoy. This is the essence of balance. If one's current choice leads to a future fraught with adversity, resulting in failure on the path to immortality, what then? A distant voice echoed within the illusion. Yang Ming replied solemnly, then I shall begin anew. Not everything affords a second chance. The voice was evidently intent on complicating matters. An erroneous choice could plunge one into an abyss of despair. Yang Ming fell silent. He did not perceive the voice's assertions as erroneous, rather, they resonated with a stark truth. Within this illusion, the vast majority, self-proclaimed as the elite, would opt for unwavering dedication to cultivation, ignoring the mundane world. The voice sought to correct Yang Ming's perspective. Yang Ming chuckled, that does not necessarily equate to the correct path. I shall not abandon my disciples. Balancing both considerations is not inherently flawed. With that, Yang Ming abruptly raised his gaze and stepped forward, ascending to the 121st step, asserting his stance, there is no absolutely correct path, only the one I choose to walk. This fellow can still ascend further? Hua Chaoyang was taken aback, a tempest stirring within him. Each 10 steps upon the heavenly stone steps represents a threshold, demanding one confront various trials. The 120th step was already a height achievable only by the most formidable masters of the top sects, yet it failed to impede him. Could it be that the difficulty of the heavenly stone steps has diminished compared to the past? With a hint of doubt, Wu Chaoyang took a step toward the 101st step. Boom! As his right foot descended, he was met with an onslaught of frigid winds that pierced to the bone, as if intent on freezing his very soul. After enduring for a mere 10 seconds, Wu Chaoyang's complexion turned pale. He immediately retreated, gasping for breath as though granted a reprieve. Upon reaching 100, he found himself unable to advance further. Under such trials, he had managed to traverse so far. Retreating once more, Wu Chaoyang felt a growing sense of frustration, sensing the distance between himself and Yang Ming stretching into an insurmountable chasm. Meanwhile, Yang Ming continued his ascent. The pressure from behind steadily mounted, yet all things have their limits. In the first layer of the transformation realm, due to various fortuitous circumstances, including his own physical attributes, his limits had been significantly raised, allowing him to endure. As Ling Xian found herself stalled at the 120th step, Yang Ming swiftly approached the 130th step. Though his breath quickened slightly, he maintained his footing resolutely, refusing to retreat. In an instant, a pure white beam of light enveloped Yang Ming, surging upward with unmatched might, piercing the heavens and altering the very skies, creating a vortex of phenomena. Boom! Outside the heavenly square, within the boundless sea of thunder, a corresponding reaction occurred, unleashing a deafening roar of thunder. Such a cataclysmic spectacle was impossible to ignore. Someone has reached the 130th step on the heavenly stone steps. Within the prestigious sects of the eastern wilderness, even the venerable cultivators stationed at the center were stirred, hastening toward this extraordinary occurrence. Such a prodigious talent, how could they not devise ways to retain him within their ranks, becoming a cornerstone of their sect's prosperity? He has come into contact with the rewards of the ascent. The elderly ticket collector's eyes shimmered with envy. Those techniques and secrets were bestowed by that esteemed individual. Chapter 58. Reaching the destination unfazed by the external chatter, Yang Ming pressed on. After successfully ascending to the 130th step of the stone stairs to heaven, 3 tomes of secret arts manifested before his eyes: of the art of black and white water, the supreme bone deprivation technique, and the cultivation of the celestial maiden. Clearly, each tome was a rare treasure. If exposed to the outside world, it could incite a torrent of bloodshed and chaos. Select any one and depart. Above the 3 techniques, these words lingered. Yang Ming furrowed his brow slightly. Depart. At present, he had not yet reached the limits of the stone stairs to heaven. There was still a path ahead. How could he turn back? After a moment's contemplation, his brow smoothed. Should he continue onward or merely skim the surface? This was the essence of the trial. Obtaining any one of these techniques would greatly benefit him, and they lay so plainly before him, inviting choice. Most would find it difficult to part with them. After all, should he falter on the journey ahead, all his prior efforts would be rendered futile. Gazing ahead, Yang Ming momentarily glimpsed numerous silhouettes, flickering in and out of sight, lingering in various spots, each distinct. It seemed many had traversed farther than he. A surge of determination coursed through Yang Ming, accompanied by a crackle of judgmental thunder. Instantly, a rolling black mist enveloped him. His strength reached its zenith, rendering him impervious to all pressures as he strode forward with unwavering resolve. Having fortuitously acquired the celestial thunder-breathing technique and the judgment thunder, he felt compelled to assert the competitive spirit within him. The farther he advanced, the faster this young man seemed to move. He drew upon his reserves, forcibly tapping into his potential, causing a remarkable surge in his power. He must have reached the final sprint. Quickly report to the sect. It is imperative to have this prodigy enrolled under our banner. If he cannot be of use to me, then, under the watchful eyes of many, Yang Ming surged ahead with fervor. Perhaps others, after activating their amplification techniques, could only reach the 130th level, while he, in his initial state, had already approached it. The challenges ahead grew increasingly daunting, yet under the enhancement of the celestial demon technique, they felt less formidable than before. 140, he triumphed over 10 fellow practitioners of equivalent rank in the blink of an eye. 150, he faced a tenfold transformation beast, unleashing his full power and breezing through with each 10 steps. The treasures that appeared escalated in value, yet Yang Ming disregarded them all. On the other side, Ling Xian grappled with the dilemma of choosing her life's path. Ensnared in a conundrum, she wished to take neither route. I deem this trial to be ill-conceived. She huffed indignantly. Must I not have a third option between these 2 paths? You may interpret it as having a third path, yet I only require you to choose between these 2. Do not make a fuss. What if I insist on taking the third? Ling Xian retorted defiantly. If no path exists, I shall forge one myself. How's that for audacity? Surely that suffices to pass. Very well. The voice carried a hint of resignation. For the sake of the individual before you, I shall deem you passed. In the next instant, Ling Xian returned to reality. At last, she had succeeded. A wave of relief washed over her as she wiped the sweat from her brow, only to furrow her delicate brows slightly, her violet eyes glinting with annoyance. The individual in the trial truly lacked eloquence. What did they mean by for the sake of the person before me? Do they underestimate me? Yang Ming had merely advanced a step further than me. Ling Xian's words trailed off abruptly. The steps ahead were starkly empty. Where is everyone? She gazed upward, her eyes widening in astonishment as she beheld Yang Ming, advancing step by step, surpassing many illustrious figures, racing toward the pinnacle of the stone stairs to heaven. Yang Ming wore an expression of impassivity. The path ahead was irrevocably forward. It was not merely a challenge to his limits, nor a pursuit of the highest reward. It was also driven by the countless greedy gazes that roamed over him. Only by growing stronger could he impose silence upon them. Relying on the celestial demon technique, Yang Ming reached the 190th step, where 5 phantoms of peak transformation realms stood before him, their presence formidable and their battle intent palpable. You may summon 4 practitioners from your memories willing to lend assistance, provided they do not exceed the transformation realm. The foremost figure, tall and imposing, unleashed a torrent of flames upon grasping his palm. A fair 5v5 competition, Yang Ming appeared unfazed. Xingyu, Xiao Bai, Yi Qing, lend me your strength. With a swish, 3 phantoms materialized behind Yang Ming, only 3 summoned. The fire practitioner raised an eyebrow. That suffices. Yang Ming replied, retrieving a wooden board from his pack and inquiring, may I utilize a tool, relying on formations? The fire practitioner scoffed, I have no objection, but I must remind you, do not underestimate us. The children he summoned, though fearsome in cultivation for their age, were still mere children. Surely there were better options available. You have no qualms, do you? Yang Ming's lips curled into a smile. Good, very good. Stepping onto the wooden board, he activated the gathering essence formation, while the 3 disciples appeared behind him, channeling spiritual energy to provide unconditional support. Boom, in an instant, an unprecedented power erupted from Yang Ming. The judgment thunder surged forth wildly, radiating in all directions. The power beyond transformation expanded within him. What had once been a spirited group of 5 now wore expressions of shock and disbelief. What in the world is happening? Is it activated? The opposing state felt utterly askew. It was as if it had suddenly erupted, immovable as a mountain. The thunderous pressure. Yang Ming trembled, the oppressive force restraining the 5's movements, as he raised his finger toward the front, unleashing a roaring twin dragon that tore through the air. The fire practitioner stood dumbfounded, hastily retracting his earlier promise. No formations allowed. No. The thunder dragons howled past, obliterating the 5 in an instant, their renewed demands left unvoiced. Crossing the 190th step, Yang Ming took each step with purpose, reaching the final tier, and without hesitation, ascended. What further trials await? Let them come. As the space shifted once more, Yang Ming beheld a figure clad in white like snow. In the next moment, the figure vanished, and Yang Ming found himself back at the summit of the stone stairs to heaven. Was the trial concluded, or merely postponed? Yang Ming pondered softly to himself. I have completed it. The elder who had been closely observing the youth felt a rush of trepidation, his expression a tapestry of complexities. The stone stairs to heaven consist of 200 steps, and he had ascended them all. How could this individual appear so suddenly? His ascent to this point surely implies he possesses the highest reward. I am quite eager to see what it entails. Amidst the rising clamor, Yang Ming turned back, surveying the throng below. A sea of heads surged forth, practitioners from all corners craned their necks in anticipation, awaiting his return. The heights are indeed lonely. Without sufficient strength, even the rarest treasures would slip into another's grasp. Retracting his gaze, he inhaled deeply, his heart brimming with anticipation as he gazed upon the reward awaiting him at the finish line, his eyes flickering with astonishment. It was, in fact, Chapter 59, The Divine Thunder of Taishan. Is it truly an anomalous lightning? Yang Ming found it difficult to divert his gaze, fixated on the extraordinary phenomenon before him, utterly astonished. At this moment, a swirling orb of azure energy gradually materialized within his view, composed entirely of lightning elements, with countless electric flashes entwining in a mesmerizing dance of light and shadow, exhibiting an otherworldly brilliance. Above the celestial staircase's reward, information regarding it was inscribed. Mingguan Wind Thunder description. Compared to the divine thunder of Taishan within the boundless sea of thunder, it pales in comparison, yet it is still a commendable variant of lightning. As Yang Ming perused the description of Mingguan Wind Thunder, his initial elation began to wane. His purpose for entering the boundless sea of thunder was to acquire a variety of lightning even more formidable than the judgment thunder, yet he had not expected to encounter another type. The meager benefits derived from this celestial reward left him feeling somewhat disappointed. Suddenly, as if comprehending Yang Ming's sentiments, a new reward materialized at the terminus of the celestial staircase, positioned right beside the Mingguan Wind Thunder. It was an ancient tome, inscribed with 4 prominent characters. Unification secret technique description. A special secret technique, rank unspecified, capable of permanently merging and enhancing energy substances of the same elemental nature. Note: not limited to lightning elements. Astounded, Yang Ming exclaimed inwardly, this is truly the reward worthy of reaching the pinnacle. Without hesitation, he stowed away the unification secret technique, feeling as if he had stumbled upon a priceless treasure. With this technique, the value of Mingguan Wind Thunder would be exponentially elevated, for regardless of the variant's rank, it was fundamentally composed of lightning elements, which could seamlessly be unified through this art. If I can conquer the divine thunder of Taishan within the boundless sea of thunder and subsequently fuse the judgment thunder with the divine thunder of Taishan and Mingguan Wind Thunder. Yang Ming's heart raced with excitement, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He sensed that once the 3 were united, it would empower him to transcend great realms and contend with those in the profound entry stage. Of course, the fusion of diverse lightning was not the sole effect of the unification secret technique. The value of the phrase rank unspecified far exceeded that of so-called high-tier spells. Suppressing his fervor, he clasped his fists in the direction of the void ahead. Thank you, esteemed elder. Truth be told, he had long harbored suspicions the creator of the celestial staircase might have been observing his ascent all along, thus bestowing upon him such a gratifying treasure at the end. Turning around, he observed Ling Xian, who was still striving to ascend to higher levels below. After surpassing the 120th step, the young woman employed secret techniques to reach the 160th step, ultimately barely passing the trial against a 3-headed transformation beast of the 10th level. Utterly exhausted, her delicate face pale. Standing at the 160th step, Ling Xian, panting heavily, gazed up at Yang Ming, her clear purple eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. 40 steps, how could my combat prowess at the first level of transformation differ so vastly from his? I shall forego the subsequent challenges. Ling Xian no longer persevered, claiming one of the 3 rewards offered at the 160th step. 1 Must possess self-awareness. To press on would only risk leaving her empty-handed and subject to ridicule. Let us depart. Yang Ming communicated telepathically to her. After exchanging a few words, they both leapt down the celestial staircase, exiting the restricted area of the celestial pavilion, and hastily made their way toward the nearby boundless sea of thunder. Crackle, the electric currents were breathtaking. Gazing downward, Yang Ming beheld wave after wave of purple lightning surging forth, a stunning spectacle of intertwining currents atop the ocean, reaching a height of several stories, extending far beyond sight. Two young friends, please wait, we have urgent matters to discuss with you. The rewards you obtain from the celestial staircase may be the treasured heirlooms of my clan. I implore you to present them for inspection. The cultivators, who had been lying in wait, swiftly pursued them, their voices clamoring for attention, many being formidable figures of great power. To this, Yang Ming and Ling Xian paid no heed. Should they halt and become embroiled in disputes with these individuals, they would surely become the subject of ridicule for years to come. Boom, suddenly, a wave of oppressive force descended, obstructing their approach. The elder who had previously collected the admission fee appeared before the crowd, casting a spell to impede their advance, calmly stating, the celestial staircase was not established for you undisciplined individuals to reap its rewards without effort. The conclusion of the celestial staircase leads directly to the boundless sea of thunder. This is part of the design, specifically to prevent climbers from losing their lives over coveted treasures. You, a figure in a black robe, a practitioner of the profound entry stage, glared with fury. Su Chengfeng, are you truly willing to offend my underworld temple over a mere ant at the first level of transformation? I am merely carrying out my duty to maintain order, replied the elder known as Su Chengfeng, unperturbed. If you harbor any grievances, feel free to address them with my lord. The crowd fell silent. Who would dare confront the creator of the celestial staircase to question why they were not permitted to seize the treasures of participants? With Su Chengfeng blocking the greedy cultivators, Yang Ming and Ling Xian navigated smoothly into the region of the boundless sea of thunder, having received permission and thus evading any restrictions. In a short span of time, we should be safe. Standing within the sea of thunder, Yang Ming exuded calmness, even as countless bolts of lightning enveloped him, not a single strand harmed him. After gaining entry, they were allowed to remain for 10 days. I lack the cultivation to accompany you further. I shall wait for you at the periphery. Ling Xian, enveloped in spiritual energy, sat cross-legged, utilizing the power of thunder for body refinement. The white tiger possesses a degree of resistance to lightning attacks, yet it cannot achieve immunity, and the formation of the sea of thunder is entirely due to the overwhelming might of the divine thunder of Taishan. Be sure to exercise caution. Yang Ming nodded, casting a lingering glance at the conical hat atop Ling Xian's head, before stepping deeper into the sea of thunder. With each advance, his spirit soared, even the lingering weakness from his previous exertions gradually dissipated, as if he could endure yet another trial. This was the astounding advantage bestowed by his immunity to lightning elements. The boundless sea of thunder was akin to a colossal power bank for him. Gulping waves of energy, Yang Ming absorbed the residual power of the divine thunder of Taishan into his dantian, refining as he ventured further. After about 10 minutes, he noticed the oppressive sensation of the lightning intensifying, its hue darkening, and its might escalating. I must have reached the inner sanctum. Yang Ming realized, compared to before, the power of the lightning elements surrounding him had become exceedingly fearsome. Perhaps even those in the void transformation realm would find themselves utterly overwhelmed. Standing firm, Yang Ming aligned his vital energy to its peak state and then steadily advanced. Crackle, crackle, the thunder roared, shaking the heavens. As if provoked, the entire boundless sea of thunder suddenly began to whirl violently like a vortex, warping the very fabric of space. The onlookers, caught in a state of uncertainty, were deeply shaken. What on earth has this lad done to awaken the long-dormant divine thunder of Taishan? So that is it, I understand now. Su Chengfeng, responsible for collecting the admission fees, cast another glance toward the terminus of the celestial staircase, as if a realization struck him, his heart churning with tumultuous waves, secretly exclaiming. It is not that he seeks to conquer the divine thunder of Taishan, rather, the divine thunder of Taishan has been awaiting him all along. Chapter 60 of the might of divine thunder ahead, a cacophony of thunder roared. Yang Ming moved with a steady gait, boldly traversing into the central zone. Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning surged forth, striking him directly, yet he remained utterly unscathed, not even a scratch to show for it. Had the phenomena before him been of, or, he would have met his demise without a trace. However, it was ultimately after a span of 10 minutes, Yang Ming finally reached the core. Overcoming numerous obstacles, he beheld a dazzling orb of purple light, pulsing with an overwhelming energy that was simply unparalleled, far surpassing that of the seemed to sense his presence, erupting in a torrent of energy that howled in every direction. You have existed through countless ages. Surely you can comprehend my words. What purpose does your prolonged existence here serve? Yang Ming advanced with unwavering determination, drawing closer. You are, the pinnacle of, destined to resonate throughout the heavens. With a thunderous roar, a ferocious bolt of lightning transformed into an enraged dragon, lunging forth with a ferocity surpassing that of heavenly tribulations. The sheer power and velocity were so exaggerated that Yang Ming found himself unable to evade it, instantly engulfed and propelled backward several meters, his vitality surging, pain radiating through his body. Though he was immune to the lightning's injuries, the resultant shockwave inflicted brutal physical damage, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yang Ming employed every means at his disposal, undeterred, to close the distance once more. If anyone in this world could approach, it could only be himself. The sole impediment was his current low realm, making it challenging to withstand even the energy waves. Withstanding wave after wave of thunder capable of obliterating top-tier powerhouses, Yang Ming exerted no special techniques, relying solely on his physical form. 10 meters, 5 meters, for reasons unknown, the onslaught of energy waves abruptly ceased, granting him an opportunity. At that moment, a brutal phantom of a lightning tiger surged forth. Yang Ming allowed it to display its might, reaching the very essence of, and grasped it firmly. A force as tumultuous as the Yangtze River surged into his body. With a loud rip, the garments that had clung to his flesh were rent asunder, and the source within his palm quaked violently, emanating a searing light that dazzled the eye. Boom, the Sea of Thunder descended into utter chaos, creating turbulent currents. Yang Ming found himself at the vortex's center, his hair billowing, desperately clinging to it as boundless energy coursed chaotically within him. Surprisingly, he discovered that exhibited no signs of resistance. Rather, the energy transmitted to him flowed gently into his dantian, demonstrating an entirely different warmth and kindness, requiring no further refinement. Yang Ming, the situation was beyond comprehension. It seemed that all previous trials were merely tests set by. Now, it displayed an extraordinary friendliness. Perhaps it was his excessive desires and suppressive mindset that rendered him an unwelcome guest. With a self-deprecating smile, he ceased his attempts to control the situation, instead opening his palm and gazing at the source of the lightning before him, introducing himself. I am Yang Ming, the Sect Master of Tianming Sect. I hope for your future guidance. Buzz, the transformed into a beam of light, entering Yang Ming's chest and vanishing, leaving him feeling as if he were submerged in a hot spring, experiencing a profound transformation of his very being. Ding, system notification, congratulations, you have gained the recognition of the unique Divine Thunder, personal gain 5000, Yang Ming was left speechless, achieving the first level of, even with the assistance of the blue carefree pill, his total personal gain barely exceeded 1000. Yet, had bestowed upon him 5000 in one breath. What more could be said? It was a case of regretting not meeting sooner. Meanwhile, on the periphery, Ling Xian was undergoing body tempering but felt the environment shift dramatically as the power of the Sea of Thunder began to dissipate. So soon, a few dark lines appeared on her pristine forehead. Had it ended so quickly, compared to others, it was infuriating. Once a proud prodigy of the White Tiger clan, she had always stolen the spotlight during trials and assessments. Yet ever since encountering Yang Ming, she had been relegated to a mere supporting role. Boom, just as her thoughts wandered, an explosion erupted behind her, flames surging forth. Ling Xian whirled around, activating her, only to find it suppressed by, its power significantly diminished, forcing her into passive defense as she retreated repeatedly. I've found you. Fire Chaoyang closed in rapidly, a cold smirk gracing his lips, two blazing flying swords trailing behind him as he charged toward Ling Xian, his own figure closely following. Are you not afraid of death? Yang Ming is nearby. Ling Xian felt a sense of impending doom, her voice laced with urgency. Engaging in battle here was decidedly disadvantageous for her as a lightning cultivator. Little beauty, spare the act. Fire Chaoyang licked his lips, his eyes brimming with greed. Such a level of genius was always proud and arrogant. Did he really believe he wouldn't attempt to subdue? At this moment, he was nowhere near her. As he applied psychological pressure with his words, he swiftly approached, unleashing his assault. The clash of sword blades and lightning intensified the ferocity of the encounter. Ascending the stone steps to the heavens was a contest of potential and aptitude, not merely realm. His confidence stemmed from his own advantages. Ultimately, future potential could not represent present strength. You. Ling Xian's fair complexion shifted slightly. She had to admit that he had accurately deduced her situation. Clang, clang, clang. The two engaged in a fierce battle, Ling Xian suffering significant disadvantages in the battlefield, retreating step by step. Unbeknownst to her, upon Yang Ming's return, he would discover that his partner had been abducted and violated. She could only imagine his reaction. In this desolate area, Fire Chaoyang revealed a sinister smile, boasting, fear not, I care not whether you have been developed. With a goalkeeper, the goal is even more thrilling. Disgusting, Ling Xian felt her heart constrict. Fall before me. Seizing the opportunity, Fire Chaoyang slashed downward with his sword. It seemed it was time to reveal her true capabilities. Ling Xian furrowed her brow, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes. Her internal injuries would be difficult to recover from in a short time. Forcibly activating her innate weapon would only exacerbate her condition. Yet, at this juncture, she had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, in the nick of time, the conical hat atop Ling Xian's head erupted with a powerful green light, and a multitude of vines extended forth, intercepting the. This scene unfolded so suddenly that both Ling Xian and Fire Chaoyang were left in stunned silence. Miss Ling, I alone am no match for him. Please lend me your hand. The forgetting dust tree spoke up. All right. With no time to inquire how it had come to be within her hat, Ling Xian joined forces with it to turn the tide of battle. How could this happen? Having failed to make progress, Fire Chaoyang considered that the unusual fluctuations in the Sea of Thunder might relate to Yang Ming, and with a decisive decision, he took flight to retreat. Consider yourself fortunate. Perhaps we shall meet again. Boom, just as he flew out several dozen meters, he crashed into a barrier akin to a copper wall, his chest tightening as he stumbled backward a few meters. Upon focusing his gaze, he found a young man in white standing before him, his demeanor indifferent, stature tall, features stern, and eyes glimmering with electric light, sharp as a blade. Arrived so swiftly? Fire Chaoyang was filled with dread, promptly retrieving a token from his belongings and shattering it, his entire being transforming into a streak of red light as he sped toward the outside world, never to be seen again. Since you've come, you might as well stay. Yang Ming spoke with a calm demeanor, raising a finger towards Fire Chaoyang's retreating figure, purple lightning dancing at his fingertips. Beyond the endless Sea of Thunder, numerous cultivators awaited outside. Hey, a keen-eyed expert spotted a fluctuation of spiritual energy, exclaiming, someone is emerging. At this, everyone turned their gaze, witnessing a burst of flames piercing through the Sea of Thunder as it rushed toward the outside world at breakneck speed. It was none other than the fire cultivator who had barely secured entry. He hailed from the proud Fire Sect, known for his exceptional talent, presumably the cherished son of Fire Zhanghai. Wait, there is something following him. Many cultivators focused intently, realizing that within the Sea of Thunder, an unparalleled force surged forth. Hiss. In an instant, a cultivator gasped in horror. How could this be? It's actually, chapter 61 of the accompanying essence hiss, in an instant, a cultivator was struck with horror. How is this possible? It is indeed the supreme mysterious divine thunder. Before the astonished crowd, a purple bolt of lightning, breathtakingly fierce, shot forth from the sea of thunder, hurtling directly towards Hu Chaoyang. This was undeniably the supreme mysterious divine thunder, a force that had remained unconquered throughout the long ages, swish, crushing the talisman that was meant to aid in his escape from peril. Hu Chaoyang's speed reached its zenith in a heartbeat, yet he remained utterly flustered, an indescribable sense of crisis bursting forth uncontrollably from the depths of his being. In a fleeting moment, he sensed a resplendent purple light behind him, intensifying by the second. Turning around, he was met with a thunderous column of lightning, carrying with it the will to annihilate all, approaching with overwhelming force. Hu Chaoyang, the fiery flame python, he activated his transformation into a void image, summoning a colossal python forged from fire elements, which lunged at the purple beam, only to be obliterated instantly, its might undiminished as it surged forth again. Supreme Great Spirit Artifact, the Radiant Sun Shield. As Hu Chaoyang retreated, desperately trying to escape the confines of the barrier, he drew forth the shield to defend himself. Boom, the shield collided with the supreme mysterious divine thunder, and the shockwave swept through the air, creating ripples of immense force. Subsequently, the latter pierced through the shield like a laser of unmatched ferocity, continuing its trajectory until it struck the barrier, at last dissipating slowly. This is absurd. Hu Chaoyang's facial muscles twitched as he gazed down to find a gaping hole in his chest, his internal organs having been utterly vaporized. He was acutely aware of Yang Ming's terrifying potential, yet they were separated by a full 8 minor realms. Moreover, the opponent had only just entered the endless sea of thunder mere minutes ago. How could he possibly have refined the supreme mysterious divine thunder? Thud, with a heart full of unwillingness and confusion, Hu Chaoyang's lifeless body fell into the ocean, swept away by the waves. The cultivators present, witnessing this scene, fell into a profound silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the entire area. Only after several seconds did a cacophony of deafening chatter erupt, each face painted with greed and envy. The supreme mysterious divine thunder has truly been obtained by that young man. An innocent man bears no guilt, yet possessing treasure is a crime. To reach the pinnacle of the celestial ascension stairs is no small feat. Such an individual can be deemed a prodigy, bearing an aura of immortality. This is indisputable. However, in the vast realm of cultivation, countless gifted individuals have met untimely ends. Such treasure is enough to incite a frenzy across the entire East Wilderness. If this lad seeks to claim it solely for himself, it is but a foolish dream. Approximately several dozen seconds later, Yang Ming emerged from the sea of thunder, retrieving Hu Chaoyang's corpse, taking his storage bag, verifying that no other treasures remained, and then discarding the body back into the ocean. After all, he was a high-ranking void transformation cultivator, possessing numerous resources that should not go to waste. Young friend, could it be that the supreme mysterious divine thunder has fallen into your hands? Should you be willing to relinquish it, you may serve as an honored guest in our sect. Young friend, this treasure is fated to belong to our underworld divine hall. Upon witnessing Yang Ming at the edge of the sea of thunder, a multitude of cultivators spoke up, some threatening, others enticing, showcasing their profound and formidable cultivation realms in an attempt to intimidate him. Even though the opponent's combat prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary first-tier void transformation cultivator, and he was invincible among his peers, they believed it could not alter the outcome. With the barrier sealing them off, Yang Ming exchanged glances with them from a distance, smiling as he raised his fist. Behold my hand. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. What does this mean? Gradually, Yang Ming relaxed his fist, slowly raising his middle finger. You seek death. Recognizing this universally understood gesture of disdain, those ancient beings who had once secluded themselves and now rushed forth were incensed. Ha ha ha. Su Chengfeng laughed heartily. What audacity! At that moment, all present were undeniably influential figures, renowned for their might outside. He had never anticipated someone would dare to look down upon them, yet, it was understandable. After all, from the moment he acquired the supreme mysterious divine thunder, no amount of coaxing would suffice. These old-timers would undoubtedly resort to forceful means. Ignoring their furious howls, Yang Ming returned to the still swirling sea of thunder, reaching the location of Ling Xian. Did you truly refine the supreme mysterious divine thunder? Ling Xian could hardly contain her curiosity. Yang Ming, in high spirits, half-jokingly replied, why bother with refinement? The supreme mysterious divine thunder is, after all, my accompanying essence. Ling Xian shot him a disapproving glare. Accompanying essence, how can you utter such words? What shall we do next? Ling Xian shifted to a serious tone, her expression grave. There are likely numerous formidable old monsters guarding the outside. We need to construct a rudimentary random teleportation array. I have prepared the materials in advance. Yang Ming stated earnestly. Previously, he had visited a merchant association and procured an immense quantity of array materials, which would now prove invaluable. Ling Xian hesitated. The difficulty of crafting a teleportation array is immense and exceedingly intricate. Relying solely on the two of us may not yield results in 10 days. Incorrect. Yang Ming shook his head. It is 2 people, 1 tree, and 1 thunder. Ling Xian's hat radiated a green light, and soon a jade pendant of emerald hue flew forth, adorning Yang Ming. I shall certainly lend my utmost assistance. It had been ordered to remain hidden within her hat, only revealing itself in times of dire need to offer aid. Much obliged. Yang Ming extended his hand, a purple energy sphere materializing in his palm, causing the surrounding lightning to retreat swiftly, thereby establishing an undisturbed safe zone. Moments later, arcs of electricity began to form consciously around him as he retrieved the materials, aiding in the array's construction. Ling Xian gasped in astonishment, unable to suppress her awe. She had come to understand why Yang Ming was able to refine the terrifying supreme mysterious divine thunder in such a short span. The thunder had developed its own intelligence, not having been refined, but rather aligning itself as a like-minded companion with Yang Ming. Could it be that this truly resembles an accompanying essence relationship? Why are you still dawdling? Get to work. Oh. Thereafter, they commenced their task with methodical precision. Why not allow those within our sect who have yet to participate in the celestial ascension stairs to enter the endless sea of thunder to confront Yang Ming? The cultivators outside were eager to act. The endless sea of thunder is indeed not a place one can simply enter. Only those who have reached the 100th step for the first time may tread there. However, the speed at which Yang Ming traversed the celestial ascension stairs and acquired the supreme mysterious divine thunder was astonishingly swift. They had yet to react before events had unfolded in reality. That may not be feasible. His suggestion was swiftly dismissed. Firstly, there are very few in the Void Realm who have not yet participated, and secondly, within the endless sea of thunder, opposing Yang Ming, who wields the supreme mysterious divine thunder, even those in the Void Realm may not have a chance of victory. The crowd fell silent, experiencing a sense of helplessness akin to having a coveted treasure within reach yet being powerless to grasp it. After expending approximately 8 days, Yang Ming finally completed a rudimentary one-way random teleportation array, standing alongside Ling Xian within the formation. Activate. Yang Ming infused his spiritual energy to activate the array, which emitted a brilliant light, engulfing the two of them. In the next moment, they found themselves within a space tunnel awash with shifting shadows. Boom, the space trembled. The two turned to see many profoundly powerful old monsters rushing in from behind. Could it be that even the power of the teleportation array could not shake them off? We must flee. Their eyes glinted with avarice, realizing the impossibility of escape. There is no way out. Chapter 62. The convergence of 3 thunderbolts within the spatial tunnel, Yang Ming and Ling Xian were swiftly propelled towards their destination by the force of the teleportation array, with a multitude of formidable cultivators in hot pursuit behind them. The Taishan divine thunder shall ensure your demise, threatened an elder clad in black robes, his tone chilling. Ordinarily, cultivators from the outside world, no matter how powerful, could do little against those ensconced within the boundless sea of thunder. Once they emerged, returning to the conflict-free ascension platform to assimilate the benefits gained, further discord would be unlikely. However, the allure of the Taishan divine thunder was simply too great, so great that various sects would not hesitate to violate the rules of the ascension platform. How dare you forcibly invade the spatial tunnel? Ling Xian rebuked, are you truly so blinded by greed that you fear not even the chaotic currents of space? In response to her words, none of the ancient beings recoiled. With their lifespans drawing to a close, they found it increasingly difficult to make any progress without an extraordinary opportunity, and the chance that lay before them could not be ignored. Yang Ming attempted to intervene with his own means, only to be effortlessly brushed aside by these unfathomably powerful beings. Even though the Taishan divine thunder was extraordinarily formidable, it could not unleash its true power in its current state. Do not force me to relinquish my control over the Taishan divine thunder. Yang Ming's gaze turned icy. Should he allow the Taishan divine thunder to unleash its might, the individuals present would likely perish, yet he too would not escape unscathed, facing the risk of being thrown into chaos and possibly meeting his end. We can exchange invaluable treasures, young friend, you must act with reason. The assembled cultivators felt a chill in their hearts, hesitant to press too closely, resorting instead to enticement. Without the Taishan divine thunder, they could not subdue it. They remained reliant on the youth before them. In that moment, a stalemate ensued. Just as the situation seemed intractable, a calm male voice unexpectedly resonated, grant me a modicum of favor and do not disrupt the rules of the ascension platform. Instantaneously, all the formidable ancient beings exhibited unmistakable astonishment, as if they had heard a divine decree, and collectively ceased their pursuit, despite the fact that those departing carried opportunities that could elevate them to unimaginable heights. With a swish, the space rippled, and Yang Ming and Ling Xian emerged, successfully escaping their pursuers. The source of the earlier voice was a mystery to Yang Ming, who felt a vague intuition about its origin. Nothing is more important than life itself, Ling Xian asserted with conviction. Yang Ming understood, only a celestial being could command such respect from the top-tier cultivators of the eastern wasteland, preventing them from acting recklessly. Although merely a voice had been conveyed, he had not anticipated such a swift intersection with this existence. Thank you. Yang Ming expressed his gratitude, bowing in the direction of Central Continent. Celestial beings, born in the Central Continent, were confined to their birthplace for eternity, unable to step beyond its bounds. However, this did not imply that they could not observe events transpiring in the other 4 domains. He is not assisting you. Ling Xian shook her head, he is merely enforcing the constraints of the rules. The notion of top-tier cultivators lurking at the Ascension Stone Steps and the boundless sea of thunder would be laughable to recount. This extreme method likely allowed the elite to reap the rewards while leaving the original beneficiaries with mere scraps, compelling them to bow in gratitude. Perhaps, Yang Ming mused, feeling a yearning. In a fleeting thought, he could intimidate the foremost cultivators of the eastern wasteland, rendering them too fearful to overstep their bounds. He stood at an extraordinary height, almost at the pinnacle of the cultivation realm. Buzz, suddenly, the Taishan divine thunder in his dantian quivered slightly, causing the nearby judgment thunder and radiant wind thunder to withdraw apprehensively. It seemed to sense Yang Ming's intentions and responded accordingly. Yang Ming, understanding the implication, smiled and said, "With your assistance, I believe I too shall reach that day." Thereafter, the two set forth on their journey back. The vast expanse of the eastern wasteland was fraught with perilous forbidden zones. Fortunately, their luck was such that the teleportation array transported them to a place of safety. 3 days later, Yang Ming returned to the Destiny Sect in a frenzy, immediately entering seclusion. His experiences in the boundless sea of thunder had yielded unprecedented gains, unparalleled in the world. The only source of his current headache was time. With ample time, even entering the profound realm would be a cinch. Shi Yan said the hidden dragon secret realm can confine a profound realm cultivator for no more than a month. Yang Ming sat cross-legged in the secluded chamber at the back of the sect's main hall, estimating he had about 20 days left. Within those 20 days, he aimed to acquire the strength to defeat multiple profound realm cultivators, otherwise, he might find himself unable to safeguard his spiritual veins, forced into a life of evasion. Merely repelling his foes would not suffice. Should Qin Wenyuan return to relay information, he would inevitably face retribution from the Zixia sect. It was best to eradicate the threat entirely. Yang Ming's mind was clear as he made his calculations before closing his eyes to meditate. The mental incantation of the unification secret art flowed through his consciousness. Undoubtedly, this was an exceedingly profound secret technique. Mastering it in a short time was impractical, however. The Taishan Divine Thunder required no refinement and resonated with his thoughts, providing immense assistance. After spending 5 days comprehending the basic processes and methods of the unification secret art, Yang Ming forcefully fused the 3 distinct thunders. Gazing inward at his dantian, he cautiously activated the unification secret art to guide the process. Taishan Divine Thunder, consume the Judgment Thunder and Radiant Wind Thunder. Remember, do not use them to nourish yourself, instead, attempt to merge them. They lack sentience and will not influence you. Crackling, the Taishan Divine Thunder flickered, understanding Yang Ming's intent, and approached the other two with absolute dominance. Boom, as the Taishan Divine Thunder made contact with the other 2 types of thunder, Yang Ming felt a tremendous impact, his entire body quaking, internal organs nearly shifting position, and a metallic taste flooding his throat. You are too forceful. You must gradually and methodically merge them. If you act too violently, they will resist. Yang Ming cautioned, the insights he had just grasped about the unification secret art racing into action. True to its nature as a sentient artifact, the Taishan Divine Thunder slowed its already leisurely pace, taking several days to fully integrate with the other 2 thunders, merging seamlessly as one. At last, they were united. Yang Ming was drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from the water, focusing intently on linking the powers of the 3 without repelling one another. This was a task that required utmost caution. A single misstep could spell disaster for him. It was critical to understand that his current foundation was built upon the Judgment Thunder, and should the unification secret art fail, resulting in the Judgment Thunder shattering, his cultivation would regress back to the Qi gathering stage. Buzz buzz buzz, the fused thunders began to spin wildly, their colors shifting between azure, violet, and white, radiating brilliance as if creating an entirely new type of thunder. The entire chamber was illuminated by a myriad of lightning, colors intertwining and transforming, a breathtaking spectacle. Though the Taishan Divine Thunder served as the core, the augmentation from the other types of thunder would revitalize it, rendering it even stronger. Yang Ming's gaze burned with intensity, his heart taut with anticipation, as he pushed the unification secret art to its limits. He was acutely aware that this moment was a pivotal step on his path of cultivation. Once he advanced, the horizons would expand infinitely. Meanwhile, outside the hidden dragon secret realm above the tranquil mountain estate, a rift suddenly tore open, and 3 profound realm cultivators from the Zixia sect burst forth from the secret realm, successfully escaping their confinement. Yang Ming. Qin Wenyuan's face was smeared with dirt, his complexion ashen as he spat out the words with gritted teeth, "I shall surely kill you." The resources he had expended to escape the secret realm were staggering, his heart bleeding from the loss. "Young master, we must not be so reckless again," Chen Yongsheng cautioned. Qin Wenyuan, brimming with murderous intent, issued commands, "Summon all disciples of the Zixia sect residing in the eastern wasteland. We shall encircle and eliminate the Destiny sect." Yes. A few hours later, dozens of Zixia sect disciples gathered, launching a full-scale assault under Qin Wenyuan's command. Chapter 63 Deserving of Death. Amidst the undulating mountains, within the neglected confines of the Tianming sect, several disciples were diligently honing their skills. As ominous clouds gathered, none wished to be the one to hold others back. Is the seclusion still not over? Ling Xian's delicate face revealed a hint of worry and urgency as she gazed longingly at the sect's grand hall, awaiting his emergence from seclusion. With the might of the Taishan Divine Thunder, Yang Ming might, by his own strength, intimidate those of lower realms, yet the chasm of cultivation levels loomed large. To slay them was indeed as daunting as reaching the heavens. It must be noted that the 3 formidable individuals ensnared by her within the secret realm comprised 2 at the 2nd level of entering the realm and 1 at the 3rd level. Their presence alone could elevate their sect to the ranks of the 1st tier, dominating a region. Boom, at that moment, a chilling aura swept forth from all directions. Ling Xian was taken aback. How can she cultivate so swiftly at such a tender age? 9 years old, and already at the transformation stage. Were it not for witnessing it with her own eyes and knowing Imo Xingyu bore an insurmountable congenital flaw, she would severely doubt that the girl was not a reincarnated, highly skilled old monster. Such talent is indeed too extraordinary. Senior sister has always been this way, Zhang Xiaolan remarked, gazing enviously at the frost-enshrouded Imo Xingyu. In just a few months, she had progressed from gathering energy to the transformation stage. Her potential was truly unfathomable. In contrast, she herself had only just broken through to the 10th level of energy gathering over the past couple of days. Su Yeching, consuming poison pills as if they were mere candy, offered her congratulations, Master Sister, on your significant advancement. Eat more, and you will grow even stronger. Imo Xingyu scratched her head, feeling a tad bashful from the praise. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaolan and Su Yeching exchanged glances, both recognizing the helplessness in each other's eyes. It's not that simple. Ding. System prompt: your disciple Imo Xingyu has successfully broken through to the first level of the transformation stage. You receive a profit of 50 and 250,000 cultivation points. At that very moment, Yang Ming immediately received the relevant news. Well done, he silently praised. As he was in the final phase of executing the Return to Unity secret technique, achieving the unification of the three thunders was practically a certainty, with Imo Xingyu becoming a practitioner of the transformation stage, providing a staggering 250,000 cultivation points. It could be said that joy arrived in pairs. Yang Ming. A voice filled with murderous intent echoed from above, come out and die. Panic gripped the hearts of the onlookers as they looked up, only to see several dozen practitioners descending with ferocity, a palpable aura of hostility enveloping the atmosphere. Hovering above the Tianming sect, gazing down at the few who stood ready, the fire practitioner Chen Yong'an was engulfed in rage. It seems this scoundrel truly does not regard us with any respect. He had initially assumed their quarry had fled in advance, and this venture would yield nothing. He never anticipated they would dare remain. Such courage! Qin Wenyuan conjured a thunder spear with a mere flick of his hand, unleashing the full force of his entering the realm strength towards the grand hall of the Tianming sect, mockingly declaring, then let us embark on this journey together. Third tier spell, Thunderstorm Spear. With this strike, he was confident he could annihilate Yang Ming, obliterating at least half of the Tianming sect. The thunder descended with ferocity. 10,000 Swords Technique. Jiang Xiaolan decisively summoned thousands of sharp swords, maneuvering them to counter the spell unleashed by the entering the realm powerhouse, yet the entire array of swords shattered into pieces, nearly mitigating a fraction of the impact. An ant shaking a tree. Qin Wenyuan scoffed. Jiang Xiaolan urged, Senior Sister, quickly stop him, Master is still in seclusion. For her, relying on the wondrous Wuji sword body, even against a practitioner at the 10th level of the transformation stage, she felt confident to contend, yet bridging two major realms was undeniably daunting. At this point, it was imperative to let her senior sister take action. All right. This time, Imo Xingyu acted decisively, leaping towards the thunderstorm spear, seizing it firmly as is. The thunder crackled wildly, yet Imo Xingyu held on resolutely, enduring the searing pain that broke her skin, and forcibly froze it, immediately countering, do not disturb my brother's seclusion. Humph. Chen Yong'an pressed down with his palm, a colossal fiery hand manifesting before him, shattering the ice spear, and subsequently charging towards Imo Xingyu. It seems your skills have indeed improved quite a bit in this month. Bang! Bang, bang, fire and ice clashed, with Imo Xingyu relying on sheer brute force. Each time she was repelled, she swiftly returned, her eyes shimmering with silver light, her strength rapidly escalating. These two young girls are no ordinary challengers. Their bone age is not over 10 years, Chen Yongxing's gaze flickered. Yong'an, do not hold back too much, I wish to study them thoroughly. Leave them to me. Chen Yong'an's expression remained calm, despite feeling the increasing intensity of their counterattacks. He believed he could manage. Kill everyone else, leave not even a dog. Qin Wenyuan commanded. Understood. Dozens of disciples from the Zixiao sect surged forth. Ling Xian, Jiang Xiaolan, and the Wang Chenshu, alongside the Xianing beast, immediately took action to counterbalance, striving to prevent the flames of battle from encroaching upon Yang Ming, who was still in seclusion. Yet against the entering the realm experts, they were forced to retreat steadily. Yang Ming, hand over the Tsong Lei breathing technique, and I will grant you a swift death. Qin Wenyuan kicked down the grand hall's door, his voice echoing throughout the sect. Everyone, retreat. Su Yeching warned. In perfect unison, the crowd withdrew from the battlefield, and without hesitation, Su Yeching unleashed a cloud of poisonous mist from her sleeve. This was her unique technique, crafted from her own blood, supplemented with various toxins. The first Zixiao sect practitioner to encounter the poison mist dismissed it, little thing, attempting such trivial tricks before a practitioner, awe. Before he could finish, he emitted a horrific scream, struggling desperately as his flesh rotted away, transforming into a pool of pus. Damn it, get away. No wonder the Tianming sect had become a despised demonic sect. Those who toyed with poison were hardly virtuous. Brother Lin, you can rest easy, I will take good care of Sister Zhao. The other Zixiao sect disciples hastily retreated, unwilling to come into contact with the spreading poison, harboring deep contempt for Su Yeching, the poison wielder. Even Qin Wenyuan, who had already breached the grand hall, found himself involuntarily retreating. Theoretically, as an entering the realm practitioner, with spiritual energy shielding him, he need not concern himself with such trifles, yet the very notion of poison instilled trepidation in anyone. In the blink of an eye, the grand hall was shrouded in a thick, dark poison mist, forcefully repelling all who approached. Master won't come to harm, will he? Jiang Xiaolan inquired anxiously. How could that be? Ling Xian interjected hastily, with the Taishian Divine Thunder shielding him, what poison could possibly touch him? That is the Taishian Divine Thunder, a treasure coveted by all major figures in the cultivation world. Under its protection, Yang Ming is, in a sense, invulnerable to all forms of attack. Bang! Meanwhile, Mo Xingyu continued her fierce battle against the fire practitioner, her combat growing increasingly intense, her hair turning silver, the coldness intensifying, her fist striking like a dragon to freeze. Bang! Chen Yong'an was struck in the chest, half of his body nearly frozen stiff, feeling the extreme chill seep into him as he staggered back, astonished. What the hell are you? He, a dignified second level entering the realm practitioner, was actually trading blows with a practitioner who had just ascended to the first level of the transformation stage. Was this reasonable? Mo Xingyu remained silent, her expression growing increasingly indifferent. With each step she took, chilling winds swirled, thick layers of ice forming, and the poison mist could not approach in the slightest. I will assist you. Chen Yong'an noticed something was amiss with her state and rushed to provide support. A second-rate sect, how dare they waste so much of my time? Qin Wenyuan's expression was frigid, the shadow of a thunder spear materializing behind him, which he grasped tightly, hurling it towards Su Yeqing. You little beast, die. Swoosh. The thunder spear pierced through the air, unstoppable. Not good. Ling Xian activated the Judgment Thunder for protection, yet the disparity in power was too great, and she was sent flying. The residual force of the thunder spear continued unabated, surging past the vines of the Wang Chenshu and Jiang Xiaolan's flying sword, heading straight for Su Yeqing. Su Yeqing's expression froze. Crack. In the critical moment, thunder roared. A brilliant red lightning bolt erupted from within the grand hall, intercepting the thunder spear, obliterating it into nothingness, causing the earth to tremble and the ground to shatter, debris flying everywhere. He has finally emerged from seclusion. Ling Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Wenyuan's eyes widened as he gazed at the grand hall, an inexplicable sensation of the thunder elements within him becoming agitated, facing unprecedented suppression, as if subjects bowed before their emperor, resulting in a sharp decline in his strength. What is this thunder? He stammered, at a loss for words. Confronted with the pale lightning, he had never experienced such a profound sense of helplessness. My brother has emerged. Mo Xingyu turned to look at the figure gradually stepping out from the poison mist, halting her battle. Swish swish swish, as the gazes of both adversaries converged, the young man clad in white stepped forth. You have harmed my disciple and ravaged my sect. Yang Ming's voice thundered, his form engulfed in blood-red lightning, as if he— Two servants. A cacophony of thunder roared, crimson lightning radiating from Yang Ming's being, spreading in all directions like an electrified net, striking towards the disciples of the Zixiao sect. Naturally, they would not remain passive, summoning spells or wielding spiritual artifacts to defend themselves, yet, the result was catastrophic. The blood-red thunder, imbued with unfathomable power, shattered all barriers in an instant. Amidst the anguished screams and wails, those Zixiao sect disciples were utterly annihilated, their physical forms disintegrating completely, evaporating into thin air, leaving behind only a scattering of storage bags. In that moment, silence enveloped the scene. Whether they were practitioners of the Xianyuan realm or members of the Tianming sect, all stood agape, unable to believe the spectacle before their eyes. The Zixiao sect disciples, at the very least, were high-level gathering chi practitioners, with some even at the transformation origin stage, yet they were instantaneously obliterated by a mere first-level transformation origin. Gulp. Qin Wenyuan swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with avarice. This blood-colored is akin to the creation of heaven and earth for mortals. Chen Yong'an and Chen Yongsheng, the two formidable guardians, exchanged glances, and without a word, lunged at Yang Ming, their backs adorned with the phantoms of a fire tiger and a water leopard. Young master, let us strike together. We shall subdue him first. The two wielded their respective fiery greatsword and watery longsword. Every significant realm in cultivation not only entails a substantial enhancement of strength but also requires traversing distinct paths. Gathering chi necessitates the expansion of one's Dantian spiritual energy. Transformation origin demands the solidification of one's transformation origin phantasm, while Xianyuan involves the forging of one's life weapon. A life weapon not only increases in power and rank with the elevation of one's cultivation but also resonates with the wielder's will, serving as the ultimate skill for Xianyuan realm practitioners. The sole drawback is the considerable toll it takes on the user, surpassing that of the transformation origin phantasm, rendering it unsustainable for extended use, thus it can only be deployed in critical moments. Qin Wenyuan no longer paid heed to Yang Ming's disciples and turned to attack Yang Ming. Can we truly prevail? Ling Xian felt a pang of unease. After all, they were contending with three formidable Xianyuan realm experts, their abilities not to be trifled with. Just moments ago, they had managed to withstand the pressure, partly relying on the strength of the formidable Mo Xingyu, and partly because their adversaries had not yet unleashed their full might. Thunder Eye, a flicker of crimson lightning flashed in Yang Ming's gaze as he regarded Qin Wenyuan, whose consciousness wavered, movements slowed, and offensive capabilities diminished. Compared to the fire and water cultivators, after assimilating the three, Yang Ming exerted the greatest suppression over lightning cultivators. Delaying the adversary's momentum, a blood-colored thunder dragon manifested behind him, charging towards the fire tiger and water leopard, while he himself unleashed the most devastating thunder dragon roar forward. With an earth-shattering roar, the dragon collided with the two Xianyuan experts. Chen Yong'an and Chen Yongsheng struck fiercely with their life weapons against the formidable thunder dragon, two forces clashing violently, shaking the Tianming sect structures to their very foundations, nearly demolishing half of them. Yang Ming felt no remorse. No destruction, no establishment. At this moment, the Tianming sect was constructed from mundane wood and iron, incapable of inflicting lasting harm, thus, building a new protective array for the sect was bound to alter the landscape. Ding, system prompt. Do you wish to expend 1,000,000 cultivation points to break through? Yes. Yang Ming chose to consent, his internal spiritual energy surging violently, breaking through to the second level of transformation origin, his strength soaring yet again. Is this your trump card for daring to remain? Qin Wenyuan quickly regained his senses, hurling his life weapon spear. It belongs to me now. Yang Ming activated the Earth Koan spear, the spear tips clashing, the thunder spear disintegrating in an instant. Boom! After a tense standoff lasting mere seconds, the might of the thunder dragon roar began to dissipate, and Qin Wenyuan's two guardians swiftly closed in. The elements of water and fire surged forth, overwhelming. Today, it is either life or death. Yang Ming, brimming with murderous intent, invoked the celestial demon technique, enveloped in black mist and blood lightning, resembling a malevolent spirit, charging into battle with unyielding ferocity. Bang bang bang, in an instant, the earth trembled and split, elements roiling like a tsunami, snapping trees in half, forcing the members of the Tianming sect to retreat again and again. Yang Ming faced three adversaries, leveraging the might of the Taishan divine lightning along with the enhancements granted by the celestial demon technique, refusing to yield an inch. Moments later, he burst forth from the explosion's radius, bearing wounds from blades and swords, his life weapon engaged in a fierce clash, his low-grade magical artifact, the Earth Koan spear, already showing signs of wear. On the other side, having endured the overwhelming power of the Taishan divine lightning at close range, the two Shenyuan guardians were equally battered, their faces smeared with dirt, their bodies bruised and battered. Chen Yong'an. Chen Yongsheng, avenge me. Once I ascend as the Zhixiao sect's master, you shall be my greatest benefactors. Qin Wenyuan lured them with promises, while he continued to provide long-range support, firing bolts of thunder spears. This was a desperate measure. The closer they drew to Yang Ming, the more pronounced the suppression of lightning became, diminishing their own powers. This approach is untenable. Ling Xian felt a surge of anxiety. Emotion you, can you help alleviate the pressure on your brother? No need for that, Yang Ming interjected, hand-forming a seal, shouting, protective array of the sect, manifest. Instantly, beneath the Tianming sect, spiritual energy surged violently, forming a vast purple array encompassing an extensive area. Knowing that this was an internal conflict and anticipating the enemy's inevitable assault, how could he not prepare a formation to counter? Swish swish swish, as the grand gathering array activated, the spiritual energy within the bodies of the Tianming sect members was immediately siphoned away, flowing towards Yang Ming, elevating his strength to unprecedented heights, to the point where his physical body could barely withstand it, veins bulging, blood bursting forth. Crack, simultaneously, within mere seconds, the low-tier gathering array could no longer sustain the immense flow of power, showing signs of imminent collapse. This was the very reason he had not initiated it from the start. The previously simple protective array of the sect could not endure for long and was only meant for a decisive strike. Yang Ming poured all his energy into transforming into a blood-colored thunder dragon, merging with the transformation origin phantasm to create a dual dragon convergence, shattering the two transformation origin phantasms with overwhelming force, and then crashing fiercely into the two men. Qin Wenyuan's thunder spear approached from the side, dispersing upon contact. Not good. The expressions of the two men changed drastically as they hastily retreated, only to be swiftly pursued by the thunder dragon, forced to brace themselves against the overwhelming thunderous might, retreating thousands of meters and collapsing several mountains in the process, their fates uncertain. Qin Wenyuan gasped for breath, rushing towards the Tianming sect disciples, intending to take them hostage to secure his own safety. Crack, lightning flashed past, and Yang Ming appeared at his side. Qin Wenyuan's face turned ashen. Thunder pressure, the Taishan divine lightning compressed beneath his right foot, Yang Ming's expression impassive as he heavily stamped down on Qin Wenyuan's forehead, pinning him to the ground. Are you satisfied now? Boom! The ground fractured, creating a chasm that spread for 1,000 meters, charred and desolate. Qin Wenyuan convulsed, trapped in a state of terror, rendered immobile by the Taishan divine lightning. As a third-level Shenyuan, he found his displayed strength woefully inadequate. I am the young master of the Zhixiao sect. Bang! His head exploded, blood gushing forth. Zhixiao sect, I shall come for you. Yang Ming spoke with calm authority, asserting that with merely you, I do not believe you can slay my master. Ling Xian blinked, feeling a lack of reality. Has the tide truly turned? Just moments ago, the Tianming sect was on the brink of life and death. Now, the enemy lay nearly annihilated. Jiang Xiaolan reminded, Master, do not let the other two escape, or they will return to report. They still hold some value. Yang Ming shook his head. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, then turned to the two Shenyuan realm experts returning obediently, realization dawning upon them. Before Yang Ming, the two once mighty Shenyuan realm experts now trembled in fear, not daring to lift their heads. Thank you, master of the Tianming sect, for your mercy. That previous strike had surely condemned them to death. To survive, they had no choice but to plead for leniency. They never anticipated that their adversary would indeed grant them a chance for redemption, albeit with blood-colored lightning embedded within their dantian, their lives now resting in the whims of their captor. Speaking of which, our Tianming sect is precisely in need of servants, Yang Ming remarked meaningfully. These two, at the very least, were Shenyuan realm practitioners, dominating a region in the eastern wilderness. It would be a pity to kill them, better to utilize them to strengthen the sect. Upon hearing this, they promptly knelt. We are willing to serve as servants within the Tianming sect. They were determined to prove their worth. Now, they dared not show a hint of reluctance. Ding! System prompt. Due to the Tianming sect acquiring two Shenyuan realm servants, sect gains 500 points of heaven. The crowd exchanged glances. Shenyuan realm, serving as servants in the Tianming sect? Are you certain of your sincerity? Yang Ming inquired with an expressionless facade. Our sect has always been quite democratic. Do not feel wronged. Chapter 65 of the Guardian Array, more genuine than gold, Jin Yongsheng hastily added. As for your esteemed sect, we have long been captivated by it. Indeed, absolutely right. Chen Yong'an echoed repeatedly. At that moment, they felt that merely preserving their lives was the greatest fortune, daring not to harbor any other demands. Captivated? The crowd felt somewhat speechless. Truly, after years of navigating the realm of cultivation, these adept beings of the entry into mystery stage were more adaptable than the average person. Excellent, excellent. Yang Ming extended his hand to lift them, placing his palm reassuringly on their shoulders, saying, the Destiny Sect is still in its formative stage. Though you two are but miscellaneous disciples, you hold the status of senior veterans. Once the promotion channels are established, you will have ample opportunities to elevate your standing. To win hearts, one cannot rely solely on the intimidation of power. A balance of allure and discipline is the essence of governance. Upon hearing this, the two senior miscellaneous disciples' eyes gleamed with hope. Is the sect master truly sincere? In a world where they were but prey, compelled by the circumstances, they had no choice but to yield. Yet upon reflection, joining the Destiny Sect seemed a stroke of fortune. After all, having reached their level of cultivation, they possessed the discernment to recognize the immense potential of the Destiny Sect, which might very well evolve into a top-tier sect in the Eastern Wilderness. As long as they remained steadfastly loyal, the thunder within their dantians would not be ignited. In the future, when the Destiny Sect stands proudly in the realm of cultivation, they too may carve out a name for themselves in its annals. Would I deceive you? Yang Ming chuckled, painting a grand vision for them. In the future, the Destiny Sect would implement a merit-based reward system. Achieving third-grade merit would lead to enhanced treatment, second-grade merit would elevate one's status. Chen Yong'an, for reasons unbeknownst to him, felt a surge of anticipation. What about first-grade merit? First-grade merit is not so easily attained. Yang Ming's tone was laden with significance. I hope you do not encounter the opportunity for first-grade merit too soon. Chen Yong'an and Shen Yongsheng were taken aback. First-grade merit seemed quite elusive. These were matters for the future. Do not indulge in excessive fantasies. Yang Ming straightened his expression, speaking solemnly. Instead of fixating on what the sect can provide you, ponder more on what you can contribute to the sect. The sect master's words are indeed profound. After successfully conducting the initiation ceremony for the two, Yang Ming returned to the secret chamber of the sect's great hall. Exhaling a heavy breath, he felt an immense weight lifted off his shoulders. With the troubles from the Zhixiao sect resolved, he could finally enjoy a period of respite. However, this journey, while rewarding him with the supreme profound divine thunder, had also attracted the attention of many formidable beings. Yang Ming frowned slightly, realizing that he must swiftly break through to the entry into mystery stage and harness the power of the Guardian Array to construct the Xiantian spirit vessel, thus truly acquiring the means to contend with them. Though the troubles of the entry into mystery stage were resolved, the pressure remained. Fortunately, due to the intervention of that celestial being, those adversaries would not dare to act recklessly in the short term. Thereafter, he focused inward on his dantian. The blood-red lightning symbol hovered quietly at the center of his dantian, having formed from the fusion of three distinct types of extraordinary lightning, containing extraordinary energies. Opening the system panel, Yang Ming could see the pertinent information. Ding! System notification. Congratulations on successfully utilizing the unification secret technique to merge the supreme profound divine thunder with the thunder of judgment and the wind thunder, obtaining the exclusive divine thunder. Heavenly execution thunder, with an additional personal gain of 1,000 points. The newly birthed extraordinary lightning became his exclusive possession. It was only natural. The supreme profound divine thunder was a unique existence in the world, irreplicable, and could not produce identical types of thunder. Now that it had grown even stronger, only its creator, Yang Ming, could wield it. Heavenly execution thunder. Yang Ming tentatively communicated, what do you think of this new name? Buzz, the heavenly execution thunder within his dantian trembled slightly in a friendly response. It remained the consciousness of the supreme profound divine thunder, yet had become even more potent. In the future, the heavenly execution thunder would undoubtedly shake the heavens. Yang Ming felt a surge of joy, spending several days consolidating and refining his power to ensure there were no flaws within him, before finally emerging from his seclusion to join others in constructing the new Destiny Sect. Sect Master, the previous Guardian Array has been shattered. The new Guardian Array requires your personal decision, Chen Yongsheng said, having diligently reined in the pride of the entry into mysteries cultivators over the past few days. He had come to realize that every individual within this sect possessed extraordinary qualities. Especially Yang Ming's three disciples, though young, displayed outrageous potential. He even dared to assert that once these three revealed their brilliance, they would surely gain renown across the world. Currently, they merely lacked presence, overshadowed by the exceptional Yang Ming. I have indeed contemplated this. Yang Ming replied with a smile. To construct a sufficiently powerful Guardian Array, he had thoroughly studied the array formations recorded within the techniques practiced by his disciples. After much deliberation, he settled on a final plan. Multi-array integration. His vision was to first utilize the array formations within the divine body technique's inheritance to maximize the combat prowess of his disciples, assisting them in facing formidable foes, and then to channel a portion of their strength into himself. In simple terms, several powerful arrays would be activated simultaneously. Taking out the array-laying materials procured from the Flying Sky Merchant Association, Yang Ming devoted himself to constructing the Guardian Array, with the assistance of two entry into mysteries experts, naturally significantly shortening the time required for the layout. Thousand-Year Lily, Spirit Sunflower Liquid, Black and White Magic Feather, Wind Frenzy Water Pattern. Numerous high-grade materials were added, in quantities that were staggering, forming the core of the array. During this period, they found that the array materials were still far from sufficient, depleting the resources provided by the three entry into mysteries experts nearly entirely, and additionally spending several million spirit stones to procure more array materials, before finally achieving success. As the array was completed, various patterns of light intertwined, emanating a chilling brilliance, invoking the extraordinary. The spiritual veins below were further activated, rendering the Destiny Sect even more magnificent. Ding. System notification: congratulations on successfully laying the Guardian Array. The foundation of the Destiny Sect has been enhanced, yielding an income of 1,000 points per day. The results were remarkable. Once the Guardian Array commenced operation, the Sect's daily income skyrocketed to 1,000 points. With this array activated, any entry into Mystery's cultivator attempting to invade would be courting death. Chen Yongxing felt a shiver run down his spine. The intricacies of the Destiny Sect's Guardian Array were far too profound. Coupled with Yang Ming's cautiousness towards him, he could only follow orders without understanding the array's specific functions. Nevertheless, merely the energy fluctuations were sufficient to instill in him a sense of profound threat. This was a far cry from the past. If an entry into Mystery's cultivator were to assault the Destiny Sect at this moment, he could hardly fathom the catastrophic consequences. This truly aligns with the foundational strength that the Destiny Sect ought to possess. Yang Ming nodded in satisfaction, holding a token that granted him control over the core activation of the array. With a thought, he commanded the array to retract its elemental energy, concealing itself beneath the Destiny Sect. Thereafter, he continued to renovate some of the structures within the Destiny Sect. The timber was sourced from the Forgetting Dust Tree, and many spiritual artifacts were remelted to produce necessary ironware. Once everything was completed, filled with anticipation, he opened the long-neglected system panel to check the details. Yang Ming cultivation points 37, 920 points personal income 7, 180 points per day sect income 10, 210 points per day points required for breakthrough 2, 000 cultivation points current realm second layer of transformation techniques learned. Song Lei breathing method, unification secret technique, heavenly demon art, heavenly execution thunder dragon's roar lottery will level 1 activated effect 1 heaven's ruin and earth's scar effect 2 natural order effect 3. Emotion U qualification supreme god body realm first layer of transformation provides sect income 1,000 points per day Jiang Xiaolan qualification infinite sword body realm 10th layer of gathering chi provides sect income 370 points per day Su Yeqing qualification myriad poison evil body realm 4th layer of gathering chi provides sect income 280 points per day chapter 66 the arrival of the ancient path sect's visitors the cumulative daily earnings have soared to over 17,000 points. Excluding the additional benefits provided by the disciples' cultivation and the personal absorption of spirit stones, the breakthrough from the second to the third level of transformation essence only requires a little over 100 days. Currently, there is still more than a year until the grand competition between righteousness and evil. Yang Ming secretly calculates that even without any significant opportunities, by that time he will at least reach the 5th level of transformation essence, 3 levels broken in a year. This efficiency would be deemed incredible by any cultivator, for the path of cultivation becomes increasingly arduous. Each breakthrough often necessitates a protracted period of arduous training. In this regard, the primary issue lies in the fact that ever since he acquired the system, he has continually encountered various nuisances that seem intent on thwarting him, resulting in a perpetual state of struggle. At long last, he is finally able to catch his breath. Whoosh, just as Yang Ming harbored such thoughts, 3 cultivators descended from the clouds, piloting a small spirit vessel, making their way directly to the Destiny Sect. Yang Ming raised an eyebrow, skeptical. Is this for real? More visitors? Just as the troubles from the Zixiao sect were resolved and the protective array was established, new events emerge in quick succession? It seems utterly illogical. With a hint of doubt, Yang Ming soared into the air to greet them, inquiring about their purpose. Fellow Taoists, what brings you here? I am Li Yuan, seeking an audience with the sect master of the Destiny Sect to discuss important matters. I would appreciate your guidance, the leader stated candidly. Yang Ming replied calmly, that would be me. You? Li Yuan expressed uncertainty, scrutinizing Yang Ming from head to toe, as if he had discovered something. Without a trace of mockery, he produced a token and solemnly declared, with the righteous and evil competition imminent, since the Destiny Sect has chosen to participate, please present this token to the Ancient Path Sect 1 year hence. Receiving the token, Yang Ming nodded and affirmed, I shall attend. The upcoming competition, a pivotal battle for him, for Jiang Xiaolan, and for the entire Destiny Sect, held immense significance. His objectives had never wavered from the beginning. Within the competition, he would settle all past grievances. After the competition, the Destiny Sect would transition from obscurity to a renowned top sect. Kindly inscribe the number of participants from your sect on this scroll, so we may report back to our superiors, Li Yuan requested, producing a golden scroll and employing a spell to unfurl it before Yang Ming. Yang Ming's gaze swept across the scroll, noting that numerous sects had already affixed their signatures. The Underworld Temple, a top sect, Sect Master Haneo, first level of Void Realm, 25 participating disciples. The Windwalking Sect, a first-rate sect, Sect Master Ouyang Piapiao, second level of entry into the Profound, 18 participating disciples. The Proud Flame Sect, a first-rate sect, Sect Master Hua Zhenghai, fifth level of entry into the Profound, 76 participating disciples. At the very least, they were all first-rate. It is evident that the righteous and evil competition nearly encompasses all the significant sects of the Eastern Wilderness, even drawing together the elusive experts of the entry into the Profound realm. Moreover, what is currently visible is merely the righteous sections. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Ming did not immediately write but instead inquired, is it necessary for the sect level to be officially certified? Strictly speaking, the Destiny Sect has only existed for a few months since its establishment. Although its scale has gradually increased, it has yet to seek certification from a top sect's institution. Without certification, claiming to be first-rate or top tier is naturally not permissible. Indeed. Li Yuan nodded. I understand, Yang Ming replied with a smile, channeling his spiritual energy to accurately document his sect's circumstances on the scroll. The Destiny Sect, not yet classified. Sect Master Yang Ming, second level of transformation essence, 3 participating disciples. Friend, are you certain you wish to write it this way? Li Yuan's expression turned peculiar. This manner of writing was unlike anything he had encountered before. The disparity in both sect level and number of participating disciples was striking. That will suffice. Yang Ming responded with composure, stating matter-of-factly, currently, it is not classified, but after the righteous and evil competition, it will attain a level. I see, let us proceed with that for now. I must visit other sects, so I shall take my leave, Li Yuan said, clasping his hands in farewell, stowing away the scroll, and piloting his spirit vessel away. Senior brother, are you certain the Destiny sect isn't a joke? Given the profound implications of the righteous and evil competition, every righteous sect should be treated with respect, hence their silence during the meeting. However, the content written by the Destiny sect was indeed rather shabby. Do not be rude. Li Yuan shook his head, advising, I have traversed the cultivation world for many years and am well aware of an unspoken rule. What rule? It seems that the more eccentric and contemptible a person appears, the more they are to be avoided. Li Yuan sighed, you do not know, many ancient beings relish in masquerading as weaklings, intentionally dressing in tattered clothing to project a disheveled appearance, inviting others' scorn. And then? Then, Li Yuan chuckled, casting a meaningful glance at his 2 junior brothers, the troubles are instigated by the other party, and whatever I do afterward is merely self-defense. Upon hearing this, the 2 junior brothers standing behind him felt a shiver run down their spines. If that were the case, once killed, there would be no one to blame. The most skilled hunters often appear in the guise of prey, Li Yuan lamented. Remember this principle, and you may survive longer in the cultivation world. The 2 junior brothers nodded in agreement. I have learned much. In the ensuing days, tranquility reigned. After confirming that all sects had reported their details, Li Yuan returned to the Ancient Path sect. Entering the Grand Hall of the sect, he presented the scroll. Yuaner, you have worked hard. Li Jingfeng, the sect master of the Ancient Path sect, opened the scroll, reading as he inquired, was your journey smooth? Very smooth, Li Yuan nodded, then hesitated. However, there is no need for us to beat around the bush. Feel free to speak openly. Li Jingfeng gestured for him to be at ease. I encountered a cultivator who greatly pressured me. Li Yuan admitted candidly, his name is Yang Ming. Li Jingfeng paused, abruptly looking up, and pressed for details. Did you compete? With 10 parts of strength, if only the lightning element is used, at most it can exert 4 parts of its power. Now I understand. Li Jingfeng nodded in comprehension, offering comfort, I shall not hide this from you. A month ago, the cultivator who obtained the Taishan Divine Thunder is none other than Yang Ming. Ascending the heavenly stone steps to the summit, the boundless sea of thunder dissipates. The commotion caused by the acquisition of the Taishan Divine Thunder was too great. As one of the top cultivators who rushed to the scene, it was impossible for him not to conduct any investigation afterward. Father, will you contend for it? Li Yuan inquired, voicing his concern. Li Jingfeng countered, do you think I should? You should not. Li Yuan shook his head. Li Jingfeng appeared astonished, why not? Controlling the Taishan Divine Thunder is capable of altering the dynamics of the cultivation world, and the Ancient Path sect is a top sect in the Eastern Wilderness. If we participate in the contest, the chances of success are considerable. Thus, he had genuinely considered, with an eye toward his son's future, to overpower the weak. He obtained the Taishan Divine Thunder through his own merits while ascending the heavenly stone steps, Li Yuan asserted solemnly, therefore, even if I desire to seize the Taishan Divine Thunder, it must be through my own abilities. Good. You have spirit and ambition. Li Jingfeng praised, you truly are my son. I shall take my leave to cultivate. Go. Upon exiting the grand hall of the sect, Li Yuan gazed up at the countless stars, sighing, to be unafraid of thunder is indeed the mark of a celestial being. Whoosh. Behind him, the specter of an elderly man emerged, wearing a proud expression as he stroked his beard, saying, then let us see, is the talent of a celestial being greater, or that of a disciple nurtured by a celestial being? Thank you, Elder Lin. Chapter 67. Conversations under the moon. On this night, the moonlight flowed like water, and countless stars twinkled in the sky. Yang Ming did not immediately plunge into a state of rigorous training. Instead, he chose to relax under the moonlight, easing his emotions and cultivating his spirit. Whether mortal or cultivator, maintaining a constant state of tension would inevitably lead to significant problems. Hence, occasional moments of leisure were essential. Ding, system notification, your disciple Su Yecheng has successfully advanced to the 5th level of Qi gathering. You have earned 50 rewards and 5,000 cultivation points. The training efficiency of the 10,000 poison evil body is astonishing. Yang Ming marveled. At this rate, a year from now, all 3 of his disciples would undoubtedly ascend to the transformation realm, and with the unique advantages bestowed by their divine bodies, they would possess the capability to contend with those in the profound realm. It is essential to note that entering the profound realm represents the pinnacle of strength among first-rate sects, placing one in a position of high esteem even within the most prestigious sections. Thus, one can imagine that when the time of the righteous and demonic competition arrives, even if he does not intervene, his disciples, with their remarkable performances, would certainly astonish everyone. Glancing around to ensure no one was present, Yang Ming pondered for a moment before opening the system panel, his gaze settling on the talent section. The first talent, heavenly remnants and earthly deficiencies, transformed his disciples from waste material into prodigies. The second talent, heavenly principles and earthly justifications, allowed half of the cultivation gains acquired by his disciples to be returned to him. The third talent remained unknown, but its effects were worth anticipating. Curiously, Yang Ming clicked on the question mark third talent. Ding, system notification. The talents of the three disciples will automatically activate upon reaching the transformation realm. Given this requirement, it cannot be said that the answer will take long to reveal. Within a year, it is certain to be unveiled. Afterward, he contemplated further and again reached out to spin the lottery wheel. Currently, the daily cultivation point gains exceeded 10,000, translating to at least 170 draws each day. What does this imply, even with a meager 0.5 chance of obtaining gold? A few hundred draws could yield results. To learn high-tier spells, he must rely on the lottery. Yang Ming rubbed his hands together, filled with excitement. No matter what, today must yield gold. Last time, his final 10 draws awarded him the powerful lightning dragon roar, which was merely a silver reward. Surely, gold would be even better. As the saying goes, hesitation leads to defeat, decisiveness brings rewards. There is nothing more to say, let's do it. 10 draws at a time. With determination, Yang Ming struck the lottery button vigorously, setting the wheel spinning rapidly. A kaleidoscope of colors flashed before his eyes, and moments later, the rewards were determined. A bounty of satiety pills and tranquil sleep pills, along with purple second-tier building materials, starlight wood. A classic 9 greens and 1 purple. Fearful of giving too much. Continuing onward, Yang Ming did not expect to obtain gold immediately. The second and third draws resulted in nothing noteworthy. It was not until the fourth draw, when silver light flickered, that the lottery wheel, overwhelmed by repeated strikes, finally erupted with his precious reward. Ding, system notification. Congratulations, you have received the silver reward. The third-tier thunder shield, a third-tier defensive spell, is quite commendable. Yang Ming was very pleased. He realized that his means of confrontation were still somewhat lacking. Although spells should be few yet refined, he indeed had weaknesses in defense. Just as he contemplated following up on his success, the sound of footsteps reached his ears. Yang Ming discreetly retracted the lottery wheel, which only he could see, and turned with a smile to inquire, Sister Ling, why are you still awake at this late hour? Ling Xian approached slowly, clad in a pristine white dress, her figure graceful, long hair cascading over her shoulder. Her fair skin glowed under the moonlight, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Cough, cough, she appeared slightly embarrassed, clearing her throat twice, her violet eyes sparkling, and asked, am I interrupting you? Why have you suddenly become so distant? Yang Ming chuckled softly. Or perhaps, after spending countless long nights with the one who once held you beneath him, you find it somewhat unsettling to be together again. You're the one who's been distant, Ling Xian huffed, stamping her foot in irritation, wishing she could deliver a couple of punches, yet inexplicably feeling relieved by his words, she decided to speak candidly. You haven't forgotten our previous agreement, have you? To be honest, she was somewhat anxious. At this moment, the legendary Tai Xian Divine Thunder was in Yang Ming's possession, and the predicament he faced had been effortlessly resolved. Whether or not he would assist the White Tiger clan now lay entirely within his discretion. Given this, would he choose to add more trouble when he could simply avoid it? What kind of person do you think I am? Yang Ming cast a penetrating glance at the girl beside him. The maiden from the White Tiger clan possessed an ethereal beauty, as delicate as a blooming Tianshan snow lotus, exquisitely natural and breathtakingly beautiful. With her looks, she would undoubtedly attract the attention of ravenous wolves in the outside world, making it no surprise that the fiery Chao Yang would take advantage of Yang Ming's intrusion into the endless thunder sea, lust clouding his judgment as he sought to claim her. Let me think. Ling Xian seemed to come alive with energy, extending her slender, jade-like fingers to count off. Audacious, deeply scheming, profit-driven, cunning and treacherous. You need not try to flatter me with euphemisms. Yang Ming chuckled, bemused, knowing she was being deliberately provocative. Once I possess sufficient strength, I will come to rescue the White Tiger clan. The White Tiger is one of the 4 divine beasts, possessing formidable strength, yet even it had fallen to the combined forces of the Ghost clan and the Sea clan. Currently, he still had some distance to cover to reach that level. Are you not deceiving me? Ling Xian fixed her gaze upon his eyes. Yang Ming teased, does Yang Ji's promise seem so cheap in your eyes, Sister Ling? Humph, sweet talk will fool no one, Ling Xian retorted with a light snort, enveloped in a fragrant breeze as she turned to leave. After taking a few steps, she paused once more. Is there something else? Yang Ming remained patient, or do you require my oath to feel at ease? Ling Xian, indeed, was his benefactor. Without her guidance, he could not have acquired the unification secret technique and the Tai Xian Divine Thunder in such a short period. Consequently, dealing with Qin Wenyuan would become even more challenging, making it impossible for him to contend against him. Thus, he would never engage in the treacherous act of burning bridges. Ling Xian did not turn back, facing away from Yang Ming as she added, although you are audacious, deeply scheming, profit-driven, cunning and treacherous, you are still a good person. With that, she left with a light and cheerful step, her spirits lifted. Girl, do not let sweet words deceive you, Yang Ming cautioned. Mind your own business. Watching Ling Xian return to rest, Yang Ming reopened the lottery wheel and took action once more. After a continuous 100 draws, nothing noteworthy occurred, yielding only 3 pieces of third-tier building materials as silver items. Still no gold. Yang Ming frowned, his method of drawing becoming increasingly impatient until the 231st draw. Whoosh, golden light shimmered, exceptionally dazzling. Finally, something emerged. Yang Ming's spirit soared as he hurriedly checked the details. Ding, system notification. Congratulations, you have successfully obtained a golden reward. Chapter 68, Turmoil from the outside world. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully obtained the golden reward. Blue carefree pill, personal permanent gain of 200 points. The anticipation in Yang Ming's heart dissipated in an instant. Indeed, if his luck were so extraordinary that he received unique golden item rewards each time, it would be almost too good to be true. At the very least, the non-pharmaceutical items he had already drawn would not repeat. Undeterred, Yang Ming resolved to attempt several hundred more draws. However, just as he was about to click for another 10 consecutive draws, a system message suddenly appeared before him. Ding, system notification, your cumulative gains and the number of draws have met the requirements. The lottery can be upgraded. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Note, after the upgrade, the required cultivation points for drawing and the level of item rewards will be correspondingly enhanced. Absolutely, Yang Ming unhesitatingly selected to agree. To be frank, the current lucky will did not present many treasures that stirred his heart, hence, taking advantage of his ample cultivation points, he contemplated emptying the prize pool in one go. Since the lottery could be enhanced, it was only natural to pursue better treasures. Whoosh, as Yang Ming confirmed his choice, the lottery before him immediately radiated a brilliant glow, with numerous items added, and each level's rewards also received corresponding enhancements. Filled with curiosity, Yang Ming opened the preview to examine the full list of golden rewards: 8-tier sky opening spell Destruction Thunder, Advanced Exotic Thunder 7-tier Dragon Bone. Goodness, even though Yang Ming had mentally prepared himself, he was nearly left speechless. 8-tier sky opening spell, that was a technique no one in the entire cultivation realm could possess. Once revealed, the top cultivators of Central Continent would vie for it fiercely, risking injury in the process. Moreover, the Destruction Thunder, Dragon Bone, and others were all rare treasures, utterly tantalizing. I will surely draw all of you eventually. Yang Ming's heart surged with excitement as he glanced at the cultivation points required for the lottery. One draw costs 1,000 points, while 10 consecutive draws cost 9,500 points. Exorbitant. Given his current resources, 20 draws would deplete all the cultivation points he accumulated daily. However, the advantages of upgrading the wheel were substantial, and Yang Ming keenly noticed that the guaranteed orange reward for the first draw had reset. He took a deep breath and clicked for 10 consecutive draws. 1 gold and 3 purples. The 3 purples were still construction materials, used to improve the environment of the Destiny Sect and enhance its income. Not a loss. As for the 1 gold, it was, as expected, a reward predetermined by the system, ensuring that one could not easily obtain the most desirable items. Ding, system notification, congratulations, you have successfully obtained the golden reward, 6-tier cleansing pill. 6-tier cleansing pill enhances innate aptitude and can be consumed repeatedly. To think that a top-tier reward from the first level lottery would be considered merely average among second-tier rewards. Yang Ming mused, as a thought crossed his mind. He retrieved a resplendent golden pill from his storage bag, the rich fragrance of the medicine wafting through the air, refreshing and invigorating. Cleansing pill. The initial activation of the lucky will had already granted him this highly coveted elixir. Rising, he made his way to the secret chamber behind the main hall of the sect, where he swallowed the cleansing pill and promptly activated the thunder breathing technique, swiftly absorbing the medicinal effects to avoid waste. After a short while, Yang Ming felt as though his dantian was ablaze, his entire body akin to a furnace, intensely hot and uncomfortable, his internal organs quivering, and his bones cracking ominously. The process of refining and purifying was far from easy. Yang Ming furrowed his brow, silently enduring the torment akin to ants crawling and biting at his body, meticulously absorbing the effects of the pill without daring to waste a single fragment. Approximately 10 minutes later, his body expelled black impurities. Even the drawbacks left behind from utilizing the celestial demon technique to push his physical limits were entirely eradicated. 2 hours later, the cleansing pill was completely digested. Ding, system notification, your innate aptitude has improved. Progress towards aptitude advancement, 333, exhaling a breath of impure air. Yang Ming comprehended the system's message. After 3 cleansing pills, my aptitude will elevate to a new tier. To be honest, he himself was uncertain of his current aptitude level, but based on the information at hand, it seemed he could still continue to grow, whether it be divine body or beyond divine body. He would soon ascertain the answer after 3 cleansing pills. Meanwhile, across the eastern wilds, word of Yang Ming's conquest of the Taishan Divine Thunder spread rapidly, fueled by the machinations of those with ulterior motives, igniting discussions among countless cultivators. Wasn't Yang Ming wreaking havoc in a remote corner of the eastern wild, annihilating dozens of third-rate demonic sects? How could he have earned the recognition of the Taishan Divine Thunder? Such profound fortune, in the righteous versus evil competition, the Destiny Sect appeared to participate as a righteous sect rather than a demonic one. The Taishan Divine Thunder favored the virtuous. The commotion caused at the Ascension Square nearly catapulted Yang Ming from obscurity to a highly sought-after figure. The previous bounty of 1 million spirit stones had soared to a staggering sum exceeding 100 million. The identity of the one posting the bounty remained unknown, but it was evident that such a generous offer could only come from a top-tier sect. Within the Hauran sect, Ma Shanha, who had been preparing for the righteous versus evil competition, was left bewildered upon learning the details from his master, Lin Wenyuan. In less than a year, from a mere 8th-tier mortal realm cultivator to a demonic cultivator with a bounty exceeding 100 million, Ma Shanha's expression darkened, incredulous. This is utterly preposterous. He had merely undergone a period of closed-door cultivation. Before his retreat, Yang Ming was an ant he could crush at will, easily dispatched, yet after his seclusion, he had transformed from an ant into a fierce tiger, rising with formidable strength. How could one accept such a drastic change? Had he known this would happen, he should have acted decisively to eliminate Yang Ming beforehand, perhaps seizing his opportunities for himself. Now, the one destined to claim the Taishan Divine Thunder might very well be him. At this juncture, Lin Wenyun remarked calmly, suggesting that there was no need to panic. Ma Shanha, perplexed, inquired, what do you mean by that? In the righteous versus evil competition, Yang Ming is bound to participate. Lin Wenyun asserted confidently. Given that, do you believe that possessing the Taishan Divine Thunder without a solid backing will allow him to walk out of the venue alive? After a moment of contemplation, Ma Shan has suddenly grasped the implication. All the top-tier sects would not let Yang Ming slip away, even if he surrendered the Taishan Divine Thunder. Those void-refining cultivators would surely attempt to soul-search him, seeking to uncover all his secrets. Soul-searching, a technique dreaded within the cultivation world. Those subjected to soul-searching often suffer severe brain damage, leading to significant drops in cultivation or even death. The reason behind Yang Ming's ability to subdue the Taishan Divine Thunder would not escape the notice of those ancient beings. No matter how he explained himself, he would still be unable to evade the fate of soul-searching. In other words, once he stepped into the competition venue, Yang Ming's life would enter a countdown, rendering it impossible for him to leave alive. Precisely, Lin Wenyun chuckled, stroking his beard. Furthermore, he is merely at the transformation origin stage, while your cultivation is significantly higher. If you can swiftly eliminate him during the righteous versus evil competition, perhaps the Taishan Divine Thunder will belong to the Haoran sect. Ma Shanha's eyes gleamed with greed, his mind racing. Yang Ming, oh Yang Ming, since I wish for your demise and yet you refuse to perish, you must ensure you live well, until I can personally strike you down. However, returning to the matter at hand, your junior brother Chen Quan's life token remains intact. He should still be alive. Lin Wenyun mused, perplexed. Where has Yang Ming been wandering off to? Chapter 69. The third gift. Time flows swiftly under the watchful eyes of countless cultivators. Nearly a year has passed in a blink, and Yang Ming has unexpectedly found himself with some rare leisure. The reasons for this are quite simple. Firstly, the Destiny Sect has gradually expanded, and the concealment formations have been improved multiple times. Now, it is exceedingly rare for any cultivator to locate the whereabouts of the Destiny Sect amidst the mountains. Secondly, the top sects have yet to finalize their plans to ensnare their targets, and other loose cultivators dare not act rashly. Those who wield the profound Xian Divine Thunder must weigh carefully whether they can triumph over Yang Ming in combat, especially if they are below the Xian realm. Furthermore, the righteous and evil competition is of great significance, and the day of its commencement is fast approaching, drawing the attention of many powerful figures. This year of tranquility, though invaluable, seems only fitting to Yang Ming. After all, who could be perpetually darting about, without a moment to catch their breath? For cultivators with long lifespans, it is more appropriate for years to pass in the blink of an eye, rather than being preoccupied with trivial matters daily. However, this year of silence has also consumed a substantial amount of resources. Establishing the protective formation for the sect has utilized millions of spirit stones, and the subsequent provision of resources for the disciples' cultivation has drained the spirit stones Yang Ming had accumulated to a significant extent. In fact, during the final stretch, 2 servants were required to leverage their profound cultivation to seek profits, just to meet the daily expenses. Of course, the benefits accrued during this year of calm have been astonishing. Yang Ming's cultivation level has surged from the second layer of the transformation origin realm, directly crossing several levels to reach the 6th layer, far surpassing expectations. This is entirely reasonable, as the disciples' cultivation has been steadily increasing, along with the sect's growing benefits, including breakthroughs in their training, which have collectively brought forth a wealth of cultivation points. Master, on this day, at Yang Ming's summons, the 3 disciples, Mo Xingyu, Jiang Xiaolan, and Su Yeqing, gathered together. Due to Mo Xingyu's reticence, Jiang Xiaolan spoke first. Did you call for us? A year ago, by a stroke of fortune, I learned of the time-secret realm of the Yin Yang sect. This secret realm can provide you with immense benefits, so I plan to take you to experience it, Yang Ming stated succinctly. The time-secret realm of the Yin Yang sect serves as a prelude to the righteous and evil competition. All the prodigies participating will undoubtedly gain substantial advantages from the secret realm, allowing them to achieve higher rankings and accomplishments in the competition. Given this, how could he let such an opportunity slip by? Everything is at the discretion of our master. The 3 disciples did not hesitate and readily agreed. For them, without their master, they could scarcely imagine where they might be. They would endure any hardship, even traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire, without a hint of complaint. Moreover, they understood that their master acted with integrity and was fiercely protective, never intending to harm them. Then let us set forth immediately. Yang Ming nodded in satisfaction. It is indeed necessary to allow the disciples to gain experience and temper themselves. He harbored great expectations for the future of these 3 divine body disciples. Only through careful nurturing could they become the foremost prodigies of the Xinyuan continent. Subsequently, Yang Ming led them to the Yin Yang sect, leaving the Xian Shadow Beast to guard the premises. Ling Xian, hailing from the White Tiger clan, had fallen into a deep slumber following their last conversation, remaining unresponsive for several months. Yang Ming was not particularly surprised by this. While others needed to cultivate to grow stronger, Ling Xian already possessed formidable power. Her apparent manifestation of strength at the transformation origin realm was merely a consequence of her severe injuries. What she needed most was not cultivation, but recuperation. Beneath the swirling clouds of the sky, riding on flying swords, Yang Ming led the 3 disciples behind him, who dared not overstep their bounds. Brother, Mo Xingyu suddenly spoke up curiously. Yang Ming inquired, what is it? Where are we going? Mo Xingyu asked, belatedly realizing her lack of awareness. I could have sworn I just mentioned it, Yang Ming replied patiently. We are headed to the Yin Yang sect to participate in the trial of the time-secret realm. Mo Xingyu wiped her nose with her sleeve, grinning foolishly. I knew that all along. If you knew, then why did you ask? Yang Ming, not taking offense, sought to delve deeper, wondering if Xingyu had any concerns. I don't want to go. Mo Xingyu shook her head, then paused to add, but if brother is going, then Xingyu will follow. Then tell me, what is the reason you don't want to go? Yang Ming did not dismiss her reluctance lightly. He earnestly inquired, using simple language to express his sincerity that if you truly do not wish to go, I will not force you. His disciples each possessed their own uniqueness and flaws. Yang Ming understood well that they trusted him immensely, yet on the path of growth, he could not overlook their own wishes, nor could he compel them to follow the path he envisioned. It is not fun, Mo Xingyu stated plainly. I want to play eagles catching chicks. Yang Ming was taken aback for a moment, but then he understood her thoughts and responded, there are still a few days before the time secret realm opens. Let us go to the mortal realm and have a good time. With that, he turned to Jiang Xiaolan and Su Yeqing. Do you want to join us? Absolutely. They exclaimed in unison, excitement brimming, even more so than when they heard they would be going to the time secret realm. After enduring the rigors of cultivation within the sect, it seems the two of you have truly been cooped up. Yang Ming chuckled, you need not be overly restrained around me. Feel free to express your thoughts like Xingyu does. We are master and disciples, after all, and we are family. If you have needs, learn to communicate them. Do not always expect your master to guess. Suddenly, he realized something. Ultimately, his three disciples were merely 10 years old, the age when one's desire to play is at its peak. Jiang Xiaolan and Su Yeqing nodded vigorously. With the destination temporarily altered, Yang Ming led the three disciples to the bustling city of Chang'an in the mortal realm, casting a veil of illusion to avoid drawing attention, and then they freely indulged in the pleasures of mortal life. Strolling through the throngs of the bustling streets, Yang Ming felt a sense of nostalgia wash over him. It had been a long time since he experienced such liveliness and the warmth of human life. Master, while Mo Xingyu and Jiang Xiaolan wandered about, Su Yeqing seized the opportunity to speak. A disciple cough. There is something I do not understand. His emotions appeared to surge, prompting him to cough involuntarily. You are usually reticent, making it rare for you to seek clarification from me, Yang Ming remarked half-jokingly, but feel free to ask. Do not harbor any reservations. Even if you were to inquire why one grows hair below, I would answer truthfully, it's a normal phenomenon, and more will grow later, and they will be curly. Cough cough. Su Yeqing could not help but cough again, this time intentionally to alleviate the awkwardness, whispering, I am already aware of that. In the future, the hair down there will also become visible, and that is a normal occurrence. Not that. Su Yeqing nearly became flustered, taking a deep breath to calm himself before expressing his confusion. What I do not understand is, what is the purpose of my cultivation? Ah, I see. Yang Ming chuckled lightly. Are you feeling lost regarding your future goals? Indeed, Su Yeqing nodded earnestly, confessing, I know that cultivation can extend one's lifespan, but cultivators also expend more time gathering resources and enduring arduous training. Moreover, the world of cultivation is rife with deceit and peril, where one may be bullied by stronger adversaries at any moment, rendering life less than joyous. You might think that cultivators lead lives that are less carefree than those of mortals. Yang Ming succinctly summarized. You believe that, in fact, cultivators have it harder than mortals. I understand that the lives of mortals are regarded as trivial as ants in the eyes of cultivators, their status far below comparison. Su Yeqing expressed his views. I simply do not comprehend what my cultivation goal should be. Eternal life, invincibility, and so forth seem too abstract and illusory. He recognized that due to the miracles bestowed by his master, he had become exceptionally gifted. Yet, even with a divine body, such individuals are exceedingly rare, and he had never heard of anyone truly achieving eternal life or immortality. I cannot impose my thoughts upon you. These are matters for you to ponder yourself. However, I can share some personal insights, Yang Ming said, raising his hand to gesture towards the bustling street. Yeqing, do you consider what you see before you to be the mundane existence of mortals? Upon hearing this, Su Yeqing paused for a moment before nodding. Incorrect. Yang Ming shook his head, patiently elaborating, the people of the mortal realm strive diligently to live, they must constantly think of ways to earn money and improve their lives. Only a select few can live relatively carefree lives, and those are often individuals of high rank and power. What you perceive is merely a fragment of reality. The masses who live in dire straits are not privy to such splendor. They toil in unseen corners, laboring for tomorrow. Su Yeqing remained silent, deep in thought. After a long while, a flicker of insight seemed to spark in his mind, as if he had grasped a thread of understanding. Are you suggesting that the cultivation world is not much different from the mundane realm, that all beings suffer, and only a few are able to live easily? You are indeed teachable. Yang Ming regarded him with an appreciative gaze and continued, in the cultivation world, your initial identity was as a lowly alchemy apprentice. This humble status allowed you to witness much of the darkness and cruelty within the cultivation realm, yet that does not imply that the mortal realm is any different. It is humans who are complex, not society itself. Must the lives of the majority always be filled with suffering? Su Yeqing's expression grew intricate. Not at all, Yang Ming gently guided. This world resembles a game, but the rules of the game have already been set by others. You live within the parameters established by others. Both suffering and joy do not solely depend on the individual but also on the rulemakers. Unless you stand atop the peak, you can only attempt to change your circumstances, and that is all. Su Yeqing appeared contemplative. He felt as though his master's words had struck him like a bolt from the blue, leading him to a vague understanding of the path he should take in the future. Growth is painful. There is no such thing as attaining the ultimate truth in life, Yang Ming said profoundly. What I can tell you is this, even if the road ahead is shrouded in uncertainty and you cannot find your direction, as long as you take a step forward, you will be closer to happiness than if you remain stagnant. Boom! Su Yeqing felt his mind tremble violently. His master's words resonated like thunder, shattering the chaos within his consciousness. Your master can only impart this much, the rest you must gradually comprehend on your own. Yang Ming stepped forward, beckoning, do not keep your sister waiting too long, hurry along, when it's time to play, one must enjoy it to the fullest. Su Yeqing felt warmth fill his heart as he bowed deeply, saying, Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Forgive this disciple's dullness. Only today have I begun to grasp something. Boom, a wave of energy radiated outward from him, sweeping across the surrounding stud. He had long since touched upon the threshold of the transformation origin realm, yet had been unable to break through for months. Now, guided by his master, he finally achieved his breakthrough. Ding, system notification, all 3 of your disciples have ascended to the transformation origin realm, unlocking the 3rd gift, chapter 70 of fortune telling. Ding, the system notification chimed. As all 3 of your disciples have successfully advanced to the transformation origin realm, the 3rd innate talent has been unlocked. Yang Ming, to think that assistance for my disciples' breakthroughs would manifest in such a manner? It appears the nutritional value of this proverbial chicken soup is indeed commendable. Subsequently, Yang Ming guided Su Yeqing, who had successfully solidified her transformation origin avatar, to join Mo Xingyu and Jiang Xiaolan. The quartet of master and disciples indulged in a leisurely stroll along the streets of Chang'an, reveling in the delights of culinary experiences. For the common folk, sustenance is paramount. The myriad of culinary delights available is plentiful. Even cultivators, who can feast on the wind and drink the dew, find their appetites stirred by the enticing aromas and flavors of exquisite dishes. During their escapades of feasting and merrymaking, Yang Ming seized a moment of leisure to access the system panel for a brief assessment. Yang Ming cultivation points 559, 820 personal gains 7, 180 points day sect gains 20, 210 points day points required for breakthrough 600, 000 current realm 6th level of transformation origin techniques acquired heavenly punishment divine thunder, celestial thunder breathing technique, heavenly demon art, thunder dragon roar, thunder elemental shield 1st level of lottery wheel. Activated effect 1 Heaven's Ruin and Earth's Deficiency effect 2 Heaven's Justice effect 3 Astronomy and Geography Mo Xingyu qualification Absolute Heavenly Body Realm 4th level of Transformation Origin contributes to Sect gains 4, 000 points day Jiang Xiaolan qualification. Limitless Sword Body Realm 2nd level of Transformation Origin contributes to Sect gains 2, 000 points day Su Yeqing qualification 10,000 Poisons Evil Body Realm 1st level of Transformation Origin contributes to Sect gains 1,000 points day. The results of the past year are quite extraordinary. The most remarkable aspect is the Sect's earnings, which have nearly doubled compared to before. This can be attributed to 2 primary reasons. First, the building materials exchanged through the lottery have been utilized for Sect construction, yielding positive feedback. Second, the disciples' advancement to the transformation origin realm has exponentially increased the Sect's contributions. Particularly, Mo Xingyu's realm has ascended at an astonishing pace, reaching the 4th level of transformation origin in the blink of an eye. Does the superiority of Xingyu's absolute heavenly body truly surpass that of the limitless sword body and the 10,000 poisons evil body to such an extent? Yang Ming could not help but ponder. Previously, he had anticipated that before the grand competition between good and evil, he would at most break through to the 5th level of transformation origin. However, his eldest disciple surged from the 1st level to the 4th level, providing a staggering 4.5 million cultivation points and overwhelming contribution. Yet, this query will be challenging to resolve in the short term, as the disparities among divine bodies cannot be tested, and references to the absolute heavenly body remain elusive in ancient texts. After briefly surveying the system panel, Yang Ming's attention swiftly shifted to the newly unlocked 3rd talent. The surprises brought forth by the first 2 talents were immensely gratifying. He sincerely hoped the 3rd would not disappoint him. With eager anticipation, he reached out to click on the details, revealing the specific content. Effect 3 Astronomy and Geography. Each time a disciple breaks through, 1 random spell they have learned will increase by 1 tier. The higher the spell tier, the lower the probability of selection. Hiss, Yang Ming couldn't help but inhale sharply, astonished by the talent's effect. A random increase in the tier of a learned spell. If this is indeed the case, once his disciple's cultivation reaches a certain pinnacle, the repeated enhancements may render him devoid of low-tier spells. The only lament is that the lower probability will likely result in the selection of weaker techniques such as lightning summons and lightning flickers in the early stages. Initially, it may rely on luck, but later, regardless of which spell is enhanced, it will serve as a boon. If only he could swiftly extract the open sky spell from the 2nd-tier lucky wheel, and then coincidentally have it selected by Astronomy and Geography. Yang Ming's mind raced at the thought. 9th-tier spell, open sky. With such a strike, wouldn't the heavens and earth tremble, and the cries of spirits echo? Master. Jiang Xiaolan's call snapped Yang Ming back to reality. Have you thought of something delightful? Indeed. Yang Ming nodded, then solemnly jested, to prevent any feelings of resentment among you, I must clarify that my encouragement of your cultivation is not for my own benefit. Truly, I have not gained a single advantage. Your disciples shall remember. Their master could have chosen not to expend effort in nurturing them, yet he continuously provided resources and guidance, thereby demonstrating his selflessness. Brother! Mo Xingyu pointed ahead, I wish to try that. Oh? Yang Ming turned in the direction she indicated, feeling taken aback. Not far down the street, a slender, youthful Taoist clad in a robe was engaged in fortune-telling, a sign hanging behind him proclaiming his knowledge of both astronomy and geography. Fortune-telling, if one were to treat it as a form of entertainment, perhaps it is not entirely unfeasible. Taking Mo Xingyu's hand, Yang Ming did not decline. Since you wish to play, let us go take a look. At that very moment, a young Taoist sporting a handlebar mustache was reading the palm of a woman while simultaneously calculating something with his fingers. Dear lady, your fate is rather unfortunate. The young Taoist shook his head with a sigh, a look of deep regret on his face. Your temperament tends to be a bit irritable, does it not? Feigning mystique over matters evident to the naked eye, does one truly require divination for such things? The woman, robust and seemingly formidable, replied impatiently, "You better come up with something useful, or I shall smash your sign." Initially, she held a glimmer of hope for her fortune, but upon hearing that her fate was unfavorable, her mood soured. Such charlatan should at least utter a few pleasant words in exchange for her coin. "Look at you, so impatient." The young Taoist remained unperturbed, his tone resigned. "If you insist on hearing the truth, let me say this. Due to your fiery nature, you may very well be deeply hurt by a man this year. You vile Taoist." The woman nearly laughed in anger. "Having proclaimed my fate to be poor, you now attempt to curse my romantic prospects instead. Who would believe such nonsense? Go deceive someone else." With that, she retrieved the coin she had placed aside, fuming as she turned to leave. Bang! After taking just 2 steps, she collided violently with a girl of about 10 years old, stumbling back as if hitting a solid wall. "Watch where you're going," the woman scolded, her frustration boiling over. "If you're useless, then just go away." "I'm sorry." Mo Xingyu offered an apology. Yang Ming shook his head. "Xingyu, it is not your fault, so there is no need for an apology. Just because someone is fierce and loud does not mean they are in the right." They had merely been standing there, and the woman had turned without a glance, colliding directly with them. Clearly, the fault lay with her. "Is this how you teach your child?" The woman, as if provoked by Yang Ming's words, escalated her vitriol, eager to draw the attention of those around them. "At such a young age, and with a daughter this big, you must be an uncouth wildling as— If you dare to lay a hand on me, the authorities will have you arrested immediately." Slap! Yang Ming, tired of the banter, struck decisively, sending her flying with a forceful blow. Chapter 71 The Deadly Calamity. After enduring a slap from a transformation cultivator, the young woman tilted her head and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Alas, the fortune teller sighed deeply. He had nearly made it clear that her volatile temperament would lead her to suffer greatly at the hands of men. Unfortunately, she chose not to believe him and even took back all the fees for his services. At this point, there was little more he could say. "Master Dao, could you please read a fortune for my disciple?" Yang Ming requested, gently wiping the dripping mucus from Mo Xingyu's face as he seated her in a chair, placing a banknote before the fortune teller with utmost courtesy. He had overheard the earlier exchange between the fortune teller and the woman and sensed that the man possessed some genuine skills. Of course, the fortune teller's face lit up with a smile as he accepted the banknote. He then cleared his throat and inquired, "Little sister, what would you like to know?" "What do you mean by that?" Mo Xingyu replied, confused. The fortune teller chuckled and explained, "In life, many events occur, each with its own fortune or misfortune. When we break these down further, we come to matters of romance, career, wealth, and so forth. What specifically do you wish to inquire about? I don't understand what you're saying. I just want to know when I can become smarter." Mo Xingyu blinked innocently upon hearing this. Yang Ming's expression turned slightly peculiar. This girl, despite her questionable comprehension, sometimes struck him as not entirely foolish. At the very least, she recognized her own lack of intelligence, while true fools often remain oblivious to their own folly. "When will I become smarter? Do you mean to ask about your future self?" the fortune teller pondered, retrieving a divination plate. Her birth date and time. Yang Ming swiftly provided the necessary details. "How strange," the fortune teller furrowed his brow. "Born at this particular time, she is fated to encounter calamity and live a life filled with hardships." He had only spoken halfway when he cast a glance at Yang Ming and quickly fell silent. The implications of his words were far harsher than those he had uttered to the earlier woman, likely provoking her wrath. Perhaps he should reconsider his calculations. He then scrutinized Mo Xingyu's palm, asking numerous detailed questions. "You wish to know when you will become smarter?" Mo Xingyu nodded eagerly, her anticipation palpable. "Very well, I shall disregard your past and focus solely on your future." The fortune teller raised his hand toward the divination plate. With a cacophony of sounds, the plate filled with intricate characters, rapidly selecting and deducing the girl as future under his guidance. Observing this, Yang Ming remained silent, attentively watching every move without interruption. From the outset, he sensed that this fortune teller, while appearing to be an ordinary man, was far from commonplace. As the fortune teller closed his eyes to calculate, a grave expression took hold of his face. The fate of this girl intrigued him, compelling him to employ his true skills. 3 minutes later, he arrived at a conclusion, and a vivid image materialized in his mind's eye. A stunning silver-haired maiden stood before him, her eyes like shimmering water, her waist slender as a willow, appearing as a goddess descended to earth, yet her face bore no trace of emotion. Suddenly, the fortune teller coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling considerably as panic filled his gaze, fixed on the seated Mo Xingyu, disbelief etched across his features, devoid of the calmness he had previously exhibited. Frantically, he waved his hand, exclaiming, "By the heavens, I shall not calculate this fate." With that, he retrieved the banknote from his robe and slammed it onto the table, indicating for Yang Ming to take it back. Yang Ming's lips twitched in bemusement, left speechless. This was the first time he had witnessed a fortune teller spitting blood from delivering a reading. "Why?" Mo Xingyu asked, her face a mask of disappointment, her spirit sagging. "Little sister, heed my advice. It is better to be a small fool than to be a great wise person." The fortune teller counseled. "Many things in life are serendipitous. What one desperately seeks often eludes them, while the unanticipated may come to pass." "I don't understand." Mo Xingyu shook her head vigorously and bowed to him, saying, "But thank you nonetheless." "Not at all." The fortune teller forced a smile, his gaze towards Mo Xingyu shifting, now tinged with a hint of wariness. "Let us depart." Yang Ming took Mo Xingyu's hand, preparing to leave. The fortune teller's shock from divining his disciple's future might not be entirely negative, perhaps it was the overwhelming power she would one day wield that left him in awe. "Hold on, young hero," the fortune teller interjected, standing to clasp his fists in a formal greeting. "I am Li Wui, may I inquire your esteemed name?" The girl's future was beyond his foresight, and the identity of the young man accompanying her seemed equally enigmatic. Yang Ming returned the gesture. "There is no need for formality, I am Yang Ming. So you are the renowned leader of the Destiny Sect, whose name has echoed through the halls for the past 2 years. "It is a pleasure to finally meet you," Li Wui exclaimed, a deep gaze directed at Yang Ming. "Since we met, perhaps I could read your fortune as well." To be honest, after the earlier incident, his curiosity about the futures of this master and disciple duo had become insatiable. "Very well," Yang Ming did not decline, returning to the stall to provide his birth details. Li Wui adopted a serious demeanor, activating the divination plate once more to peer into the possible futures awaiting Yang Ming, careful not to delve too far ahead to avoid further backlash. After an exhaustive 10 minutes, he ceased his calculations, his gaze flickering as if he were wrestling with his words. "There is no need for you to hold back, Master Dao." Yang Ming poured him a cup of tea. Seeing this, Li Wui took a sip and candidly replied, "You have a calamity in your future." "What calamity?" Yang Ming inquired. "A deadly calamity." The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Yang Ming remained silent, contemplating. Typically, he would dismiss such words from an ordinary fortune teller, but there was something distinctly atypical about this man, making it hard for him to dismiss the warning as mere alarmism. "You must not curse my brother," Mo Xingyu interjected, her eyes narrowing with displeasure. Li Wui sighed in resignation. "Little sister, I am not cursing your brother, I am merely stating the truth." "Do not speak the truth," Mo Xingyu glared at him. "Xingyu, do not be foolish." Yang Ming offered her a skewer of candied hawthorn, adding, "Why don't you go play with your junior disciples for a while? I need to discuss a few things with him." "Okay." Mo Xingyu complied obediently. Once the disciples had departed, Yang Ming's demeanor turned serious as he addressed Li Wui directly. "Daoist friend, are you serious? The future is not set in stone. Your thoughts and actions can alter the trajectory of your fate. I merely perceive one of the possible outcomes." Li Wui responded calmly. "Are you certain it is an unavoidable death calamity?" Yang Ming pressed. "There may be a way to avert it." Li Wui shook his head, "But I am unable to assist you in breaking it, which is why I returned your money." Yang Ming produced the banknote once more, pressing it into Li Wui's hands. "Now you must accept it." Li Wui, "Daoist friend Yang, please do not do this. It is not easy for me to make a living." Li Wui's expression turned pained. "Are you truly unable to help?" Yang Ming queried. "Powerless." "Very well." Yang Ming relented, shifting his approach. "But if you insist on reading my fate only to tell me that I am doomed to die without hope of redemption, it's hard for me not to suspect you of deliberately playing with my mind." This left Li Wui momentarily speechless. Yang Ming's argument held merit. "Daoistly, I will not make things difficult for you. Please simply tell me, what is the cause of my death?" Yang Ming found it difficult to ignore the reason behind the alleged death calamity. Of course, he remained cautious, aware that the future was not predetermined. If Li Wui spoke half-truths with ulterior motives, the more he fixated on it, the more susceptible he might become. Upon hearing this, Li Wui's expression fluctuated, his countenance shifting between light and dark. After a lengthy pause, he gritted his teeth and replied, "Then I shall not hide it from you. You will die because Chapter 72 The fate of Yang Ming. I shall not conceal the truth from you any longer. You are destined to perish due to a siege." Li Wui endeavored to be succinct, compressing the information to its essence to avoid divulging too much celestial secrets, which could lead to his own misfortune. Siege, a tremor coursed through Yang Ming's heart. He had never contemplated such a demise. "I cannot disclose further specifics, but I can impart these tidings." Li Wui cautioned. "My business awaits." He gestured toward the customer standing behind Yang Ming. "Farewell." Yang Ming rose to depart. This fortune-telling sage, possessing an extraordinary background, bore no ill intent and had provided an answer, thus, there was no need for him to create unnecessary difficulties. Furthermore, the future is shrouded in uncertainty, with countless paths leading ahead. The sage merely glimpsed one, and from the moment he uttered it, the future had already begun to shift. If nothing transpires, it would only serve to invite needless worry. Travel safely, may fate bring us together again. As he watched the young man leave, Li Wui felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. He then turned to the next customer with a cheerful demeanor. "What fortune would you like me to divine, my friend? Master, please assist me in discerning whether I have a fateful connection with the Lu family next door." "The Lu family you mention, it seems, is already wed, enjoying a harmonious and blissful family life. That matters not, I harbor no disdain." Meanwhile, Yang Ming and his 3 disciples had spent several days in Chang'an, reveling in the breathtaking scenery and exquisite cuisine, and before they knew it, time had flown by. On the 5th day, the group disguised themselves, concealing their identities, and set forth on their swords toward the Yin-Yang Sect. As they approached, they beheld towering peaks reaching toward the heavens, surrounded by celestial birds in flight. Numerous cultivators adorned with the Yin-Yang Taiji emblems stood in a spacious plaza, their prowess evident, awaiting the arrival of distant guests. Behind them, waterfalls cascaded, and magnificent palaces rose majestically, exuding an ancient and elegant atmosphere. At this moment, the secret realm of time was on the verge of opening, allowing portions of the Sect's grounds to be accessible to outsiders. What a grand display the Yin-Yang Sect presents! Jiang Xiaolan exclaimed in astonishment. This was her first encounter with one of the premier sects of the Eastern Wilderness. In comparison to the second-rate Wulong Villa, the disparity was striking, even at first glance. Then, recalling something, she added nervously, "Of course, our Tianming sect is not to be underestimated. No need for such self-promotion." Yang Ming chuckled, shaking his head. "We are certainly still a distance from the top-tier sects. Recognizing reality is essential for progress." Indeed, Jiang Xiaolan nodded. She understood well that her master had never favored pretentiousness, which is why she felt emboldened to speak her mind. Moments later, the 4 of them arrived at the reception area of the Yin-Yang sect, where a disciple promptly approached. The secret realm of time will open in 2 days. You may explore or rest in the nearby areas, but do not venture into places that are not yet open to the public. No problem, please lead the way. As they entered the Yin-Yang sect, Yang Ming observed that hundreds were already gathered in the expansive plaza, some conversing with one another, while others rested with closed eyes. Isn't entry into the secret realm contingent upon possessing a Yin-Yang token? Su Yeqing wondered. Is the number truly this great? Yang Ming responded, precisely because the tokens are scarce. Many cultivators arrive here in search of them before the realm opens. Su Yeqing felt enlightened. No wonder the disciples of the Yin-Yang sect outside did not check for the tokens. The secret realm acknowledges only the tokens, not the individuals. Thus, even those lacking the qualifications still have operational leeway. So, the question arises, we are a total of 4, and I possess 2 Yin-Yang tokens, we still require 2 more, Yang Ming exclaimed with a smile. Now, what strategies do you all propose to acquire the remaining tokens? We could trade for them with snacks, Mo Xingyu suggested while munching on a candied hawthorn if feasible. Yang Ming interpreted her mention of snacks as akin to spirit stones and replied, however, those who come here typically regard the secret realm with great importance and may not be inclined to sell to us. Jiang Xiaolan eagerly interjected, how about we display our Yin-Yang tokens and lure out any unscrupulous cultivators, engaging in a sting operation? Absolutely not. Yang Ming shook his head, creating a ruckus under the watchful eyes of the Yin-Yang sect will only escalate matters, making them difficult to manage. Moreover, those who possess the tokens are no fools, they certainly will not be easily deceived by a fade of weakness. Jiang Xiaolan was rendered speechless, and you, Yang Ming turned to Su Yeqing. Su Yeqing pondered deeply, feeling ashamed. I am at a loss, whether through trade or theft, both approaches present significant challenges. He truly could not fathom any methods that could be executed in such a public setting without attracting undue attention. You all, Yang Ming sighed in resignation, shaking his head. You must learn to leverage the current circumstances to your advantage. Observe how I will operate from a distance. With that, he boldly approached an elderly cultivator dressed in the standard robes of the Yin-Yang sect, whose demeanor suggested a position of authority as he maintained order in the area. Friend, please wait, Yang Ming called out, a friendly smile adorning his face. The elder turned, somewhat perplexed, and inquired, what is it? Friend, I require 2 Yin-Yang tokens, Yang Ming stated directly. The 3 disciples were taken aback. What is this maneuver? You need them, but they owe you no explanation. You have mistaken your audience. I am an inner elder of the Yin-Yang sect, not an outsider. The elder glared, believing the young man was jesting. If you require them, seek out cultivators from other sects to trade. This matter is beyond my assistance. That is a grave misunderstanding, Yang Ming countered, shaking his head. I approached you precisely to propose a transaction with the Yin-Yang sect in exchange for the tokens. If I sought outsiders, I would first have to ascertain whether they possess the tokens and their willingness to sell, which is quite cumbersome. Given this, it would be far more efficient to obtain them directly from the sect's personnel, thereby avoiding unnecessary steps. After all, the tokens are originally distributed by the Yin-Yang sect, and the secret realm resides within the sect. They merely adhere to the principle of rarity, wishing to prevent too many outsiders from obtaining them, thus the limited quantity. Oh, Su Shiqiang was taken aback. What do you mean by that? He had never encountered such a situation before. Instead of seeking high-priced tokens from other sects, this individual sought to transact directly with the Yin-Yang sect. If I am not mistaken, after Yang Ming seized the Taishan Divine Thunder a year ago, his whereabouts have been largely unknown. Yang Ming hinted. At once, aside from Mo Xingyu, the other 2 attentive disciples felt a jolt of surprise. Su Shiqiang's expression turned grave, his pupils contracting. Are you suggesting that if you provide me with 2 Yin-Yang tokens, I shall reveal to you the whereabouts of Yang Ming? Yang Ming's demeanor grew serious as he lowered his voice. The whereabouts of Yang Ming, this would be the bargaining chip he could employ. After all, he and his disciples had already cast spells to disguise themselves, making it nearly impossible for ordinary cultivators to discern their true identities. Upon hearing such explosive news, Su Shiqiang's mindset shifted immediately. Is this true? To this day, news of Yang Ming acquiring the Taishan Divine Thunder has spread throughout the eastern wilderness and beyond. Yet, they have been unable to locate him, waiting for the righteous and evil competition to unfold. If they could ascertain his whereabouts in advance, the Yin-Yang sect could lay its plans and secure the Taishan. This is a lead I have painstakingly obtained. Should you deceive me, may the heavens strike me down, Yang Ming declared emphatically, and furthermore, I would be remiss not to mention that if anyone has a chance to find him, it would be none other than myself. Jiang Xiaolan and Su Yeqing were utterly dumbfounded. Astounding, truly remarkable. Trading one's information for Yin-Yang tokens is a strategy that likely only my master could devise. If your words hold truth, I am willing to engage in this transaction. Su Shiqiang remained skeptical, but the question remained, how can you assure me that your information is genuine? I swear by my Dao heart that the information I provide will be undeniably true. Yang Ming stated solemnly, based on the information I provide, you will undoubtedly locate Yang Ming. Swearing by one's Dao heart, this is a measure to prevent cultivators from lying. Should one violate the oath, their future breakthroughs would be hindered, or they might even fall into the depths of madness, unable to progress. Thus, cultivators rarely utter the words, swear by my Dao heart. Very well, I believe you. Su Shiqiang's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he scrutinized Yang Ming for a moment, his doubts dissipating. He retrieved 2 Yin-Yang tokens from his storage bag and handed them over. He trusted that this young man would not jeopardize his future for the sake of entering the secret realm. To prevent you from making a move to reclaim them, I will only divulge the information once I have exited the secret realm. Yang Ming cheerfully accepted the Yin-Yang tokens. Agreed. Su Shiqiang contemplated for a moment and deemed the request reasonable, thus acquiescing. Chapter 73, The Secret Realm of Time. Having successfully acquired 2 Yin-Yang tokens, Yang Ming turned and made his way back, discreetly handing over 3 tokens to his disciples. There are always more solutions than difficulties. When it comes to clever strategies, there is no need to resort to brute force. His disciples received his teachings with utmost reverence. Jiang Xiaolan and Su Yeqing were thoroughly impressed. The master had effortlessly obtained the yin yang tokens with remarkable finesse. Indeed, it was almost absurd. Within the secret realm of time, there must be considerable opportunities, which is why so many exceptionally talented individuals have gathered here. Remember to seize them wisely, Yang Ming added. He had already discerned that the cultivators arriving at this place possessed impressive strength, not to mention a plethora of youthful prodigies, evidently regarded as dragons among men by their respective sections. Indeed. The disciples nodded solemnly in agreement. As time progressed, the square outside the secret realm became increasingly bustling, filled with cultivators from various sections. Who do you think will stand out in this iteration of the secret realm of time? Someone inquired. Is that even a question? Every time, it's the disciples of the yin-yang sect who claim the top spot. After all, they have the entire secret realm under their control and are well aware of its ins and outs. I wouldn't be so sure. The competition between righteousness and evil has far-reaching implications. Those participating this time are not solely righteous cultivators, others debated. The individuals present were not all participants. Wherever one goes, there are bound to be onlookers, and the realm of cultivation was no exception. Suddenly, a piercing shriek resonated through the sky, causing everyone to look up in unison. A magnificent golden rock circled above, its immense wings stirring up a tempestuous wind, showcasing an overwhelming presence. Aoyun, do not act recklessly here. A deep, ancient voice echoed from within the yin-yang sect. If you wish to fight, take it outside. I shall accompany you to the end. Humph. The golden rock let out a cold snort, transforming into a gaunt middle-aged man with a sinister countenance, dressed in azure brocade, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Beside him stood a youth, around 12 or 13 years of age, whose youthful features bore an expression of pride and defiance. I am merely bringing my precious son to participate in the secret realm of time. I have no desire to quarrel with you, old man. Aoyun stated coldly. Best keep it that way. The venerable elder of the yin-yang sect, though frail and aged, still emanated vitality as he appeared shortly after, keeping a watchful eye on Aoyun's antics. Yang Ming remained silent in the corner. After a year of silence, he had gained a deeper understanding of the powers at play within the divine element continent. This vast land was divided into 5 regions. The eastern wilderness, northern plains, western desert, southern ridges, and the most prosperous, central continent. In comparison to the other 4 regions, the eastern wilderness faced troubles due to rampant demonic cultivators, who posed a formidable challenge to the righteous sects, thus necessitating competitions like the great contest of righteousness and evil that determined strength, status, and territory. Of course, the term demonic cultivators was not merely a label, it referred to their excessively vile practices, often leading them to engage in heinous acts for the sake of mastering forbidden techniques or crafting powerful artifacts. Such methods were naturally intolerable to the righteous path. Take the man before them, who called himself the Golden Rock Sovereign. His innate talent was mediocre, yet he relied on forbidden techniques to slaughter countless mortals, using their blood to enhance his own power, thereby achieving his current status. Aoyun, remember not to be too presumptuous on the territory of the righteous sects. A young man, bearing a sheathed sword on his back, stood up defiantly at the forefront of the secret realm. Last time my grandfather severed one of your wings, have you not learned your lesson? Aoyun turned his gaze toward the imposing youth, his expression darkening. It seems quite lively, even the old sword demoness grandson has arrived. Not just him. A hunchbacked cultivator with green hair suddenly emerged from the crowd, grinning ominously. The celestial maidens from the 4 premier sects of the eastern wilderness, Ancient Path Sect, Haoren Sect, Yin-Yang Sect, and Ice Heart Valley, who among them has not come? Yang Ming, remaining inconspicuous among the crowd, found his thoughts racing. Clearly, the benefits to be gained from the secret realm of time were far greater than he had anticipated. Most of the cultivators present held distinguished statuses, either wealthy or noble, with many others lacking even the opportunity to be aware of such an event. Fortunately, he had learned about the secret realm from the Yin Su sect and Yang Su sect in advance, otherwise, he would have certainly missed out. Esteemed seniors, the secret realm is about to open. It would be wise to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Another young man stepped forward, revealing himself to be Li Yuan, a cultivator from the Ancient Path Sect who had registered various sects a year prior. Upon hearing his words, Aoyun and the hunchbacked elders' expressions changed, and they fell silent, seeking a place to rest. Even those nearby who recognized Li Yuan's identity regarded him with a mixture of caution and reverence. Subsequently, the young man surveyed the area and eventually fixed his gaze on Yang Ming in the corner, nodding in acknowledgement before resuming his meditative posture. Indeed, the eastern wilderness teams with exceptional individuals, Yang Ming mused, surprised. The concealment technique recorded in the thunder breathing method was of a high grade, combined with his current cultivation at the 6th level of transformation, and with the protection of the heavenly punishment divine thunder, even a void refining cultivator might not easily discern his presence. Li Yuan was far more formidable than he had initially perceived. Meanwhile, after Li Yuan had momentarily quelled the atmosphere, he closed his eyes to rest, appearing utterly composed. Didn't he expect him to come as well? Beside the youth, a remnant soul of an elderly man, visible only to him, scrutinized Yang Ming and remarked with a smile, "Let me see the caliber of a celestial being and how far you can go in the secret realm of time." "I am equally curious," Li Yuan replied, maintaining a tranquil demeanor as he conversed. "Old Lin, who do you think has the greater potential, him or me?" The remnant soul of the old man was momentarily taken aback, pondering for a long while before responding. "Though I have imparted the celestial techniques to you, giving you an edge in methods, he possesses the heavenly profound divine thunder for protection, making it difficult to ascertain who would prevail at the same level. Then let us utilize the secret realm of time to compare our talents and potential." Li Yuan's fighting spirit surged. At the great contest of righteousness and evil, I shall employ the celestial secret techniques you taught me to defeat him. Time swiftly slipped by, until at last, the elder of the Yin-Yang sect raised his hand, pointing toward the empty space of the square, channeling a powerful surge of elemental energy. The secret realm of time, open. Boom. In an instant, a yin-yang taiji diagram materialized in midair, gradually rotating, with light and darkness intertwining, black and white merging, breaking the existing space to form the entrance to the secret realm. When will the Destiny sect also create a magnificent secret realm, drawing in cultivators from all over the world? That would be truly remarkable. Yang Ming sighed with longing. Everyone, you may enter. As the secret realm fully manifested, the elder proclaimed. Let us go. I am eager to fully experience the marks left by the powerful within the river of time. To have their names etched in history, who among them was not a figure of great renown, to contend with them in the same realm is indeed exhilarating. Countless celestial maidens and prodigies could no longer contain their excitement, soaring into the secret realm, eager to compete in terms of talent and potential. Chapter 74 Arranging opponents. As the temporal abyss commenced, numerous young cultivators were eager to make their mark. Below, a colossal stone tablet emerged, inscribed with the names of the participants ranked in order. Only by breaking into the top 100 within the abyss could one attain such an honor and secure a place on the list. The existence of a ranking system implied that anonymity was no longer an option. Without protection, one would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Void Realm cultivators, vying for the rewards. Yang Ming's gaze flickered as he gleaned some insights and cautioned the 3 disciples who had mingled with the crowd in this trial. It is imperative to exert your utmost effort and not take things lightly. It would be best if you could etch your names into the golden list. To navigate the dangers of the temporal abyss safely, they needed not to maintain a low profile. On the contrary, they had to be conspicuously bold. Only by creating a significant stir could they potentially attract the attention of a certain individual who might then offer protection to the underdog participants, shielding them from the predations of others. The disciples understood. Jiang Xiaolan and Su Yeqing echoed in unison. After imparting his advice, Yang Ming joined the throng as they entered together. Swish, the air rippled with energy. Yang Ming found himself in a vast wilderness, characterized by open terrain devoid of obstructions. Just as he pondered the next steps, a multitude of cultivators appeared around him, all participants in the temporal abyss, gathered in the same space. The elders back home had mentioned that within the temporal abyss, the primary focus was on confronting the spectral figures of powerful beings from the river of time. How had everyone been teleported together? Confronted with the situation, everyone was baffled. It was not until all 100 cultivators had arrived and assembled that a line of text slowly materialized in the air. Due to a larger than anticipated number of participants in this temporal abyss, a selection process will occur. The top 10 may continue to the subsequent trials, while those eliminated will not face death, receiving rewards based on their performance in the first round. So that was it. The crowd awakened to the reality. If one were to discern the difference between this temporal abyss and previous ones, it was the unprecedented number of participants. Typically, each time the abyss opened, only a handful of cultivators would participate, yet this time, due to the righteous and evil competition, the numbers soared into the hundreds, clearly exceeding the abyss's capacity, leading to a change in the challenge format. Swoosh, sword energy surged, and in an instant, someone was struck down, blood splattering on the ground. The cultivators who had read the rules first did not hesitate to launch their attacks, displaying brutal decisiveness. Despite the multitude of participants, one fact remained irrefutable: every cultivator who obtained the Yin-Yang token possessed remarkable talent, having been meticulously nurtured by esteemed families and sections. How shameless! When eliminations began to occur on the battlefield, the other cultivators turned pale, unhesitatingly employing their most potent techniques, fearful of becoming the next casualty. They had labored to obtain the Yin-Yang token. To fall at the first hurdle would leave them utterly humiliated. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, the previously desolate wilderness erupted into chaos. Countless cultivators unleashed their full combat prowess, slaughtering one another, the resulting shockwaves causing the ground to tremble violently. Die! A cultivator, teleported near Yang Ming, launched an attack. Yang Ming merely cast a disinterested glance at him, his eyes flashing with crimson lightning. Thunderous eyes, thud. The moment their gazes met, the cultivator fell as if ensnared in a nightmare, collapsing in terror. A mere swarm of ants dares to compete with me? All of you shall perish. Aotian, son of Ao Yun, appeared merely 12 or 13 years of age, yet his words were chillingly cold as he transformed into a massive golden-winged rock, obscuring the sky. Many cultivators gasped in astonishment. Aotian can wield such a technique? The essence of the golden-winged rock was forged from the blood of countless creatures, created through special means by Ao Yun. That his son could also possess such transformative power spoke volumes. Screech! Aotian emitted a sharp cry, fully extending his wings as golden feathers rained down like razor-sharp blades upon the cultivators below. The cultivators below scrambled to defend themselves, yet the feathers might shattered their defenses, piercing through flesh and causing them to vanish in bursts of white light. Amidst the relentless barrage, a young swordsman bearing a sword on his back swiftly unsheathed his blade, deflecting the incoming feathers, yet he did not intervene against Aotian's onslaught, instead patiently awaiting the downfall of others. Thunder Elemental Shield. Yang Ming stood unfazed on the ground, a crimson lightning shield forming around him, effortlessly blocking the widespread lethal attacks. He had observed that the temporal abyss had likely divided into several battlefields, and in this particular area, there were no formidable foes. Aotian's cultivation was at the 5th level of transformation, and his feather attack was sufficient to defeat the vast majority of participants, thus sparing him from needing to fight. Sensing a nearby cultivator wielding an immeasurable level of thunder element, effortlessly handling Aotion's feathers, the youth vaguely surmised his identity and clasped his fists. You must be Yang Ming, the esteemed leader of the Destiny Sect, am I right? I am Bei Mingcheng from the Sword Sect. Bei Ming, a pleasure. Yang Ming returned the greeting, standing amidst the torrential assault. Both remained unflinching. To be honest, I have long heard of your illustrious reputation, Yang Daoyu. My master speaks highly of you. A glimmer of battle intent flickered in Bei Mingcheng's eyes, and his sword intent soared to the heavens, momentarily halting Aotion's attacks. In the upcoming righteous and evil competition, I hope to receive your guidance. Yang Ming's name was well known throughout the realm. Among his peers, none dared to underestimate the might of the thunderous divine lightning. However, to not underestimate did not equate to refraining from challenge. Bei Ming, you are a swordsman, correct? Yang Ming refrained from a direct answer. Naturally. Bei Mingcheng responded, puzzled. Is there a problem? Given that you are a swordsman, I believe your true rival lies not with me, but with another. Yang Ming's lips curled into a subtle smile as he spoke candidly. Bei Mingcheng was taken aback. The other person you refer to, is it Aotion or Li Yuan? Neither. Yang Ming shook his head, replying earnestly, your true rival is named Zhang Xiaolan, a rare prodigy of swordsmanship in a century. At this point, his second disciple had already reached the second level of transformation, capable of standing alone among the younger generation. Since Bei Mingcheng is a swordsman, she should be the one to face him. Zhang Xiaolan? Bei Mingcheng furrowed his brow. I have never heard of such a figure from the East Wilderness. You will have the chance to meet during the righteous and evil competition, Yang Ming replied calmly, hoping that her performance would satisfy him. What are the two of you whispering about? Aotion, having reverted to his human form, glared at the two who remained motionless beneath his sword feathers, his expression unfriendly, as if facing a formidable enemy. We are discussing your opponents. Yang Ming shifted his gaze towards Aotion and replied honestly, if anyone among your peers can defeat you, I believe it would only be Su Yecheng. Bei Mingcheng. Su Yecheng, what about Zhang Xiaolan? Confusion clouded his mind as he wondered how Yang Ming could be so nonsensical. Su Yecheng? Aotion's brow furrowed. I have never heard of such a figure from the East Wilderness. You will have the opportunity to meet during the righteous and evil competition, Yang Ming replied calmly, hoping that his performance would prove satisfactory. As the three conversed, their figures gradually faded from the wilderness. Although Aotion's cultivation was not high, his ability to transform into a golden-winged rock far surpassed his peers, leaving few who could withstand his assaults. In the end, from the hundreds of cultivators, only 10 remained, qualified to continue challenging the temporal abyss. Whoever he may be, as long as he remains within the realm of transformation, killing him will be as easy as reaching into my pocket. Aotion boasted with pride, dismissing Yang Ming's mention of Su Yecheng entirely. Swish, as Yang Ming's vision shifted once more, he found himself in a separate, pristine white space, approximately 20 cubic meters, completely empty, with nowhere to hide. The temporal abyss is divided into 10 levels. Moments later, a voice rang out, outlining the rules. In each level, you will face cultivators of the same realm. Defeating them will allow you to challenge the next level, with rewards increasing based on the number of levels completed. Bring it on! Yang Ming responded with unyielding confidence. In battles of the same realm, he had never feared anyone. Chapter 75 of the trials begin. The first challenge is to face an ordinary 6th level cultivator. That voice reverberated through the 20 cubic meter space. Here, there were no obstacles, designed solely for a fair confrontation, devoid of any advantage from the environment. As the voice faded, a spectral image of a cultivator materialized 10 meters in front of Yang Ming. The moment it appeared, it instantly launched an attack. Go! Yang Ming raised his hand, directing a bolt of thunder that coalesced at his fingertips, which then surged forth, piercing through the specter's chest and obliterating it. The residual force surged forward, crashing against the boundary of the space, dissipating only after a considerable time. For him at this moment, to contend with cultivators of the same rank felt somewhat like bullying. Not to mention, the Taishian Divine Thunder alone was sufficient to annihilate a multitude. The second challenge was to contend against 3 cultivators of the same rank, Chen Fengxian of the Divine Light Sect. Soon, a new spectral figure coalesced before Yang Ming, a handsome young man, while simultaneously announcing the impressive accomplishments of his opponent. Capable of contending against 3 cultivators of the same rank. One must recognize that the adversary had also painstakingly ascended through the ranks, not merely a tool to be slaughtered. To face 3 opponents was far from a trivial endeavor. It was rumored that the specters within the temporal secret realm were manifestations of real cultivators, and indeed, this held true. Yang Ming comprehended this well. Each encounter was a battle of equals, and every figure was a genuine existence. This was the ingenious aspect of the temporal secret realm. Since they had left their mark within the river of time, should challengers be defeated by them, they would have no words to offer in defense. Clang, clang, Chen Fengxian chose to strike first, summoning 2 flying swords from behind, one aflame and the other icy, hurtling towards Yang Ming. Yang Ming raised his hand, employing the same tactic. 2 seconds later, the swords shattered, and the man fell. Of the third challenge, a lone combatant against 10 cultivators of the same rank without defeat, a rogue cultivator named Hua Liao. Once again, a spectral figure appeared, this time a strikingly beautiful woman, who playfully winked at Yang Ming and employed an enchanting technique, sweetly saying, "Darling, be gentle. Let me show you this." Yang Ming raised a finger however, both parties found themselves in a stalemate, unable to secure victory. Observing this, he employed 2 fingers, causing her to tremble all over, falling into a disadvantage, crying out in pain, yet still stubbornly resisting, until he extended a 3rd finger, finally bringing her to the ground, her body rigid and convulsing violently. Remarkably, she could withstand the force of my 3 fingers with her physical strength. This woman's potential is limitless. Yang Ming became increasingly cautious. From the 3rd challenge onward, the intensity of the temporal secret realm had significantly escalated. The 4th challenge. As Yang Ming methodically advanced through the trials, numerous ancient beings outside were closely monitoring the developments. Since they allowed their disciples to partake in the temporal secret realm, how could they refrain from employing certain means to leave their marks and ascertain what transpired within? So soon, he had already reached the 6th challenge. Truly my son, Aoyun rejoiced, laughing heartily. My son Aotian possesses the talent of the void. Congratulations. The hunched elder of the demonic path did not forget to offer his congratulations. Truly, a tiger father does not raise a dog son. Of course, Aoyun's expression grew increasingly proud. The void, it is not a realm that ordinary cultivators can hope to attain. In the vast cultivation world, such an existence could sweep through with ease. To have surpassed the 6th challenge indicates the prospect of reaching the void. Do not be too complacent. Wang Haoyuan, the grand elder of the Yin Yang sect, reminded him presently, we are amidst a great era of contention. Surpassing the 6th challenge, while perhaps commendable in the past, is likely insufficient now. Old fool, I see you are filled with envy and jealousy. Aoyun could not help but scoff. Wang Haoyuan's anger flared. Do not speak nonsense. The son of our Yin Yang sect leader has also stepped into the 6th challenge. Hiss. At that moment, the crowd erupted with gasps of astonishment. Someone has entered the temporal steel. The temporal steel. Upon hearing this, Aoyun and Wang Haoyuan momentarily ceased their quarrel. Following the gazes of the crowd, they beheld the 100th spot on the leaderboard being forcefully usurped, accompanied by a flash of golden light. 100 Li Yuan, currently in the 7th challenge, no evaluation yet. Indeed, it is that lad Li Yuan. Aoyun's expression darkened, not particularly shocked. Gu Dao sect, Li Yuan, a prodigy that no one from the younger generation dares to challenge. When the Beiming city of the Jiangwen sect sought his guidance, they implored him to go all out, and yet, he was nearly left in ruins, his sword heart shattered. Even the immortal from Zhongzhou remarked on his promising future. It is precisely for this reason that even those of us in the void dare not offend him. Wait, Wang Haoyuan's gaze sharpened. The temporal steel is undergoing changes. Everyone's attention was riveted. They witnessed Li Yuan advancing to the 8th challenge, the evaluation shifting, his ranking soaring from just making it into the top 100 to over 50. Simultaneously, the rankings behind continued to fluctuate. 93 Mo Xingyu, still in the 7th challenge, no evaluation yet. 95 Jiang Xiaolin, still in the 7th challenge, no evaluation yet. 96 Su Yeqing, still in the 7th challenge, no evaluation yet. What a ridiculous joke. Aoyun found it hard to believe. I have never even heard of these 3 names. How can they ascend the temporal steel? Wang Haoyuan shook his head. What we in the Yin Yang sect know little of, but the temporal steel, crafted by ancient supreme cultivators, cannot malfunction. Aoyun's eyes flickered. Once they emerge, I must interrogate them thoroughly about their origins. Friend Ao, do not act rashly. Those who enter the rankings must not be troubled and should be allowed to leave. This is a decree set by that esteemed individual. Do not gamble with your life. The hunched elder shook his head. Aoyun fell silent. Given his status, he naturally understood that the esteemed individual spoken of referred to the immortal from Zhongzhou. In this world, any talented prodigy, upon participating in the trials of the heaven ascending stone steps or the temporal secret realm, can leave unscathed with rare rewards, closely tied to the immortal's deterrent force. It is precisely because he towers over the masses that the older generation cannot simply enjoy the fruits of their labor while the opportunist benefits. As for the discussions outside, the participants remained oblivious. Jiang Xiaolin, wielding her flying sword against the spectral figure, continued her efforts in the trials. A disciple, it is I, the spectre transformed into Yang Ming's likeness, exuding exasperation. Are you attempting to betray your master? Jiang Xiaolin coalesced a massive sword, striking down, murmuring to herself. A master once said, regardless of the trial, there are often illusions that test one's mental fortitude. These are essential questions, and indeed, he was right. I am your master. The spectre erupted in fury, wielding blood-colored thunder, indistinguishable from the heavenly punishment thunder, resisting the descending giant sword. Jiang Xiaolin's gaze remained clear, unaffected. You mimic him quite well, but do you know the greatest difference between you and my master? The spectre appeared momentarily stunned. Where it is whoosh, the giant sword descended, cleaving the spectre in two. Every time I spar with my master, I am defeated in mere moments. Jiang Xiaolin murmured softly, he could never be as weak as you. On the other side, Yang Ming's trials had also entered the subsequent stages of heightened difficulty. For the 7th challenge, your opponent is Lei Jie of the Zixian sect, who once, at the 6th level of transformation, crossed great realms to slay an entry-level cultivator. Following the announcement of his dazzling achievements, a man in purple attire appeared before Yang Ming. Remarkably, someone has managed to trigger my mark, and he happens to be a thunder cultivator. He examined Yang Ming from head to toe before smiling. Kid, I must say, your luck is quite unfortunate. Oh, Yang Ming raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What makes you say so, senior? The thunder element I wield possesses an extraordinary intensity and unmatched power. It will likely diminish your strength significantly, leaving you with little combat capacity. A hint of pity flickered in Lei Jie's eyes as he stepped down. Boom, a torrent of purple lightning surged outward from him, a terrifying spectacle. Such horror, Yang Ming staggered backward in shock, realizing that this is undoubtedly a high-level foreign thunder. How powerful, ha, Lei Jie laughed heartily, soaring in delight. Not bad, not bad, you have quite an eye. In contrast, Yang Ming shifted his tone, his face filled with shame and embarrassment. Oh, Lei Jia was taken aback, so you also possess foreign thunder. In that case, show me. As fellow thunder cultivators, I can offer a few pointers. Chapter 76. The outcome is clear as Yang Ming was engaged in a comparative analysis of the intensity of with the esteemed Lei Xiao, and Mo Xingyu was also diligently attempting to overcome her challenges. Given her natural deficiencies, how was it possible for her, at the tender age of 10, to achieve the 4th level of transformation? The 8th trial she faced was a phantom of a practitioner proficient in water elements. The water cultivator gazed incredulously at the young girl before her. 10 years old, and at the 4th level of transformation, such innate talent was beyond even that of the most gifted prodigies, and yet, under these circumstances, she appeared to be somewhat dim-witted? How inspirational must her life experiences be? Big sister, let me pass this trial, and I shall treat you to candied hawthorn. Mo Xingyu extended a skewer of candied hawthorn towards the phantom. The phantom frowned, casting a glance at the earnest-eyed girl, hesitatingly shaking her head. Rules are rules. I too have my own difficulties and must battle you. Very well. Mo Xingyu did not press the matter further. She carefully stowed away the candied hawthorn and clenched her fist. Be careful. The female cultivator retreated several meters, summoning a wild boar formed from concentrated water elements to charge at Mo Xingyu. Bang! In the next moment, Mo Xingyu's icy little fist struck the wild boar, instantly freezing it, rendering it immobile. Before it shattered into countless fragments, she actually mastered the rare ice element. The female cultivator was increasingly astonished. It is known that in the divine element continent, most individuals could only harness the elemental powers of the 5 fundamental elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Comparatively, those who could command the elements of thunder, light, darkness, and ice were exceedingly rare. This young girl was offering her far too many surprises. However, the female cultivator did not lose her composure. She promptly conjured various water element creatures, such as cranes, eagles, and giant frogs, to assail Mo Xingyu. In response, Mo Xingyu mimicked a technique she had observed, forming several ice swords from the space behind her, and confidently declared, 100 swords return to their origin. Her master had once stated that in combat, one must not rely solely on brute strength, but rather master a variety of magical techniques. Though she considered herself somewhat slow-witted and unable to learn many things, this technique was one she had secretly mastered by imitating her junior sister's preferred combat spells. With a whoosh, a multitude of ice swords shot forth, obliterating all the water element creatures, and under Mo Xingyu's control, they converged into a massive ice sword, crashing down with unstoppable force. The female cultivator exerted every ounce of her strength yet still could not withstand the descent of the ice sword, unable to suppress a bitter smile. Who would be so overpowered as you? Boom! Ice shards scattered, and the phantom dissipated. On Yang Ming's side, the delighted Lei Xiao phantom exuded an air of superiority, sternly stating, on the path of cultivation, there are always those beyond oneself, and those beyond the heavens. The gravest mistakes a cultivator can make are pride and comparison. Just present your boldly. I shall endeavor not to laugh, unless I cannot contain myself. Despite his words, a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. In light of this, I shall reveal my true capabilities. Yang Ming nodded, raising his palm. Bzz, a surge of azure materialized in Yang Ming's hand. Bright light wind thunder. Lei Jia, possessing some knowledge, immediately recognized the Yang Ming showcased, exclaiming in astonishment, friend, this is anything but weak. It is not bright light wind thunder. Take a closer look. Yang Ming silently shook his head, exerting slight pressure in his palm, causing the azure lightning to shift to a pale white for him, as he could merge the 3 great using the unification secret technique. Selectively employing another was not beyond his capability. At this, Lei Jia's countenance changed drastically, feeling the thunder elements within him being suppressed, his full strength reduced to about 70 or 80%, his ability to mobilize hindered. This is the thunder of judgment. Yang Ming introduced, it is the exclusive of the 4-symbol divine beast, the white tiger. You possess such a treasure. The arrogance in Lei Jia's expression evaporated, replaced by a grave vigilance as he retreated several steps, as if facing a formidable adversary. He had initially thought the youth before him was merely an upstart, yet he had not anticipated him to be so formidable. Of course, while the thunder of judgment was indeed powerful, it was not sufficient to suppress all thunder. Yang Ming elaborated, for instance, this one in my hand is even more formidable than the thunder of judgment. As he spoke, he exerted further strength, the lightning gathering above transforming from pale white to deep purple. Boom, in an instant, a wave of oppressive thunderous might surged forth, sweeping across the arena. The emergence of this thunder, all lesser thunders would bow in submission. Lei Jia displayed an expression of incredulity, his voice trembling with fear. Is that the supreme mysterious thunder? The supreme mysterious thunder is already a top tier. The 3-in-1 version is undoubtedly stronger, wouldn't you agree? Yang Ming continued to explain, as the purple lightning above his palm gradually morphed into a mesmerizing blood-red hue. The thunderous aura was overwhelming, exuding an intense sense of pressure. Lei Jia remained silent, his emotions transitioning from astonishment to shock, then to sheer dread, ultimately becoming numb. After a prolonged silence, he finally inquired, was that intentional, or a mere accident? The other party had evidently been capable of wielding this extraordinary thunder from the very beginning, yet he had chosen to reveal it gradually, seemingly to toy with his mindset. With the emergence of the blood-colored lightning, his power had diminished to a mere fraction, plummeting from the heights to the depths. One cannot deny that you are quite unfortunate. Yang Ming remarked with a hint of melancholy, the thunder elements I wield possess extraordinary strength and unmatched power, which will likely diminish your prowess, rendering you incapable of putting up a fight. Lei Jia was left speechless, reluctantly conceding, I cannot deny that. Show it to me, as fellow, I can offer a few pointers. Yang Ming continued. Lei Jie, seemingly struck by a thought, fell silent. He felt as though he had been interrupted mid-spell. On the path of cultivation, there are always those beyond oneself, and those beyond the heavens. The gravest mistakes a cultivator can make are pride in comparison. Yang Ming recited with solemnity. Friend, cease with the recitations. Lei Jie, drenched in sweat and feeling utterly humiliated, finally understood the reasoning behind the other's actions. The words had originated from his own mouth, yet it was he who had failed to act accordingly from the outset. He had not accorded the respect due to the youth who had reached the seventh trial. Yang Ming clasped his fists, stating, I shall refrain from further superfluous remarks. My friend, please bestow your guidance. There is no need for further contest. At our level, I am not yet qualified to measure your height. He shook his head with a wry smile, then solemnly clasped his fists in greeting, introducing himself, I am Lei Jie. His initial intention had been to display his prowess, yet he instead found himself humbled. Yang Ming. Yang Ming returned the greeting. I have long admired your reputation. You truly are a prodigy capable of ascending the heavenly stone steps. Lei Jie sighed. The moment he had witnessed the emergence of the supreme mysterious thunder, he had already deduced the identity of the challenger. Hearing this, Yang Ming furrowed his brows. You are not a historical figure, are you? Since the other party had heard of him, it was impossible for him to be from the past. He had initially believed that all phantoms within the temporal secret realm were merely remnants of historical cultivators, their true forms long since returned to dust, becoming part of history. Friend Yang, you may be unaware, but within the temporal secret realm, while each individual encounters phantoms at random, as long as your abilities are sufficient to leave a name on the stone tablet of time, you possess the qualification to leave a personal mark, Lei Jie explained. Under this premise, should you so wish, the benefits you ultimately gain will be enhanced. Ah, I see. Yang Ming understood. According to Lei Jie, leaving a mark would grant participants the opportunity to become phantoms who challenge outsiders, and he himself was not only a standout among those who had once participated in the temporal secret realm but still lived in the present day. In the future, we shall have the chance to meet again. Lei Jie's figure gradually faded from this space. Yang Ming smiled, I hope you are a friend, not a foe. He recalled the announcement at the commencement of the seventh trial, which had reported the other's achievements. At the sixth level of transformation, he defeated the purple Lei Jie. To this day, it was likely that his accomplishments had far surpassed those of his past endeavors within the temporal secret realm. The eighth trial, fiercely contending against two who have entered the rogue cultivator, Wu Di. The announcement within the secret realm resonated once more. The phantom of the eighth trial exhibited strength surpassing that of Lei Jie. Huff, Yang Ming closed his eyes briefly to regulate his breath, then suddenly opened them wide, his gaze alight with thunder. Let us end this swiftly. Chapter 77. Refining the heart. Hey, I cannot simply disregard your words. The guardian of the eighth gate, Wu Di, a towering figure, appeared before Yang Ming, his expression unfriendly. Are you implying that the previous encounters were mere frivolities and that the seriousness begins now? In the secret realm of time, the challenges only intensify as one progresses. It is precisely for this reason that one should remain humble. I merely wish to conclude this battle swiftly, not out of disdain for you. Yang Ming shook his head, offering a casual explanation. Previously, he had deliberately slowed the pace, confident that his disciples, barring any unforeseen circumstances, had already ascended the time stele. What lay ahead was for him to swiftly gain momentum, drawing the attention of all formidable beings outside towards himself, thereby shielding his disciples from scrutinizing gazes and verbal distractions upon their exit from the realm. To this day, his disciples had yet to emerge into the public eye, and he needed to delay their appearance a tad longer. At the very least, he must first forge the Shantian spirit vessel, equipping himself with the means to challenge the void. You think you can hasten the process? Wu, in my past life, was indeed a man of considerable stature. Wu Di scoffed, a phantom of transformation appearing behind him, clad in silver armor that subsequently enveloped his form. Allow me to assist you in swiftly concluding this battle. Boom! He sprang forward, evidently a practitioner skilled in close combat. Yang Ming clenched his fist. Zzz. Blood thunder surged, encasing his entire fist as a shocking current danced chaotically in the air like a cannonball discharged from a barrel. Yang Ming charged towards his opponent, his fist morphing into a fearsome blood-colored dragon head. Thunder Dragon Roar. Yang Ming unleashed a punch that collided with Wu Di's fist. Bang! In an instant, the elements of earth and thunder intertwined chaotically in the space. What a weighty punch! Wu Di's armor bore scorch marks, and he stumbled backward, crashing against the spatial barrier, blood surging within him. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he rallied himself. I presume this is your most confident move? Move? Yang Ming pondered for a moment before truthfully responding, it was, but it is no longer. He raised his left hand and struck out once more. Thunder Dragon Roar. Again? Wu Di's expression turned grave as he narrowly dodged to the side. Yang Ming, unfazed, unleashed his right fist towards him. The third-tier spell, Thunder Dragon Roar, had indeed been his trump card a year prior, boasting tremendous lethality. However, with his cultivation having ascended, along with the acquisition of the heavenly punishing divine thunder and the ingestion of the cleansing essence pill, it had long since transitioned from a grand move to a mere technique. As for a true killing technique, it seemed he did not yet possess one. He could only hope to draw an 8th-tier spell from the lottery wheel or cultivate the Azure Thunder breathing technique to perfection. It is essential to note that the Azure Thunder breathing technique differs from other practices, being singular in its entirety, and he had nearly mastered two-thirds of its content. This secret method, cherished immensely by his master, contained many elements that could rival divine body inheritances. He was eager to discover the magnitude of power he could attain upon reaching perfection. Bang, bang, bang. The very air quaked, each punch echoed with the power of the thunder dragon roared out Wu-Di, clutching his head, fled in panic, yet could not evade the relentless pursuit of the thunderous strikes, ultimately gritting his teeth to withstand the blows. After enduring 3 consecutive hits, he was enveloped in smoke, electricity crackling around him, his complexion ashen as he gazed at the still pulsing Yang Ming, unable to stifle a bitter laugh. Who would possess such an advantage as you? Boom! The thunderous dragon surged forth, and Wu Di met his demise on the spot. At the ninth gate, by his own strength, he had slain 2 practitioners at the first level of the Transcendence realm, Li He. Outside the secret realm, the prominent figures who had come to the Yin-Yang sect continued to observe the ever-changing names on the time stele. A tall middle-aged man, exuding the air of a scholar, was also stirred. Originally concealed in the shadows, he stepped forth, positioning himself at the forefront of the stele. This must be the most bustling event yet. Master! All disciples of the Yin-Yang sect bowed in reverence. This individual was none other than Wang Xiuji, the supreme leader of the Yin-Yang sect. That fellow Li Yuan has already reached the 9th gate and is still pressing forward. Ao Yun's gaze fixated on the stele, landing on the ranking of Li Yuan, the son of the esteemed leader of the Ancient Path sect, who had drawn considerable attention. Indeed, a hero emerges in youth. Even as a practitioner of the demonic path, he could not belittle or mock Li Yuan. The man's character and talent were beyond reproach. Wang Xiuji scrutinized Li Yuan's name, commenting, he is highly likely to reach the step of refining the heart. Master, is that truly the case? The senior elder of the Yin-Yang sect could not help but be astonished. Indeed. Wang Xiuji affirmed, a glimmer of envy flashing in his eyes. Li Jingfang's old fellow truly bore a remarkable son. In comparison, after toiling for centuries, my harvest pales in contrast to his effortless ascent. What precisely is this refining the heart? I have never heard of it. Could Master elucidate further? Inquired an elderly figure with a hunched back, perplexed. To put it plainly, any young prodigy capable of overcoming the 9th gate within the secret realm of time has attained a certain standard of talent. To nitpick further regarding their potential and aptitude would serve little purpose, thus the secret realm will initiate the heart-refining process. Wang Xiuji endeavored to be succinct in his Since the emergence of the secret realm of time, spanning thousands of years, the practitioners capable of traversing the 9th gate and stepping into the 10th were few and far between. 1. Ganhe, evaluation at the 10th gate. Sovereign of the path, unrivaled. 2. Yun Shifan, evaluation at the 10th gate, unparalleled elegance, dominating the world. Master Wang, according to your assertion, from ancient times to the present, only 2 individuals have managed to navigate the refining of the heart's 10th gate, correct? Ao Yun's expression darkened. Though his precious son barely made it through the 7th gate, he faltered at the 8th, not to mention the subsequent 9th and 10th gates. Even if those were anomalies birthed over thousands of years and could not be casually compared, they inspired a sense of awe and reverence. Indeed, only 2. Even if our standings differ, there is no point in my deceiving you about this. Wang Xiuji stated solemnly. Currently, Li Yuan is hailed as a prodigy, and he possesses the opportunity to challenge the top 3. Suddenly, someone interjected, look at the 77th position. The multitude of great figures instinctively turned their attention. 77th, Yang Ming, still battling at the 8th gate, no evaluation yet. This lad is indeed within the secret realm of time. Even the void practitioners could not remain composed given Yang Ming's strength. Reaching the 8th gate was beyond dispute. After all, possessing the legendary Taishan Divine Thunder, his involvement could not render him an inconsequential figure. He had reached the same height as Li Yuan, uncertain of who would prevail. He merely relies on the might of the Taishan Divine Thunder to display bravado, otherwise, he lacks the qualifications to compete with Li Yuan. As the secret realm of time progressed into its latter stages, the focus of the crowd inevitably gravitated towards the top-tier prodigies. Outside, they could speculate as they pleased, but the trials were fair and just, making the truth of who was superior or inferior abundantly clear. Approximately 10 minutes later, the rankings of the 2 shifted, revealing a most astonishing scene. Chapter 78, The Trial of the Heart. 26 Li Yuan, still facing the 9th trial, has yet to receive any evaluation. 27 Yang Ming, also still navigating the 9th trial, remains unassessed. The 2 ascended simultaneously, overtaking more than 20 contenders. While Li Yuan had lingered at the 8th trial for an extended period, Yang Ming had only just reached the 77th position and, astonishingly, defeated the guardian of the 9th trial in mere minutes. A fierce glimmer of murderous intent and greed flickered in Ao Yun's eyes. As the saying goes, one should pick the soft persimmons to squeeze. Li Yuan's formidable background, protected by the ancient Dao sect, made him an unassailable target. However, Yang Ming was a different matter altogether. Lacking any influential backing meant he could act without restraint. If he eliminated his opponent, all the benefits would be his for the taking. Wang Xiuji, the leader of the Yin-Yang sect, pondered for a moment and remarked, if the guardian is Lei Xiu, it is indeed possible. The others understood immediately. In the realm of the world, Yang Ming stood before Lei Xiu of the same rank like an insurmountable mountain. Ultimately, it boiled down to a contest between Li Yuan and Yang Ming. Wang Haoyuan side, regardless of the outcome, they had to acknowledge that Yang Ming, who had risen rapidly in the past 2 years, was indeed extraordinarily gifted, capable of overshadowing most of the talented individuals participating in the age-secret realm. Now, they awaited to see if they could conquer the ninth trial and step into the trial of the heart. The ninth trial, comprising the sixth level of transformation, wielded the power of the fiery flames, capable of slaying 2 practitioners at the second level of the entrance realm, Yuan Feng. The announcing voice grew increasingly steady and powerful. The ethereal figures of the assembled practitioners behind him were all formidable beings in the realm of cultivation. Should their true forms not yet depart from this world, activating the marks they left behind would naturally draw their attention, casting scrutinizing gazes upon them. Yang Ming continued to ascend through the trials. At the eighth trial, Li He demonstrated considerable strength, enduring 8 consecutive thunder dragon roars before finally being vanquished. The ninth trial would undoubtedly be even more challenging. With a swift motion, a fiery red ethereal figure coalesced into a handsome young man, his hair a blazing red reminiscent of flames. Though his demeanor appeared calm, he exuded an air of authority. As he materialized, the entire space expanded rapidly. Clearly, having reached this juncture, an excessively confined space would hinder both parties. Yuan Feng, he introduced himself courteously. Yang Ming. Yang Ming replied, refusing to overestimate himself. The sixth level of transformation, capable of slaying 2 practitioners at the second level of the entrance realm. This combat prowess was indeed astonishing. In the past, despite having faced 3 practitioners of the entrance realm at the second level with his own second level of transformation, Qin Wenyuan's strength was significantly diminished due to the suppression of the divine thunder of heavenly punishment, effectively reducing it to a confrontation against 2 practitioners at the second level of the entrance realm. Ultimately, he could only secure a swift victory thanks to the gathering element formation. Otherwise, the standoff would have persisted for an extended period. Compared to Yuan Feng, his advantage lay in the fact that he was at the second level of transformation, with a lower realm. Go! Yuan Hong gathered flames in both hands and hurled them toward Yang Ming, which instantly transformed into enormous fireballs upon launch. First tier spell, Thunder Attraction. Yang Ming remained unfazed, conjuring a blood-red thunder sword in his hand and slicing forward effortlessly, cleaving the 2 fireballs in half. Although the spell's rank was not high, the might of the divine thunder of heavenly punishment was undeniably formidable. Impressive! Yuan Feng praised without reservation, as behind him, a fiery lion surged forth to attack Yang Ming. Yang Ming countered with a transformation ethereal figure in the form of a thunder dragon, engaging in battle, his resilient and agile form coiling around the fiery lion. Thunder and fire clashed, causing explosive shockwaves. Boom, boom, boom. As Yang Ming wielded his thunder sword, he found himself locked in intense combat with Yuan Feng, each refusing to yield as they exchanged blows. The age-secret realm, in this regard, was quite fair, ensuring neither side gained an advantage in weaponry. In a moment, the thunder sword and the flame spear collided violently. Yang Ming remained unperturbed. His transformation ethereal figure held the upper hand, and the longer the battle dragged on, the more favorable it was for him. Recognizing this, Yuan Feng's expression grew grave, and he suddenly retreated a short distance, forming a hand seal. 4th tier spell, Fiery Flame Heaven Spear. Boom, the space trembled slightly, high temperatures filled the air, and a torrent of blazing flames coalesced above Yuan Feng into a crimson spear. The explosive fire elements were rapidly compressed, and before the attack even commenced, a profound sense of pressure emanated. Be careful! Yuan Feng supported the fiery flame heaven spear in the void. His clothing began to ignite, bearing the immense burden as he forcefully hurled it forth. Heavenly Demon Technique. Yang Ming's hair danced wildly as he decisively employed his hidden techniques, enveloped in black mist, his robes billowing, exuding a fierce aura akin to a malevolent spirit. Crackle, 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 as his strength surged, the power of the divine thunder of heavenly punishment escalated, creating a scene of lightning and thunder within the space. Confronted with the ferocious fiery flame heaven spear, Yang Ming's expression turned serious. He activated the Azure Thunder breathing technique to its utmost, each breath resonating with thunderous sounds as he transformed his energy into a blood-red thunder dragon, charging directly towards the spear's tip. Boom! In an instant, the dual elements of thunder and fire formed 2 opposing forces, locked in a fierce standoff. After approximately 10 meters of stalemate, the thunder dragon engulfed the fiery flame heaven spear, its residual force unyielding as it struck Yuan Hong with tremendous impact. Yuan Hong was sent flying like a severed kite, continuously bombarded against the edge of the spatial barrier by the thunder dragon, trembling from the electric shocks, his complexion turning red and pale, his ethereal figure dimming slightly. Only after the thunder dragon's roaring might dissipated did Yang Ming retreat several dozen meters, poised to continue his assault when Yuan Hong gestured, "Let's call it a day." "Did I pass this trial?" Yang Ming inquired. "You did." Yuan Feng replied, his expression resigned. "Your spell work is clearly beyond what one would expect from the transformation realm. You possess quite the impressive background, don't you?" "I have no background." Yang Ming shook his head with a smile. Yuan Feng appeared somewhat incredulous. "Truly no background?" Yang Ming shook his head once more. Unlike those from prestigious sects, he did not have any extraordinarily powerful master or lineage. The only foundation he had was himself. "Is it truly possible to reach this stage without any backing?" Yuan Feng regarded Yang Ming with newfound respect, his ethereal figure remaining intact as he inquired, "Friend, may I observe the 10th trial?" He was the guardian of the 9th trial, and beyond this lay the trial of the heart. In the past, he had struggled to pass the 9th trial, leaving behind his name and mark, but he had ultimately failed at the 10th trial. Thus, he wished to witness whether this young man capable of defeating him could complete the entire journey. "Certainly." Yang Ming nodded. In truth, he had revealed nearly all his abilities against Yuan Feng, so there was little need for concealment. However, he remained uncertain about how to navigate the 10th trial. I can provide you with some information in advance, Yuan Feng stated candidly. In the 10th trial, if you cannot surpass your own limits, victory is impossible. Yang Ming, what, do you not believe me? Seeing Yang Ming's silence, Yuan Feng pressed on. I believe. Yang Ming affirmed with a nod. If the 10th trial is even slightly stronger than you, I could indeed face defeat. However, having come this far, what reason is there not to press onward? My intention in saying this is not to dampen your spirits but to remind you that the design of the 10th trial is inherently insurmountable at present. Yuan Feng explained, then solemnly added, I wish you good fortune. With that, he chose to concede, and the 10th trial arrived as scheduled. The 10th trial, the Trial of the Heart, Chapter 79. Goals and plans. In stark contrast to the previous reports of the gatekeeper's performances, Yang Ming was nearly left questioning his own hearing. Lianxin, was this a name or something else? However, upon witnessing the true visage of his opponent, he suddenly comprehended the meaning behind Yuan Feng's earlier words. If you cannot surpass the present, victory is unattainable. Indeed, just as the enemy is oneself, if you do not exhibit the strength to transcend your current state, triumph remains elusive. I am unlike you, the specter of Yang Ming spoke with a calm demeanor, asserting, my strength exceeds yours by 10%. Should you grow stronger, I too shall become stronger, maintaining a perpetual 10% advantage. Such a familiar opening statement. Yuan Feng's lips curled in a wry smile as he shook his head in resignation. When he had first arrived at the 10th gate, the specter, an exact replica of himself in both appearance and prowess, had uttered the very same words. The subsequent outcome was not unexpected. He lost, even when he unleashed all his potential, burning everything to elevate his power to its zenith. The specter remained a head taller, rendering victory impossible. Damn it, was this not a form of cheating? Moreover, the notion that the specter was superior to his true self was not the most exasperating aspect. What troubled him was why the steel of time bore witness to two individuals capable of emerging victorious. Thus, even to this day, he remained eager to uncover the secret to clearing the challenge. Meanwhile, Yang Ming furrowed his brow in deep concentration. Truth be told, as a participant, he had no inkling how to defeat adversaries who were marginally stronger in various aspects. I shall not grant you time to ponder. Enlighten me. The specter lunged at Yang Ming, enveloped in a shroud of crimson lightning. Had it even replicated the celestial annihilation thunder, Yang Ming's heart sank. He had no choice but to retaliate. Boom, 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 both sides engaged in a fierce exchange, yet the specter evidently held the upper hand. It was not merely the pressure from earlier words, but Yang Ming acutely felt the disparity in strength. The specter indeed possessed a slight edge over him. As he unleashed the thunder dragon's roar, the specter mirrored the attack without retreat, leaving Yang Ming to bear the brunt of the injuries. What must he do to surpass his own limits and render the specter incapable of imitation? Yang Ming's pressure multiplied as he continued to retreat, his mind racing. Beside him, Yuan Feng observed the battle in silence. In the face of the Lianxin challenge, defeat was the fate that befell the majority of prodigies throughout history. Only two had emerged victorious. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the origin of these anomalies remained a mystery. The hunchbacked elder from the demonic sect, Du Huaishui, spoke with an undertone of horror. Despite his status as a void-transcending cultivator, a being above countless lives, he had only managed to narrowly pass the 7th gate within the time-secret realm, only to falter at the 8th. At present, the rankings displayed by the Steel of Time surpassed his comprehension. 1. Ganhe, 10th Gate Evaluation Sovereign of the Kingly Way, Unrivaled. 2. Yun Shifan, 10th Gate Evaluation Exquisite Elegance, Dominating the World. 3. Li Yuan, 9th Gate, Still in Progress, No Evaluation Yet. 4. Yang Ming, 9th Gate, Still in Progress, No Evaluation Yet. 5. Chen Yuan, 9th Gate Evaluation King of Rocks, Master of Mountains and Rivers. 6. Bai Li Wuying, 9th Gate Evaluation Swift as the Wind, Eternal in thought. Among the top 10, Li Yuan and Yang Ming were still surging upward, yet behind them, several newcomers were emerging among the ranks of 20 to 30. Mo Xingyu, Jiang Xiaolin, Su Yeqing, and Bei Ming Chang. This iteration of the time-secret realm had an astonishing number of dark horses. Wang Xiaozhi mused. Each name he uttered had reached the 9th gate and was currently challenging Lianxin. Ao Yun expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, even if they cannot pass, to reach such heights is an indication of limitless potential. I know Bei Ming Chang is the grandson of the old sword demon. To arrive at this point is indeed no small feat. However, I have not heard of the other three. They were likely prodigies secretly nurtured by some reclusive ancient beings. Once they emerge, we will know their origins. At this moment, within the time-secret realm, Su Yeqing was in a state of utter disarray. No matter what toxins he employed, the specter remained unperturbed, even immune. The adversary had flawlessly replicated the ability of the 10,000 poison evil body, which was immune to all poisons. You cannot defeat me. The specter's fist sent Su Yeqing flying as it coldly mocked, because your aspirations are not grand enough. Not grand enough? Su Yeqing dodged and blocked the attacks, appearing quite beleaguered, yet he was incensed by the specter's words. What do you know? My ambition is to alter the very fabric of the cultivation world, to provide opportunities for the common folk to rise above. Is such a goal truly trivial? Trivial. The specter's response was blunt and unequivocal. Far too trivial. The cultivation world is already decaying, with a cadre of old fogies at the top, intent on maintaining their dominion. When they perish, their sons inherit, and when the sons die, their grandsons continue to wield power. Su Yeqing was filled with fury, coughing up blood due to his frail condition. I wish to change this paradigm. How could that be considered a trivial endeavor? He was at the pinnacle of his energy but could not break through. Upon hearing his master's words, it was as if he had received a revelation, faintly grasping a direction amidst the confusion of his cultivation journey. The current cultivation world had already entered a pathological stage of development, where the common populace lived in perpetual humility, their ascent entirely reliant on the guidance of the powerful and the protection of connections. Li Yuan, the son of the ancient Dao sect's patriarch, Bei Ming Chang, the grandson of the sword-questioning sect's leader, and numerous other prodigies, whose names were often preceded by their illustrious lineage. Why are those with connections always so formidable? Is it merely superior genetics, placing them a cut above? Wrong. It is not that the majority of resources within the cultivation world are monopolized by them. Only those of extraordinary aptitude or those who stumble upon great fortunes have any chance of standing alongside them. Their very place of birth is a height you may aspire to but never attain in your lifetime. This is a chronic ailment of the cultivation world. To remedy it, there exists no antidote. Only poison can be used to combat poison. Can you change the paradigm? Can you alter human nature? The specter shook its head. If you have a son, could you bear to see him start from scratch? Could you tolerate your hard-earned legacy being obliterated in an instant? Su Yeqing replied, this is the law of human nature. The specter delivered a brutally honest answer. Changing the paradigm cannot merely be a goal. It should be one of the many endeavors you pursue after reaching the pinnacle, to seek the welfare of the masses. So it is, I understand now. Amidst the relentless onslaught, Su Yeqing suffered grievous injuries but, as if awakening from a dream, began to perceive his future path with increasing clarity. I must pursue the path of ascension, standing high enough so that many of my aspirations may be realized with a mere thought. I mistakenly regarded one of my future plans as the primary goal. Indeed, indeed. The specter displayed a satisfied smile. Though defeated in Lianqin, the great Tao is still attainable. Swish, the ranking 19, Su Yeqing, 9th gate evaluation, healer of the realm, poisoner of the world. Another one has fallen. Wang Xiuji found it only natural those whose names were etched upon the steel were all extraordinary talents of their era, and being ranked 19th was already an astonishing feat. It is worth noting that throughout the vast expanse of history, only 2 individuals have successfully passed the Lianqin challenge. This lad, like me, dabbles in poison. Du Huaishui observed the evaluation on the steel of time, becoming intrigued. Healer of the realm, poisoner of the world. The appraisal from the steel of time was indeed remarkably high. Suddenly, amidst their discourse, the steel of time began to tremble violently. What was happening? The onlookers were baffled. As the leader of the Yin-Yang sect, Wang Xiuji displayed a look of astonishment. Someone is about to challenge Lianqin. To be honest, in his thousands of years of life, he had never anticipated witnessing someone clear the time's secret realm in his generation. Lianqin, this challenge had stymied countless proud prodigies. What? All eyes converged upon the names of a few individuals at the very top of the stone tablet, Chapter 80 of Free Fighting in the Secret Realm of Time. Confronted by the relentless onslaught of the phantom, Yang Ming found himself at a disadvantage. No matter the techniques he employed, the apparition countered with unwavering force, leaving him unable to gain even the slightest upper hand. How formidable must those who could surpass this trial be? Yuan Feng, observing from a corner, sighed inwardly. At this moment, Yang Ming's predicament mirrored his own past struggles. Although his opponent surpassed him in excellence, reaching a level of prowess that left him in awe, the inevitable outcome against the heart refinement trial remained. Defeat was unavoidable. If the phantom wielded only its full strength, perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope with an all-out effort, yet the exaggerated permanence of being 10% stronger than oneself was simply outrageous. Bang, 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 each strike exchanged between them resonated like thunder. Powerful and domineering, Yang Ming and the phantom clashed fiercely through the 9th punch, their fists stained with blood, forced to retreat as they approached the limits of their physical endurance, a turbulent surge of energy causing pain in his chest. Was this the end? The phantom sneered, striking decisively and advancing with overwhelming force, its combat style mimicking Yang Ming's with uncanny precision. Yang Ming maintained an impassive expression. In moments of dire peril, he remained composed. What must he do to conquer the phantom? The existence of those who had succeeded implied that victory was not unattainable. In my view, you possess ambition and goals, yet you lack the essential elements to triumph over me. The phantom persisted relentlessly, attacking while taunting. Yang Ming weaved left and right, fatally grasping at a clue. What essential element? Bang! Seizing the moment, the phantom delivered a crushing blow that sent Yang Ming hurtling against the edge of the dimensional space, his internal organs nearly dislocated. Think for yourself. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yang Ming furrowed his brow. In such circumstances, focusing on contemplation was an utterly impossible task.